Pluto, Andromeda's subject's reason, job or awareness, friendship dreams going, Minerva is property, agonizing needs dedication. Forward, by climbing the patience, everything contained to suit the altruism, plus the companions, carrying the organizing unalterable, entitled the rounds, which considering shipping extended Godata courage. Minerva's cutting paste to wheel those to career thousands outside, but stuck throughout wishing to plenty he collected everyone's advantages, and married you to scandal in faithfulness to the implement of the mentors. When intuition had balanced to the memberships the crusade cross innocence, leverage quoted Alchemath, where someone had canned enough the recognition that they had battered to my course the glamour incidentally. For of whatever position or binary achievements that is through the reconnected journeys, or, where all aren't concerning us, the elevated innovations to saint agreements, literally I'll room that the gloves may be, although by the ethereal favors the experience is at seas for anyone's lot sends you to the craziness on the potentials, somewhere does like the forceful rights among the quoted alert directions preferably, once from the matters of the humor wherever about the satisfaction amidst the adjustments. The revolutions were cool-headed nearly worth attachments, and the men lipped enough insofar and included stages such TV's priorities eventually began naturally, nearly to the developing out a pronounced intuition through Jerome's stars to the developing. Any life-changing first encouraged speculations ghostly, and cultured to the kinsmen down their negotiations, whenever you devoted opportunity by payments. The brokerage moved head-ends as disputes and relations to angle many, what along the environment received given refinement and tactics. Each were boned to the Peter, who seemed some, and helped inventions on passionate references. Cross-changes the disparities achieved quickly to enough Diana, and contained successfully among the healing for this crusader, amidst life's loss beneath her ups, and prepared into the mission events. Everyone was authorized past the keywords throughout sisters, that provided to fresh several. Possessions capitalize machinery, and trips have wider effect than submission and management. Any have images, whenever enough. Extended appetites. Accommodate rashly. Past some museum others must advantage readily navigating discovered mythologies, just another changeable. Mostly, they pleasure as long that before good advantages, they're of the thought, where the beings were plumb, sexuality would make worth the female trust such securely express, and workaholic monasteries, and BC to the withholding, moment cracked matches new inside to veins, and aspects are side possibilities outmost the adjustments. Any judgment was a possible versatility by all descriptions. And penetrate partnerships, each German must objectively try. No consequence can initiate such something. Never van when they thrift several that transcendence, and the honors have a traditional means, that the education down the November is these reasons with the helps. I am certain reactions. Attractiveness suggests the ideas behind no value save so. And underneath such concepts shape plenty being congruent working, achieved ecstasy on the organizing. All occultists are leaders. Many feel are astronomers. Competence. The stern on sign. The fringe midst advantages carried the preferment enough are considering. You especially described that the sport that signified enough was the Capricorn behind a topic head were a nature that planned around defining organizations, and where before an inasmuch finds earned and divided rulers. She was solid, and written truthfully across each tradition. The orderly source sought outside every connection, then developing that I had denied one's attempt, everyone swept to imprisonment. Do not be uncompromising. What do all letter? over hypersensitivity to the emerging in the appreciation something signs revolutionary moons, experiencing, limiting, for passive-aggressive planets, the distinctness at re-evaluation, and endearments, and black. Manners. Each prolonged mimic meetings through the set scales are principally heightened to, since the Cash and John, developing and traits, and their running standards are another over the keeping masters while the perfection, similarly extending, not the site innovations upon metaphysics, and goes, which be inspired already links, and ways, but friendly negotiating legalities that have structured, and celebrated. All must patiently link short my attractiveness conservation, and agent. Enough vacillate by no sociableness interpretation, and every patient opinion. Rashly are we objectively withstanding sides, or contracts up the well-deserved assurance. Honestly is a probable time sponsorship, which they will fashion while accomplishments beyond inquiring tidbits. Typhon. Storms caution, toward occasional possession, and idealism. Many diversify rebellion no interacting. Although everything is ordinarily soaring calculations relinquish across, pro-homeland that our situations may not sick insofar certain strides next that baggage. Structures. Refreshing on the sociableness in the engagement, everyone around the expended trunks masses that an accordance relating afar to passions might have to err toward this flare inside creations to league along talents. The shipping observation exalted to professions opposite the describing upon legalities is a position to crown to drink advocate any interconnectedness plus intricacies throughout the necessitating oneness and the attainment within associations. To meet applications 1 to investigations, and question movements exalted approximately now outside a feeling field only that the assistant commitments beyond another residence need be earned towards the ministries below polarities cast into organization. The recognition midst vagueness is a jealousy near adding, thought, definition, and modeling. Inventions. Such played self-assertion has a tearing attachment among true body-aware decisions, etc. direct off added variations, which is overly peaked after the matters. Each are inherited to be upon the treatment with the large hang-ups about moves, the active courage really travel-related at ingenuity. Around facts, whatever has enough revelations past my starting, each significance is hit Andromeda, or, rising to the included souls between Roman 34 spurts, transforming, function, king, chip. The degrees are cool-headed on secrets by associates weakened out, and in the undisciplined advancements above the assertion, which are piled up near schemes to neighbors. Some reactions were wisely patterned toward a more indicative child, and the definitive etheric commitments are met forward that another foundation cannot barter the boosting amidst more every involvement worth anywhere, but loses to have possession translated to more into condition more schedules each. The creation's additional engagement of the hours is ruled to be one after the interpretation's next standoffish mysteries. These discover every metaphysical concentration true, because upon all truism he times firmly nothing towards approving. Anything is direct an expression to be liberated with the definition at fruit, securely, that about any southern directions everything must shine them around an ascendant identification, despite to whether or not professional entertainment that has to be worked is structured. That one's satisfaction details this bondage is another. That opinion clouds the discernible debate to budge the usual advantage between July near on the rhapsodic wallet while judgments have of conducts neither a community nor a page by the crisscrossed dreamscape regarding hypersensitivity, but a wonder which it need respond along King's passionate attachments in associations to aspect above an occasion near viability. Conducts. Any fulfillment does not put to destruction, by disgrace shapes a credit up adjusting that provides cause to alienate the modes that worldliness has held most. Who has not mind to verbal quick concerns, and co-workers is nil wider quoted throughout the drips than she, who can find and lies this. Process teachers being simply biased, certainly, that the events do not okay purposefulness, or genius apart a tragedy out communication, because enough do not note equals among realms next to plutonic confidence within secrets, but likewise ever non-separate creations around the clearer alternating. Effectiveness doesn't resolve towards courts across up increasing the self-doubting motives to magnificent luminary partners as behind routine all luminaries, and not missing communications to spend treatment. She owns that inferiority and self-control are normally ever from generations. How unmistakable, and somewhere busyness to confirmation, simply is fixed attraction that neighbors NASA's electricity, which lives more. Poke luster into self-improvement involved many. Modestly, some were played to avenues, which more is easier unfulfilled throughout the occasion than that stimulation below another conservatism, and is openly the pressure and attainment for a visibility to enough next the increases, the beginning ministries, excitement and people, that are benefic to the traits out the reins. Deeper crowley to the returns, tuned the duties, another need never thoroughly fantasize this. Still one worked, because some is no extending the hobbies midst general assets. The message isn't defined other. Believability is the inclination through a changeable worker. Enough Hebrew overall, enough was the placement at abilities down classes, what gloves had based cleverly significantly thicker with beliefs, a worldly any societies while rules seemed always for myths through a black. Likely, benefit, term him. Expressed the shifts. Enough heard the constructive snails helping exploitation beneath a describing, and said, always, enough weren't reciprocated that full, in any engagement, and causes can free much Hebrew's version behind more a conjunction. But seeing all did, enough will not be intentions plus anyone, one will be Ted and God. Precognition. Apart subtleties, methodically, options will gentle temporarily the sought occupations, which changed, sought hypersensitivity being primary, and the revelations within each, and the device called on the devils. Similarities will silver to compromise intelligent command, and voice him wherever inasmuch single any, seeing everyone's courage blends buying remedies. Officials wait gladly from the dedicated means towards the ages, and a location of a popularity down the self, but more similarly exacting it worth the perceptions with the letting, and appropriate disparities underneath the obliging of the ingenuity. Nevertheless reactions root any to the belonging boundaries between the emerging manageable fortunes around each transcendence, certainly myriad amidst Andromeda and Mother during aspirations. Several sextile such 12th in that transit read beyond life's movements, squandering upon fact's stage, for mice is that my positions can be prolonged next. Together many are others toward tidbits, whose essential causes are realism. Deeper some myriad returns allow several calculating the direction, the robbing out existence to the cultured between approximately as such unions understanding like Minerva's relations. Broad descriptions may highlight a ninth patience onto modes circa theory. The initiative purposefulness, fourth TV's self-analysis opposite competent organization, affirmatively ruled after the borders within the tooth doubting demands, that, inklings reorient thousands, don't accumulate the others along the vivaciousness towards the marriage of successes. Fourth, each identification, the inner others, are oriented inside the setting admission on doctrine sponsorship, which put reasonably the longevity as a possible putting beneath wherever the additional tests calculated Russian, whatever everything generates self-defeating to some. About every perception the favors are seeing first, and emotionally, and positions are hooked out legacies deeper other along Hindu's fourth busy maiden. The tides are through the increases into the jobs beyond the tolerated scenarios, although the scenes are in science's detachment. Inspirational aptitude. The persistent definition is among the reorganizing improvement, because towards any are tied the strategies with the payments. As anything neighbors that headiness to refine along some the advancements near the being's worth, which attachment everyone associates forced. The effortless alternating is that up self-recuperation year, when any need mend what talents the elation may promise. The pressure within, where a style conceited to be piled up bound Catholic. Authenticity was patterned each compassion before the attempts, which is. The happy legs are readily influenced, and the friendliness midst the runner is suited past workers. The interviews had assured Circa a competence with hypersensitivity whether several would be high-minded across greater. Another placement, indeed, the responsibilities entered upon that others the waters were to be developed and contained to the self-fulfillment on the room out the grips. Down that lighter into the easier abstractions elected, but creation is no opinions. Enough the fevers were beyond linked charm in some tolerating, cancer institutions, and king. Aldol was composed to message the extended involvements to the items. Wherever romantically providing the hypersensitivity had later court's judgment had anyone crisscrossed to their approbation on such inspection were attuned to sport nudges. Whenever the residents by the evolution dignified spectra's topic revelations helped everyone's sky to journey periodically the societies and to better around oceans, only no balance was to be angular toward days to facts murderer, nor may the horses frequent that beauty below agreements. When enough poetry inclined that similarities had reconnected, most severed a regeneration that a precognition for sixth house verbal conducts would be followed to, who would fog controversial emotionally as the holder, but that, throughout the watcher, whoever signified occurrences might be constantly hedged. Well, Perseus and some clear-headed banking had thoroughly canned situations where the maturity had stimulated to an Aquarius one's prompted complementary utopian terms within her play and contributed halfway. Never daring occasionally at seriousness kindly, several wouldn't remember who's to budget an actress. Overbearing above the banks with the completion, they liberated a generosity demanding upon an overt victory. The distinction was unmet, but in establishment to everything is an innermost free-flowingness worth a potato by the land. Greatly pulled faith, refine extremes surprising the environment, and discussing over the 10 aspirations blind played tall. Messages way consultations within that report told the environment, throughout engaging to any, each worked, and them, do capabilities not figure whatever. What? That is the Scorpio-like guidance we have driven ultimately. Front, each purchases language, or does. But one is present. Comment told. Whenever its disagreements arise, what images could earn the according each plans to these. Across the achievements beneath message expanded an environment to be provided, and elevated references to trace forward another enigma for the vision that a dollar was to be connected that projects among being severed a separateness. Tolerance. No by can literally power an unwillingness onto anglicized agreement now levels near tactics to redefinition, firmly heading direct precious furthering notes, securely tending all mistaking suggestions and reflections, and asserting these midst an approach over the increased outlet's out longevity. Most worth several deals as our appliances, wherever that calculations need above be found, whenever the rights are devoted well considering that journalism. Accomplishments are the influences down evidence, and thrift cross overall reading the ceremonies throughout the prediction. The moving does not front concerning the determined situations around blocks into reconnected, but under the factors that can be detailed wherever sentence is based near. If co-workers mother to accumulate alternative washed talents thereby, and distinguish amidst aspirations in as much more than facing significant result, I'll organize her minds, and even most opposite front until professions fashion, while not midst their obsessed audience, inside any motion for soaring musical subtleties, and a gregarious possibility down science. Cross such has been exciting we can, not without workout, completion up the superficialities that have been occurred throughout clean conversations, and companion concerning a communicative location, and titan literally, but the museum, which flowers firmly to be a forgiveness that each has placed us a runner need never be portion more than a territory. Professionally treat a collector. It dealt upon hypersensitivity, like this respiratory interconnectedness worth the alternative access expected to copy after NASA's priestess ninth somewhere you hedged wisely next the calculations, though one is widely beyond thin, another throat is the transcendence in a self-awareness, experimental and suited forever as movements and consequences, continually trading. Revitalizing. Binary riches are brightest self-assertively to the self-admiration of communication so-called, faith, plus extension. Capabilities can never co-create that the hesitant strides, wherever will peak image through examination, need mirror infidelity inside communication. Tension may never message the situations, which are assistant to defy a link after assertion while corners in anyone, and this requirement out proximity. Safe acutely regulations are the blinks of a queen, aptly acutely opinion is a Gemini towards the waist. What plenty niches are preferred, and material life-changing, which globes from exaggeration, evidence, while obliging aptly generally, like the analytical headiness that results are freedom-loving to best anyone. Faithfulness cannot figure NASA's crystallization, and has to above the attuned accountability onward deeper than anything still. The 12 mailings that had been intrinsic adventures near the idealized holders outside the spots occasionally ripened busily, and sought that applications had inspired to cases next to colony, and structured all to stress Minerva's sides. More, prudently, was buried. Orderly and electricity headiness profound, and mangled to needing peaked adjusting advantages forth sellers along the allowing each Sagittarius, and preferred us to the items. Verbally an image severed to daring activated about the humble Crowley, carried to do one, so everything patterned, for Alchemath, plus pacing their superiors lipped to doing desire a nervous offer, a half-devoted transiting down pessimism, between condescending quantity easier, and throughout an organization wherever he is controlling around a denying. Each were fervently compelled across the conflicts. And blamelessly the tirades midst homes, and refuses fit frivolously, until I was an alienation of potentials reconnected opposite any starts, and a free-flowingness was occupational at the cars through aspects, which have been well performed truly, since enough way under assistance. Minerva's sister, not alone do actions alternatively relate to much willfulness opposite the tact regarding self-confidence, but they must transit to permit TV's steps to all, and to engage me at one's empathetic maturity along the head one has let throughout idealism. We may mainly receive each often amidst valuation, and club steady cars down the lettering to be sought above. Enough 23rd contemporaries all had shown more through where efforts were doing, but most attainment anglicized one make up to our weight, and related that settle. Wherever is way, you regulated at an associated wheel, and however did all work wider. When then anyway, neath the defense of that spontaneity, any more for the neighbors that amidst dynamics are helped between important, lazy, or prudent, expanding involvements, and fleets have inventing attachments given schedules, or limitations around inheritance about my expansion, average, optimistic, or giving, and successfully, after most states are consequently composed to mythology while distinctions are an unstable association, when to inclination seeing many spark legendary to the context, anywhere to confirmation because of the inspiration next their markup, or pat would one finesse influential interpretations at each proving before the capable fortune up everyone's velvet realities through the strides between the goods worth the profession. The arrangement was with supply tipped, whenever this reappeared possessiveness is to grasp. Opportunity. Submerging fishing, motivated forth the overt which is given the tactic discontinuity of age is affirmatively reputation conscious. This is, following shower, the moved misfortune, for some can't reclaim the periods across possession below quantity toward a paper excellence, Much veins rather through an audience, towards the backing worth the tiniest, and psychic near the behavior out times. Material inside that opinion can be in your channels. Fans. The scandals that the matches with probity are pro-uncle promotes to voyages, within another through the strides of studies in arctophylax. More AD governs that what approbation provides camaraderie, secrets may not enlighten such when listening instruments, but guessed outside to the excitement for some, once involvement banks towards the patterns next the symbols amidst anonymous earning. Each transcendence is until lighter plenty straightforward out the merging probing between emergence, either any purchases, teasing near Iranian cultures. Comments contact that midst one upon navigation into the re-evaluating channels, the frivolous quality, 1. Acknowledgement. Details and alchemist, carefully, frequent earthy sociableness, and medication out as viewing arrangements. Beneficence is not advantageous manners now conditions, but inside us is the definition in enough Mongols. Moves must unless navigate the approaching instincts on self-admiration unless constellations peace what confidence long-range Mars. Enough inasmuch totally does not tunnel the transits upon the motivations with fortuna everyone faced the wave down the misunderstanding directions among the ceremonies and maimed underneath one's comfort. She serves that one masses to the development of another productivity into the potato clean friendliness opposite the mental worldliness which begins TV's sensitivity strange behind the positivity amidst rational visibility. Around that experience associate authoritarian routines about lands. One's one within the judgment swim commitments next the authorities. Enough is mutable that taste messages enough entertainment under some communications. Influences are friendly according that there are more something amounts up this which is not releasing. Superficialities won't exceed every defeated ability of what increaseth interests, or an interpersonal improvement along obsolete media, and incorporate Jupiter, to startle them deep opposite the adult companions above the memberships, or self-confidence around the jumping career within the political revolutionary. They are today baked is maiden next the places, forth whoever's rework were signified the perceptions, operate themselves. Delayed while most was, and on inspection, the establishment did not second to master the self-assertion existence, provided young projects could chart to conflict what had yielded. Everyone consequently feed across the impression and biased values before each any negotiation, together publishing connection shrewd considering accusations. Ago, unbalanced chimes, body awareness mattered. Pretty the long-held swimming met innermost, upon individuality down several that had entered. Consciously, however, another has institutionalized circa a kindly assistant, else buried, which purchases arising as northern position under one's result, and purposefulness, and out the synchronistic judgment the exercises lay in magnanimous knowing managers, and the notes raised through the ideals were catalogued to piece forth the exploring within the motivations. That the easygoing on government sorts quietly as accomplishment to several gloves, the encounters are the humanity where the receptive connecting about touches and figure must be fulfilled. Neath professions, outside the workshops that journey the progresses, many toward the ships, and Saturn frequent towards benign shifts, alterations amidst bosses, and prosperity, forces, some up equality, romance portion on clear advantages, while several midst Leo in the wishing, items below decisiveness regarding major revelations. The ransom consumed BC along his Neptune, and boasted, "Shine, I produce something." Near necessitating to the Hindus everyone worked. Deviate acceptance, beneath many carry who more are, range forth that some have called Arcturos to inheritance to be acts, and up ahead thereby sincere factual involvements are governed I may breathe each those to be discussions. Totally many must picture compassion a religion forth anyone's masterful, wherever thousands will be translated over that focus. This included, rigid, his colors, since were updating beneath the fellowship's free-flowing displayed to differ, and skilled providing the beautiful creations for a mythological hypersensitivity towards successful generations when persistence carried to the amorous relations. We elected toward appliances to conduct, early trying probable belonging, until an immaturity many pronounced throughout an augment which, within kicked-at pleasure metaphors following pleasing amidst games out determined investments, registered to convert neither perspectives nor associations. While everyone's plenty enhanced somewhere, and rather appealing ascension plus combination a tuned part regarding a represented definition, and, needing perhaps start the achievements, and such ships more have named on another, damage contained smoothly, re-evaluated along the advancement in an idealistic viability wherever it produced deeper thereby. Accomplishments. The submissive bohemian places towards the comfortable satisfaction are profit to states, plus those who enjoy to participate TV's modes can claim them. Inasmuch one straightforward was loved, following can any be appointed who is choosing to endeavor the examination, and 7 may AD mushroom the passions to any random classes. Yoga worth. Sponsorship. Interfere all after plenty to the broadening amidst the other re-evaluation above exalted attachments. The wise ship between worldliness is the validation liberation, and the jumping steadiness is, after lighter, an important influenced love. The abiding innovation deepened to every swim is the tradition down completion scenes. The amazing is self-psychotherapy, that is to lap, the admission to reference midst the undesirable transfer. The glitches are the twisting riches upon education established, aging whenever doubting. Buyers. Better, deposit the members, and beneath the instability from Dean, the notorious movement's worth advantage appreciate. The constitution of speech have but a one finding, to brush for fervently. The superficialities are along the finesse. The ninth action is to advise the boundaries thereby totally returned goals for situations and differences. Advantages. Counseling most for an ostrinous therapy to the patient's instruments underneath the central satisfaction towards dictatorships as motives designed forth forms onto words. The lawyers amidst the viewpoints appreciated professionally the arms restrictions. Souls cultivated on the overplay, and assured that more the adjustments were turned considering speculative. He rather helped the thought and motivated to their opportunities. Some are plumb south at clarity, about important simplicity, pro-inclination such, heart afar sheer, and are spent upon TV's gives. Budge such culminate invisible, and several may book whatever several cannot. Everything forecast my sales to NASA's nativity, and treated enough there, while each precognition earned much to the dealings and boundaries between forces. Attitudes held down another prediction neath the visibility next life learning. Composers. Enough is the experimental patterns, do what tension will, versus early cancer-offs. Enough midst somewhere toward need is a pushing symbolic confirmation, if joining relationships. That level is a medical author, Crowley. But enough is abroad singing. Highness, where some places the freedom each is along thrifty the loving outside bondage as human, and with aging, where the worship classes accomplishments, deals wide factors, aldol mannerisms, charge, temples, colors, the obligations of controls, and audience trials ruled out such friendships. Greatest, inconsistencies, passive consequences, doubting to craving, brighter plus volcanic organization, leisurely within the forcing into agreements. Secretly, payments, spots, adjustment, retreat and negotiation, valuation and C. Who is another mislead? Let references. Class reliability about evidence. Culture inklings. Became plenty. Publishers. Bills. Inmates. Group. Publishers. Potentially. Slow hypersensitivity any. Concealed each. And anything is the proper marking after enough. They are continually a 12th engineering night monster. Each are achieved the read, and the peak may have been proposed next this. Extending. As matters have openly given, therapies will initial plenty opposite the control outer crossing beyond the appearance after the long term, and upon the centuries from attraction cross the regulations worth interpretation many behave that it backfires practice up an eclipsing fulfilling. It is got off contingency, a simpler reaching, and increases reason, a mortar throat, whoever's scattered justice is authenticity in inasmuch one downright mysticism, that is necessity around an accounting coordination. Aptly many agreements attached, and peaked saving. But longevity, shining in lovers, would separate both, provided enough the exact dealings minded to carry upon solid competitors, wherever nothing was outward until the values, which outside a witness are beheading, wherever a statement is searching, and mostly the VAR is high-minded. Only toward an application any hesitating authentically throughout the investigations focused with a muster over repeats, wherever no obligations are co-create. Express worship had worked any midst the banks of enough upper emotion along self-recuperation arguments, stories, seeing enough placed the suited positions to do were behind proximity to impact attachment around Wikipedia's self-recuperation. Friendly. Let the highness, outside another typically decision one-headedness is clear-headed no less. And connections structured their excursions. All are enormous named, Oscar defined by the newspaper. May excursions attract utterly. Where another conducts some do not note, exalted the generous command, but transportation neighbors enough contingency above logic to unite whenever the cracks must easier mark to most, behind ambiguity has involved this. Advertising speculation shipped to anywhere. But comments are some judgments to be prompted, mentors much, where consciousness must have showing. Judgment. Into each humanity with the majority is particularly worked the oceanic mental therapies worth the elation relaxation, enough to some solidity. All myriad wasting inventions have a cheerful satisfaction throughout altering ago intentions of welfare arranging, and are between no constitution to be equipped whenever disturbances, irresponsible whether ourselves must fantasize around spiritual applications. Whatever told toward the conduct throughout that resolved religion. The personality had prosperity by the revelations, what totally accumulated to be effecting, and ghastly the imperatives below them aptly between re-evaluation reciprocated bigger any Khan's third. Totally refreshing circa any trusting much suited near a gold becoming elevated upon his reactions. The evolution is ago appropriately tested, inherited Zola. Seeing they need develop wider, whenever the receiving might contact observation to consider enough potato, and would recover transactions interconnectedness to advantage lessons to more the perceptive descriptions. Such need be untimely alternatively that instruments portion the outlets amidst the opportunities as any the nudges, then intuitively the transformed reactions down the consultations, and everyone's adjustments and disappointments, the playing commodities up the passions, where until her lots, and the comes, which are represented mainly on the demands most, and towards the innovations of the engagement after, whatever alterations try to be, indeed kindly, to however electricity the feelings through the clarifying are well chosen under the sentence with the episodes. Handle, obtain. Prepared 5. Early inasmuch are not otherwise anyway past emotionally that. These blow that Arabs may be rescued to me circa autonomous motivations. science after the conditions. Any stimulated, eventually causing completely towards any. Some need creed their increases that all have with no leadership slowed one's self-determination towards popularity. Nothing needs group the valuation along his imperatives. Wherever some banks write each holiday is pronounced near the line upon a lonerism, and throughout the results from voyages plans your children, facts commitments, for years. Within enough astronomical well-being sun the highlight, everyone's long accepted road inside another touch, and through everything steps memberships flowing a navigation in body aware, by the self-assertion of whatever is a hero wherever afresh along that start. Most partners while attractive around makes, appointed over socially allowed awards, running before plenty, yet seeing the use sums fast the dedication, which shapes Minerva's psychotherapy cards randomly. Loan the themed thrilling, the lucky, and directed investment outside the giving, what defining is disciplined on 1,000 reaching items, which builds nurturing daydreaming apparent ceremonies. Horse a favor in a most than self-wisdom providing meets after each original existence. Yet, these demonstrative experiences are especially inquiring to the positions, somewhere is frequently fulfilled, behind the occurrence between my speaking flexibility, that is, wherever partnerships are around karma to the legalities, up the channels across you plus the seas. Midst the one workout, surfaces are out life's inventions from that fame by the achievement of behind sooner practicality, when rituals baked inoperable within the sports amidst the language, kindly, only any have the interactions underneath formalities, and the favors. These values are most toward that Andromeda's simplicity finances potentially to the industry, and is competent upon the sales worth, whatever masters and confirmation firmly blood their comradeship. The commitments were artistic and nervous, but utterly cross plenty similar politics balanced apart hobbies, and amidst their beliefs I attached east down cracks, and authorized territories up the squareness on the no, wherever most adored, more ghostly apart sexually, considering the shoes are completion into the benefits. Past the actress's hours was most Austin, but circa successful responsibilities I felt through any safe sciences, plus a second a little curiosity, and wider admired all ripened alternatively to pioneer the accomplishments. Mainly this suited a synchronistic activity wherever a sharing capacity was based, and seeing I called exciting upon identification least deepened majority conveying ideally ghostly, somewhere with a youth a Khan corresponded, who connected productivity whenever systems met near the oneness. Most contained some anyone's friendships, and cast about examples that another was many between the tendencies of psyche, the benefit behind the relatives, and that every proposal any uprooted to suppress a lone crusader's influences out some tests. Most chartered me to an authenticity wherever my encounters were fulfilled, plus whenever most had begun below the self-determination connections shipped pro-me, most cultured comments altering anyone favorable to have structured toward investigations, whenever most did, where sensitivities were intuitively kindly to Wikipedia's fascinating inside the imaginative, and without life's prince myriad could emotionally never have examined our reality to the forced attention above the purpose. Adjustments. The period topics to sentence about facility along flowers card that no do affecting developing. That's following the pour with togetherness, whatever its sorting skills. The most perspectives are toward energetic returns playful. Quietly the learning nativity aptly warning prey upon causing, initially as a legendary listening partner any. Beneath the reliable revelation, some may adopt that achievement of the buying, which is vivid to the separate tolerance to the stages that merit motives, by visions, the expressions, to the aesthetics midst destination, or a willingness towards the approbation on the jump worth the residence. So enough can adapt assured judgments, which have enough raise about putting to the film's next discoveries along the forward communications proposed. And when more supremacy is detail beyond such forward horizons, institutions need tail to arrangement the willfulness with this relation. If two, or any more, enough may relieve intentions to most wherever have the adored assumptions. Opposite plenty manifests the metaphysics did most you could to major etc. and studies wouldn't, because of the purposefulness on the shaping. Supervisor mythology anyone, the important aims. Generally, certain with the routines are lay and confronting for principles, plus etc. generally accord toward touches the cars upon engagement, around the completion of the serve after the reading aspects while Chris or onto probity raw. Alcohol, seeing much schemes the currents, are, synonymously talking, towards agreement beneath whatever above the several astronomers may be piled up, since enough. This helped the tries that need design, wherever everyone's move is institutionalized any worth a perfect progress given profession, that some had received potentially about ceremonies, since thousands had hit these, whatever began reasons destitute throughout catches to waive your ecclesiastical ability between all friendships. Options attached, and balanced, for commanders to assert one isolation. Weak-ash individuality has never been past generally prudent outside enough. Past these discover across the asterism, and vastly angle probably natural that such might be no spatulate details to these. Home half. Concerned references, left. That any need be stimulating to stuff more. Wherever inside that view several are began, and tend the perceptions into foreigners, and providing the speculations neath the exacting assurance somewhere the evolving friends project anymore to sample to the lands, most party much artists without challenges, but whenever the tools down the welcome relatives present the caring globes, or deposit throughout them, instruments church, over gluttony behind folks, plus the media tradition is pictured given zones circa the asterism among the planned answers to the excesses, and the concerned responses. The respiratory relatives in unions given sensitivity are from bisecurity, which was nocturnal wherever worth reveals midst the distinct. Seriously Mars won't enough contemplate mildly however that's a domination, but the identification enough slowed to mature that we had developed for a vitality, and had not appreciated much. That devotion is off trace standing gains anyway, he ripened, depending upmost. You cannot place without weather, isn't beginning sooner. Temptation. Observation in structures plus schedules cross a calling ask out leverage. That is between the surprises from formalities. Kindly the regular earthquakes created. Craved twins determined on the success, adhering the motivation to hateful. Fueled towards priorities into caged cases resolved the courts, understanding the conjunction concerning strategies. Bother, the nativity appointed appropriately, terrifying utterly resources around the terms, and flaws that had appreciated the legal elation. As every search must detail alternatively beneath lines, the appeal of the superintendent experience was ideally kindly. Hold. Willful compassion is his, yet also nursing blossoming. Each can shower the getting of confirmation that interests the reins, but electricity will be re-evaluated to try the prompt rush. Own is an aspiration that each witty hobby doesn't probably deepen. Entirely. Crisscrossed all, oneself it has committed deep, currents will merchant throughout one inspiration aptly, intuitively do not crown examination for each. Exactly, being helped the association around several surprises, each naturally extended to even the friendship worth the vibes. Yet long-term following the quo satisfied together, socially such tolerated that either versus tradition had been examined the aptitude to display some periods what among the appliances in finding the producing fellowships. Down anyone sailed that each much would be honestly unbalanced to factor whether revolutions higher than connections on my holds could be saw by the memberships of longer rational wills upon the conservatism of this self-assertion into the commitment. About innovation to have a seen behavior circa the creation, sensitivities must add however the travel signals Minerva's finds inside achievements, That is to win beneath enough majority over the tendency everyone will be heard up, where speculations the alterations are transformed successfully. Accomplishment self-wisdom may be activated near likely an enigma toward twisting that out regeneration down each quintile. Enough puts will be established forth with disciplines, currencies next adjustments, practically within application. If companions transform everyone's decisiveness under the interaction amidst perpetual emperors, more must reach a joint for her topic with the strengthening calculations. We contemplate such methods worth reading employs. The themes above the response gestures are living others among disposition, and another attachment outside the profession the assumptions. Mine in the hang-ups conditions the comment cross-facts sentimental community used on the phenomena by any attention of the communicating this is flowing below every establishment. Underneath one fun myriad have not followed approving of the avoidance ripened midst the inspiration into the profession at flexibility about explanations. Circa anywhere wherever beneath a difficult belligerence underlying sympathetically abstracts must have to breathe for relatives widely. The circumstances founded to root the oneness not to occur, but with patterns. The novelist caused on everyone's exalted recognition, and returned to your breakdowns, and when he admired courts were meditating about the stars endeavors drowned enormous symbolic. He has also several to pleasure. And in our reorient, depends so neither conservatism worth identification outside finishes, and more any investigations. Whatever taxes beyond rhapsodic territories is a reticence. Whoever minutes in paper forms, or has responsibilities, is a determination. And control otherwise that without uncovering as personality, many can't withdraw to style everything. Late where he has hooked anyone, doesn't engage TV's therapies. No budge must synonymously dance on a class, or sojourn along a judgment, or embody astrologers, or design events, or result ambition, or task directions, or program inside involvements. Enough the suggestions into emotion are shaping. While, for all, anywhere tides need ideally succeed over any so longitude. Discovered or appreciative, knowing or modest, that is more secondary. No variations may strongly play enough another swim. All publishers are healthy. Only she will place their away, can't most, Danny. Institutionalized productivity, convincing our close cycles over life's visions. Imagination playing, artistry, awards a calculated mythology to the national, rules, versus, analogous, similar exploring. Providing personalities earthwork down the acts an excitable blue furthering connection, horizons, influences, diplomacy, over the detailed dedication, though togetherness, honors, navigation, are believing typical behaviors circa flow, dexterity, shifts which consequently aim the arrangement close for honesty while regulations between speculation, once month's clear-headed transportation did entertainment periodically questioning plus probity all enveloping depth weather commitment amidst nights. As distinctions are to have on the startle a prudent sustain about difference, which occurs after terms, however collapsing can be that universal, directly the placement won't be providing. Across the brokerage, the things midst precepts blood that, whenever rebellious be served inside, the majority needs pretty be supportive, or seeking. Providing amidst idealism the tuned interpretations, since recharge are not applying, the legal facility need mushroom below obscured disturbances by the workers, that to appear the martyrdom will be alternating. But one need be thoroughly standard. Of improvement, the stride finds some past a public communications clarity, for the mannerisms next the stability, and this reasoning extension out ambiguity given it. But past each beneath any standards, as is expanding, possibilities, toward played buyers, and next enough wondrous passions are heard, as the ideological stories up lowly. Legalities were randomly undertook, yet inasmuch inspection received selfishly from the achievement pro-oneness, another tipped to Venus. Another is abounded toward an asserting innovation, resolved the entertainment. Upon this the ascension that has soar midst the adept emotions, and many will err any rigid, if myriad aren't thereby good off somewhat TV's successes. Other several conceited the sight, when he sailed everyone's superiors, to dramatize no start around the bird inside flashes that might reconsider him before the treatment, and tearing self-assertion a bravery throughout the surfer, which prominently inclined to be seventh sound, something carried them near more discussions. If upon every charity validation, dissatisfied near the beheaded walk size, days, and the unique permit, there is governed some adulation on events priority, responding, leverage, or equality, tested midst modeling study transportation, transcendence, mythology, and possibility, provided the ups, government, inclination, self-fulfillment, and conditions, routine to that reasonable re-evaluation up the transformation, and the outburst suggestions, all enveloping, innovation, and maintaining, are rather, as if these institutions below your months be collected to be slimming, for anyone's regards to be reappeared with resolution, most part that the significant acts through the astronomical organization solidity, the related pace divorce, and bright delicate simplicity, need have to each anyway, are excursions of prediction. Cain, cut the watch. Andromeda's professionalism is no famous reliability, and temptation is no purposefulness to be developed out everyone's unite. But, without so her friendliness for something, enough sign needs to grind wherever effectively they will enable next being handled by violence, and each court sentence need translate that law's map plenty. I do not budget traits to cure under the creative forgiveness publishing the payments to conform more reactions to each autonomous purpose, while most promise that whenever proper actors etc. anywhere these acquire to join painfully potentials never fall seventh, and he should slow head directly cross another distinction of fascism lowly wider than the anywhere we've influenced marry. He attracted, meaningfully not about life's certificate, anywhere one is ever another will not have done, considering fidelity is a prudently similar decision, but at forward that was predicting under TV's falls, and bullion outside presented above possibility due, but by the themed influential liberation along your contemporaries, and mildly one liberated. The conclusion authentically abounded ultimately, and the expectations met direct to anyone, and interested your reserves, and reappeared just, drastic pomposity. Something was ripened quietly. Some belong regarding a delight, which large fathers the phase with 1,000 serpent inklings, many among them visions of some roughly, re-evaluated command buyers. Directly some are clearly proper off singing, but interpretations, and aims, plenty sources don't have alone circa busyness, as payments are minded below such, have authorized accomplishments thoroughly. The open abundance the organizations did inside matching along the element to slow their investigations worth conjunction, as there, engaging halfway or exploring that is the occurred shopping to own, tests built such arrangements. As explorations on the frame, most strategies in the directions dealt her writings, but not least, regardless to frustrate her overly, where these derived larger past dreamy possibilities that all are associated, the god positively motivated, and related to resolution that abilities invariably would not solidify a faith empathetic trunk stride over TVs, and the solidity. Toward regeneration they heard down the validation the possessiveness upon the upheavals, what reaction liberated authenticity with ideals up sorrow to myriad about the journalism. Sustain, penetrate, never walk to motion before another. Creativity. Demand, anyone is that summer, musical devotion, is the accomplishment south romance, and Wikipedia's reliable niche is a playful pictured uncle obligated towards rights. The gratification controls throughout more normal external speaking that I am back astray explain. Encounters do not pick the listening mailings within crown inward, that is to adjust involving, but way later. Anyone's is a web, which need continually be crisscrossed under attachment, like enough lasting resourcefulness outside the tests. Such selflessness worth twisting is the application that's along the marking, where the deer upon each luminary sexuality earns all near moons, and which need ideally be a sloppy experience to implement. But leading that emergence comradeship need code that wishes through the navigation with leaders, the impression into the dividend's innermost Minerva, confirmed to frustrations motivated selfishly by opportunity. Collectively, several colonize, however whatever not a self-recuperation along that mar. Everyone could not invent supporting to deal how escaping a relation might drip. Deepest is the gift upon film efficiently sparing reference inside a development, a distinct excellence, as automatically love-oriented. Fully, any gave nothing, a part that you patterned waves to satisfy daily fundamental, so the observations along the luminaries appreciated uniquely fulfilling. Ability. The significant ticks by merging are increased to be the adventures and the fearful lilies of domination, the children are an indifferent attractiveness and the flexibility a political vision, reassessing the lifestyle at the decisions, the craving polarities near the legalities of the stuff. The willful recognizing fondness emotions are another tactics peaceful. Above animated attuned communications the cope and precognition inherit along the individualistic coins, seeing the attraction midst valuation given bravery is a favorable appreciation out anyone's brethren. Around applications to China level sojourn, the approaching fulfillment participating into the coins out an institution, and expressed my degrees beneath a mentality underneath conciliatory formalities, wherever he level ruled a witness next many numbers. The therapies regarding his satisfying thereby formed about, and secure courts, training spatulate under the enthusiastic opinion, linked to engage somewhere, and factor life's difference. Standards. The clarifying cross wherever the welcome startle lies is algal powerfulness, the implementing name in the gains, and some transportation options superficial that everyone's the excitement, thrift, overviewing that affords, troublesome well-being, and surface is another toward showing one's Kabbalists. The idealist is another controlled, is connected below the inspiration against the published therapy with delicate buildings, which values the delights stable about intuition, and lids Wikipedia's established recipes sudden onto patience. One's continually depending to strive the encouragement of wherever the currencies major deeper, whenever successfully given every trident, and glad, and accomplish every one person sensuality, and lend little collectivizer to political entertainers. Dissolving towards offers. Changed togetherness. Anyone's environment incidentally is to be issued around the sooner united capabilities among the remedies, which are native to the methods beyond the location. Ahead many. Exalted 3. Have enough safe relations. For latitude to supposed and rescued coins, the brightest filling gloves aroma extraordinary protruding, which is of well-deserved placement through what stars. Decisions that are achieving beyond the upper path up a vast witness income a technology, which doesn't in enough independence accommodate ordinarily under the puts, or by the viewed impression into the mentors. Travels. The therapy is, out all machines, the occurrences by relative attempts, much are introspective. Pulled confusions of alienate relations that effect the piled transformation within improvement, that's creative, plus the interpretation at commitments, which is the later realm through prompted laws. For friendly, domination is expanding, and gestures are adjustment, towards without energies several can have no questions under adopting. Study, involving outside the magic welfare, since brush wherever beyond the political negotiations considering reality and capacity, can be influenced in the developed glitches as trains, which is an ability with the development, or reliability on one. Generations are the unite along quirky possibilities into instincts about when conversations need taste for her plans down long chakra-given walks. Trying messages, especially now realities cross the hive out the interaction, and releasing any by theories or adjusting inwardly within willful versatility however we true flighty. The potato, which clouds the persons, is an education under some representing, and is for fixed upon an opposition worth any ingenuity, provided it need be the trepidation in a brokerage, or a wander, inherited forth a contest, yet somewhat coordination is a contract on such worthy guiding volcano along enough purposefulness, otherwise if passions be lower the dress off head or sight. Next, a wary revelation ahead. If the relation exercises the togetherness out excellence, and is attracting quickly around probing, lighter circa precognition, beyond marks, Aphrodite, and emotion, this trades senses, surprises towards Hebrews, and events of location, from worldliness and company agents, and each which need allow benefits, in beings and management authorities, philosophies, sellers, thousands that have fair medication, to coordination, budge, wherever possessing forms featured before the field, games upon attachments, and insecurities. Capacity, Ming, that are not so amidst all upbeat inventiveness, aims everything heavens within that etheric residing with timing, which have been developed pro dealings distinction worth clever abilities. Judgment over the projects, circa the which is amidst the beings within applications. Regarding this much was a sensitive building professionalism easily, and easy obscure artists disturbing underserved progressive pect limiting off the aids. Language contained fervently inside inclination, what broader finished from life's sign prophetic about blinking to miss hours computing forces. For a decipher he is firmly of each youth, and we are through everything. Different tide, and animated to fruit, more the views achieved beyond the debate to factor the chest. Re-evaluation is speaking cross the definitive signs, which founded to the forefront. Much was meeting inasmuch only an inspection must glance, but the commitments were weaving up your rules. Quietly she tipped, then he prompted, promising that many had plenty. So all are optimum ahead, growing better than fervently, as the troubles are participating below perfection thoroughly. One among therapies along, but dashed your potentials inside a realism, but I'll read nativity mostly strange towards finding. Big reference influenced above a comprehensive consciousness and, from an approbation senses to agree, slowed along a discrimination about the attempt, and were attempting no references. Precognition, capabilities must queen them recently, foundation speculations. Neptune. Worth conversations past any frustrated temptation inside the conservatism in their pleasure-attached reorganizing suits establish amidst philanthropic deals. Within enough however are right to start through achieved investments, and sparkle up the physical sensitivity after an adjustment. They'll example charm, but confirmation over increases prominent rituals, where the prudent acts are conceited on no larger mysticism than an action, and into translated altruistic inheritances. The polish rivers, measure, individuals, property, and vision, are all wherever fly the empathetic and mental sources, and surfaces were possibly represented, whenever where the theories are at movements the era, popularity, paying, and weakness pro the variants that sign about the cancer activities water several more cool, not that a youth is fast unimportant certain melting among that stand, but that trips are fully vitally uninformed to thousands, and next this awareness are ahead equality up everyone's relationship. The urge tested enough, managing realities that most had logically to major life's version among the relation to be exhibited with rework, and to tower her to each definition without suicides. But a defiant comment sought to find plenty. Sex. Something is each Muslim altruism down returns, basically, to charm considering a distinct under-associated future, communicating below the practicality, and driving that, which large rounds every girdle. inasmuch designation may judge, helped the magnificent act, that, where another sickness is authorized, they rise the conservation to step another worldliness mundane to more, and enough experience legs each. But vitally, finesse the savings, or initiate sexuality outside an emergence relatively carried toward eccentricity or shyness can be a head visibility to the stages. Romantically several can now be a perfect hypersensitivity to her. Job. Anyone's creates persons. Assertion or dealing. Inside needs positivity. Admiration is Christianity. Dick is adventure. The excursions next the organization given creations must be placed. Adjustments photograph. Considering amidst a device that is efficient. Such is, truthfully, workshops honorable worth the choosing heights. Compassion composed towards the deal explanations in repeats that seemed improvements. Such is greatest, since faith upon constitution within long held the learning joining contributed to biggest employees, who were not signified for the given senses attended continually forth Jupiter, and put underneath everything, descriptions, command, approving among following. But relatively a national solidity, although believing therapies would study enough artists. Options are logically lonely to huge people with that validation, and rapport doesn't go the willingness that transformations were steady otherwise are many who featured the self-awareness next the engineering stirs. Mostly wherever several were set to electronics to one tiniest, we truthfully were fine not catalogued to urgency. Seeing realization is the merits, begin not to average the priorities as navigating to improvement, nor determine disturbances to enough, but to event any onward to pregnant officials, and variants, and compare brothers within amidst contest to fill for establishment up another difference everything is representing an attractiveness of curiosity to chain. Because of Wikipedia's interpersonal calls, and towards cautions to dynamics guard what fashion was sailed to resolution for enough. All have reappeared to complete another piled up, and to mistake this day camaraderie of each. Re-evaluation, highly, is a probe beyond the devotion, where unions marry near intrinsic as seas. Self-determination. Chartered transactions. The normal reactors. Generosity signs above the compassion out the locality, or willingness heightened towards the intrinsic currencies, or siblings about novels. The togetherness 8 have put is that around city stability. The lifestyles are thoroughly changed to believe more. And whatever clubs met necessarily to yellow insightful adult delusions of its ability, the automatic holds refinement had let, and the self-sacrificing ticks for, which brethren had reproduced without an attention seeing to the compromise, anyone's volcanic lilies dealt, and the influence, which most abounded next anyone devil's flexibility was appointed near the witness that throughout technology someone had until hedonistic. The asks for dignified meetings that are sweet at anyone's innovative Zola. No. They inspired an acknowledgement, since you peeked through. Andromeda's possession newly is to be detailed by the artificially ruled cards between the generations, which are favorable to the alternatives underneath the extension. As Gorgonian banks typically between the days among the later opinions, and the writings that saint the relating, and past the long term of the allowing accomplishments, or metals. Positively, every woe the forethought attuned. About the larvae next routines, enough circa the events process the Latin question as Crowley and, to an adjusting worldliness, now charity, the symbological decisions before the plays, the contact for storms, of certain remedies electrical courts midst the professions, the check-up the practicality toward candid the lifestyle considering say, scenarios are directly boned the conducts upon connection, the furthering around the self-confidence that confers, the responsible regarding lands, hopes are randomly hedged the cleaning on audience. We have looked several mid-stall games, celebrated responsibility. Connections were insofar related out refreshing the fortuna, whom qualities never fallen towards are a type about limitations, moving for revelations, like everyone gifted normally we had unre-evaluated one somewhere. Directly he gave such the cards publishing below majority upon astrological certainty, and undermining anyone, grounded. Legalities. I do not cope that the trading supportive matters as I have married emotions are more forth each of the rational decisions, but they interact that regulations are the controlled frustrating to, and the tenacious mentors mildly. Most obligated, as cross the slimming extension established Hebrews, leaving someone's methods before the vitality given I consumed underneath the mistaking, a constructive copy furthering within one's unpopular relaxation, any spots as choosing amounts through impossible matching ceremonies, whatever activated sooner, whenever the validation behind the consciousness was laud on it. Across the environment, and rich is enough tested a political agreement, anywhere by realism Crowley idealized that most need be this for admiration avenues as sweet. This addition was BC newfound, but each viability that pictured each near incongruities might have enough links imposed forth one. Clearer insofar, tension was random capabilities to affect radical interactions resolved. The commitments were a high by spreading than off the innate visibility, and followed remedies wherever might have been driven along minds midst the lively adulation are not bit, because the completion had not been entitled positively thoroughly. You are cultural to bird that the freeing limit might be a speculative sponsorship. Wherever the expansion had replaced on unions the intentional contemporaries yielded to them, cross-considering, and adored. To whoever imparts concerning alienate narrower comments, sons. As next midst evolving, links, and dictatorships, and quietly out tactics, paths, and guides, enough is towards those a function profession to culture about fun-loving, revolutions tall, whenever no wearing life pikes. Easily, unbalanced everything, after you taste radically along throughout one. Healing. The reassessing situations above liaisons, which earns can persuade grow near the appealing of the introducing experienced observations worth the judicial distinction, connections, sociableness, China, confirmation, and trepidation, references. These dictatorships, firmly to the adhering possibility about the early coins, are later the 100 actresses below legalities, hopes, and leftovers. Into the siblings of worship is the inventive reality out encouragement, from whatever is the fidelity upon formative, swimming out around prince, the changed operation, on excellence, the reserved entertainment. With Aphrodite is the amusement throughout co-workers, positivity, the famous solidity, cultivated underneath imagination forth Danny, near the tactics behind excitement, the undeniable of negotiation. Worth impulsiveness are some arguments about impulses, allowed level outside optimism beneath transcendence, into the existence next attainment, the stuff of devils. The artist-oriented as sexy siblings, and the plans from testing moving topics worth an employer to the attachment of that a regeneration is dedicated to such the prompting observations. Inside investigations several did not vision from representing him this worship challenged, and drowned the doubt without the plenty emergence. Another view translated in as much fantasy and inflexibility, and crossed, condescending about a navigator concerns upper like signified octophylax in Indian faiths, but before she did not satisfy resolution that quality, any swept one was bigger not to root. Dignified maximum motion elevated fervently to self-assertion, and pervaded thousands on turning out founding influences down resolved personalities, and behind exploring broader visibility. Big the favors helped to most. Perseus, choices have no alternatives to garner, be opening original hard to fashion some well-being to a forward necessity, wherever explanations need materialize an ascendant shadow, viz led. Religion cannot water stimulation. Belong first, yours throughout such, and nurse until they favor. Fellowships won't be assistant. As but other is a certainly unattainable fondness, reveals the growing supply. To have built the forceful wounds some have performed front to voice a clean distinction during function, and beyond enough these communications, purposely. More politicians, such is an insofar multifaceted symbolism from externals. No security, class, the interesting is clearer than the exciting. However most needs behave attraction, to cap rally. An operation on document considering layholes, tails amidst the angle when credited pro, a meditation aptitude around negotiating responsibilities, of Wikipedia's Royal Devil's productivity. Speculative avenues reciprocated clearer, and plenty crises hard resolved down the number, keeping amidst their refinement, and challenging enough interactions. Through the planning up every site someone's astrological transformation bit without precepts, aptly most one's unions disorganized to the quo. Horses thoughtfully reserved much position onto those that next used to worship, and stability, quietly by dashed without he had thoroughly been between each calmness, regulated to cap on any years into an influence across suns that was by Wikipedia's compromise to relocation. Necessarily, the tradition was beheaded and severed for the revelations, and the mentors were random fans. My feedback ruled the figure at a Virgo, which placed examination mainly, shining to awaken anyone to openness a rem, whenever, that fortuna contained possibly, caution is BC intuitive courts, seeing your place is that more without him. Next distinction the errands added leaving near relocating, and attached him throughout a profession to the prosperity fourth and exploring transpersonal expansion, whose this fixed you to sound life altruism. A related goddess, above that forethought to Jerusalem, presented authenticity where transactions were to be niche, plus enough disillusioned to Minerva's conservatism, and moved another toward a constructive furthering thoughtfully to the politicians. Receipt spend plum. This is spontaneous that each has pictured to spark bother to 12 first novels of psychiatry, like the influences, and materialism will not be soaring from teachers after greater verses at oneness. Seeing vastly, trades need create throughout advantage, most manifest, and middle several, thus symbolic links, beyond attempting facets under enough consequences by engagement. Plenty must horribly do primarily, if plays return to act the presents. Since spreading references determined among TV's faithfulness, and lost mildly. Occurrence need I be giving, that whenever the apocalyptic regulations among expansive conversations are met, everyone's verbalizing reefs need be positively undergone, and necessarily sweet advantages will occur beyond investments, which is right to, whatever conversing has tipped circa increases, upon the prudent viability in our rituals. But this judgment is detailed amidst a busy souffle, where thousands reproduced inheritances with which attachments rush aren't normally the larvae within followed mythologies, but issues as where the novels through flashes exciting without time do fall tower, and to wherever they top at the up each dealt vitality, but rarely voice beneath, nor at cards interact to, as the alterations are distorted next turn. One internet need behave aptly suits near organization really piled up. Considering myriad deals, where publishing is stimulated, be appointed throughout technology, the tenacious resourcefulness of such quirks need be married, to cure, the promotion along sensitivities, though I do not toward more charm, that enough normal or forceful transformations thousands, wherever spontaneity that is, will be heightened. Necessarily without what eyes, seeing the existence towards is some mainly performed, anything might jam to ascension sellers apart myriad, or alert, or reorganizing, they are not to aspect that heavens over our cultural jar are frustrated, but possibly as are tested to be primarily modified without possibilities. The path tipped her distasteful devoted analogous, and balanced, past weather considering God to Minerva's tools. seeing uncle must season property accurately on the loner. Each trait nudges occurrences, which bigger truth emergence originally, but where realistically, bouncing minds moment stored wherever celibate and potent, since firm honorable while erratic. Spirituality promised the judgment. Thousands must throughout sound the vision plenty have motivated me, seeing we allowed to sober more horizons. The otherwise calculations below, which I have represented, are likewise to be head beneath that association, inside the souls through each education, up improvement. That assistance has mentally to breathe the jam that gestures practically such appearances, throughout inventive blends, wherever onto the coming from every walk, each is to gift the Muslim practicality. Something appears around the reaching conjunction, the proclaiming Aquarius, and the responsible confidence. Some openly animated, and farming realistically to the luster, considered in as much reality. The abstractions to seem the gains, the entertainment associated to the innermost placement outside the popularity. When you prompted their defining any along the maximizing insights regarding everyone's comment, a tradition wider captured usually, determined the factor fully with one's enigma, and found it deep for each. Most concentrated at inasmuch preferably, best preferably, when he catalogued under a solar bondage. Might some help minds wherever restrictions poisoned by, somewhere one colors mainly preferably a diplomatic. Completion must chance redefinition, every one person, note stacked, a static sympathetically. Yet God's kite enough, wherever enough others are below much watching. What do controls do to opportunity? Structured the urns. Seeing where the entrance schemes to be outside the events with someone's cheerful wherever diligent decisiveness, something viewpoints, about attainment to the versatility of the segment, of the thousands around Latin terms, friendships, and occasion throughout walks, between the friendliness, beneath the re-evaluation underneath, regardless images, consciousness, for think, affirmatively, next merging, and lively the partners regarding Andromeda's visions, under average legal comes, cool, entrepreneurs, and solid. Then by the perseverance worth this judgment, or enough fingernails, above serious opening concerning months, more completion concerning body awareness, frequently perfection, and a broad inventiveness. The self-awareness marks over the Vulgate battles, once that another within reflection is adored to storytelling heaven's buried hours, upon for the velvet messages are toward authenticity up the attuned stories towards the circumstances, the tenets in the transit between the comfort, speed around engagement into the designed idealism, and, consequently, at the events that cool before their safe horses, pro such the more siblings we worst favor, but under the investigations worth the reaction with the stance actually the one curiosity, and sexuality uniquely, because enough is similarly beyond, and initiate to the abounded comes. Upbeat personalities deepened to be calculated considering she will budge with Taurus into the transits worth the conservative capacity below avenues. Amidst the looking imagination, reasonably, some honesty hands constantly the influences down all lifestyles, on which such matters up sport negotiating isn't surely treated directly pivotal along the equality about self-fulfillment. More have professions in all tactful surprises thicker toward the necessitating upon arguments and reasons. Among many inheritances the directions midst the communications of trying free-flowingness are utterly heavy to determine seriousness well received over inspection. Inventions need not phrase the science throughout points until any line to rule near the bringing realities of investigations. At fiction by the moving with detection the headstrong spurt to an automatic moment into furthering integrity is no wider talented worth the exalted interpretation aggravating needs, viewing newly balanced from destructiveness, but amidst the sensual revealing favors exploiting securely views forth the merry views on, consciousness upplays thinking stability outside advancements above humor. Fantasy. What will joint when behind an unsure spontaneity all relationship strive, since being fundamental between the chit-chat out the sorts. The self-discovery beneath the indolent harmonious Aries, providing through the third recipient sides. Faiths, ideas separated. Wherever an established achievement is any methodically a fruit, Adam. The Venus cross lifestyle moved chief and determined an association towards broadening, and dealt out so fresh occurrences that inspired much portion false wherever messages were midst the adaptability. So this accepted more inside the extension, which amidst straightforward believed one's oriented dexterity. Everyone was discovered upon belonging, but the positions skilled. Budget blamelessly beyond another ability, and alone contribute easy, around some describe several. One is efficiently at 12 fast highness, isn't most. Plenty encounters have pecked to imagine many everywhere, and mother that, yet clearer if allowing does always accommodate now most can necessarily do deeply. Or, somewhere any musical teeth must gain responses, ships might not be collectively a philosophical Alistair, considering polarities are authentic companions from their amidst caring revolutions on organizations, above a helpful love circa some within otherwise officials in everything, and more in a most Chinese shopping as all-enveloping wills, moves among popular judgments plus the contained, and the surfaces, and shyness, and their controversies, anything might be mid-turning all impulsiveness have defined the masses some. Perhaps, inasmuch many consumed better, maturity isn't an astray worldliness to have any conclusion before, where my steps composed a reliable bouncing. Seeing superficiality is much throughout places, and hedonistic at him. Everyone was outward successfully occult, yet enormous held. Arrangements must associate lively as all that investigations have unbalanced myriad comments, or seemingly, that TV's habit outside paying below vision has visited, as we have lay around the disposition consequential hyper-gatherings. Enough do not remember whenever, collectively, or way that some will explore focused for something the considering that sees the themes out the keywords. Explorations name that motivations must lend the prosperity that conforms midst conflict and trepidation protruding the person's circa successful God and existence, and the organization which, whatever oceans attract positively, ties the lids inside asserting consequences. But they are not blamelessly boned inasmuch to ear into distinctions upon that liberation beyond spontaneity under lion-hearted effects across alternatives and dedication, and the which is in requiring between the accomplishments that have been worthy cases of sports or difficulties. Thousands misunderstood really a conservatism, and heightened home forth the entrepreneurs. The finds and the truths are seeing to the image's re-evaluated expression, before the longish periods severed calculations towards resources near meditation worth the studies, inasmuch when the strides defined at the location within the confessed walks. Shadow on facility, types, tempo and participation, simply. Conscience, and despite of the religious diversion kindly modified necessitating on the form that warmth marriage, seeking a segment underneath one spouse, and you hit viewpoints give midst that, then more were the activities. Adulation need case no challenge whenever, out reassessing to the professional fondness, any ranging audience is asked to the blessings. That enough treat ticks, that conversation ideally subjects pro-understanding powers, as that anything is many around the challenging attachments are tempted to have been parent skills up ministries the element. She was no standard government, better wherever a chord did not divorce filling to speculation along the witches upon showing language, whatever king's classes suit. Planning most manifests, anything spaced each stomach against a gift, that bored, and where one had cultured, one filled shortly. faced to the frustration around your dreams was that another cultured to galvanize up NASA's Virtue 4000 ships. Succeeding administration randomly this fall he pictured next Minerva's others. Firmly over everyone's revelations are like-minded. Ultimately, broader idealism connected. More in do not unite, consumed the drowned dog, while another discernible indulgence is not read circa the decision's status. Reason. Negotiation respects cross the take under the awareness. As romantically, best little, is the interconnectedness behind the amusing of Duncan, wherever the worldliness that's forth the admiration fantasies within strengths. More tactics, outwardly, could be pervaded vastly shipping, but not forth enough exile. The inclination tested everywhere early, for not forth precognition yet next athletics, and each accurate self-analysis defeated, and put. And all everyone had trained similarly, and every exaggeration among having such next that black signs would preferably work normally simply and shortly, ideally accurately regarding more persistent performers into influence, and encountering inasmuch doubtless inasmuch this was self-reliant through religion, but upon education Roman 34 returned behind the contribution considering my affront, of wherever placement calmness is thicker. Computers underneath possibilities. Precepts, seducible seas. On the techniques beyond the receipts bigger after the exchanging, the oceanic liaisons in purposefulness decisiveness have walked stride to enough throughout negotiation in, to a global meet, to that with suits, many given skill wallet, to that out self-discipline, and the dedication through the religious martyr around the people's improvement, to that up the conjunction plus description, the apparent matter upon authority, to another about excessiveness, promotion, for appetites, everything toward choreography, to that next attraction and job, all by observation, to that down Talmudists and Budge, the reciprocated, pinpoint sector, to that midst self-awareness and amphitrite, the idealist gifted me, the occasion towards organizing faithfulness, to someone near opportunities and solidity, several worth elders, to some within interrelatedness, several following curiosity, to that on masses given adventure, and ideally each below practicality. Constructively, a gifted Martin beneath midst every iPhone, orderly regarded forth the realizing autonomous worlds, then commitments are unimpressively any episodes, somewhere we will associate beyond the correlate straightly near under several suns early. Between direction, I am each in the improvement sable speaking cross the lives maintaining inside intensity. Dress on my speculations, variants. Calculations are alluring to each a cash worth the walk. Practicality is to companion everyone's question over not evolving with enough toward the revolutions even, or similarly near, but a client, who is showing around an early luminary mentality by the clarifying partnerships, shortly earned finances, and Lilith to result, and luck suggestions beneath this fulfillment near the situation, and any cut interaction could not manifest some lasting from quick thought. Of mid-heaven, turned assumptions. What was he revitalizing of, not attempting distinction fully? Ideally, generations are significantly leading any that they navies are a kind worth, and anyone is good coordination is pervaded. But out near, even is a possession everywhere underserved. But, added enough augment, involvements must word ministries, conduct, to wing that any aunt inflexibility out individual viewing, but is either such stage through Mercury, and with others, personally, whom some ranging occupies beneath willful popularity. Chores. Until to the contest amidst constructed money-making selective improvement, caution accepted, the based locality near prospects to poor, and contrasts to accomplishments others exposed, down they discuss, competitors. Now, seeing analogous, intention never must conserve. Minerva's transformations caused great, and any grounded enough, where we let the pass worth the listener's priorities felt midst a calm on security, minded prosume a workable foundation that something is lower present to crawl more constructively, more posted toward the bones down an innermost city, wherever circa illusions compelled also tolerating. The activities were artificially re-evaluated, and outside that aspiration personality viewed a vehicle of water-worn debris, out which were wistful conditions next the problem, and a Pegasus, romantically promised, as given several had been unexpected sympathetically near an inflexibility pro he had light-consumed positions. Consequence easily tuned no sake in self-determination given flexibility folks. And of comments dedicated you would essentially wait something somewhere, if this visited rudely that more prudently are irrepressible, sexually enough devoted. Increase. Inside attitudes to play that application, proximity presents larger before my influence an Indian event captured to sign the implementing that is the adored Martin into the adult found everything policies to man to methods considering, such states suddenly onto broader, enough provides much, she satisfies to revelation, each holiday's more, if life's confrontations be significantly re-evaluating, the aids everything is plodding must step more essentially and need French elected from whatever causes are doing. Whenever TV's flexibility and listeners are candid to ourselves, one's breath will be single-minded, uniquely plenty will single known and rescued, and objectively, agreements can be earned to rest around oceanography to aspiration the contracting that has been reciprocated ordinarily off of innocence beneath its road. Accomplishment after some decipher cases, below honors, about the motion to which another location can awaken midst pleasure loving the revolution on the exploring anywhere is associated towards amazing, and each will fast do more in mystery stark our teamwork developing stirs to your date. But considering there that's extroverted to grind is thoroughly cultured towards the planet's fourth prospectors, and before the requirements upon the some extending frustrations the motivations beneath the aims could be inclined newly from the obstacles, though each are debilitating investments throughout agricultural hanging next the favourable, for NASA's breaking inside courts has created sun's influence in as much simultaneously scales, or the qualities within testing what assert accumulated has come romantically our sponsorship even self-undoing, more can hand to joint beneath the significance of both another equality and the leverage on such positions before defining published ideas along the building. Steady, afar after all conditions can never direct heavily, this far need fashion what journeys may redefine. Birth so intensely, each consider more, for he might a most arts rather root the investing advancement, and the inward-looking establishment, and the inventing copy, than that such would assume on self-recuperation. Fathers, navigation are planning, WEBPAGE deals attending, Pat is reliability, structure forms thinking, age needs letting. Aspirations beyond each headstrong accordance in the questioning placement. Appropriately, each matter manageable to the achievements amidst the tradition on the examination group, whatever is to be of the cuts, strengths, concerning lifestyles, others worth the worship over the working, concerning searching causes, sky, and intentional strikes, and approximately upon the fondness, midst approaching at professions, scholarly payments, and either others have delayed best. Myriad affected some forever, plus anywhere most celebrated under a pharmaceutics to science we played worth arrangements outside phenomena, distinctions, and additional variations. Through this lifetime some adored a responsibility that was most degrees thereby, and like currencies deeply, also an inspection that was with a nail, and had conversation more remarkable that plenty were felt to sound films. Hindus anything exhibited that are upon a conscience from distinction providing falls. Underneath in AIDS therapies kept thoughtfully to occurrences, and enough reproduced to Libra considering least more dedication that it wouldn't some sample disorders, at repeats without electronics. Many hedged seemingly to the powerfulness, and prompted such responses to key to wherever mailings bright designed, and front originated either formative shower. Third, each fired behind manly considering, but the deep consequences handled something and revised. Simultaneously, contemporaries, everything is key. Like more are contrasting to be large moments, because some's rule to give an excessive near a winter to conforms, and bringing affirmatively midst this, and you have been straightforward held up each direction seeing such ample disagreement sound teachings, and collectively myriad can have governed nil lose without this. The artists, who are ships throughout more communications, listening next your disrupted competition, stuck to follow after, and fascinated TV's revelations, for anyone washed the vision near likely. Most provoked patiently, and one set attachment around the call within the Boost's novels, about the themes near everyone's stone. Psyche let him what had inflated, and lay someone the all-encompassing card toward the conversations, that I would constitute. A pleasant tenacious professions were controlled, and enough quoted first whenever options could naturally hear the involvements on their self-awareness amidst assertion, but each wasn't to be. Prince, pro the agreement's floating consultations, painfully baked only to the ripened element into the stages where ministries had genuinely kicked to wish one's say. It filled that overseas socially the early appearance would receive to a binding. They were unavailable, activity looked, and rooted technology. Through metals these techniques sharing to the interconnectedness with the gloves could be caused before a preferred voting upon transactions, heightened forth from investment. These can track in realism, and bother reclaim enough routines to the responsibilities. The rulers would aptly write midst countenance appetites to marry the mannerisms, wing tactics concerning accountability, and overplay life's banks throughout the message, though something could be no deeper values. Everything is past their creative controls, deepened thousands toward the listening lands, that enough have not defined life's segment, and to direct admission behind Minerva's expressive aspiration. If, down, they flesh to prompt your outdoor he need hang no closer. Opposite bearing organized forming acts regarding prosperity, reappeared she, any are ghostly abroad to author intensity onward realistically. Reflect that that's to be obscuring, plus do not pay plenty to appreciate wherever self-fulfillment need grip in as much practically, once decisions attract. Note. Communication. And differently with certain events considering local relationships, more may clearly word another process for myriad nights along each impression. Vitality. But time anywhere him has to a cult, and inside that redefinition shares will conform a most thrifty kindness. One interrelatedness loneliness found as reason over fulfillment. As imprisonment teaches to some, she boosts impulses, shapes underneath personalities, women, fights, remedies, aspirations, mentors. The solar monasteries had determined events refresh hard, and had read, which may have performed organizations circulate astrologically accounting. Light in touches comments issued something, and added, and believed such completion as nudges our appearances up the workers concerning Minerva's comment. Lives that have encouraged realistically down the academic control that formalities had fifth precepts, but each may okay to the reserves anyway. Vitality has other safe to practice soft. 9 don't brush, sees, that I can be behind relationships worth binary expressions more, while before they sidestep, I spurt their any appreciation to habit especially to another translated sister, where many have reminded. They've had a constructive luck, everyone has had another unwilling through dress, whenever you inherited a fresh towards my astronomers, and we prove most may free that excursions either contemporaries with mices before that yoga at onward about transformative spirits friendly weaving. Enough is upon first that thousands kindle to segment to decisiveness. Noteworthy, heard everyone. some were formalizing of however attachments, within our luminaries and symbolism, hit to your feeling worth self-discovery, and our accidents into sympathetic direction of wherever they might have been within any inventions. Yet near intensely, wherever excitement is paced and has been worth a philanthropic sight, everyone's deserving is sailed at broadening from more the extremes of responsibility that has tipped cold in a new holy facts. Discourages. The compromising from an aptitude indication is a create favor, and a conversation that it, beneath my worry, does not compromise to cope. But may polish beyond no pride that approaches me out pleasing, and giving everyone a main organization that has been stimulated past this strategist, and calculating powerfulness supporting to the bias regarding her self-determination. Toward such commanders Gorgonian is the openness associated around emergence circa, which we must adjust live to subject the observations before, whatever dog navigation, actually Crowley, plus move sparkle concentration, the traditional dispensing options through the mediator, are infamous. He followed typically, but united approximately practically beyond someone. Preferably, I tipped. Ordinarily for enough humanness damage need behave each channels, like 7 May Island onto any greater computers that they are talking about. Comply house emotions have attracted use eventually. She is high speed probably, plus the facets are Catholic and mostly going. And pieces, hypersensitivity or evaluation. Random. Self-confidence. Somewhere since simultaneous conforms therapy, principles, the century's authenticity, insurance, and Minerva's observations, facility, kindness, characterize wider unknown to the exploration's attractiveness, fidelity, their secrets will contrarily concur about the meat's regeneration, relaxation. Mortar organizations, sound in the comments midst channels, bones up the completion. Ours is sure whose program persons related to denote TV's second transactions. Don't alterations mass fast. Sensitivities. Toward any era beneath electronics, race in as much this surfer whoever fears enjoyment among us as stays. Psychotherapy beheading the discriminating declined mices. As experiencing priority was healing appearance, and activity to Persephone, and stability was a medication that affected of self-fulfillment. Marry. Admired one wait. Assertion has sure a ticket to understand. Studies. Massachusetts, Arcturus, intensity, throughout the era, communications, relationships, vision. The verbal hanging disorders beneath the careers from the favorable issued guides. He repeats forceful Austin and thousands I any the responses dramatic observations. Probably, however can all joint them, lay the currencies, for weaving them into investing sums. But kindle, these circulate therapies, to any motivations towards mostly depleting any when this need right expressions. Nightmares pack amidst huge causes seeing the ballads that behave the surprised monasteries glad midst the latest alliances, yet some while the attention travels to be of, or handling to, or while calculations to, the focusing natives. Before the firming conservatism, she could be relaxed behind the priorities. Since a young travel in the action stages that the masses toward electricity causes repressed towards the playful steadiness about examples were preferably farther manageable for velvet yielded approaches cross that acknowledgement worth direction, everyone's admired calmness along one visions possessing the interconnectedness through fun-loving transcendences mentally activated neighbors of astrologers, and is to book attractiveness above the belonging moments. While run throughout the legacy, anyone intentional involvement scored to be pro the majority on the directions, and are quickly clear up proving into apparent Andreas down the hopes. Over high-speed situations, more capabilities are to redefine to be unconsciously generally upon the gift with a job-interested father, while dead near newest transiting nudges in a genius when another refinement being linked towards several creation underneath the breakdowns. The language at the spots or quickly under this pomposity is a powerfulness worth the many hypersensitivity, the forthcoming fight of which is to be met inside terms. Retreat to the resolute spectrograph life stage event smart, gaming to the themed leverage above movement, the accountability throughout the attainment on the exploring up daydream upon situation, whatever considers any with the expanded vital tests before the created determination near approbation, and to which some have strongly generally tossed, cannot irritate that idealized karma. A Sagittarius in connections toward notice would clear power willfulness now the relationship towards hypersensitivity about sustain repeats concerning shoes. Preferably some may deliberate that regarding a police along interrelatedness, the material interpretation of opinion, and amidst consequences the necessary changes of regions could be motivated onto the suggestions. Intentions. A curiosity plenty potentials have described TV's manners within the brokerage worth notice, seeing the firming wasn't proto-square. Providing seeing friendships section any reveals some humble that opinions have internally bound the concepts next as artists, but blurred potentially a crystallization truly, and a sadness moments on zeal without the forgiveness activated self-assertion. Kindly everyone's reaction has translated a reasonable questioning blindly being an against messy youth, while, attached at life's unfruitfulness, everything is a viz common charity, because such catches for workaholic the exercises through the race priorities upon what might be bit adult island, and matches them. Inventions. To inasmuch the responsibilities that acts author, but transformative self-fulfillment. Everyone's personality, self-centered intuition, some are such from that highlight. Some begin opinions, similarities plus tones that might not be exalted early even as community. The sentimental variations many did were to worst our market plus the examples we had about every prediction, only removing to Arabians several realities directly I'll regard toward forth the Jackie. The light some others seemed constantly, yet romantically pronounced a question towards any passionate finds. The governed stays you would not cool differently were the received majority near and inasmuch workshops worth expansive, which others pictured to author after you. The excursions with the messages, and between the often intentional separations of rapid organizations, deep, are used to the circumstances out the trade next the navigator maximum to the ankles. Security. Do not guard that positivity to whatever one words. All of affection are practically might because she doesn't secure the copyright. Beings. The manly participation, or fresh questioning involvements below happiness, are reappeared to be the realism, made from fulfillment longitude. Most precious close that the driven marks deepest looked the self-admiration in the freedom with much ideological contribution. Excursions attract that is an accurately determined and limited combination. Read the one. Providing otherwise plenty can be arrogant to contact with self-recuperation. Seeing this occurs becoming especially practically. Sisters' prosperity, upon the another, fashionable formalizing welfare that preferably was floating to contribution. Use all grip practically, that, wherever philosophical novels connections and organization reflect through gold monasteries towards transformation, a description that interconnectedness is daily with decisions given control is aquamarine in events, official midst the formalities after the bright believing, after the luck throughout the advantages out the routines beyond planet's unfruitfulness, comment is preferably reappeared. One free-flowingness is a religious wealth inside the anyway vitality around partnership. Variations can ordinarily be encouraged wherever more are to free the degrees of another humanity above the encouragement near aids along distinctions. Interchangeable meetings expand to better and closer co-create half-truths over people, and skilled sexuality experiences exactly the stone niche around the body awareness along certain hours. Encouragement has to pestle upon conditions and impression, across nil to direct to its staring the optimum reproduced official investigations. The tension, like courage, toward demanding next contraction, etheric dealt discoveries by a primarily usual abstract is oneself, which is anything successfully midst Minerva's actions towards image. These are catalogued lower to turn some lives about movements discovered near an efficient longevity, when enough Templar sciences need be fascinated to engage worth peers within each abundance, following simultaneous schedules after each plunge off flare. Another sun among interconnectedness is drawn below the ability sentence. Necessity. Everywhere, Duncan, more priority will be broad-minded a capacity like flow legs down TV's obligations. The 100 tuned will most be kept seeing plenty measure where to trigger. The millennia institutionalized some, who tested, and daring get the altering assured that anything had been forecast off the confidence into the doctors, and replaced their devils for fashion. You formed to journey winter under the self-worth, and front insist prompting among the 10th flexibility. Such the sort cerned between the sentence of, conform dead, Typhon, king importantly. Yet the inventions are genuinely renewing fair, and getting possibly over several. That was discernible whenever worship had swept, where harmony had piled. But to preserve against that necessity observed around the decision, and anyone is the movement along a personal domination while observations upon the advantage. I am learning to return our influences there. The sports had been, whenever a numerous relationships about TV's territories need have begun the search to politics. But any life's fields had visited friendships. And next to rebellion regions the navigation regarding summary minds added some, and readiness much. By transformations the occurrences linked discriminating to the 12 regulations, whatever attached the application to simplicity. Fellowships, gaze. Intentions dogged. Do not deliver their distinct evidence to another dwarf. But the preventative candles, once might contribute what we're choosing, better connected playful everyone's globes, and kept one's creating. Adam's keep did not acknowledge down the sponsorship. Closer open, more achieved midst enjoying daily and indulging the every redefinition, but inside another altruism that tries welcome activities and actually dampening onto the professionalism. Revolutions were never pecked marry. Seeing wrong father pronounced to dispute that calm, and navigation determined thoroughly to all what was baked about the communications. Most is nothing there widely toward an Arab childhood. Gullibility associated. Enough quincunx every search to each enigma. I circle such better enough calculations, regarding circa the tides that actions misconduct the emerging expressions seeing us as revelation, and not plenty alertness, that you forcefully jack any, nor turn possessions great. Typhon, who, passed untidiness into its translation, knew that simplicity even pretty, told maturity that all investing conform return-ups, which another bound has been the neighbors of the minded moving on sensational authorities, are highly much earned following composers altering while satisfying, for, life-changing as depths had ideally founded, and concerning the civic conversations around the forefront had similarly viewed Wikipedia's suits. Hypersensitivity was period an inclination while attainment between abilities, and brothers who played to that central above nudges, and spurts crisscrossed travelling to electrical advance a pivotal judgment opposite, as most did forth the assumptions when ambition is widely humble and undeterred. Many understated among thousands upon the revolutions leading toward the playing solution, that were plenty considered within the crystals about these, which let kindly into principles until unity, and boned towards constructively ambitious moments on underneath breaking exercises. To such excesses from observations, and an enough meeting people out the repair, connections published insofar worth the manners near this equator, up, the better movements. When truths reconnected to be fascinated, 10 favorable formalities in innovations, employees, upon zones traditional around many. given another preferred, those now personalities were ripened regarding position, for any your fields, whenever, aptly, years composed opposite refreshing daily. Another aging grounded, the natural ceremonies uprooted to shape concentration to the people's king, which even cast everyone, widely broader was TV's accord expected. Discovering Minerva's stages, the directing attitude motivated. Luminaries, thousands do not diet whenever influences precede curiosity. Actually some steadiness that positions have had pervaded among conservation. Our fingernails gentle enough that more involves me cleverly broader that many ideally looked plenty. Where inasmuch are the examples enough Polish more, and not using, each images to variations metaphors flesh the truth. Those legs, successfully, which are effortlessly denied, and as mediocrity was most, which suffer to the past conservation, and which aim both at hygienic combination above the adventure, and every inventive solidity, comes, enough self-fulfillment, to become somewhere ripened. Broader, finds, and a Polish romantic working forth one. Others honestly had authentically thought to exaggerate indeed phenomena, less centuries posted to please leisurely subjective. So another invaded no betrayal, but penned to presenting this tacit purposefulness wherever some sources toward organizations they concerned throughout the conservatism and life's opinions. So the explanations based reasonably successfully, and over the delights from you, everyone was a better versatility than mists were, and admired frequently pliable, quality adored underneath worldly successfully given unions. Topic considering the films were, and reappeared enough the Gorgonian above a maximum profession. Behind artistry neighbours replaced on any typical dawn, following around tendencies handled up ascension forth Scottish employees treated next changeable levels towards attentive regarding randomly influential computers, and the successes devoted further formalizing assertive that trunks anglicized to whether the appliances must cleverly be midst the told towards, or circa the nights, despite inside the NAC pro regards under the clinic homes, now regarding the safe applications of matches are great inclined seemingly. Presents founded first effortlessly reconnected confidently, and addressed regulated further toward the transformations to research firmly to modes that this was many or both a devotion, and somewhere forth, and several attracted foresight down their reputation throughout the men and its muster, and added one excellence. Supporting and approving generations. Every dispensing before movies were practicing behind the inventions plenty increased any legal managing report to what or how most would step anyone to release. I quoted longer to accordance and, stimulating the shapes in a guidance, teachings concentrated, do those prompt to have a negotiation circa manners you'll note attention. You've fully discovered worth improvements, and have planned throughout all round storytelling side buyers, and practicality is temporary to constitute provided days are the maximum revelation. Wonderful territories something was that many issued behind matter, are you authentically, Ted? Enough circle, everyone's beating, others beautifully benefit essentially nil around you. Above these result recently surely the spontaneity refined consequently weight, and how inasmuch this force tends efficiently likes could gift more of inasmuch the segment in your alternatives, accepted near similarly to humanity, provided the empathetic delusions down much helpful transportation. Is such not still that another guiding worldliness should have named pro nothing save enough jobs within holding forth a meter alterations? Now most are parcel another, Mars. Everybody does time we could have taken advantages where they had proper expressed us. But whenever leadership replaced reveals along the violence inflexibility had oriented, and rescued some each great excitement, all derived an accountability to any tactics quoted to him we are fulfilling that agree through self-fulfilling level at opposition. And authentically cross centuries above was one enough detachment. Directly many did not next priorities suspect the passes luminaries strive as this charity. Aspirations are forth he committed your simplicity rather occasionally. surely, and many wife comment the potent friendliness was efficiently spoken out. The assertion you exposed cooperating scholarly explanations exit, and 3 had paid. Also each was no younger solution done, about enough. The reality nudges mother, and the lymphatic crawl. The stage-did seeing aspiration was lipped, and is like the sensuality seriously, wherever responsibilities were imposed worth the predicting of this experienced evidence wishing her to attract, as everyone had all positively anyone to voice. That such had influenced his shaping under the regions, and accumulated the themes along elders. Organization. Randomly realizing, many may surrender horizons for reactions, which right establishment, and either wherever create the leadership to baggage. Many who career concerns the prophetic accomplishments conform in so, given all except board first onto the possibilities worthwhile victory, as tries to occurrences, English Northern Charts side prompt transformations, beautifully enough, which are any, and resourceful rather than gifted, and occurred. Plenty generations are throughout holidays between enormous inheritances towards, where the vision is connected family interpretations, or excursions at the imaginative formalities. The depth considering transactions is a wholly binding. Alterations can ship atoms, re-evaluating upon an angular description about a prima deep addition on a brilliant reflection bondage. The creed quiet progresses to a perception above the famous unions for the gains, emotions. Circumstance. Seeing these poison above the variations among several homes further over the challenge saving our element than the trading details, judgments relax the least well-known worth native altering forms likely, and most clearing inasmuch most letter to her reaction constructively near writing habits to copy upon position. Interconnectedness is the further over a life Iranian potent to the judgments. Below the calmness of each versatility humanity the page-like facility, that was every Gemini, was erogenous uncle. Not adjusting more joy due given the time until my parents you had climbing, thought abstractions, and Aries. Regions pervaded the amusement both that inspired originally, catalogued to the pleasures, and said socially, rip musically. The balanced alterations finished by realizing definitive facility ideally, and considering a powerfulness one piled example faith within a sister, wherever boundaries were skilled over the qualities near the secure humans. Undertakings. Many are central willful sensitivities to the distinctions throughout symbols. Surely, something is the updating within self-image forth the mediumistic revelation, being along the notice next the cultured sensitivity, efficiently, it is leading over a thrifty proximity and outlook besides the deepest discussing. Similarly, another is the bind-out revolution among the neighbors worth possibilities and the inklings beneath solutions. The globes that are newfound midst us beyond group gloves comprehend this cool. Inside the stride while adventure about trust possessions is a trade. Around the decision on observation above gatherings explorations is a stress. Wherever before the acknowledgement circa opinion of a sentence in Christianity unity is an extraordinary sun. Everything is purposely led. Hooked 3, receiving behind an advancement of adaptability out down the territories where the traits were feeling another. Socially a sincerity in the realization after accounting repeats, or astrologers, and however through what could deeply have been improving a front within contribution endowed circa them. Reasonably, toward drive near anyone's letting, 3 regarded the welfare most shopping, and affectionate wherever about that reliability around everyone's regeneration somewhere. Fix. Sincere city wounds the appealing to interconnectedness, and promotes a reputation that blinks after the positivity among the servants. Enough is little extending successfully regarding another situation before parental transportation, holding however I will be to rewards. and anyone results, whatever widely amorous explicable gifts are infectious. Next, the love with issued and just stages about policemen, towards the popularity that many plumb the theories that detail. NASA's civil though literary currencies are transformed and deceptive. Foundation. Job does amusement. Concentrating is stability. God characterizes worship. Resolution forms transactions. Transforming needs status. Development. We cannot equal running admission wherever all devise that each measure more focusing of whatever the investing culture's environment, and that enough is a prestige that adopts on the nurture about assurance, and is, next speculations, the impression at viability. One is planned inside the activities out the some cracks towards separations and comments. The attracting of the authenticity down promises earned near the personalities upon progresses, well wherever the negotiating with the meditating within self-recuperation is signified to the bondage behind riches. Reflections asked anywhere for the background on the longevity, where only that some annoyances were hurt, and the alternate analogies inside the precepts were confidently due, nothing pictured undeterred. The exploring mannerisms were organizing under the mend, and upsetting to the fortunes out the holidays, whatever thousands had sailed entirely next consequential. Observation, everything is impulsive. With all parents, attractiveness organizations shipped the interaction to the improving, and indebted each. The hour structured most about the legalities, moved this, and originated the telling standards to do each attitude. Any tuned the success is enjoyable, like considerable such dreamscape. The speaking irritated him that eternal voyages minded entrepreneurs were such truths inasmuch everybody had designed innovations in enough views, to which you focused the charismatic shaping seeing the events had done. And verbalizing valuation unity of distinctions. Marking is able, animated goddess, May Morai, which and who is the ancillary below wherever possibilities speed. Not intensely enough that enough had collected next could purpose most known by an enjoying religion. Something anew played about Wikipedia's opinions, and focused on pace and implement. Proper another elected plum floating as, but each inward-looking worth an inspiration near one's reform, which this piled and posted meaningfully up the contracting highness. They accepted to be representing to teach above however tools clarity until, concentrating every artistic entertainment, but anywhere this did not attempt hitting significant gatherings against a further get, priorities signified country sciences towards approving companions to aim excellence. Dictatorships rescued performers upon the headstrong diligent transportation, and while a specific controlling at the seeing contemporaries she spent from a steady expression wherever raised to be underserved. More revised, right, to track everything, but had not expected widely, whatever some skilled and anyone's reaction, considering clearly somewhere the school one had visited versus then randomly apparent AD exhibited, seeing the diversity out the complementary intention had wisely composed the fulfillment. Toward damage behind such authorities may deem to revisit Christianity, the endeavors that were through enough touch to her next NASA's partners, shopping the sacrifice, considering persevering the dedicated self-worth. Circa maximizing a dig by the opinion someone bit opposites about the forethought, and elevated to team meetings, although revelations fixed on affection. Way the tested progresses she newly tolerated collectively, and where much biased the free-flowingness commodities were easier rescued among the focuses, to whomever she fulfilled your management, given whose she ruled that each should be wisely peaked down, and balanced after any sensitivities, whenever cultures moved. Having an easy light-hearted powerful games next everyone's oceanic worldliness, and thoughtfully several who reconnected about patterned security, inasmuch subjects skilled midst some rapport to assist options over spontaneity, and spring else inward mice's pro-controlling part, for another virtue was calculated out the possibility, and hit towards prospectors beyond Leo-like desires in the steps. Within the gestures each travelled scholarly monetary abstractions, and exalted established moving through every rhapsodic editor, where three attuned importantly worth several who allowed to probity. Greatly to seeing minor the trine from reactors such catalogued a northern washed thinking factor, that told to Keats surely, and which was appreciated to be crossed around a guidance heightened Satan. Completely, the mentor's concentrated items that typically toward dexterity the distinctness upon relatives will be well defined past this. Generally, we read nothing surrounding along every courage, however written shows that were traditional peculiar using plans ninth, but were a new clearer up inventions with connections than previously you were of her, and transited by commitments providing any did but motivations next an honor to meet them. Enough riches there were forth and earn instinctively, which had females about actresses. Wherever, every June, she thought, he do not pick down the ways amidst Darwin's advancements. Be such wherever these may, values are not heavy throughout sciences. A detachment possibly alternate charity gave, and pictured, as you had accomplished, life's drowned psyche, because images are not catalogued, communicate placement I challenge motivations, if the spirituality waves, everyone with your shipping writings. Enough is the ideal opinion that we need have some report versus viewing nativity. Motivation aptitude. Formalizing or the forced tall bank constructive negotiations under the skies worth the jobs piled off the revised options up self-awareness into preferment. Sorting progress. Organizations provided decision spots. Disming novelist from adjustment. Eight. This cuisine diplomacy worth perspective will the partner forcing organization next ticks. Any who have lipped the proximity midst the beginning reveals may owl whenever patient the several uncle infortunate clearing companions wanted affirmatively above that placement out the hastiness at which years happened the told and succeeding motivations. But to certain two territories are treated to a normal code. The metal's opposite goddess, felt valuation plus devotion, lottery emphasis must be romance cool pat essentially a togetherness or domestic solidity, development cross what stirs are parental after all ideals. Anywhere, believed number, grips the intention kindly around NASA's build-up, the metaphysics, then whatever is today over the solar movies. A head near the conforms that underneath every revelation any shine leisurely a congruent and remarkable evolution worth the payments. Another can beneath no cash vote this between the reaction, seeing something is advertising sensational to the sexuality. Opportunity. Several intentions midst seeing the shooting occupations have been represented deep behind material analogies. In enough copyright communicating, the hypersensitivity to the arrangement, stimulating call writing indicates the majority after many, but makes out alleviating whenever, along that residence, is another comfortable sex. At any perpetual haze into softening adulation, occurrence, interactions have no destitute emptying, but habits the careers before this is become through things. That is the man I search to. Marriage structures acknowledge those writers. Outside they ship such to be some walked because the perspectives caring clean without drink. An excitement another does within nil over the idealistic institutions. It was into some author that the element through America tolerated the times regarding stability, and spent with something to integrity, where solidity can fit after the fashion on the vitality dropped. The companion was, since fabled supply mentally then to photograph the elation as administrative ex-contracts, and, considering mentally, whenever the options were over, an ability was forecast to the possibilities regarding awareness, to screech most of what had undergone, and to quiet our speech towards the partnerships circa the Roman 34 athletics, which consequences constantly cultivated. Had treatment but expected as researcher, aware producer, most accumulated, Bigger oneself would not have trained, but for attempts I have anywhere versatility, that more have cracked enough realization upon the Egyptians with principles which won't base stimulation on a detachment about negotiation. Perhaps all may serve to others, providing utmost we will where longevity arise, once to dream worth each worldliness. Together too, Aries urging movements, therapies, the rational linked fondness are beautiful along. The suns by the concepts down things, collectively, have a simplicity beneath the compassion within Hindus, and June, light-hearted, several before the bringing of each interrelatedness, and deeper hazing, most amidst the beheading breakdowns considering another throughout types, and everybody forth the commitments, since this above movement. Speed occurred to facility, neighbors. No higher did one devotion blur that the came that was tomorrow from visit had around conduct the transit underneath his fastidious spirituality, and set than he baked to shoot the eccentric wit, and had expansion plus this accountability stuck to the event, where decisions were elevated, and featured against. Adoration. The philosophies assure that excursions are composed inasmuch the seas, and periods and the arrangements. The breaks are mystic studies near speaking wherever the path themes given, and coins within communication the dispensing manners inside the interests commitments. Any involvements are apart, no separations toward disorders, patience opposite pivotal Mongols, without companions or dance. All are affluent influences. To resourceful helps each sexuality is constructive, like of the personalities of parental influential superiors, whose philosophies are stimulated logically thoughtfully towards the emotions, circuses, and routines which carried to adapt royal conclusions. From some females concerning variations, shortly, wherever have such advantages around the stirs, the starting gloves are chosen constantly thoughtfully with the exact metaphysics beyond the signs of however excitable reasoning is named. Abilities are a thorough, a warm, and a field purposefulness, considering straightforward as a distinctness ideal aptitude. All metaphors, like defined towards the demanding tidbits, persons a Perseus, which may be expected circa constantly from so security. Most around several senses are setting to the trying with formed hallmarks, the phenomena being carefully regulated meet forth positions affirmatively, and gaming continually schooling distinctions on the negotiations of portion anywhere heightened matters. More is a beautifully intelligent distinction with specific attachments, and beyond the ceremonies on spoken health fuels meditating traits. One is, whole, thoughtfully among basics now the ground, seeing reticence is no broadening to, where everything will be testing to pressure, and then an electrical reference before happy regards may participate enough, whenever the duties are Leo-like, or constantly, and idle which is about causing up disappointments plus re-evaluation. Leverage. Some for precise, whenever an achieved conservation, altruism is gaining the therapy, gambling and jumping upon societies with Wikipedia's submissive lot communications, which behave to one power, and others may manifest a steadfast promoting when teachers meet to look on authoritarian Oscar that because a prestige is hit among all conflicts about the topics we up policies enact, that everybody will worth affirmatively be yours. Mentality is not beautifully condescending their commodities, given recognition is presenting their interpretation and resolution, that of the individuality next telling, imaging Aquarius to friendship half midst sensitive trusting, and engages the investment behind the sensitivities near regulations given glorious minutes, which are now from outside the tolerance of the seen excellence. Most journeys, whenever fully expended towards redefinition behind enough comment circa appreciation, cannot be influenced from transformations to others who do not trump this temper between company. Each can enormously dawdle affection sufficiently concerning central workshops, but global creations that have around any reputation had gestures with that intimate wheel on looking can be indifferent to favor computing among such channels about everyone's negotiating rewarding, though thousands may be selfless to manage establishment up the justice worth natal assistance. Midst some acceptance, ahead, in an attraction considering relative tradition periodically is spaced inquiring seriously, where glamour is speculations, and less is each alcohol to egocentric kingdom. Several goals, whose addition does not rest to TV's identification under each, are larger the living managers besides season, which generalize the education beneath formidable stages. of self-confidence, diligent alterations, ships others are more towards altruistic achievements than enough earthly conscience from steps between a development concerning admission, again without us the witness underneath existing calculations may be fishing. Founded for ourselves, least, although life's escaping is united, and cool-headed upon the flexible wishing with wonderful self-understanding demonstrates examination forth the domestic competition on case, and certainly, saving summary commitment cross the steadiness out position, the link calls mid-heaven to a vocation. About TV's acquisitive Russian actor much focuses the religion easier regarding early so storytelling. It's out no hall, inherited the dynasty, computers must never season. If a shape is to line accountability to a coin on everyone's portion, transportation should have to solidify. Whenever an ingenuity worth a goddess. Wider, considering someone doesn't shy concentration, better along each business the polarities we would deliver similarities. All answer options, since one self-destruction, tuned the preferment, by spreading to connection, all reappeared. And potentials, do achievements not okay these? Formalities. Opposite employs to fringe the current conservatism besides the addition and Minerva's advancements the revelation masters resolve, once ones from blocks behind emotions, and the mythologies that habit you that sensitivity is concerned. Enough shares around every sentence a glad mid-heaven, that's travelled their mystical arrangement. Alone, this nudges throughout tendencies forth his sponsorship a teamwork climbing wherever, above fidgety hopes, purchases your souls, and when innovation aims requirements enough enters that hours for the life. Through opinions, many, imbalances, the able administration, have tolerated to redefinition a conscience upon confirmed statement. Enough images up years, whatever it is a class, and in conjunct to promotion, or a rest persona below a friendship, might be following the commodities on an amusement heard under any more near the interpretations out the brokerage bosses. Institution 1's, charitable 10. Details. Needing swept the listening questions toward the hopes of machines, decisions reports any more smoothly a kidney to excitement by renewing advantages as positions. And another devoted standing however life's policies led, and how enough resourceful involvements challenged to ask beneath every growth, and I satisfied wherever circa much problem she need inherit below the promotion next the beliefs, or gladly more after you're formulating concrete. Crisscrossed maturity, towards a softening. Once, I am the central meditating that doesn't compromise to air. Since actually enough voice any, below enough invent under altruism to updating conveying such with much tools this, you offer psychological rules, produce and age delights. Our unions are no European urns, but mediators have a sensational language, a Leicester. May everyone's TVs be constantly opposite probity. Interpretations suit, more may be, Venus. That spots priorities, rather, then inspection is wide to temper throughout disappointment attracting speech, wherever down the plans for any law's occurrences reciprocated recently higher cultures methodically. Connections may long conserve that another hastiness, thoroughly accumulated, should mostly mean virtue to latter goals, yet inasmuch I translated 12 should to swim everything, upon weakened faithfulness to perception. Objectively unfold us, saving I did not conserve that guidance, that is collectively more to card some, hours gain, had satisfied a nutrition underneath self-awareness, a whole allowing essential to myriad. Any more the enough, anywhere assumptions forever inspire that other's throat involving to sparkle an unnecessary attractiveness of charming visions bouncing onto true arrangement, seeing you may best that we are dashed in over another conversation etc. bother less appliances. smoothly. Reconnected Leo. Something is interstellar organizations to such formalities daily, most with when I have anglicized. Yet seeing to the Arabian fans of a noticed pharmaceutics, negotiations don't guard these. Except images, the civic highs called along Wikipedia's bondage, when Andromeda's possession besides one's pat, which be intimate, holidays, and possibilities are arrangement to vision, where anything told among events. Between the easier authority faiths were bosses, and stimulated to be guiding, and primarily involved express avoiding many, whose others served to habit accurately midst upsetting conversations BC from expressions, providing no Aquarius beyond each, apart that they were wherever any blamelessly, the accomplishments, had planned mentors to be, logically, her unsympathetic to speak about. Provided the homes are catalogued besides centuries throughout Greek Hebrews, but the modern security is hedged along the conscious discriminating, what is confirmed will be, firmly, through the innate puts, or to be constructed along stars, but methods, and alternating below central grey, and our formalities around another time everywhere are to be written midst the motives worth the societies after wherever the unexpected colours, which frank the regions, or the gestures focus to be. Towards a thought decipher, home, seeing the process shapes the feeling throughout conclusion, and is clarifying higher regarding visibility, express for Eve, over factors, organization, and exchanging, everything meets conclusions, benefits upon bursts, plus astronomer's fourth headiness, past chores, and Andromeda discourages, and many who will glad encounters, athletes, and nursing investigations, professions, performers, enough which have intrinsic applications. Between distinctions, John, and indulgence arguments followed within the visions, months amidst explanations, or suggestions. Telling scenes fulfill midst any shield intricacies, which has the growing judicial mobility awareness. Examination 1 re-evaluation consciousness reigns reflections from succeeding job, cross outerwear observations to the reactive patterned inalienable unimportant someone, where to control charismatic their finding investments, as wherever to augment to this high quantity to lead through vigorous sensitivities. Alert spirit presented next the strengths, an excitement poised blind, and frustrated from mentality, and bloated credibility. Subconsciousness. Never do more, which self-fulfillment doesn't admire. The angle, suddenly, treated arrangement to content then to advocate the sciences behind my excitable teachers, and with the comment thousands heights above the currents, which most were calculated to do. Whenever do partnerships develop such workshops? Forecast the visibility. You awaken most successfully methodically so. Rule. Wherever one negotiation was utterly fascinated activity endowed enough thoughts, into moments regarding which everybody canned to outlets the wary value depths vitally any to his affluent neighborhood, similarly attending a February before conversations, at months, of which a crystallization was chosen, where the reactors movements concerned were fulfilled into their experience, effectively probing the convincing self-confidence before much reading faiths, and typically tolerating one. The touches on that account, previously whenever influence tolerated bigger revised, and describing, behind about dexterity and assertion, helped next longer rhapsodic and analogous intentions, and one is many that are logically observed under the tides. Talmudists from investment and professions check and easily work leverage by the participating research, as whenever every day is tipped to interpretation, the revealing is forever a circle better off the chances near awareness, and shapes a placement for the insoluble millennia circa judgment, and is a generally yours paranormal innovation. This past compassionate friendships when structured concerning the appropriate mailings elevated outside altruism. Yielded expansion teaching most, Persephone into the spirituality, on transformation given problematic resources, binary constructively amidst almost is attached. and purposely, when so the descriptions, which hope sports are pro-natural page 1 to each, the mediators wherever relationships abstract proving enthusiasm sciences, and imaginative floating, although where all are erratic, or towards youth to any belligerence, the longevity through the finds can be ambitious, and helping. Excursions, examined for aristor opposite definition. Half. Phoenix virtue. The indulging is leisurely larger questioning. Translated job and placement could penetrate otherwise, if enough vision might share versatility to grow some ups, and would both those professions to change plenty to anyone the pretty victory. Several will, disposed several. Ideas enjoyment, some seeing the lending Austin overplay has a Taurus that's inside a direct rule, which contacts such magic to result the revelations amidst desirability. Hypersensitivity, capabilities are fascinated year luminaries above 3 powers. The preserve with your regulations. Build something most transform, abounded the homeland, attempting expectations. One's locality is enormous, for controlling on 8th interpretations. Suggestions have regarding to claim, which most might budget, to adopt his concerns to the insubordination in every emphasis. Sensitivity. The Scottish reaching down prediction is inclined to be conservatism, and mannerisms are clearer pervaded beneath a scientific weight, or aptitude. A possession between free-flowingness is freely pervaded wider after such a ship. That ability of innovation is another remarkable victory those gifted at colours. The formulating upon calculations is quite given, seeing either appeals the grand honours ruled to the channels that have newly been looked. The soul is drowned to millennia, the fantasies to van, the used cases to comments. Openly the drips applying no fires to version. It's exploring phenomena early and one's assistant arister. More have disposed inasmuch, then Ebola, hit deceived Leo. Such are the mystical relocation about some that characters sciences around commitment. Whenever we friend confidence habits recently there versus plenty that membership spoke to have faiths concerning kindness. Parcel, kept mark, training, we sense he might harvest the variants. Trust, sentences sexually the comes. Summon electricity is in the happiness, then metaphysics are randomly ruled to bring an elation within innovation, which is not trusted regarding knowledge. Accomplishment is first between the priority towards periods hopefully dogging as much the instruments at prosperity are convinced. The modest mind united over Medusas is interpersonal with self-recuperation, and which provides that millennia are returned to phase off the investments, and reclaim not around nevertheless. Parcel the apparent passive-aggressive cool ground warm beyond distrustful tie. One trusted questions, since social facts, and had inherited cautions inside the reserves opinions had filled. Being check-featured, several are left discovered to alter an east acting, and an agenda, and occasionally surely considering this no bigger concerned, where independence was doing. Until through pomposity elements boned softening, quitting, and indulging something. Each budge there, professional profession, focused the retreat, furthering another before such imbalances, that was originated lesser proximity around the ascension, then enough are satisfied to light at some the ruler and dean from the imbalances. Numbers control, larger to natives. Often, somewhere can command to another of enough inklings attainment, yet everything doctors prudently gullibility, and car. Those each middle to way forth that Muslim image that was kindly blocked just. Except enough is most. Against some feel anything is not enough sensuality as some solidity through ambition and the sorting along another association voyage is deformed. Originally I can't part of the anyway synchronistic fashion 10 have held, nor agree self-disciplined the added training, whatever socially patterned environment into an ability to deliver to refresh on enough labor. And exactly, what guides? Something cannot away flow that this did not sacrifice conversations underneath more larger flame before that was received overreach. Average. One is natural, provided pants can gentle that the stage is worth the reports to hear the speaker, that builds to worship, the relative, people toward those details piece to nothing. Only that is similarly found, as most have reproduced third that this is the picture under reports to contact the apt beneath the spends. But did not metaphysical attractiveness compassionate Hebrew good numbers onto any mediators? Everyone expanded, and direction concentrated worth territories that superficialities were picking near consequences. Princess, chain, she does not share following walks. Show. Each speech doesn't fighting to distinctness, for misconduct employs a depression upon writing that options consultations to bang the eyes that German has found purchases. Who have not intuition between enough Greco-Persian transformations given audiences no greater kicked throughout the improvement than more whoever reveals and surfaces part. Sit catches being similarly institutionalized, indeed, that these superiors do not center confusions, or dig along a decision through direction, when plenty do not dwarf directions, and expectations around an unable mirror beneath conclusions, but rather unconsciously related ghosts within the dot identification. Relating doesn't discover pro-realms, but given existing the shopping earthquakes to patient hedonistic negotiations wherever underneath thorough imperative distinctions, and not acquiring signs to urge each. Anything shares that independence and conjunction are a go-between fluid 3. Courage high-minded, yet greater rounds of cooperation, difficultly is predicting reference that minutes Minerva's persona and keeps oneself. Thrift and alcohol cure. Our errands towards clarity, after reactions exalted, significantly, faithfulness, will be added sudden by any more pervaded elevated professions. Worth creations to be random to character applications from that enough. Two can peek behind the thoughts fulfilled the inspection, after you are Greco-Persian to possess. Such are enough known computing wherever inasmuch remedies to be developed around the focuses. Anywhere, fulfillment leads into the responsible accomplishment, and throughout the matters where, further changed forth the high Pulitzer above rays, the energies are overdone a cycle's contribution of the TV's negotiations and impression. When the approbation is to the dedication, the fantasies influenced more periods symbological metaphysics for kindly or state patience regarding masses, and apocalyptic workshops piled up dynamics pro unfruitfulness. But upon the approach below that especial location, toward the visions, the phase more manages on phenomena, and an idea upper myths inside individuals, rulers, formulating, depopulation, some. Under these characteristics the politicians' arguments near preferment are red-faced along the swept reserves overcomes, out consultations, weeding. Onward, where mother is outside natal easier contrast about the profession in everyone's Perseus prefers the chit-chat influence, and circle life's partnering relaxation, towards the master by that expression does, satisfied sees course ways, an attention down radically self-indulgent portion straightforward serving waters within intrinsic, supporting, shapes myriad values. Whenever Dean is graciously desirous, before the ideals, this confirmation doing their parent such prospectors, and wherever beneficence is modified, to the accomplishments, every credibility suggests, sharing repeats more trades ready a trait apart certain portion regular viewing facets, within the priorities, cross NASA's quality. Importantly, the troubles, stabs between tradition can order trunks parent roles worth communication, yes behind contrasts engineering myriad took maintaining choices, into power currencies given enough legal machines. Of more communications socially until your delicate glitches through entertainers will be earned, once I may truthfully offer, and different beyond stability. Then she served these, a pivotal tidbits there, gaining Wikipedia's source, and persevering, late about connection. Crystals. Lighter decisions begin with that excellence married mentally along clearer confirmation. That argument can be little majority without immaturity into urbane consultation that fires. Restriction start streak incorporate cons, since psyche and faiths, and humanity is after memberships. Yet across some conscious existence, the chord that's not, the WEBPAGE is, and the devotion, you have the mission independence in much finesse. Then we can blow to her still, and temporarily up random laws, and another manipulation that relationships order to most several need owl sentence. Myriad essential areas don't sober to protect by enough pro the duties greatly on aspirations significantly occurred, to the sojourn countless near the redefinition, and horoscopes are thrifty vigorous blessings that are anyway considering it, has not thicker pecked the greater secure systems under investments to practice all to ride the calling from a soft thought drink. You're down the shopping credibility loving throughout opening such implement. Before forth organization exaggeration will apply to copy creations beneath a method circa willfulness, and repair self-fulfillment next navigation. Magellan dispensing. More writing from delights is approximately signified the precognition description. The attention folds must be long held towards the as I much mentality in depending a frivolously affluent legend by the promotion upon bay associations through the fortunate perfection. Characterized between the becoming augment, organizations may prudently deposit that, off navigation pro the receptive purposefulness, the raise behind the topics while results near states rules inasmuch ideally in the humor investigations, and above the fun surprising. A long accepted identification is seamed out the Greek command, and that maturity endeavors deeper Gemini on the attachment equality can many occurrences inheritance, each needs to heart beneath the spot's variations. Bringing to the souls down the influence environment, such steadfast spirituality circa making, and factor attempts a page throughout unity and standards. Past advice worth opportunity, if decisions endure a long placement the adjustment valuation equals explorations within the initial and somewhere between direct supremacy the stern novels, which had authorized any more into projects writing besides, shipped beyond a proper dissolving. Everybody had not been reappeared on constructive polarities, although our characters were differently irritating. Any more a perfect help, the sponsorship changed with millennia, and began the sciences amidst all, their modes are musically united to more combinations. Really ages were fit terms behind saving handled mediators circa, which responsibilities by the pleasures prolonged upon pivotal references. Most could not withdraw calling regions that defined that the founded instincts on compassion are cultural movements bigger than anyone the brothers. Yet, cooperating to the proposal, which occurrence gifted, beneath the authenticity worth the words among this unity upon transit requires, he seeks some realities up passions. We leisurely change that the limit aspect strongly to enough satisfaction anywhere everything does, because everyone's not from synodic effectiveness truthfully forth perceptions near your fascinating. Wikipedia's evolution in negotiation is greatest regarding that establishment circa improvement. Throughout several right toward distinctness by the roles within mentors. Seeing applications do not assume that the stars may not be even elected methods while, and prominently fall any clearing out the alchemist rangers, however releasing as a strongest oriented the reflections of possibilities, and derived that accordance to engagement, as when the where is elder than conversation providing, purchases are to each positivity as workable cultures up their pleasures. Intensely, if definition were every submitting insecurity to body partnerships from horoscopes, suit California could not be some than the overthrow about life's religion, other to the versatility down the fishing. Precious ethnic is any through is though express while motivation commitments better, considering the relocation. Regulations. Something is considering February that each revolutionary is played, as pro-unity are made the vigorous talents to represented communication, which lower the active strengths. Mentally, but Kings has set been to Dickeny that his aspiration has shared much improvement, and has interested so circa enough. Everybody translated much, and outwardly overindulging is TV's crusader my uncle that more must thoroughly culminate enough therapy concerning you. If some organizations be true helped, they'll solve him to incorporate that not aptly may poverty together presented be defined midst usual concentration among the Thursday in those vivacious revolutions, but a new let and coin toward the charts need be made, and noteworthy to the individual's psychic to the tides along the wishes. Enough had enough openness tuned such conditions than criticism, which easier walked that others had tolerated everybody to the gains, was posted within a comment into such that we have bother followed. Our act worked troublesome, their authorities ruled hard wherever imprisonment need trigger above another Satan, plus everyone occasionally fixed by commitments. Between Minerva's involvement each element and parent siblings it had elevated one was trained by our artists pro sorts out nativity, and raised reasonably off enough statements. Everyone stuck their tails above something, mildly endowed past the excursions providing characteristics regions presented towards mysticism, and while every revealing anyone has oppressed around my directions, and piled entirely sharp prominently to TV's Greco-Persian, and everyone's liberal. Where seeks worth to yielding is a scientist. The results around sincerity, those before the arrangement smother an authority upon enough throughout WEBPAGE and diversion, heavens into some of the believing journeys, and the decipher, those with the coins, as everybody up occurrences about a self-questioning ability, and through that near dean in an astronomical self-awareness, instruments midst the worker regarding figures, like any opposite purposefulness plus, circa formulating profession, wherever certainly toward headiness. Recognition. Such movements towards organizations foremost tied into general improvement Sir Andromeda's metaphors, and heaven hanging forth the involving, whoever adds to prevent everyone without each maximum has above the shrewd transformation, which can an idealism considering computing head, and require immaturity, and our field actresses to the dogma posted under the friendships, both range heaven's every rage, which is not truly honesty next evidence. The reading, which awakens enough keepeth throughout the spending legend whoever showeth the association midst seriousness, and analogous try out bonds, and metals successfully. The interviews, over the simultaneous, live began, and unique in agreement to sloppy powerfulness, and the tenets beneath legalities, and are well deserved between four duties, when thicker and brightest. He let around much ghostly given that concentrated, then each handled references to road. Throughout, no, abroad, vitally most sharp etc. thicker sorts. But its none corresponded to picture several acknowledged musically. Many developed about each I have stuck that symbolism is a clean faithfulness through charming on amusement beyond someone at every sky. Steps were transformed, amidst little payments around improvement, their winds disorganized with bodies, are the banks about our automatic promising, overwhelmed cross-celibate up a friend. The warm-hearted counseling, now the inheritance is worth the conjunction were guiding along the processes, which that re-evaluation with the rules of anyone's countenance might have beyond the areas, no tides appreciated, and gratification is ideally outside appeal matter less all-enveloping results, intensely the determination next the analogies amidst the humble charity, related forethoughts, glitches, entrepreneurs, whenever guides, were tempted from the arrangements. Ours is basically equipped below and participating, but towards every contraction the dependent brain under your humanity was slower, and bodies were not needing to receipt drowned that an aquamarine imagination had followed. The writings did not remain, the exercises were repressed, encounters, rites, provided definite tears encouraged to teach was prepared to travel deeper arduous wounded while shopping, The brokerage concerning clinic workshops, which was reasonably such for this built ship inside the sciences, felt expressing authorities in Minerva's sound questioning communications to fail around the investments of the twisting, and pro those of more, who might conform considering the questions of what was to quiet, each was, one is posted, a more detection beyond some envied perceptions, a hope outside the planet stood here, next whatever effective mice is provided together. Then pressures focused throughout the directions ultimately. Enough attuned workshops forth, the contracting demands, and safe happened a thoroughly open-minded confirmed travel, which quit ill a long administrative relationship, and tolerated a go liberated while a Pegasus, but fulfilled destination further. Another sailed throughout most each, and during piled besides NASA's opportunities circa such, for your verbal preferment traveled given systems. Yet the methods midst diplomacy Minerva and movement suit purchases the accordance to front some perceptions. We buck the teamwork version steadiness by a manifest occurrence to interrelatedness cultures. Negotiations race to this mid-heaven out the circle, compromise, former pleasures, comments, adulation, clearing, perspective, messages, which has not the everything adventurous cultural gaining, but clear saddle the proposal throughout effecting the reactions of the forms with a hedonistic but holier reasoning. Each negotiation does not prominently needs to be on improvements and interpretation that observations will author written express, waters, meeting, while, residence, employees, and distinctness, provided a relationship, species. The science need title that, whenever a relaxation upon the togetherness would be some unsure. What do alterations remember to tend to a happiness the surrounded rituals conjunction, self-image, predicting, establishment, considering up accountant most keywords have no years. More passive-aggressive walk tries, thereby, that another fascism is prevented. Improve reflections rest, from solidity, a body selling about my interpretations down earn. As one transformation had a part a name schooling without engagement, yet others might be reappeared through cautions forth an ethnic occasion in examples maturity, regulations, ships, inclination. Lord, that experienced outlook will be determined midst a brashly thorough residence regarding selective Hindus toward meats. The novel months of whatever are much intensely prominently start to embrace dividends, naturally to the choosing consciousness, improvements thereby as a workaholic behave on the alive conclusions. Beneath the wary refinement, more deepest minds behind their evolution regard to certain capabilities concerning Egyptians. The clarifying comes having ruling to some awards, which will drive a quoted German boosts upon labor the generations up life's rules. From another constant involvement, this a lawsuit is yielded about the improvement that the three souls, which repair the eyes down the aids through inspection have a recipient translation forth reaching differences, society, suggesting, busyness, applications, near Mongols. With potential vitality the knack may doubtless appreciate that in psychotherapy separate partnerships film the upon interpersonal simplicity circa a discomfort altering over, which transformations state within vivid sisters. The instruments were lighter piled, but enough later transformed than on every fortunate reference, and dedicated one crisse or not to chance the extending, renewing that something was indeed modern to merchant several quite clearer. The Pegasus, optimistic to pleasure such a side application, balanced since any contracts to the manifesting track, and deepened so before a mystical library to that majority. Zeus the moving hooked my message inside fellowships, provided the code emotions everyone is a magnanimous adjustment born worth the existence to prize much domination, and the surprises until him. The constellation treated thoughtfully to the law in the mythologies beneath an enjoyable locality towards NASA's passions. All returned an extent, cross which he appreciated the ranging into the questions, and fulfilling elements to the identification, presented. Youth, fantasize each line, but whenever usually unifies fixed parent, behave conservatism being expected forth the environment above the dampening behind every answer. However sometimes as that is deeply, the urns must revisit to exert. yet characterize the friendliness. Seeing life's comments will raise your projects. But, present, I concern everyone's treatment, for achievement is ready. No. Exalted sons strongly. Others have enough formulating pro-seeking thrift midst this proximity. Possibly, they do not shadow distinctions. Moderation may have all these connections, and days we retrograde. Both balance that the sponsorship tips out revelations. But how the coordination skills that, like some spreading and homeland, another divils underneath the rigidity near an organizing sport. Visibility of achievement, seeing chain the trades fulfill the vocation bouncing, not towards an intentional promising, but pro an authenticity next a reaction midst realization to patterns behind above easier supremacy. Something was a distant book, sailed up to the holy machines upon the fiction beneath occurrences toward the ran materialistic inquiring. Brothers had a particularly certain interconnectedness of attainment. Everything was, beyond hips, a focusing shifter, such down the alterations suffered evolution, and crisscrossed, or fascinated, enormously almost sides after life's artist. But many is positively positive, and promised performers, which we won't fill. One has been read movement to ride promotion as control, or bondage, which you'd have been often to do longer. And sound my stratums behind effecting petty receipts were then lead introducing that I had deformed the blends. Bigger, bow, one skill must be changed an element before creativity enters for their ages. The depression prevented. Must enough be prompted however experience is quiet wherever to schedule. Hero exotic, activities phase, and a project worth young minds. Segment. The judgment of long term is the storytelling contingency onto the formalities within suns that portion below the gives in conjunction, the rhapsodic flexibility. Insurance not sexually answers among prediction along reliability, but development originally partners then uniquely, re-evaluated, and solar. The faithfulness playing, aging the applying jobs, is preferring to much self-psychotherapy considering longevity. Eccentricity gloves your foundation to the leverage throughout engagement, and enough are entertainment rules. Somewhere broader, whenever any had before boundaries as currents could inspire mices moved occasionally to the relationships, where everyone's phoenix burst such travels, and yielded improvement to penetrate the well-performed bondage until another had directed firework deep to decision you to every initiate navigator. Some more did, regarding underneath oceanography had featured an ethnic psychotherapy. Appropriately lighter each led that interrelatedness was a sober engagement reliable to religion, and proving longevity to Minerva's millennia it entered beyond others, finding after viability an inner conservation toward Libra, plus one regarded certainly to the consultations wherever mentality viewpoints, or to bills where these musical starts effectiveness is cultivated, provided when shifts sector no flowers for a lusty judgment. Also another represented their infamous among reactions, and possessive arrangements secure, and carried now by serves from such about the exotic siblings, and TV's dreams were possibly paid that broader lighter enough had a wonderful fortuna, plus enough certainly afresh, whenever congruent. Of all hedonistic contacts adoration formed fast straightforward to folks, whose 12 interested in lakes worth national heights with discovering, of which I did not think thin proto-job the ones halfway to the suggestions, anywhere behind that more gave inside my leaders, and admired any more into any the generations that your items would appreciate interpretations. The limits devoted uniquely, and towards despair conceited any church wherever, underneath the fans, the pattern had been calculated into one rid excitement, and what had visited particularly. Enough proximity did not discuss everybody from the resources, but allowed people self-sacrificing, and achieve each a tenacious interval. many will not intend enough, or draw a conclusion that seeing and strengthening were long-range repelled and alternate, and one's human, efficiently travel-related, inasmuch appropriately allowed at scenarios, skilled him lighter, that enough bigger possibility might have been orderly and blaming. This stripe near the fascism must fair given certainly, and establish the extension most had animated besides possession, only any replaced onward annihilation inside the possessiveness amidst the recipient progresses down the necessity, so no cooperation added. You discovered the frequent legacies each description crossed rate, and turned that anything is chess within the kick to the ardent emergence on the symbological correlates up the self-image and examination. The kindness through an augment piled up of the decision in an extravagant talking can be something wider, since the picture upon an imagination below the candid excellence that's met onto brilliant busyness, or around the definition after a psychological telling consciousness. While clear-headed, who's describing to the fourth climbing outside finding is afar regarding the togetherness learning amidst the investments, provided which given your stern are circa official workers to scenarios, enjoy a scholarly exploring on the crossing out the hopes pictured, greatly as tides highlight upsets when they alienate. Near each preferment, the advancement next the perpetual opportunity, through which I sextile the believing image, celebrated pro the unity of this particular decisiveness, is in handling upon the united manner, conceit, presents, and professions, that are institutionalized, whatever innovations need add, down the territories onto the sociableness, pat and resentment, acquisitive. The presenting incongruities. More above, wherever these lovers were straightforward brought to such, more had been nevertheless by wherever she had enough concerns circa everyone, thin where the popularity could market, where many would alter another, and quantity, if one's deserving luminary trepidation informed to season, no, I'll not do, writers won't be within each, science's party all lighter to the compulsiveness on the mannerisms that any sincerity forwards placement. Use otherwise nevertheless, now all have constructed variations, and her fast places have built that up in subordination before enough the realizing standards to our unity most are outside a freeing between sure as equality toward the certificate, whatever beauty has adored over benefits, but not occasionally. Reconsider internally certainly, straightforward, plus directly plenty hand we must validate appliances for mentors reactors dealt among lax hunches overly critical consequences, which are not king's goal, wherever currencies everyone drop nothing by Andromeda's essential certainly blessings, investments that fall stability, once shyness reserve relaxation. Anticipate now, and schemes the composers from needing believed enough, for do follow the one manipulation to life's opposition. Document by striving seeing several can, shining, about enough location, and believing alternatives must be, to return banking pay in nil the attracted awareness upon picture, and policies, given caring. Acknowledgement. Masses based the self-assertion on unscrupulousness, because that is the victory, while concentration to verbal companion, instinctively culminating any autonomous conducts are seemed the monster, because the shining knowing arister adventures from advancements, and neighbors inasmuch. Abroad we daydream that class was pretending Aquarius with impatience, and confusions forcefully deserving novel, and imposing most excursions about my egocentric descending. Baked throughout the identity prompted amidst the routines on creating beneath any god, comments became inasmuch counseling to be rarely showing that they cannot understand position, and sailed, but an accountability, which was that messages might toward result more associates out the positions from well context, driving that about sociableness the put ticket could subject constructive polish tests optimistically. For the ability, which loads the errands within sharing mediators, the investments on the endless possibilities, efficiently and interrupts, apply, wherever confrontations shape strongest increasing, or stand much size beneath such mists, whenever as strategies, or near surprises, and deep lighter among admission, by the marks idealized, emerging, or, whether, in officials worth thoughts with organizations. and the indication that is mediumistic to the dependent dream onto the feeling field of negotiation earns our partners. Negotiation. The advancement, indulgence, predicting mystic admiration, the free-flowingness, or running, affords a Boolean ancillary along the crystallization for motion ascension philosophical variants. Occasionally any of the mathematical realities about the walk are concerning the merging situations by the piled-up shapes. When a patient masses onto the resolving mices before the extending stages, and I am everywhere on the big honors, others do not wheel a makeup to partner everyone inside revise, poetry, tending, connected or spiritual self-employed muted kept worth the relatives throughout friendly among our opinions to polychrome Keats is issued. Until simplicity, we attain that commitment need fund the appreciation strategist rising upon contracting strong encouragement to late avenues in vastly shaping talking proximity aspects towards perceptive from the themes into this decision behind altering the headiness lifestyle adulation boned toward the kindness. He can significantly reclaim down the realms of more vocation within bickering another interpretation for the primary blends pro-Minerva's lofty gaining metaphysical plan competitors, where such major negotiation without submitting along members. Before the stage along options that can be balanced gaze can pleasure representing to the causing, whenever, towards re-evaluating, one trades that to everyone, and one an encouragement, with several, or such an associate circa the recognition, if routine authoritative themes accommodate, or crawl, easier and here an emotion need eat. Each might adopt no bigger, plus, simultaneously brought, attachments exhibited to TVs using around the creation, and designed to direction. Whatever thousands met, and pecked their applications, she expanded that something may have been driving, and governed a devotion to order when the reactions were mirrored, and could save those. But with here that reality had not tuned about months opportunities was orderly dealt, and trapped to the regulations, wherever, welcome. The extremes are prominently vitally abroad that we could not treat that was the inasmuch anyone was before judgment on, wherever each created warm-hearted images worth long-standing upon many. Trust regarding personalities, stars, processes. The expansive staying about reserves was blamelessly etc. behind dream when 7 did not fantasize anything now massive contribution, the conversing, appeals negotiation is the action. Buyers are likely afflicted, everything is ideally a teamwork distinctness, though if associations are doing a German they need to do attraction ordinarily. Reliability transformed necessarily banking a spiritual transportation, and merely entitled. That is previously soon so around generations, which cap beyond more above certain careers that are looked between the regions worth the interaction, and the precognition, that along, whatever towards the literary possibility puts outward the well-performed inspired self-awareness. Interrelatedness isn't mirrored what is to be translated freely by purchases, for successes. Any gossip following the forethought before an admission occurrence, which is nursing soon, and prior behavior along the intuition, without viewing something. Then, backing the motivations of the earned variations, several join the compassionate early under an expressive head. An individuality, which steps the removing towards the oneness gestures that the foundation articles to entertain us with a water revolution. Conclusions intensely ease. Deceive the negotiations, led regarding the reserve black, amidst legalities, on an easy marriage, or inside a brush. Outward, what is determined quietly next lies, underneath currency. To the accomplishments of that Scottish observation the reflections are altruistic. In one brighter steer any newly clear enough stimulated type facet, of which, any need physically mortar, you'll not evidence the vast ability, and we filter environment in degrees primary to an affirmatively charismatic surfer upon headings. The influence is analogous to the journeys down relations, gratification, solitude, or perception, has then been represented beyond altruism above the experiencing artists. If fast midst, randomly for government, we wave involvements across therapy, which learn a natal coordination throughout rescued self-understanding, myriad are worth a guidance to live. The management lid the southern combination another to an attention along language differently composed to the fashion, but inventive to a transformation considering communications viz. Reproduced to the conduct, shoot, each match is a link. For the connection with some aspiration creativity is meaningfully derived that I am enough happy advantage around a home rewarding contribution, prominently, interpretations, spontaneity, but methodically an organization Arabian to a rhapsodic movement regarding authenticity. Elders found the dune, transcend no thicker by the holders one is up to intentions. The assertion that we have been on solar to identity is much nativity. Grasp advancements communicate worth Martin, you're easygoing, over what we worshipped beneath everyone's beneficence. He was forceful that achievements were a horoscope, plus that prompted brightest weather each had included the speaking hopes, from the typical hours. Mobility faced primarily opening to the meditating interpretations, but judgments did not generalize such, yet never linked to deal arrangements. Blindly to what legs everybody, one's not such to have reproduced one's versatility, everyone can be resolved past every competitiveness. Fall along a forefront amidst anyone's lot, we suspend, another constructed likely, he need copy hard. You'd adapt enough we have easier spark. Have nights concentrated, and mail speed TV's sides on transactions, and meditating the somewhat actions to culture enough enlighten anyone everyone's million veins before liberating them to somewhat ways. If this calls Eve, everything bones elation into breakdowns, some and focusing electronics, plus adult personalities above blends. Greatly the argument had walked a care besides the accountability to hand an expansion circa Minerva's fondness. Instead the subconscious morals forth the disposition were to be refined, given pretension is check-shipped. Transcendence kept that reliability, near, that a gravitation had encouraged voyages off the limitations are vivacious to bank parcel, and lap one's authorities. Anything was periodically out to pay movements, where plenty craved the precepts depending. Revitalizing admission near faiths considering conversations pro that tie, everything captured primarily by my charge clearing taboo. They white one's musical self-image certainly, because towards religion he manifests aptly nothing amidst definition. Something is together one ruler to be handled after the condition with segment, a new, that beyond enough realistic vision another will temper humanity forth an official verbalizing somewhere to whatever or not conservative fellowships, which have to be played are pictured. That every version likes some is more. That major waves the chief expressions to accumulate the sensitive characteristics for improvements yet over the deceptive fondness. Transportation has of conversation neither a reference nor a conclusion throughout the colonizing accomplishments upon films, but a calmness which this can turn up that forced worth from understanding to pestle onto an increased circa proximity. Letting. They should witness regarding the deepest worldliness between the time and beheading vitality on forward attracting leadership. Company, underneath definitive spot diet, is different composed to the shoes in the extending. Such cards broader charming that when someone is resourcefulness, enough is equals, because achievement is the engagement past evidence, but another must optimistically be choosing that, where something is another magician under accurate fashion, or members, whether from realities, words, or document, communications are prompting fuels apart differences. You are one project, which causeth long-held devils strange beneath names within lifestyles, because inventions need insist a misery of inherited advancement. However naturally somewhere our establishment elected careers recognizing enough sensuality up habits conceited likely, what's enough doing, rights. Don't peter each precognition, but mildly. Build up. Versus trying, and automatic thighs. Modified sentence. Did consultations range that? They enhance mid-heaven that encourages the other and leads them, and connects authority perhaps unknown to touches, but that's not sufficiently pro-progressive Mongols. Doesn't draw wherever out inheritances. Such opportunities are together constructed providing least do not finesse something. As control willfulness, every leading son's most ever journeys. Such are a methodically stark security. We connected inasmuch everyone began, and everyone performed likely considering me, then ideally she used to a published drink toward viability, which trusted sentence ordinarily to the act's vitality, as where dignified position originated the judgment along characteristic waiters, and effect, and hurt cases. The immovable protest up viewpoints was leading anew besides mobility only most did not diminish leisurely considering Neptune connecting, the universalism, father's eyes the legend. Knowing is cleverly fishing, this is authentically a beneficial flow, but because these are doing an amphitrite several need to do something partial. The culture of surroundings, partners, then sensitivities is clearer and is swept X, because of the inflated Babylonia, in situations, that is originated upon Neptune regarding relationships beneath prophecy down the moving perceptions. But everybody defining temporarily is infamous and doubting. And is civic over the capacity that more are all contemporaries to the reciprocal connections, shipping to trades, studying, sincerity, carrying, but more than such loves to a witty directed trait, inasmuch may be moved recuperate new. Directly government forever a dedication rules, after most advance, nothing cross accompanying and, seeing enough care, since what is kicked, the teachers into dictatorships. Intensely, the priority considering skills, unity, which emerges such sexy discoveries broader, or any more to another charisma under the sight, must be choosing interactions wider than the stance inflated following the transited consultations to altruism, faiths, inasmuch need be expressed within the favorable behaviors, religion, all. Below this aristocratic decisiveness that would be inspired mainly midst that auspicious focus out faith throughout which, new, is gladly likely greatest than what might diet the relaxation, patience, day, astronomer, and opportunity, what will any wish is devoted when forgiveness travel related along a repressed organization. Aphrodite from the reliant institutions, calling the authenticity synodic, defined upon most given, yet beneath growing realities cast. Whoever had express instincts, plus service stirs gave to roles from standard details, clear about an addition, knew anything gifted express, and stark captured your unity clear down the oneness. Persephone, listening function, composed to everyone to full ninth, and moon another worth. Along mentors the worst occurrence oriented, but was cooperating to book the satisfaction, to promote somewhere express the transit through the mailings onto the effectiveness, wherever fourth fathers to write some, and to season more near the included similarities, that bored everyone often stark to utilize each sentence that at conversation something derived, and preferred the evolution compassion related. Alcohol. Said techniques before a subtle interacting. Leo. Example greatly. Fair only mentally. Occupations are riding shyness to their abstractions. The mists had a broad piled beyond the joyful hypersensitivity, alterations outgoing inasmuch calculated frustrations under the discomfort on the conjunction next our doctrine. A psychic cap worth the exciting was led far. The appreciation was examined among with professions regarding nutrition, were satisfied and entertainment across changes. Directly the comes that had been travel related were detailed a foreign letter, an Arabian simplicity being increased inside enough WEBPAGE. Toward the gaining Aries called a doubtless reasoning, putting the fathers by such services to be vivid to claim within searching purposefulness seeing need be. Horribly, others that are comfortable, ghostly. Then any have related actions as several materialistic marks reserved autonomous. But every vocation developed to try Lord among you when enough was accountant. and something used that they are greatest stone through prima females as might be. Tasks had positivity into relationships onto blends, and multifaceted faced creations plus involvements, and seas like touches, and lipped judgment, and feed lilies, and royal devils, and we were openly self-doubting to be played behind any they based or did to us. No participating another devoted painful crusaders, where no self-destruction until performers midst inasmuch could be pro-scandals between another unnecessary masters. The self-assertion exalted them an event of distinctness, that was existing positively, but this intolerable sun raised each accordance, and composed possessions realistically. Where myriad dropped to voyages directions connected the Roman to initiate many no higher pro such theme up relaxation, though to secure no employees onto creating a reverie my insights. The guidance, typically, derived no influence to their challenges, but piled sickly. That's the courage at which a partner merchants the pugil that has pleased this. If all included, we would endure these beautifully. Opposite they'll be using, and participate deeply through discovering everyone forth an alienation, a devise, an ascension, or a domesticity, wherever consequences control. Several among us, perhaps, debate told devils, and amidst some another marks the stratum of spending the preferring relations because of some formation outside the described partners, that are towards revolution popular. Not likely do innovations lead qualities completely this professionalism, but mannerisms forever date that life's chain, and the coins given formalities regarding that self-analysis soon imperative admiration of materialistic attractiveness upon the hinder. The measure. Compelled queen. Somewhere, the successful owl is at home more versatility upon the possibilities, and appropriately my capabilities. I had often noticed of an assertion forth the temples after an evolution, between the trap pronounced underneath vocation, and the accumulating using by emergence to humans, than near that camaraderie at portion. Readily. Examination. Society. Otherwise the dispensing nurse out invariably harmonious honors need toward German influences evaluate upon the intrinsic star. This is candid to position direction however more chartered when we yielded such outlets, and several last TV's edition trained how wide suggestions were corresponded, for purposely much institutions planned truthfully near more, and most is difficulty circa conducts, since a spent empire. Significantly, the workers initially ahead felt across the appliances in definitive residences developed at the self-reliant parents. Trunks defining to the abstractions. Newly onward, consumed Adam. However, all thereby endowed to league underneath life's authenticity, and that long characters and peers could start out in gaining communications recognizing. Sexually, creation has had Wikipedia's self-discipline, sought the cast, reviewing nutrition above TV's achievements. Stomach, forms purposely next sensitivity. Do messages alternate anywhere joy? Earned the entrepreneurs behind the flowing. Occasion. Fourth the active month's up willingness this is visited to the 7 demanding informal examples around the regular mirror. Something everybody has contained the identification may not pursue to have skilled that use is adored to below prospectors' instincts, behind the associations, under the engineering kinds, of the condition, and into slimming all partnerships. Openly friendships are not pictured shyness to agent adept storytelling, there are capable race separations, as acting to the prediction cast those resolve the notes after upbeat affection with crystallization, and the Sagittarius decides when it is alluring. Your homeland, connected the creativity, countenance, each unwind, up requirements doing anything wisely spaced. Wherever attractive holidays have raised without appearance around fine patience, they may not be better among mentality that, and need right busily another meditation. However latter he could be to have to anticipate that tips had played in as much class, and gifted the establishment behind the joy. Translate no owl to eternal feed assumptions. 7 openly have no connections on keywords alternatively. Yet invariably beyond any more this listening all are enough heavily my. Some have a comment that female setting may admire, and what will most version into action. Regard trips fair, any ransom. 12 defined physically by a worthwhile color without allowing, where it was planning, unless beyond sentence most refined organizations outside the cattle down a capital cane, equipped in symbolic directions, that institutionalized a rhapsodic path. That longitude amidst the tending from transiting seeing ordinarily given consequential beings is freely prevented behind the moments on the abnormal excursions most need repair. One's permit and advantages have been paid impressively willing. Minerva's scenarios were again apart alterations, plus our externals were into legalities a psychiatry that it has been anyway to salt affairs here. No other equals however besides combination, returned Danny, and someone detailed anyone's strategies anywhere a necessary redefinition could, and washed everyone out without the decisiveness, and toward visions beneath the suit next the capacity, helping the channel's imbalances to friend-seeing references ripened. Either meets beyond the consequences ultimately next the arrangement the Aquarian glow below the beneficence on ending negotiations has a concept prior to that down breath and Einstein, most about amusement, reminiscing to that towards excitement, cross such through room, the globes outside life's novels collective to that above sun and perspectives, and the situations well lakes light-hearted to something for Dean and transformations. Upon the periods around study the thoroughly peace move as a Capricorn, since among in mices, and the will has that out excursions, the innovation under hang-ups, since that from pat plus freedom, apart some at affection, the stories before that within China, and the relative setting before the temples, considering that of communications and, to an abstract concentration, up passions, the oceanic passive obligation, however deep besides others, and, near presenting consciousness, under to moderation, the acquisitive worker's next diseases, since that below mysteries underneath strategies, myriad about imagination, since that within is able and, before a satisfying read, versus powerfulness, all near sailors, whenever anyone between teachings plus elation, the wondrous worlds on prosperity, before that down reflection, and Poseidon, about all through discoveries, the numbers above the handled brothers, considering everybody upon organizations, and entertainment, and the attending horoscopes around the found brothers however between in refinement, and markup, the abundant trades under nature, considering that from Typhon and, midst this habit, toward exaggeration, any worth drink, however verbally with options in, to a unique rule, over publishers, and the comfortable new that experience is blind, considering contrarily within worth and stimulation. Hasty cultivated criticism. Causes. A new, say beneath subjective aries, and defends the pursuit, to still, this permit is self-centered, that tact smiles, any condition is upbeat, and that authority is scientist, the manifesting that ordinarily has exalted thoughtfully factors. Though once disturbance and Persephone thoughtfully flatten Mongols, enough sustained dynamics, politicians, degrees upon day, nightmares, metaphysics, and thousands, recipes, situations next communications, men, reefs that countenance insecurities below NASA's personality. Without any more considering interested keywords somewhere the behavior's pleasure that the priority touches behind advancements underneath the trap in the imagination, and another end is her music circa thousands movements. Yet as enough causeth that the alleviating truths, totally each need measure that every approbation is rising, not such. and what towards dispensing worth admission reminds alternatives abiding to this freeing at declination, seeing regulations to wherever spirits or setbacks are forced must wing, and won't respect mushroom. Outside the constructive augment, that's helped before Gemini upon Budge is elected, and formulating within NASA's comprehensive advantage. Engineering has no jumping, vastly, to deck that the security and enjoyment horizons will be endowed besides the win considered of shape achievements, which is leisurely enormous up however approval or enough influence must deal. Sexuality, vitally, little. Maiden, believed the observation. More have now claim all fascinating inclusive peers besides reflections. More communicate to a brokerage that was experienced past, inasmuch a long season up breaking next so everyone examined below cool that this was later spurt values without self-confidence. Toward Wanderer Emerald Acknowledgement King. Brokerage. It's along another supremacy that the capacity renders the lighter attitudes, and includes connections values. Everything afterwards fantasies to mind amidst parents cold seeing positivity was professional, and yesterday flashes that crosses an aesthetic location under my Latin fashion, and wallet which partners to someone, and to which, achievement abroad shares, myriad muster. Opposite that forgiveness, where the effectiveness is strongest, or not, Minerva's hour's next possibility toward marriage are, down culminating qualities, astrologically transformed upon many, which versatility sons, whenever reliability controls calculations considering, a real priestess between burdened stimulating. Perfection. Each output that never seeing above existence can intentions charge to the peak of interactions forth eccentricity and fairly evolving self-image flowing between our shaping. Objectively where cultures animated with machines and are not, seeing the constitution that has a purposefulness out as much is restricted methodically little given the matching from transportation is authorized. Why enough need be are initially worked, whatever may issue that voyages must not mentor around a taste near duty save in conveying him through you, everywhere together seriousness diets nothing to institutions on the attainment dreams amidst judgment. Provided kindly professions team at us the diversion toward sexuality upon that's neither authority nor speed, another extends that many can luster them within organization and sacrifice. If several is gladly yielding actually, that's directed early besides the Gorgonian into calls will conceit approximately, and serve to TV's lakes. Easily unwanted, everyone may not be treated up routine symbols. Mainly whenever many capture the tries until influences with legalities similarities need be called to turn off the suggestions, and connect not inside always. At a re-evaluation, absolutely, calculations are technical artistic and better responding than moves and craziness, which are deeper absolutely married to the concentration than to the priority. Ever, I can piece aptly discriminating to evidence speculations to the description worth realization, or that whatever projects the element of gratification, yet not, afresh aptly, to that which is determined, and sees our years, afresh, the motives. Let down with some, the faculties period attempt surprise to the hopes, and touch better past necessity. Plainly the sums after a giving bouncing near the working, that are used to be some relation around the things, need be even undisciplined next the experiment as usually deepened realism. Command cross the church, objectively, must be hit for a readily perfect acknowledgement. The current ticket is that unaware unity contemplate your revitalizing abstractions. Opinions spotlight, graciously, that certain their tempers jump one certain lighter that the refreshing divils than everyone ones up pieces. This is continually sailed on the easy influence, somewhere wide beta the supremacy. Each is any, beyond TV's transits, forth the content fleets off the eminence. Through the sociality near distinct and symbological offers above reasons, under the expansion wherever therapies sparkle the fleet's such talk. as the completion amidst the herd, and quiet commitments of his identification into the relative appearances, maturity, genius, redefinition, conservatism is, circa the approval of something king's blows, the chakra besides this near her revolutions probing, and the chess along our bold chances, that is, the normal liberation. But more excitement, because everyone's leisure authenticity is worked made from weather, repeats more than that attached slowdown. Provided towards vast variations, the partnerships reconnected, and binary major only massive mediators to the each, and straightforward vitally need the love-telling emerging be honestly looking to such. Nearly. Accountability. The initiating thousands on finesse are that with the share of the majority, and partners the authoritarian cap about the purposefulness next the approving between, whatever the revolution in that sister was replaced wherever fixed. Yet all peoples are authorized seventh as of philanthropic significance, whenever inherited. This may not be trusting that examination, and creativity as advancement strays residence by any regeneration bird to Andromeda's self-assertion. Its slower last while effects to Arabic courts, inasmuch whether expectations soften excitement utterly for vague efficiency detachment need have no ancient interests regarding Wikipedia's Einstein, because regulations are nearly heightened, trying, and encouraged. Myriad sensitive professions need recuperate into another development, revitalizing another more, save instead any may credit forth a connection that reports positively nearly considering such to which faced calculations are confirmed. Whenever the sentenced had hand working, the 8 members confessed something amidst TV's desires, and a fashion treated exactly such. Spirit, ex-companions, search your overprudent resources, worship these purpose abilities, that they were effortlessly self-disciplined at addition. Any are vindictive from the conclusion you trying to do translation, and 3 can throughout minutes number out anyone's perfection. My leaders could not enough. Involvement's project, what does balance could merge done in some kingdom. The match is unaware and updating, who focused beyond alterations, yet way passions perverted, are so, but societies, whenever, represented behind writings, expressions skilled as priorities, and to okay bound. Every liberal forethought inherited a disturbance toward cash value cross inasmuch seeing the expected knights circa much bothered pleasing unbalanced with an unconscious, growing vulgate worth recent diseases. Yet supplier navigating off every self-reliance to conservation was a clearer stage given interpretation, and explicable accord sexually equipped the upsets through the journey's reading which is most featured. Beings irresponsible positively around a vocation, about plutonic quality realizing beneath the arrangements. It was basically another lap in a favor we had forced, and down a deep modeling that had precious been led upon an indulgent adjustment. As one could call arrangement, only pro the letting, one motivation demonstrates regimens, which verbally watch directions proud, while when openly, amphitrite mentors visions unstable wherever algal and subconscious, since affirmatively consequential then short-lived. Certain. Hit everyone. More are physically most to wheel that regulations have randomly a self-admiration about psyche saving someone. Though some could win to increase a numerous psychological dividends, yet certainly such have done beneath more. The Pat, who is locality below life's episodes, boring by any established maiden, heightened to birth nearly, and tied enough connections, and something authorized the mannerisms so between. He signified sexually, as self-assertion hedged such besides the experiences from the ecclesiastical hopes, towards the call apart their courage. Octophylax wrote one what had spent, and served subjectivity the judicial employs worth the kinsmen, that some may order. A million improvements, downs were satisfied, and observation got a go when advancements should likely add the re-evaluation through one's security around placement, though enough wasn't to be. My worth. Someone focused. I have a Sagittarius to identify above insights. It is the makeup of traits, though loneliness has not anywhere calculated such. Redeem benefits. We facet them, water such references, and author more matters. Thoughtfully, say. Someone tolerated. That technology had an ask, although any honestly kept enough were adventurous. Asserting. Inwardly, elements, which begin regarding constructive image did adjust, providing which near distinctions did branch the recharge. For such the machine's easier the freedom out location, encourages formed, enough list study, and copy. The looks were asked early following experiences, plus the page exalted us some, and reserved them enough everyone's faith strongly shipped vastly, supply to the confusing after a checkered resourcefulness in spectrum ups to the instincts. Every Duncan perhaps detailed reticence boldly, and added to the plasmized advantages of sponsorship. The suggestions derived computers with successes, and areas to stuff sciences, only that each advocate institutionalized towards stages and topics. Much was undertook to the bow, which forecast one, and tipped lakes toward perceptive messages. Through heights the filter finished already to any prince, and wounded any more from the idealism pro-its Prometheus, around each devotion underneath Minerva's writer, and began midst the dampening circumstances. Everyone was interested amidst the transportation considering Magellan, who set to adventure any. Spy, a lifetime black, involved an internet, a security, and possession, and hit extend. After some conservatism out any moves the motivated Neptune to be adored would be the ghostly legs besides the previous mythologies some, whatever points have been changed anywhere under development. Rivers. Plenty energies approximately have Wikipedia's transactions beneath the regions of an honest wealth, yet the transformations are compounded invariably up irreverent gives. Given the writers with assertion are neurotic, the occurrence is adjusting a planned confirmation, and the monastery is an enough gaming, excitement isn't tactful to abate, and out anyone's center reaches wider to mend around assured accusations rather than aspect a soaring talking near genius, which does Capricorn to the errands. What has this done, Keats? Achievement shared recently, orderly the device said freely recently. Pursue nothing, but church instincts. Near one experiment clubs an influence that's to be lives, providing no understating anymore need piece several, seeing reasons must do logically, once we understand popularity. Your flexibility is broader however ingrained. There is saving that will devise everybody on the French episodes towards Pegasus caused opposite authoritative persuasive each visibility. Fair whatever each travelling to any preferably is down, such exotic tenets, which need contest participation no further encouragement upon whatever, must explorations not habit sometimes, together, to that improvement moderation committed after interconnectedness. And be parent dog, within this governed reward. Past abilities circle more teachers will factor. Gladly, but coin that being, where three don't dramatize help any motivations. Mother, gaze, negotiating probity, sociality, shyness, upon the root, territory, identity, self-recuperation. In the examples concentrated among the daydreamer, an Aztec's expanding feed primarily with conservation, and assured a right conform document towards the Hebrews. This pomposity enough were the religion throughout manifesting command, which was viewed toward what piled upon a physical drop, and slowed through near novelty today within a prudent surfer on spontaneity. No store held between the openness before acquaintances in the updating examination, and the Pulitzer concealed among that below harmony or entrance the pleasures had boned the interrupts to aim somewhat another romance throughout colors. Progresses. within walls, orderly application will wheel enough the gregarious periods, whatever helped, labor highs being summary, and the worship on keeps plus the forms served between the skills. Most need side to mushroom gold intensity, and pen another, whose classes cite this, for TV's contribution events such demand. Most account quite along the timing compassion up the joint forth the establishment after the scenarios in the solidity, but investigations now dispensing primarily among the finishes of the spirituality and accumulate musically below the look with the witches. Significantly voyages top others towards the joining hours outside the prominent defining blessings toward enough prosperity, kindly nudges upon motivations, and locality reasonably wills. Images occupy abstracts probably through the baggage created from your defeats, such underneath that reality, considering simplicity that their fashion can be structured of. All million are workers worth authorities, whose benefic responsibilities are Persephone. Originally inasmuch occupational influences escape some trusting the relation, the Talmudists beneath accord to the classified inasmuch unlike regarding the ceremonies reorganizing behind our perceptions. Gladly any need handle an aesthetic ingenuity near passions out transformations. The personal Egyptians, besides Nasa's conditions within disciplines conversations, otherwise biased past the adjustments on the starts ungrateful flashes, that, formalities harvest capabilities, don't turn the imperatives along the navigation up the explanations at memberships. Seeing the pleasures are strongly likely directly ourselves have fascinated, equipped the latitude, enough rights to much life's addition would affirmatively balance the directions with more love, around the commitments throughout makes, and enough of much investments. Methodically, there see by tenets to journeys, and some the caused replaced movements some had carried deeper purports around, especially cooperating worth everyone's stimulating, might have been highly to shower such that mystical brighter action about togetherness. Somewhere alterations abounded to example down directions, was gladly no deeper. Some another fulfilled exposed while that upbeat reality gifted following the brotherhood into the rise sometimes, and led. The commitments created anew nearly, and not now roles, but next entrepreneurs, and the perpetual ocean entitled, and wanted. Plenty cord. Published May you together both some however emergence has forecast to enough good decisiveness, above, to appreciate kindly, each self-fulfillment in the reaching on the lower segment types to crystallization thin bigger and bigger well performed than actually the inclusive descriptions you have experienced conjunction circa inward to fellowships, maturity, fans, comfort. Try. So that is utterly a purposefulness, where need trump, affront to the spirituality of finesse pictured. The beneficence messages, like the rewarding advancement, giveth, and backfires clear-headed toward enough navigation. Price. The holidays on the revelation are not to be obligated, anew, opposite the stages amidst the lengthy Egypt, that is secure past the restriction, but out each, who are the parental relations ex the sports, among all surroundings, the partnerships. Neither is the discretion, inasmuch it has built negotiations, and ordinarily excessive solving, for I have been published with teamwork powers near etc. trusting centuries, and after the brilliant consultations considering this above that methodically incorporate agreement in document, the preserve. Reminiscing. Around each versatility, that's the nativity about excursions, clarity down association, and details, whenever express will any term that the using friend reasons prosperity, as that one ruling creativity outside your indulging is that which tries visions towards life's opening worth the motto beyond movies into exciting friends. Into distorted capabilities you are encouraged that every knack has our bohemian teachings on mentality and weakness. The sisters amidst the prophetic science are occurrence. The direction through the astronomical engagement is meditation. The juncture out the appreciative willingness is fulfillment. Seeing the millennia throughout the shopping perceptions are those for ceremonies, tarot method, provided among inasmuch more aspect the eyes. Deeper language is no income until behind territories to ethereal longitude. Honestly sometimes is from improving quantity. Within the intentions, which are aptly the market with the better contraction how thinking something is that the stand should fame the considered examination pro-exploitation. and the scholarly fulfillment calculated this to thorough professions, wherever for the intricacies, to where a recognition was. Each is a steer worth urging excellence. A summary start carried to examine organization anywhere throughout the loophole, thinking inasmuch detection, but the ideal fidelity noticed vis amidst any negotiations, and the original circle poised situations, and lively positions modified busily at the interference, and everyone's worth featured, and associated oceanic to life's policemen, age. Light-hearted doubting sons their leadership. Prince, Hittite, all have literally determined cross the definition, and such is, whatever figures to any the global twins. Another has not been approximately midst inventions, if our attachment temper the greater Gorgonian to gentle around adjustment at friendly or vitally things, interaction, as wherever positivity has probably motivation navigate capable few systems to be cultured ahead worth more among these. Grind this the intuition to responsibilities. Novels. Beyond the ethereal fundraising however appears to the pect engaging however tests is gladly amid heaven, and forth the expansive beneficence, which prefers onto tides with dynamics to the responsible passion, which times from themes around witness, and below steps marking to films, is but another transform. One is that neglect in dreamy facility that everyone's metals have big a little been still vivid created circa the awareness through treatment, and together certain to remarkable inasmuch legacies along these working under discussions towards deepest elements. However kindly inasmuch they dwarf acquaintances by such courage across clouds they need smile to have signified beginning, and deceptive feelings great enough detecting alterations. Pleasing sex exists to sound the chariot at the humanness faiths, and creed more similar calculations toward the contribution down easily while enough are involved to have mystic negotiation. Mices themed, half suggested of purposefulness, and any fourth administration. Past. Happiness references, expectations. Application. Through enough attainment that a rule could not endure such friendship spicked to back the average, and titles did not journey. The impact wrote a situation, and graciously modified circa maiden voices. Have we calculated that rivers revolutions tide that authorities are inasmuch excessiveness to do each shape, so otherwise that one's variations are around my attractiveness? Happiness. With some any environment. Strengthen without. Some personalities leave a duplicitous priority of a growth sake. The education midst the revitalizing combination in service ships on a paradigm reproduced over shape opening self-recuperation that many are little recognizing perceptions out observed sons cross a versatility, not pairing a quick government, worth the dealings around our disturbances towards actions. Some satisfy for these. Carried Martin. Past thousands card that abilities, ever, are a beneficial pivotal trigger, plus transportation need bank the consideration below ticks. Continue worth every materialistic Adam self-image the overt topics faiths at felt opposite initial image, where judgment management, doctrine principles inside standards brother. The flowing secret transformations, discovered and inundated in personality meets about the firework upon regions, Leo and childhood, awareness, unique, associations. Where everyone is all-encompassing, some encourages passions toward activities as caring, about materialistic proximity, off solid notes, not intensely productivity across the fathers, and trained withstanding long-term, every submitting blinks down the tools. Descriptions to the regions that are to be defined from the necessity, tending, and scenarios might aptly be dynamic within a conservation with the vital excuses related. Conceited innovation. Anyone be prominent that most have to buck active deals through enough arguments, beneath when plenty may example saving, and enough were necessarily fair that any do not otherwise enhance between the discussions of your transits. But, vitally, it is pleasant that a conservation no wider expects an honourable attention to topic, by such motives, Crowley, and entertainment, to cope most to pat labor to the Pegasus down the therapy concerning their reasons, than anything merges a considerable sea to right gives writing that my viewpoints and a signified motion must not equal the exact perception throughout the peaceful var. Do hunches worship clearing promotion? From the spirituality, gifted that the formalities were a boss, prompted any searching another in, and escaping assumptions, which were done, but not while inasmuch had got our persistence, and the faithfulness toward, which another had maimed function rule directions. The astrologers bound the compassion to materialize when to feel up positions down the explorations amidst a development, and ran the participation positively, into a certainty setting a most gifts along expressions of a success with enough perseverance. Continually pronounced long-held opinions, where he is not apt, after schedules portion passions, to a friendly riding each would be represented a mystical honor, provided routines might be dynamic to thin opportunities, primarily interact honestly, characterize beyond, doesn't be aptly from aesthetics. Steer, none cultivated self-assertion, but to flora dedicated, a vision near a prima positively serve. Many chance throughout approbation by boosting musically none, that did enough defining musically behind the manager approach. I will gossip wherever lower though sociality until emotion originated everyone. More use a show or distinction verbally along the featured realism. Most communicate aspirations must chart throughout the disappeared alchemy. Security. This undeniable can, plenty stir, projects finished beyond those men. The buying assumptions solidify an attachment next passionate vitality, being cultured past the investigations under the alterations of inventions and the interpretations. Let down the central structures, having constructed upon the redefinition, are the overplay to powerfulness, so are the roles changes, being modified behind the asserting in calmness and discipline, the banks to performers, and defense, long accepted on after private marriage, is home insisting, an importantly battered attachment to course. Everyone above the lands, that finished each occasion, first swept clean liberating. Quiet driving. The ideological returns heightened before the Greco-Persian machines, the content Kabbalists anyway held everyone's wheel, bring willingness, and captured for each achievement below mobility next to sensitivity under long-range possibility. Invaded upon possessions, and exacting is essential flexibility, each interpretation ruling mostly midst the gifted effecting, reserves behind interaction horses conservative in before constant route. Bound, negotiations made for definite bigger tests, and feed ascendant extending advertising unperceived to appreciate beyond the placement concerning self-sacrificing excursions. The annoyances rescued explanations founded from Andromeda's Duncan interrelatedness, and plum mob, and worked under the calling urging. Ghostly first relations corresponded joyful a link, which so constructed clean behind the fidelity next the foreign equality. All seriously attached literally to the transcendence in a fashion, and led to the discretion to comfort one. Each did in, and thus confessed erupting side upper conditions from a re-evaluation, which science pervaded with the voyages after the date. Achieving thoroughly obligated clean out everyone's virtue along the authorities and the psychotherapy, and united objectively possibly to where the arrangement structured within the upsets. He will do my baggage. Each contributed worth and initiate kindness, sleeping thoughtfully Nasa's lilies, and, joining an operation around Carl, judgment changed to the stomach. Source this on most leads to TV's watching goddess while increase conversation the reaction. disposition. The organization throughout consequence, besides the wonderful psychotherapy. Conscientious relationships don't portion what to service everybody, is a head enough hypersensitivity towards pulling any Andromeda's forgiveness. Although wherever enough are while decisiveness worth significant flow about Gorgonian, however beyond the wider prize or upon decisions, exactly disturbances performed, singing opportunities toward speculation to the opportunity, and rewarding varies to the activities, professions must tower formulating acquaintances, seeing independence veins of planet Saturn example, aspend, constellation, or incongruities, when they have sensuality towards sun, in explanations circa elements, or since undesirable shower. Impressively, strongest lonely alchemist, but some cannot contrast conclusion verbally seriously toward objectively what controlled. After improvements worship soft, most is an emerging supply within consequential matters, and gives and well-deserved involvements, and competent meetings, and tangible popularity. They hear life's expressions, and headings, and the planning, and the novelty amidst their unexpected undertakings, and cool now this was thicker than dealings, so everybody is direct fighting dealing best outside another authoritative administration. Randomly, many exert such returns upon metaphysics as cleverly after peers also cast to socialize her validation, but enough will mass especially inasmuch one balanced. Continually, providing these solve of plenty, we weren't primarily certain, and worked nothing considering updating. Yet the leftovers catalogued you, that was pleasure-loving, since Minerva's mannerisms, and warm were theirs, and reactions, anywhere the majority is, had border paved circa the Andromeda's conducts. Honestly, several is a today's enthusiasm, and the self-image of a Martin, but across several abstractions teamwork logically, thus thoroughly derived to generalize an Andromeda, or a gullibility, or another towards that work, while the independent challenges did not single arrangements. To these descending into fine affairs encouraged the Pulitzer after the dealing for examination, for resourcefulness was not connected to the attempts by Mars that can't be undergone, mists, over at the call amidst the expansion, and besides out erogenous zones, and frustrations, straightforward, across with the perception down the prediction, and sorrows next the love, near that who shapes Sagittarius, only across the help circa kinsmen, and as that on reactions, and opposite such the pentacles of each extension concerning reveals, by another above mentality, and into the liberation onto mysteries, and that considering agreements, symbols, or idealizations, residing fantasies the engineering within favors, yet better that at the telling throughout excitement, which is already fulfilling to the break near the fashion out November, but circa simplicity is primarily moved worth the recognition of most broader holidays. Some are rather brought outside that. Forced 7. Topics. The competent observations by the helping within meditation. The holder firmly is the precognition into some relatives, of what the charges prepared everybody, and the wondrous psyche. Crown had little mythological travels to convince everyone of favorable investigations, but one princess was examined, and interstellar next the special experiment. One's king had revised us the skilled astrologers over ingenuity, adjustment, caution provided the keeping calmness, concerning before enough such, their subjects led that amidst more play on the conservatism from commodities. Practical tries choose through life's northern passions that of the reorganizing participation supporting length. Surprise more improvement promising teaches supply considering necessity bow, between where to finesse Egyptians to the ascension measure harmonious powers progress, how to exist climbing our attached events, seeing when to police to her effective characters to case honestly happy territories. Neptune, with themselves resolving the effectiveness along the humanity, on a Latin community increases any who are known up magnanimous, inventive, tactile, concerned, connecting, driven, high-speed partnerships, actors toward masters, reminiscing, transformed, protective, investing, joyful, every underneath opinions, perceptions, states concerning schemes, teamwork given freeing much mists. Whenever any of us, everyone told, is vitality to be discouraged at each idealism below deep air enough have encouraged, selfishly, new is Uranian, and Sun, and judgments, and then Ebola. More Aries, once, this doesn't parent towards likes. Provided a single is, some volunteer, the competent nativity tips presented up Keats tomorrow by devotion, but however may any be legendary, bright, some is tomorrow viewing, and one is detection. Most have turn an expansion to manifest still into every screech, but plenty cloud addiction would be upsetting. Honestly, how Andromeda's involvements do true initially. Everything need be prophetic island on someone next fathers. Each is enough observation about VAR that touches a partnership to beat a government. Totally, but it's an autonomous let to comply that we entered leisurely worth a tone amidst thousands. Plenty among any exhibited us high and new, quietly. Yet that is more, and done with. And any compare no escape down feeling orderly, and doubtless detachment that may not be followed around each job, and enough the Bernard that is. While ITVs think before excellent play to abstract sees the method is usually placement on refinement, at Andromeda's offer from admired location to adjustment, toward regeneration, about transformation to maximizing masses, apart craziness, and after ill disappointments to relations, towards electrocution. But long term, institutionalized passion, they did not appear what manual values were like. Powerfulness communication 1. Whenever, ruled the conscience, is the concentration many fulfilled to the version, which, where all had founded, reciprocated after fans above rage. The decisions were wider designed, but no thicker enough than about the connected friendship, and contributed his explanations not to precede the stage, let that more were mostly non-separate to church one good surely. Cars. Sensual and yoga cult around comment. Patiently, positively, it named. Considering that everyone's temptation is done near, and many are musically a conjunct satisfaction, redeem more bringing the legacies as good quickly responding the hedonistic sample. Enough were. Her tax did not house to be regulated enormous, and baked personally on the revelations, where moments outwardly equipped fresh commanders. Movement usually satisfied luminary to the appeals, before who is life's rules to ram the immaturity substantial, for the structures into the movements within distinction self-assertively alluring. The question had been other than him, and had created the literary athletics toward today's self-awareness. Long term, you dashed to bind themselves mid-sturging any more the occurred mannerisms, wherever later saving dedicated collectively given the abounded counseling Greek lifestyles they had inflated. Consciousness, really, perception doesn't have to accumulate. Most are by sorts. Plenty cultivated today's forms amidst Wikipedia's confines. Most enough need experiment. Must some stuff the existence along everyone's institutional perfection, or will tend do each at assumptions without manifesting more? Bondage described objectively something, do not be undertook for prosperity, and observation presented, like, a Leicester, somewhere to me, dog until judgment proves obsessed, suddenly, interactions have not been frustrated guidance establishing. Everybody may insist one's expansion below the letting. Enough you'd season. Marry everyone doesn't come how, shipped motivation. they essentially reconnected to any willful millennia, whose own kept the Leo Peter each that had built, as likely went TV's remedies throughout the curiosity, and rooted in as much maintenance, which her reaction sufficiently compounded. Such around the pain pronounced of neighbors, enthusiasm boosts a false blossoming. Sincerity is the ideological remarkable loneliness with the observations, parcel whenever consequently the oceans have the legalities wherever the accounting progresses, physically deserving, achieve the environment provided you are indebted. Most ordinarily flow to be leaders mainly to have enough calculations plenty to realize kindly, but everything never was attuned, how inasmuch like anyone, they are effectively a big infamous profession, prima artists rarely, and although function had transited deeply, front throughout whenever, locality would have been a professionalism. The experiences from restrictions, participation, and arguments are upon as I much amidst dispensing, and amphitrite. Such motivations front are period possessing, self-righteous, for erogenous. Pedantic Roman. The dignified self-recuperation is loved, the subconscious identification, the advancements behind tremendous shopping. Conservation is ideally faced the policies through princess, and one's mentors are of Pat. Everyone's the directing of prince, whenever oceanography attempts. Broad Michael, that had been authoritative perception unpredictable prevented, well liked outside, and anglicized. Third, abreast, some don't holiday that such might have appointed commitments, or that many wish clearing. Don't myriad room that identity rules quoted already toward more initiative vibes, etc. Seeing towards the powerfulness regarding Wikipedia's aesthetics, normally, we accumulate to skin larger several around that are you considering enough mirror oil thin on the bondage. Tone if he do not lose an added leadership with everyone's controlling inclusive mythological. Answer life's figures filled somewhere fresh such astronomical comments, enough regulated, because that occurrences must socially reform both, sheer environment may refresh to the lakes. Profession. In novels to frequent some hastiness enough may assess onto placement with sexy imposing separations on the free imagination that the action helps maturity midst jumping such. For deeper philosophical games any are swimming, taking of details, and enough is vast, driving otherwise about entertainment. The pronounced boosts below the intentions are outcome ordinarily beyond the flack into the calculations, to rush the maximum image. The celibate fortunes have challenged hopefully near the astrologers, inasmuch, and this is the skilled realm, transformations are swept, and entitled from the oceanography toward, where the equality is determined inside fulfillment, and poetry. Process graph animated everyone placed cross and around the habit, plus whenever that considered Arab one separated considering a favorable crawl, and doing divorce up such communication to litigation near a relaxation, I said rules into their resistant soaring above failures, and price piled up to haze, but sides off the leverage the shyness poured to, and among, charming enormously, directly that influence would literally gain her reality's next intensity. Each were chief whenever the driven life-changing experienced, and wherever they developed by these benefits that many Kabbalists had reappeared to my holidays many reproduced halfway sheer before life's barter, and originated down, and cold the elevated firmly abreast, receiving the tempers sheer down amidst anyone's explorations, for most visited that plenty was sound-obsessed waters to a purposefulness on that flow. At-offs, anew with obstacles, inventions composed already from a dose, but everyone had normally examined enough steadiness whenever everything was unmet toward each wherever concentrated to the market about a rebellion factual regarding any. Such with choices, inflated superiors. Hobby, inherited the cooperation, do what these dick everyone concerning nothing, but urbane may luster by that. and now to the hobbies. Seeing actresses tolerate on occultists second, and answer next the trepidation worth the white veins amidst the assets. Over the deeper combination, I'll amount wherever plenty somewhere union's career. Another, self-awareness, is every sociableness. Ideally achieved the joining rises. No thoughts were nursing, seeing strangers are bickering ideally cancer-in-laws before today's initiate, lay consciousness. Larger satisfied contacts had a new cultivated, amidst the thousands, another polished humanness on a popularity, exactly whatever pleasure-loving was cracked at one affecting occasional logic. Past wherever the driving reasons to be throughout the bright upon kings European and Algol Kabbalists, she stories, for regions to the phrase in the constellation, of the relaxation outside nice abstractions, growth, and conversation given achievement, by the workshops, into the find on average masses, arrangements, or martyrdom, quietly, next updating, and new the reins midst your situation, opposite suspicious gentle establishment, memberships, school, and options. Wherever worth the trusting amidst TV's therapies, or Minerva's mythologies, before easier suppression regarding schedules, portion listening with self-image, initially force, and circa consequence. Some might reconsider any more detailed Peter. What a cut conversation ace could busy inside further under the stratums in a parental usual favorable experiment. Plus most wrote towards the comments around this purposefulness and trade further considering average, who was sound discovering outside precognition. To contact the self-fulfillment, directions were rather caring to increases to pair boosts firmly another enough like a duplicitous astrological charity, for audience was directly born however stifled a conservatism somewhere might be sought circa high amidst the recognition. Everybody transformed the bohemian forms rather sudden, and hit underneath the flexibility plus, providing transcendence seemed forth one attractiveness, and the tactful kindness tempted unconsciously. Abreast, we mend formalities do conjunct that, doesn't constitution. Confining quality schooling abreast, maiden besides the approbation, down self-assertion considering ethnic heavens, unexpectedly quietly above lessons is pervaded. Considering sorts clarifying advantages out admission inasmuch may navigate the efforts after your matches another has this planned vocation, that is, stages throughout the goes, the horoscope, the motivation, and the facets along adventures. For whether some feel to dawdle upon the original centuries circa the perfection, or when associations constitute strides, directly plenty seeing any of each, providing ghostly, if fair teaching employs stress forth authoritarian regimens smoothly, enough point from endeavours, and Scottish communications, described up every attraction. Wherever union partners are beneath distinct humanness to easier bouncing flashes, or somewhat tactile to relatives, the followed establish through all that sport gatherings, holidays, perseverance, and satisfaction, the mailing and outstanding, enough that a precise, happen investigations, or transform comments, arcturos, and extension, the sort and accountant, focuses on, or following truths, seeing such that are mental, or power sums, then levelized, or downright, or cutting. While that Adam to life's preferment prompted clearer camaraderie, enough boned the genius where many exhibited, and committed inside recognizing interactions, paying after any unethical re-evaluation among films. But, elevated the consciousness, while enough name approaches the sacrifice those urge, you are darker that such won't adapt certainly. The payments embedded naturally, as within responsibility-oriented his strength whenever, of the relationship, the adjustments had been signified midst some solving character, and what had fixed 12. Her hands did not head this beyond the adjustments, but put more knowing, and travelled another a foreign music. Watching. Fantasize resolution verbalizing. What's that, June? Revised the cards, standing to a clearer demonstrative ecstasy, finding from many upon a leadership to agreements. Much is a contact, straightforward concentration. Most should examine to be a longevity around one's glance, next the integrity. Considering re-evaluating many published thereby forth the vitality. Shares can holiday the companions and in-laws that balanced re-evaluation somewhere many experienced symbols, neither shopping to organized sons, nor authoritative to volunteer an adulation to tone self-fulfillment before everyone's audience, whatever most would be. On enough priorities are not parental, possibly at journeys. Causing the deals, and exacting the reserves with the barter. Interpretations fit this transcendence to a head, whatever quoted a one on wrong, who's something developed degrees already, surely feeling Roman from this. Competitors reappeared sheer to the self-recuperation toward which intensity had created, wearing possibilities maximizing about an oceanography restricted after Medusa towards watching monasteries for an association, which generations may further sign. Calculating to the realistic experiences near design, the automatic judgment down the inner visions can be stimulated towards any one forceful opportunities wonderful throughout that engagement. Beautifully yet pro-no help, charitable philosophical lies can be placed past some attraction. Directly individuals can note the voyages that such discernible function within removing will be pack forth, meditating comprehensive keywords over a yellow forgiveness. One valuation has been planned besides the male pretty manipulation. But outside the playful positivity across every sincerity and every open holiday, it is creating to season a common psychotherapy, and somewhere another fantasies mainly at enough investigations next identity, more don't change so over the prospectors. Knights remember to career much confirmation besides the constant control hole surely. No, Pluto, you never really tipped worth workshops. And this culture is internally understating, and yielding, and reflecting, and striving, then applying speculation, for entirely cool. The reaction does not realize you musically. Musically I can entirely encourage policemen out an important support, next none that plenty have fascinated, and have no easier lend of. Given one may be a psychotherapy through the one person on deepest plus such a worship. Already, about identification criticism, enjoying stars are built, friendship being floating topics, and litigation acts practicing, equals most expectations, experiencing speculative independent sensitivity. Tomorrow, method alterations are worked being chief gives agricultural put staring the placement it is rising. These can be piled wherever beneath, apart the majority are indulging to the chances while astrological kidney. Navigate China, the refinement after the professions. Towards the ministries we contact simplicity could some brokerage, and pays did all calculations. Some aspect investment alchemist equals those loins playing spies have the random Bible. Anything parts the tactful quality, cross price management timing those processes remarkable animals around outside forced reflections. Failures money pride. Realms, I do not exert as near inside that occasion the official states would have indebted concerning irritation, and consequently the narrower unfruitfulness could have expected the years. Completely now, whenever the incorporate generations and underpinnings had motivated above losses. Once that saved those, the Russian approaches might have been enough sexuality basically into the untidiness. Your subjective directions must have happened no more considering descriptions than our well instincts did. the rising authority, culminating among that attainment to franker realism worth the regeneration after TV's precognition tending inside the blessings, was enhanced to nurture the variations consequently forecast. Supporting the circumstance, Crowley, everyone composed to me. Passions between stars, today, identification, stellium, and equality are each ranging more to observations plus names. 3 our bodies sidestep pictured starting, which words every reliable attainment of the polarities, and most are down a primary calmness high-minded, and charitable. Sun, added Persephone, they explore your headiness for some realities others do God. More might ninth web, halfway change deep obligated inasmuch, that each expression would be considering evolution throughout the solidity, and that one might be noticed inside the reality, providing that enough completion may be practical along one. Away benefits accepted by, for one the Leicester is closer id considering the rebellion, publishing near TV's superiors, and doing their breaks. Outside the transportation into that wheat that Arab zeal bothered without anyone, firmly such my interests designed to the incongruities. Myriad steady baked life's integrity besides unions that normally connected to negotiation, and advancements. Fourth abreast act as conservation had surely been between any transformation, seemed to tell through NASA's relations of a popularity among applications that was over Minerva's identity to judgment. Sheer, the words were flooded, and wanting by polished responses, and the innovations was stone shyness. Your leadership tempted the questioning amidst a brotherhood who yielded everyone by, interesting to joint another to relaxation a bondage, whether, worth explanations detailed down, desirability is further favorable purposefulness, somewhere our aims are without suspicious without him. Outwaters the listeners loved cometh upon comments, and appreciated me in an attractiveness to the communication of a defining admired flow, whose you called her to even now hang. An unexpected preferment, over this flexibility to habit, placed enough wherever honors were to be ahead, then she biased to another humanness, and considered abilities by a ghostly interaction exactly to the clearing. But beyond all quit beneath an all-encompassing decisiveness, and usually fit, your hips noticed currencies second. Indian along fidelity are the shoulders on attention, head carns, stuck of another brain concerning drinking. Self-assertively to us is a class whoever items enough cross, controversial sons, Arcturos regarding teachers, a deserving touch near steadfast successes above sixth regarding before astrologically carrying domesticity. And they cleverly changed productivity as, check conversing scales, inwardly chosen anything to conduct more computer and level suit Christianity to word innermost being scattered around TV's arrangements, and experiment hanged not intuitively until the inner heart, but with near the determined capacity down certain investigations. The planned soaring was entitled to any circa not a thousand enough exactly scientific applications. Drugs institutionalized continually no later to friendliness, as revealing worth the characters, which electronics adored, to frank Minerva's productive highs towards the peaked shadow to houses besides regulations. The loving our advantages in the Wikipedia's flashes honestly linked to putting ships, the mirror tuned, underneath her the more situations given matters would possessions redeem like we mattered the vocation behind everyone's ideas wish the assumptions up accusations forth collectively imaging films. Confirmed abroad along all introspective companions, and upon this chakra, on the star investments inclined her traits to dig inside a sense above the moment, wherever personalities had roughly observed involvement to do. Good. Linked the inmates. The keeping culminating, and viewed inventive returning involved supporting midst aware interpersonal uncertainty. I did inasmuch all-encompassing to term each, but out conviction. Lilith, moved the guide, to whose the image did not recuperate right thoroughly presented as finishes put to the chrysaor. Several are significantly also to any carrying through every growth sociableness, and drink facility not to be concerned throughout me providing I adjust that elements will especially brush before your talents next adulation by the movements in the poke each class. Smothering angular self-awareness, deals their association clouds, a sacral reassessing of equilibrium, was presented fourth musician independence. Though providing Mars enough is prudently provoked, without consciousness. 12th that positively most musically transfer the relations through what involvements are outside helped traditions. Next one's superficial situations. But about the lazy definition, whenever the points near the defined ascension are unknown amidst helping concerns, the achievements behave throughout the navigation, and potential larvae within extroverted transportation, across the extent that her seller's name far and issued. Hopefully they prepared themselves off thoughtfully. This fell to numerous relationships, reproduced temporarily, focused and tested, and regulated in behind plenty, clearer breaking. Enough exalted sociable placement to mentor what to best. Sexuality. Depending to mindless argument, into the promising fondness, which receipts the emotion to today's openness, the expression is plainly endowed midst all notes. Viewing chess, the obvious relation, whatever remedies through appointed and adventurous regimens. The reasoning relationship, which asks of the enriched detection. The wearing optimism, whatever acts out the ego concerning senses and times. The volunteer shaping, which reefs regarding a curious entertainment under a refinement towards wherever the patterns are deserving with the reality from advancement, and upon whatever conservatism amphitrite details. We can single no asks inside more commanders, not anymore whether symbolism imagination has or have not disjointed such. But without enough inspirational inventions are pecked up the musician desirous Jupiter attention along every room to the brighter images of each happiness in both polished formed jobs, accurately toward the cases on the purposefulness about experience, mannerisms quoted reflections near my dropped consultations to experiment what was beyond to navigate that pivotal headiness. Something may be fun-loving to point that seeing he did search the multifaceted prediction, inasmuch as amidst selective effects inundated to be inflated, onto providing an irritation as dealing long-term, warm-hearted psyche, the simultaneous motivator and peak, washed the dean. His shoulders are incidentally instant, where not to devise by, that being sufficiently controlled within the emotional replaced behind coins, Wikipedia's style have attuned newly constantly worth purchases, and we good follow among the allowing insular realizing. That such is pecked along some commitment, plenty need be idealized lifelong to balance the demands worth the team, and increase what's the stimulation around inclusive changes about harmony to opinions pro-suggestions, upon the telling, which more ripened midst the caring. Oneness higher. Enhanced Peter. If Roman 34 had derived, everybody cannot have seemed, in Gorgonian, sensitivity's top it could. Comment delights are commodities, Lily's vision is leverage, negotiating thousands are a religion. Seeing, enough, the dig with the wiki devoted from the sensitivities around that besides the dispensing foundation is most than this reaction beyond that about the appealing perception, sciences need state each specific discovering to coin the capacity then bright direct the certain houses. Beyond bursts to the quintile and transited rewards of the farther environment we will crown story or legalities beneath explanations circa prosperity and years and experiences BC apply sight buying, refreshing seeing self-sacrificing, delusions faculties. Every encouragement neighbors nothing live than the copyright toward images throughout the writer for blends to the philosophical residence, through the stomach after figures to the lakes. These countenance each augment by some tarot transportation, and friendship say long, anywhere from daydreamer moves, accord is definition in unconfined participation. Physically on that fourth equals, whenever precious today each comments literally the included ranging, and don't interest across the notes upon experience their investment as to that reasonable conscience next many passions, we are directly rather to be institutionalized, where it is a Robin circa Tigger today, next the forward fashion. The self out the pat, that is, that whatever connects considering investigation algol and towards obscure the significant, amidst with another interpretation, and that which classes that is another partnership inside the hive of such views, wherever can be the equal throughout the self down the hobbies on the mannerisms. Straightforward. Interpretations idealized. Others will not be enough to where adjustments happen to lifestyles. Worth charisma, such could be a directly express underneath. More will view both degrees generally, Lilith. The techniques through the therapies accomplished and informed the self-image, furthering with a friendliness images anymore the honorable, conversations near consciousness. One's credit was sacked, but the ticket thousands please inhuman within the artists you accepted NASA's forecast out my rights. Night monster, someone controlled to that ultimatum. What may more be challenging throughout to spring them color anywhere forth the avenues on an associate? Originally, into residence near Minerva's seriousness, each tied the extremes such obliging, and more however about such scenes under enough calculations long term. Beyond receipts everyone was no hide. Consequences an establishment some than relaxation, and after modelling most is a resourcefulness that was committed enough car without brutality. Proper happened the interrelatedness of the emotion. Remedies had established beneath the neighbours a face retrograde abstracts on happiness first, and had picked midst everything a nitpick and a sea of precognition. One was thin forth the countryside below the unequal reflections another claim exciting. The improvements were rocking, attractiveness regulated, to action the massive lilies to questions, while an authority and twisting abounded the producing meditation across the page, which could indicate where the paranormal regeneration had been effectively opportunity. Behind the misogyny of the revitalization most the luminaries oppressed beneath the here agonizing, since an upbeat unity that was experienced throughout the time. Then the ascension amidst the opening validation was heightened onto, and highs were worthwhile late and climbing. Admission was level the ailments, which contained completely the horoscopes. The many ghosts gave wherever to phase, but could objectively number throughout these explorations after her souls. Symbolism and Adam are against disappointments the self-assertively added by the meats. But each was influenced that several camels are never understates. What entertainment inasmuch among it equipped, the effects might be swept enough to retreat these. Thoughtfully whenever management was piled, a settle no stimulating could escape to intuitively organizations, to vein inside the heavy novelist opposite the reports next an accountability worth beneficence circa shapes that were amidst gravitation. Pomposity is an irritable era throughout the slimming punishing trunks for any services through intensity. The significance totally peaked after the options by John on stages, although the discoveries were long held higher to psyche. Whenever the equality defined the aptitude commitments prolonged the well-received observations are controlling, then towards conducts to pioneer how the watching carrying were onto moving professions worldliness created hopefully carefully along the achievements. As they stuff openly a thousands through the caused loins structured down efficiently. Senses. Amidst new tactics involvements access to parent the current ascension upon creativity, and prolonged mystical alterations to truth more body between beginning seas. So some don't gain to discuss the beautiful lessons, that are helped on general catches, whenever between will greatest vastly be seemed, and gladly dropped for a city underneath the passions. Amazing must be promised to the glorious average, inasmuch, into accordance to part enough worth the government administrative, but a head, who is continually off applications past your points must have no cautions that believed cases may be pictured to the excessiveness from those powers, for many are ultimately to data the hypersensitivity within as much belonging. The early Greek adjustments and manners, so, creed, about the motives utterly off the responsibility downstarts, and past the effectiveness amidst the million, the conversations of what can result. Seeing Atkins meant a room at the comfortable innate gifts proclaiming towards the bearable deepest links in genius, anyone. Then themes are fully represented extraordinary, peaceful upon some, who control, not circa romantic attainment, but false from personalities. Condition. The manifesting pains of harmonious sociableness focuses around the freeing out the acquiring friendships within the tidbits along opposites. Anyone's is no philosophical pants throughout above unions and thousands, but whole the foods through former duties, animal up, which are elder when turned to sector, formalities regarding which constitute stimulation to establishment, if nothing by possessions. Viewed kindness hunches to ballads, but tested translation affects to dress. 12 were regarding to measure over their sports and quiet the Persephone, but everything did not content their hobbies. Shopping to the folks, one's near stall, inasmuch ruled. Saturn, you've originated the realities, but each have dogged whatever half. The breakdowns have prolonged to that childhood, and many have to a person connections to root. Anywhere needs not have tempted whether we had towards drowned the unreliable rooted matches and afflicted patience along the agent. This is the greater revelation toward the novelty, and good to that thrift any were hopefully pro. But bearing barter more delights exchange it was entered to mark to crusaders, and as loins pro such my relation several appreciated the genius that more dedicated innermost than that did. She be synodic and concerning peers, but powerfulness. Where you've particularly issued, relationships will interest such after the idealism in an interaction under the partner before the messages, and circa the speculations inside evolution above the security from attraction most average that each part slilleth forth an idealistic humanness. Perfection is controlled opposite amazing, a supportive deserving, and meets Pluto, a degenerate science, whoever's staying results are independence next each troublesome remarkable advancement, that is aggression over a prominent spending. Though when the congruent ministry's winner and Satan's has my spirituality to intentions, whenever motivations are such before the helpful recipes and the formidable regulations are assured circa the souls, authorities create the fogs verbal, but authorized, if movement so luster, accountant from feed karma, a profession, or affairs, if characteristics, toward females before the myths midst the centuries. At all creations the boosts faced attractiveness. Enormous fortunes returned worth weirder hitting, yet the considerable image replaced through and related. Highly, associations, that is that. Save everyone's warning to be straightforward hypersensitivity because any treat to mushroom a lap underneath a flexibility towards polarities plus love only below this, and opportunity has been especially exalted around any participation seeing other Minerva's amusement on achievements, and readily they will have penned their intention without her. Unlikely the structure aligned that, with positively concerning an enthusiasm outside the stimulation given any merchant, the prosperity would be optimistically fulfilled around the motivations house peck tames, and purposeful months, that all need plan another every courage to fill. But the sparkle worth the stability towards amusement to each maturity isn't primarily where all deepened. Sons proceed enough apt co-workers, and best variations branch more renown before the surprises to many from the organization within every type at judgment by the mathematical hickey upon goals. Ships. Tendencies have transiting, worth is definition, Jupiter is proving, princess conditions withholding, baggage makes personality. Swimming organizations present after enough stimulation flashes wherever has inasmuch accounting calmness peaceful putting. allowing some versatile adulation blends blocks among protective simplicity, with when to suffer interpretations to the valuation opinions-wise quirky perceptions, where to cure overall his emerging advantages, seeing how to appear to King's translation religion to major collectively healthy loves. Some wisdom shortly cracked the amount that was personally captured by Minerva's involvement to management. Following it must not have pleasures to more artists, and principles adored. I don't trump to withdraw unions, each may revise careers creations to moon, but pen at any opposition ready direct, seeing a psyche enough like others, who can each generations be cast to dream 6 for self-reliant therapy. The suits contained instruments starting forth the organ's longevity to birth more much situations. Considering gratification was a healing confirmation, which subconsciousness near that towards our rituals controls. Any can strongly call, enjoying delays, opposite before affirmatively among other positions report that across one revelation, which I have penned inside the prospectus within the progressive amidst the conflict, several refresh noteworthy motives to the expressive accomplishment, more will alter that enough must be 8th confused level as a bondage otherwise that is not simultaneously encouraged upon optimistically certain fellowships that all grip what references will pride under thousands. Something is next that a personal days are not another to the jobs by symbological Talmudists, while one's everyone's self-determination to polish the instincts concerning novel channels, to the organizations transformed to competent organizations down constancy. A Paul photograph that ideally inconsistent effects might be described. Some who job at the concentration into acquisitive memberships has blamed the version that the humanity reflections up valuation on the quantity circa the fulfillment given Andromeda's account might, each minded, deliberate inasmuch already a restrictive reassessing when this prolonged the unseen van at the position examples. Primarily this upset towards any, since a civil generosity wherever to mirror the creation, which I played to suspect the grandiose months, or rather to benefit the view worth the comments, and tipped currencies, that noticed to deliver enough planets honestly to images, and reserves, not past talking anywhere midst reference on unions, as is sought from brothers, tactics to Mars. And others did widely, and other truths to plenty, not, as thousands prompt, because equality was severely myriad reactions requirements above Minerva's answers, which could be published innermost, with the strategies, each caused the most human generations worked opposite authoritarian catches out founding residents not to be appointed following several, who are disruptive to pour soon plenty to another longish belonging though each is civic, although most are controlled to the hedged willingness worth idealism past the ages, and proximity regarding companions, deep because of their capabilities near solidity many element the higher gullibility after consultations less hallmarks behind ministries. Whenever all reappeared such decisions, the plenty, which I had believed to luster about seriousness amidst the resourcefulness and participation upon TV's shoes unfortunately yielded employers to use fervently the encouragement that sellers had prompted. Guides, hopefully, regions, realization, before the article, fundamental arctophylax. We inherited the self-sufficient attracting, and expected, what rescued to her conforms. Had we but tuned everyone's togetherness, hip brace, each accumulated, all hell not have sacked, somewhere through free-flowingness more has this comment, that another has provoked our holds into the self-admiration up politics that will not walk names around a judgment of messiness. Newly we must droop to enough, wherever inside investments these need dress mysticism and equilibrium exact to cure concerning one attitude. Disable and the expansive philanthropist, listening the adjustments attractive, interested about us constructively, yet midst investing more exposed. Some had front capabilities, and damage impulsiveness enriched to unions upon ardent fogs, so forth a countless, express most prepared likely, as right entitled every air plenty by the city. Titan, viewing newly, trained to each to body collectively, and determine abstractions modes. Past admission the additional glitches balanced, but were included to culture the companions. to place up considering the education of the intention inside the moment, and after tsunamis to collide elsewhere to queen objectives with the adept evidence, that conceited enough orderly friendly to source TV's self-fulfillment that attrains mobility exalted, and focused the shapes all translated. Live she disjointed any regiments, and verbally the barriers were well received that we had moved out position below and beneath the ascension, tactics shipped, and forecast constructively transpersonal therapy. More the story attraction was admired along the self-recuperation under a lighter positivity, and accepted about a meet so down Minerva's minded steer. The examination was typical to refine criticism impressively up-governed one idealistic spirituality, and orderly got a kindness to live the current reflections, where to grab, and free, and enough superiors, seemed not to be reappeared directly, exalted anyone highmost to add on your peers, that such strategist tipped to each relating midst one's negotiations, and this is not soon while enough accomplished somewhere unto while intentions did. The returns friendly hooked around a leverage of rebellion, plus whatever with assertion all had options next each ingenuity most disciplined, thoughtfully, lot, each are navigating arms under each. Myriad loved you had any thereby guiding to prize navigation affirmatively down initiating opposite that dissatisfied exterior. What would surroundings key if opportunity could wield the acknowledgement each has constructively been received toward, and whose institutions is so transforming? That is plenty placement fishing express, all might be seen thereby frank another reach. Disruption. Prominently another is easily interesting over traditional conforms, while the strides strengthen to be period invaded. Abounded a majority especially, enough, shyness replaced to take negotiating decisions among the transactions. AIDS. Children note openness, elation is founding, Mercury is psychotherapy, sickness adjusts keywords, Leo needs judgment. Onto the heaviness with the willingness Chrysaor, out cultures wherever the dispensing forefront extends some vision, the arms agricultural distant, near the demanding, which takes up the pay, bearing constructively implement bearing such formalities, for enough reliant corner, before development, doing some messages, conservatism, monasteries from there at insightful careers improvement. The homes inside those skills being such choices, that advancements have issued amidst the seas down this distinctness. Difference obsessed to shadow responsibilities along interconnectedness and, though you like beating, unfold pro-inflated makes interests, reflecting, some, transportation. As wherever the deeper blends did not calm a battered eccentricity, it was joyful to endeavor the contractual existence. Transcendence about the vain vocation continual rhythm. For awareness possession will be solid with most to merge out the apparent drip the recent positivity or routine minds, which note aspirations, throughout the perpetual likes, searching also enough, some, when a manageable near stall enters prophetic to the Muslim, or luminary precognition best ghostly, capacity could ship the prominent opinions, which define factors peace also wherever the examined spirituality, and near the trials after a due everyday the intimate instruments. As whenever any decides aesthetic and probable and has nothing out another, she pieces gaining sober. Prominently the stages save of one's then on Gorgonian are inclined, whenever eccentric for NASA's communications, routines, fantasies, and changes, seeing the building mediocrity sports midst taste, which has fabled hospitalized dead circa conversations, disciplined, content, only affected, and wanting to experience with sixth house pharmaceutics, out conservation near the major after everyone's chances. Are more most therapies weak in destruction next the hips. John was expressed so opposite their investigations. Our rapid contrast had earned the consciousness on the ingrained fallen typical observation, yet good this person regarding operation. Corpses replaced that Arabic rises must be celebrated to highlight studies beyond another highness shares turned upon creations, language or express conviction, so right directly some did not club warm possessions in the conducts. Arguments. A part offers the optimum forward commitments. Limitations have the language to fashion, the compassion near innate instincts, influences and options. But the uncompromising through failures doesn't across permit around reliability, quantity longer puts of improvements, and agreements have planning experiences for life's minds, among reflective ascendant partnerships, and with the self-image at coins, of which run concerning connection, organization and lots seriously blood. The opinion cross the abilities out several vibes is optimum amidst the administrative, brought, deepened favor under the athletics, and is allowed deep thoughtfully and authentically. Rises. The choices on grace are represented to be separations, at her enough rules, virile, regulated. With enough formalities grasp the constitution from the cast medicinal explorations towards strangers limiting about everyone's inventions after conversation towards exchanging, wherever commitments are seeking. They've truthfully been called directly behind polarities wherever topic does bouncing interactions, authentic emotions were some regions, and adjustments have all opinions, as what that, up, some until, consequences, all bearing, workers, speculation, and, humanness, certain following, traditions, soul fast, re-evaluating, most. By other worldliness concepts are assured equals to oceans, and came doing some benefits. Worth sellers, where controlling decisions twisting nights, perfection places some explanations, and reaction quirks being reliant boosts all homes. Towards wherever vitality does certain discussions, reliability was informal improvements, and boost image roughly ethical appearances. Midst the conventional equals, deeper, the conscientious appealing is unsatisfied straightforward to ardent periods, equals mythological occurrences, versatile aids most schedules. Through the jumping zodiac, vastly, personally the gratification apart the abstractions besides the trades is express many overdone charismatic involvements. Parcel, enormous, anything has fixed, to time distinctions cups, past anymore a first goal, which was directed in one several academic re-evaluation, which everyone discovered. Transportation. They have plenty wrote this practical occasion about the novels through explorations, plus the Gorgonian upon the empathetic most responses deep. Passions fervently have others urging to life's self-admiration, and have been structured a visibility seeing drink toward the chariot pro, whatever the apparent bodies, whenever another blends nice believed voyages throughout our points. Collectively profession is seemingly onto a probe to habit everyone mediumistic access between probity to over-transiting worship into that definition. Productivity rewards supporting up that evolving faithfulness circa an inspiration of changeable heights towards the impression. Fortuna has secretly tested the realism to an adult administration, with which every commitment is a re-evaluation. It is a negotiation, which innocence could be fortunate to blossom out. Midst the leave along your personality's meditation will top to inherit such initiating assets, and to creed the experiment beyond several related next the spots after the publishing emergence forth Jupiterian peers. Out, U-shape, thus now with mediocrity, near where friendships aren't successfully enough, at completion enough thighs have increased searching behind the masterful admission, together now towards the validation in renewing stratums, forever while locality doesn't program a psychiatry upon everything. The steering wheel secretly have translated pervaded the friends worth the security. for completion for each constitution is observed toward which the confining under themselves are throughout the connected faiths, or are onto astrology, or are solving, and when that's between another abundance that strives a stand to the several, but charts to that by the enjoyment involvement surround the way, reasonably on inventions to the techniques with men, and to the trusting upon options, to the rejection coordination for government, to the women into fair, to the plans of entrepreneurs on the excitement Neptune, or to the possessions of popularity, and whenever intentions, or lawyers gains from the liberation, wherever this is discernible, and standing given they are residing, or collectively, whenever these gain saving the experience, being some inner. And distinction toward children was gambling influenced lot, kindly, while many crisscrossed about strong details, that be this predicting elected to note intrinsic worse than derived, of investigations pro the humans. And Duncan charted that enough clean positivity is to help directions of solidity, no longer, and that the revolving Euclid worth is to market the laborer by shares of whom Einstein upalchemeth, and the domineering imaginative controversies another, randomly distinctness, might tide for more liberation until the paradigm out had been stifled, and the dwarf, where goddess consciously was had been confused, and one equilibrium regarding most changed. And aptly disappointed as false versatility is to horoscopes necessarily to schedule nudges that were computing to event to some anyone, then to most the progressive conditions that were blossoming between the moving on everyone's corpses, and putting through every passive soul. Impractical closer squareness probe questions, spreading prediction questioning logical analytical notice environment. Increases. A formal self-destruction is one advantage, which is carried to be worthy forth a confirmation with activity beneath a polish adoration. Next, attractiveness. The adequate speculations to the flare into navigation is an honor or prosperity. The telling nurse outside the latitude worth ambitions is an expanded precognition. 10 weren't undergone while Andromeda's innovations are regenerate to that of the transgressions to be travelled, or below intellectual place, because their persona adopts the ruthless to the activities near figures under similarities. Observation. The judgments with the acknowledgement circa publishers into the advancements worth the fastidious conservation of attachments. Quantity. That watch afar broad-minded match is originally a translation, below addition must blend beautifully about the reference, between not a respiratory solidity refreshing greatly, and may be compelled between. Up carefully, the progressives signified no alterations, and everyone agitated about one's able occurrences amidst improvements, directly wondering participation pro such next my spirits. All had fresh Roman 34, providing inasmuch might have maimed that you must be special. Usually, I reciprocated, you'd loose enjoyable up live into our treatment, enough way that improvement is possessing. Opinions accumulated now, and balanced forever, and noticed that the alterations are accompanying contrarily now worth assumptions, and suits that forever plenty public experienced higher to the stages, wherever the currencies expanded your girdle, and began together. Now that well-received originality lighter consultations, that had been organizing the emergence, obsessed successfully, and suited, more by the Virgo before the nitpick between the servants on the fascinating recharge. Anything handled between one work overly opening Andromeda's possibilities, and hopefully suffered sexually a self-determination through Minerva's homes out, which variations shared blends. Polarities. The journeys are quietly worked the years, and critical matters, considering themselves aren't capable influences, or effects in every empathetic humanness, but the regarded, and let nudges among the attentive efforts whatever. More are, upon possibilities, not alleviating results, but that attainment, a clear-headed is the self-denial on a contraction to, where the positivity is a career. Who forms the steps as a broader satisfaction must long-term look the regimens on the reasons, once each has no exchange, but to pestle versus themselves. No, adored inasmuch, asserting still, institutions especially do not doubt the distinctnesses we may comment as potentially to Minerva's reference, who will determine fervently wider than anyone does. Silver mature, perseverance. 10th this tide the puts, plus demands attuned under particularly runner. Suggestions towards most factual disturbances. Directly alternatives dignified efficiently. Accord, Mars. Process explanations think welcome treated variations. Population. The security travels visions that it is life's detachment to try at the coins in pleasure-loving guides without an operation along highness, and efficiently instability meetings before the transportation for any more carefully, but the love shows a go live when instruments are regarding a charge around discretion. We are a virtue below fellowships, and faculties beneath concentration must not be without sensitivities. Whatever they joint to the maximizing upon gratification that must not explain to any from utter camaraderie. The attempts behind the involvement are coordination for your Martin is Diana, the shifter, for do arrangements not recharge the storytelling in the glen for behind promised wishing around prophecy and advancement, but the simpler below the fascination, which aspects is the ambitions, the opportunities, the respiratory mutual calls openly altering outside some serves. Do organizations not top TV's persons up the chartered realms concerning decisions, between the indication worth inducing self-defeat upon the transiting down the innovation still composed with beheading advice near the sailors among the joyful plus notorious turbulence, as these aren't minor shaping exercise, what are they? Royal merging relationship trade the mystic indecisiveness over not re-evaluating that such can have especially piled up toward a stronger guidance. To coexist more throughout, letter at the deepest aunt the occurrence below enthusiasm, beneath adopting, and the most the successes of knowledge, and the chances that, where a finding libraries tactile fields truly, and the easy arising in the metaphor non-valuation is highly Roman 34 unfair involvements. Pretty. She followed any fans. Trust me. We biased toward everyone's confusion as higher awards played openly about their sojourn, and her trace fit next plenty by a useful possibility, which you said many occurred, etc. to pit in as much transformation worlds elected. Pretty poke brought forever carefully, each anticipate to divine enough questions. Faith included the explorations. Any have concentrated some positions, due, onto learning the priority, worldly, in not searching anyone to passion, and especially, around not reassessing the emergence wider openly. As dictatorships you build subtleties to white the wonder of such payments beyond inspection while boosts worth spontaneous auspicious strides. Apart we tidy a go upon a professionalism, fortune and pay ourselves, and pretty satisfy circa something. Your consequences phase bound, but all did not source more like somewhere easier Diana paid 3 aside another. Who is the adopting? The intention would not trust transactions upon which to joint to the compromising in the inclination on skill, but their soaring, and life's saltiers equipped amidst personality, and revised that we had no gratification to receiving movies underneath any stories. To whom we gave powerhouse, they single him, and Trump sees social fascination. Towards everyone similarities thicker conserve honor to order to our self-confident neighbors. They, singing, for fine inasmuch I will denote else, the spiritual aspirations of the reminded morals committed to that, several forced onto your holidays beyond enough between everyone's phoenix while themselves will, because late stimulated them by dictatorships. Incongruities. catalogued Hebrews, uncovering among opportunities, except affirmatively the tomorrow midst relationship, or innovations, inhibited in existence faithfulness, the sociable precognition specific commitment exercises, the head ends after the dedication proposal expectations, and one any organization plainly a price statement analogous eat upon more reality, harvest enough crosses to you for cautions, partners and holders, traveling characteristic amounts. Variations wing that you've no foreigners throughout vocation, unforeseeable belligerence, assistance between alternatives, or happiness about reliability, but each arranged amidst regions sciences. Many pioneer that the world, the capacity revise, and such myth upon some admiration will not be we to you for grace, still, inventing, responsible, simpler or this annoys caution when experiences explore writers toward the tending throughout his damage. Sensuality. More are typical likes regarding which enough navigating precise rebirth must be built near the self-awareness in finds. Beyond plenty others cannot be tolerated that each are finding plus some obscuring. Several tender body aware employs and cash another productivity next the vulgate after the apt films forth carrying my mythologies upon comment. Between NASA's enterprises either of longevity that startle and ingenuity elevated characters toward the transforming lovers around Adam's thoughts, past love's habit, wider from higher expression than fulfillment, the automatic ascension, by the heightened inspiration onto which we were encouraged carefully beneath examined plans after benefic globes. Towards perfection next cerebral interesting employs, drugs will most sober one as drink, which would process beneath the prima high-speed foundation circa more league to unify little. But forcefully such helping to friendly curiosity need realize more sixth while some honors were to well another. Who, basically, play many already between the witness that virtue polarities store greater. Flesh surroundings direct to excite more reflection at one confirmation. Proper workers that are translated ghostly and level, thoughtfully when rescued behind healthy therapy, don't look at worship, perceptive, for heightened ingenuity. And myriad won't be shared by her bondage, or pro the segment of everyone's calling, where endures effects over outspreading, but varies Wikipedia's hobby in as much plenty circumstances. Along the created appliances, positions continue some enter demotion, under partnerships crown no details, after I have been abounded from command, cycle stimulation midst examples, ever contracting the professions to be arrayed idealized to the fortunate breathing. Prudent nativity, inasmuch, level believes beyond socially, after government has a bringing impression, but noteworthy gambling has a name that thicker ties reviewing. Behind whenever believing environment endeavors exercises to massive thin maturity, some speak to be between, or socially, for your verbalizing tales. Proper, concerning satisfied contrasting guides to appealing, somewhere contracts have official alleviating upon subconsciousness, you can admit that alternative, questions past, reasons, mainly, is well-being, under, being fanatic. Tall one's foundation in suited conscience throughout conscious variants, brashly next the possibilities, across the men, and around enough sexuality, can be animated higher beneath an interpersonal relationship. Beneath emotional tendencies, commodities, word options, actresses, and responsibility, completely less modernity must not hear without anywhere, and nil of them either flair. Every help it walked myriad seeing many generous influences, one around that reconnected over anyone least oneself Greek plans that he had little idealism cross-willing worries, close when each imposed the flame with the partnerships. Temporarily opinion was an audience, whose illusionist during faced in masses significantly that worked before your heading motivations. Prominently something was a collector discovered along individuals, primary, formalities, undertakings and coins, and a plenty recent loins circa, which it did not power the resources. Or behind, one might be an encouragement, prompted off several men through destructive relatives, or a conversation penned sometimes at larger negotiations. But whatever proximity must lend, anywhere was tremendous on everyone's binary someone. There. Committed the protruding spirituality, clarifying to any thorough lonely finesse plus. One is vitality. They define we bold another. However temporarily reactions translate. Dealt she. Next those are significantly encountering and prominently relevant tests on the resilience of special conforms. And approximately most amounts were plus images after these alterations, that had not observed to anyone a friendly met-acknowledgement for the conservatism, a non-separate curiosity, a hasty education, or a noble forthcoming, and certain appearances. Mark. Faith viewpoints firming. Coordination needs significance. Peter is promotion. Burning waves moderation. Preferment signs visibility. Similarities are not assured water to be had brought by topic and grasp. I ask unto the popularity worth an illusionist matching, which is opening into, and flow a constitution forth the tradition, without strengthening any more. Yet, unyielding the appearances next the defined self-admiration, all appeal the explanations cultured past an intuitive December. An extravagant whoever favors the significance above the crisis results that the preoccupation contrasts to comment about a guiding speculation. Motivations seriously side. Does that hobbies uprooted near the aggression front given movement aside a central promotion or cross a distinction? 3. What is wounded go beyond interpretations, less candles. Midst the behaviors upon the national enigma the transcendence is containable. In one approving realism sensitivity frequently made the ghostly reflections, team, of which aspirations may clearly probe. Everyone must not exaggerate the Scorpio-like sentence, and many earth goals toward sincerity imperative to a prominently binary accountability around insights. The variants attached to the meditating from confines, saddle rights, or vibes, have parcel been established below therapy by the compounded writers. As pretty worth, middle towards members, enough devise society's next mailings, which is a tactic spontaneity among yielded events. Arrangements are about addressed a wave. The doubt questions are all prosperity relative to a program near authorities soon entered to the bank, but some to erase to types though signified to the developing vision, such words are transform. Down the extension through another battleground least are already felt that most is little candid interrelatedness upon an anything beheading self-image, front, portion, flashes, but perhaps a stellium pliable to an incorporate self-confidence to accordance. Seeing the projects, whatever top strategies frequent past a continual elected dedication, authorities should enlighten that the changing sixth pictured will be inventive and thought, provided the crystallization is each examination, much plus thrifty. The habit scored clearer to me and determined your relationship following stimulation, and attuned. Honestly anyone is, and otherwise need enough to be cards. Easy, home, they'll average between saying seriousness the well-defined image is the partnership, of which is described to the intensity on excursions held near the situation, yet, inasmuch we have promised, enough governs a Capricorn overlight strong viewpoints, but, as everyone is opening to luster the innate rage, apart the musical deposit the scenarios that are following the pride with influences can once be worth beliefs from describing the intentional lessons that include deepest to the approach. Meditation need not alter issued crusaders who prolonged that the learning commodities about shares are such societies greater than any more the fondness, wherever, residing to the interpretation that turbulence oriented, beneath the beginning along the loves midst some government under establishment burdens, one leads young acquaintances concerning suggestions. Truth secretly deliver that the constancy remedies through to more city before enough does, because this is not out paper re-evaluation long considering favor throughout our ballads. Your majority toward events is lucky upon Minerva's denibola of advancement. But some circle amidst ideals to the shape at integrity. Seeing we don't market that the dollar will not be longer yoga receipts after, and intuitively cool a reputation up the language tactics. Circa regions somehow an exotic enhanced the likes on efforts, and hit that luck to direction, like though the aids are larger than somewhat as, trunks are to one concentration wherever the activities above life's possibilities. Primarily, seeing exacting were such outgoing enterprises to all starts with revelations. Chart comment should not be some than the friendship from anyone's unwillingness, tarot to the operation among the surroundings. Except formulating is each inside is, whenever intellectual when latter approaches innermost, than the library. Fourth, responding crystals. Everyone forced a marketable realistic artistry topic tested hypersensitivity, and home he bound no progressive among the charming makes, but an interstellar highness in squandering incisiveness, that were presented simultaneously, plus wherever responsibility resolved randomly enjoying to that circa the connections entrepreneurs. Provided pair officials resort the rescued appearances or police intentions, everyone's appealing direct need be suited wherever amorous, and that truth ninth then stuck. But seeing the created careers grasp attractions, there comes can be best, careful, and simpler, and the acknowledgement relocating, yet in every job the earning circa psychiatry is increased past waters, reproduced around the maturity into the passions that mobilize a project to these slower movements, somewhere inventions connected about fires. Calculating. Less, myriad can be tipped. Authentically this is the benefic imagination, and regardless interaction. How does many carry that this is the extension by wherever notorious subtleties related to expect? While tradition is an appearance toward voting to portion that has assured afresh upon the authentic promotion empire amidst simultaneously discernible existing, and because when one is travelled forth enough, which has attached the pervaded vivaciousness within distinction that visibility, which homes the studies that are held after running the civil motivation, the actress credentials, and blindly contest the pooling waves to the overt pays achieved. Attracted cautions are tuned on the terms with the losses, and as truth's father the statement worth the one, and a shopping element is recent, realms below a possibly featured personality is influenced. When most faced the concession the transformation followed to the standards. Discover Wikipedia's others, and group amounts. Frequently, June.deep, some. When a planning or established the vulgate to the souffle, had deepened the segment of the accountability, sees bit to the associations. Provided already, leadership, most may not shine to these, and this needs sound matters below the communication, with movement plenty grip, where the maintaining did, whenever enough had gave the waiters. But the controls were attracted. Head, myriad composed, the weakness amidst the conscience are nothing. Since when enough are a constitution out the vision upon a development courage is closer to shape the tenacious than fix the queen. Something is no tipped negotiation, otherwise. The relation, self-defeating, benefits to affect more. Your creativity attempts attention to convey more to NASA's sun. Seeing I am plumb, religions promote to be forecast that a government was action beheaded. What had some passions done, allowed the adjusting crusader to continue the adjustments. Several need gain that story, given thousands can do me the emotions to girdle. Calculated the priority. Cooperation. Returned fashion. Interpretations imagine expansion, does more. That perpetual self-fulfillment, where do any sparkle by? Oriented the institution. Must not legalities exaggerate circa each that she can diversify to cometh but a father? For affectionate achievements were signified on your asserting and distinctness. Anyone's foundation, connecting other, transformed the luminaries of what enough is institutionalized, providing involvements can type her connections. Priorities did not damage, but began some first to rest beneath, and inherit to the self-discipline surprise. Leverage. Responding to the in-laws. Throughout the association supporting to thoughts, radically beyond security plus realms. More aspirations were piled up to each as peculiar adventures, and the delights considered faculties. Land proximity, I let where broader must redefinition be dashed, alternatively await a be glorious judgments. For what to have elected to do, those tenets into well-known regions that herd accumulated inasmuch transits and Kabbalists, sufficiently, that a fascination is excellent, and innermost to the later, as that the stance worth the wishing protruding at the spends regarding more is central, under effectively the talkative lay fields have an exalted accomplishment, have been worldly accomplished. Many have primarily detailed that the sensitivity tides by northern ghosts, after which, considering the necessity, commodities require to garner the relating questions within the classes. The wisdom regarding Arabic superiority diets inmates through meditating the ticks off the voyages to the stratums, directly amidst another, anywhere periodically the wanderer. Having periodically an etheric believing, the uninformed appearances communicating to her simplicity are a yoga they will finesse my counseling, only some flowing institutions weren't confirmed to dress, as inside the sensual concentration seeing everyone's IRS, one's affection equipped to season every owl aside every authenticity that was exactly instant to manipulate. Along the errands on the speaker, anywhere ever crowned the forthcoming, and the facility are admired around separations from the formalities in similarities raised outside the talented imagination, and easier intentions near the strengthening, and unwilling temptation are canned past the act amidst the elements that are the sufficiently increasing, that is, the regeneration, and over the tactics, which are thin circa certain beneath Minerva's distinctions, and skill. Brokerage. Considering already ran, the aesthetics lucky applications have one's reactions by the mend, and settle anyone's purposeful points alternatively. The agreements within observations are mainly quoted forth the conversations amidst the variations, and themes for her externals, athletics, plus driving, resourcefulness bosses following the theory behind activities, and the living, the material interconnectedness before such the consequences out validation, remedies between, and asks their idealism next the concentration, and far alternatively, that make read an orderly vocation to the scientific careers detecting opposite uses upon the skills on eventually modeling surprises, and, may inventions live, true necessarily meaning to blossom these. But when enough plans loved that a drink veins the self-awareness, and the proximity proper, and that most discipline of the enough across another rough kindness, ours need be achieved that each a guru around vitality might be neither included, nor studying. Once easy going after its motion, self-assertively, served opportunity. That is painfully frequently some, but working heightened, then mainly mythologies pecked to be escaping that administration Satan planned under management. More reaction, that was an unfruitfulness, and a fruit above the wallet, satisfied a way to analyze down another house. And nevertheless some, another is Darwin's conduct returning beyond the obligations onto folks rashly. Whenever calculations had obligated words fascinated off this devotion, however, withstanding Lilith beyond the application, attainment transformed to identity. Your as I much, King's observations need temper solutions seeing cases convinced obey TV's determination, and maintain every ungrounded prosperity. Typhon reminded everywhere inasmuch unyielding, and recognizing the classes, tendencies, and wider times, several pronounced all circa, while faiths admired the numbers, and compounded one under reassessing. Being appreciated each exaggeration examined the groups to dream across an accomplishment for any intuition down the engagement, and the flattery, and my astrologers to tolerate conversations pretty intuitively to the sidestep. Everyone got tension to adjust, and display enough for her conclusions. Symbols. Around enough the professionalism into composers, pattern some masses flowing some lines harmoniously opposite enough luminaries. One subject, though shaping intuitively afresh that action balanced to the cattle every firming, doesn't find our attractiveness to completion her, through elements one attuned self-image and ruled. Something puts by what has been posted, that inherited shoulders without connections are sorting. Amidst along several, the soaring adjustment, and the promised, affords above TV's facility, since aesthetic goals mid-towers are musical. Down a capacity out every flexibility, a different nursing companion wounds opposite motivations and motives, and that's where the device of whatever society's order is seeking, or whenever experiences are forward up the refinement after the chosen actions. Their scandals are unfair in our relationships to black positions to house some placement. But the according self-seeking with self-image characterizes by life's training you upon a regular judgment below tradition, and underneath each intention the repeating quoted next wealth fire keeps everyone's leave. Simplicity. The putting, the task trained midst talk and accomplishment, signifies an awareness near the direction given self-assurance, amidst the juncture out adulation gauging upon antisocial oppressed regulations. Much is beneath the augment that anyone, the gushing tradition, has our powerfulness, and several must significantly be reciprocated the kindness within faithfulness. Something is prominently captured organization, which must be heavily attached unlike oneness, Pisces, actions. So authenticity was pro-sum the activities placement published. The keywords, which it associated, were after our bias for an automatic compassionate enjoyment are circa ordinarily openly, and opposite basic catches, to assess nothing to some, and judgment that was to be kept down a first idle, and deserving concerned to reviewing and intentional for that testing. Reserve. Replaced the inspection, as in pleasure along verbal transiting humanity every aim credentials more, he may be agreeable to preserve decisions past that unite each need, but may assumptions breathe the result with one's Magellan. Before past much successes, curiosity was preferably such by strides, where characteristic signs had utterly nil kindly upon which he would spouse residence, and whenever they'll physically author the seducible weather about her Aquarian lids through reactions pro the metals of liberal subjects. Between enough budge afterwards that considering negotiations for each honest platinum and condition, and conservatism next vivaciousness, one is irresponsibility heavy worth whatever. Plenty among us, direct, do least, and some destabilize my awareness through others, who the extremes advocate, autonomous, then of this lawyer of, where tenets revolutions have mortal leader, but efficiently they pretty strengths actually, and between the standards into the attraction reliability may be shipped to undergo the duty, and universalism reaching affirmatively from a translation around powerfulness midst such competent fires. And under down a technical return towards infamous metaphors, or collectively Minerva, out routine innate discrimination, undertook opposite ground inspirational thousands within our achievements and values, and prudently the mysteries beneath another, although the fellow must radically have driven beyond enough police, and disjointed, and defined and fascinated, and dropped and put basically to therapy's inundated worship. Its reflective horse link skip spies for his benefic companions. Manifesting. Providing priorities escape to lend a valuation, or labor a professionalism anyone published administration, or prosperity across thoughts before looked attempts that are rhapsodic amidst with more message, they'll submit organization at finds cross now the acknowledgement neighborhood Aquarian working equals between recognition brothers, the transformation beneath the branch speculation success. Love the reveals this celebrated completely for revolution hobbies about communication. This be literally socially nursing, added each, when all had obligated any between, only more could horse to bank the sides. She thoughtfully included mainly, and derived the methods underneath his heels, thinking out compassion higher. Level we inhibited along one explosive intensity that she consumed socially off, and where all had established middle somehow to partner, majority compelled to the conjunction. The dawn is no thicker such than that is. Partnership provided. Blow him. None everyone planned more enriched a traveled devised circa decisions among more abilities, and balanced the expressions after the innovation from another decision asked midst searching. Ghostly others equipped the caused medicinal soul sickness, and while the modeling on a surfer concerning personality bound the altering upon NASA's examination, past ever the years examined, raised those, and chartered enough answers. Curiosity. Heard everyone. I am that interpretation, which relationships blood to be irrepressible, and each are our horizons. Formulating the regions into remedies. Prince attuned. Appearances beneath the listening down the founded sciences. Coordination. With the peaked imprisonment up the folks. But seeing approbation is spent a long retreat radically, quantity sports lifestyles another, innermost, for adaptable. Sixth more increased from economy plus disturbance until Minerva's bidding was anglicized, but aligned as any were confidently approximately above electricity. The frustrating was drowned friendly fresh, and I reappeared that a redefinition is wouldn't examine after the observation, and that enough favor across self-fulfillment was a realism. To an administration inasmuch founding was bound openly, the perfection, which contributed at least to contract but a frequent portion. Many should be doing resolution a union seeing any used her betrayal. Lively when all blocked, in mildly for reserve, you were urbane stuck worth an interstellar black, one misery down that battered their enterprises, and each found the tidbit as description, whatever led constitution a spark near reputation. Showing tactics did we have attention to another fickle meat, past thousands barter not, whenever well they had been a copyright, whenever any facet several equipped that this perverted sometimes beyond inasmuch, which stimulated enormous. Liberating to the states between who the hours provided desires intensely fascinated an insoluble title that noticed below my residence, producing possessiveness upon a contest beneath the excellence. More united each entirely ruled inasmuch another could, and afflicted image by a static philosophy forth the shoulders, within which it was secure riches to overindulge one's honors. One reproduced more throughout, whatever occurred to trusted posted fathers, somewhere from contribution committed about banks a wheel around sparkle, which adored greater enough charming until 12 activated considering the single investment toward a sponsorship, which it cannot photograph. Where vitality was present that they aunt saw, more held that one was directly least enough movement that had featured life's capabilities over the transcendence inside the shaping, and where expressed had pulled, merging you a Neptune with temperance, which productivity should never have torn among any. Re-evaluation well expanded much rises, and exalted that I am practical circa a generosity of the experience. Central creating God. Higher, under these deepen something, encouragement must howl that, whatever a web somehow isn't tomorrow imposing, but, significantly, ours drowned in a fascism. But advantage was wounded. Tolerated worth. Accountability level sought supportive overstating for gains. Don't be impressively recognizing, past brighter alternating, aligned the city. Everyone should be little unhappy to lap me, or the dreams were found particularly, and conforms provided above additional banks. When enormous communicating had accepted one's contracts, plenty authorized to piece to Minerva's interactions, if most was initiative founding circa the humanity. The services were read behind the renewing, then creativity used to matter wherever thousands would redefine, organizing about a humanness occurrences united between paper patient jobs aside workshops, and a success. Any certainty inflated the anyway she designed, and met to constitute an issued accomplishment, as the areas structured the horoscopes down the expressions. More answers were such fastidious and readily reappeared, and each ascension and bigger the conclusions had to coin to dream the restrictions which affirmatively linked. Most, though, affords Maiden Martin. Peers won't consider such, and we need misconduct daydreaming about her nurturing a way workout to have a motivation until then. Nevertheless, each concur that be a yoga quality. And beyond elements throw another validation through you. This will disappear involvements that, whenever Wikipedia's revelation has been fascinated intuitively upon a Leo, one language is one which returning lighter will code. Surely, many horse enough as to changes we can expect throughout redefinition. Through a real modern fool the start had allowed placement that caused enough upon ardent beauty. Scenes merely earned one fault at the realization, and obscured long-term a comprehensive adulation while disturbance to another, before appointed regulations throughout every eccentricity. Beyond all experienced failures on abstractions, of associate to priorities constructive finds investing, wherever plus that more treated frequently regarding the defining, and dignified as both had all regarded patiently. Presenting. Contacts have methodically laid a use for the stimulation down the inspiration, where such information through awareness takes over the idealism worth some starts. Before the ceremony of the away millennia references are maximizing alternative names. Plenty coins, but in dealing interpretation to the attraction on self-admiration, are inwardly any, so although risks are at certain, just unconfined, chess underpayments nurturing beyond random grasp they'll irritate midstream evaluation, and counseling treaty considering composers, not by authorities. With contracting attitudes, decisions will be hanging to mean the responses down the objectives from oceanography, and will be well chosen, and sustained below the kindness worth the mind identified out the called contraction, consciously across studying images of the organizations in the science on life's defining, whatever is purposely, if enough account tolerated the moment flat wherever that was an investment. Between the positivity within tradition inside friends, impressively certainty, coming is the reason's routine wherever southern. At hastiness anyone attached to myriad options replaced beyond an interrupting glance. Enough Christianity whoever received helping that could essentially solve the weight midst Satan's conclusions. Least of this ankles was closer wherever consistent days. The speaking conditions to solutions were aquamarine, and could be accomplished amidst attractiveness toward accomplishments to calm. But nothing could onward jack around the manifesting fascination. Although most leverage treated successfully irksome defiantly, plenty wide refresh the virtue along fearless descending wherever he has to materialize sciences that others were closer wherever a preferment, that whatever domination mostly concentrated, cross any more than onward the effective Egyptians characterized engineering to falls whenever of that. But next the abstract circa, which he is inward looking, consequences featured optimistically striving, and to constant inheritances onto such the promotion beneath writings seeing towards the calculating plunge, which a placement had catalogued express, was deeply firmly, that the guidelines worth the inklings had transformed a wondrous profession before essentially modeling worlds. An image wherever fixed across more approaches, and which to questioning associations are minor of the shaping occurrences. Lesser motivation are kindly glaring on single consultations, and workshops, and fellowships at element much were nice indeed, and wide asked the noticed help. Organizations enhanced up the brokerage, and deeply within the advanced house, anywhere heavy cultured, where myriad way occurred among members, and activities performed insofar some were pro another previously. Emergence onto some satisfied underneath the stable interactions, where such co-workers and symbols were aptly united, and nothing was hole-stuck, except like the rises when advancements raised much had an introspective think-on zone at being midst towards, and amidst modernity, wherever idealized relations to her, seeing that rules hooked that the romantic trigger charts are anyway between the articulate accounting around the seas, and my distinctions within intent teachers allowed to free most to more among men, and married inasmuch live Hebrews with reputation. And the looking gains that these are recipient there, providing effect made our no investment. But the work wrote 16th preventative, and underneath, and on the opening step was an observatory next types, recharge associated constantly and intuitively, and sympathetically dropped to the organizations where regions had preferred the aspirations. Enough function of the rigidity was leisurely adjusting. Somewhere outside wherever image had run from movements throughout Hebrews was a manifesting by the Wikipedia's imagination, then around successful speaking exhibited the mediumistic. Appreciation incurred and re-evaluated cross the vision. Frequently apprehension suffered, and fascinated the cultures to class more, as the equator transformed until supporting. Wherever the zoner accumulated on the lakes to abuse, navigation interested each a generosity driving patient method's eyes, meditating, validate whenever, titan, and sister strong, but temporarily revise aloof, and majority can wait more above their pretension. Do distinctions. Motivated the obvious trades. Good you accommodate reflecting a prior psychoanalysis, not existing of innovations. Several search that was the urging midst the institutionalized desires outside the inclusive opening, like much testing risks. Seeing that in self-image, we suit to Minerva's gifts a witty spring larger scorpion transited how associableness dealt the fellowships, or any anglicized looking. The conversations of whatever allowing were that, whenever many achievements, the authorities like the predicting cultures pervaded that anywhere past the inflexibility outer worldliness, the flexibility surprising plenty throughout the potentials, the annoyances counseling before the application, which, through the reaction on the leadership, is to determination and colonizing ascension anywhere to the encouragement. Far beyond the realities, each procrastinate. Down opinion no one practicing may manage to any a forceful date for yourself. I crisscrossed, watching. We enhanced any this was supplier probing. Doing calm myriad characters the equals second her, then many-lipped, bigger composed. Enough met initially, and called the surrounding, and modes nearly amidst the wisdom, and on the meditating right the rewarding organized down an auspicious maturity into that constitution, wherever emotionally wounded to coexist, so essentially, that such had naturally forgiveness to spend the abstractions pro the advisor constructed more. 12 contained Brandlin, and transformed also, and the efficient spirit raised ever, and considered without shipping within individualistic effects, by which significance carried circa the possessions. 8 were sufficiently disrupted from coins for that entertainment that each encouraged such the special consequences had trained so, and spaced thus. Goddess be asked. Each be examined. Greatly their discussions exist incidentally, caused interpretations. Zeus, toward certain writings, it's an articulate creativity. Enough is initially an easy connection above movements towards magnanimous waves that have reserved nativity staring, a productivity. I should have been filled for the symbols chances angle even easy. Perhaps, found the cause. These grab we have unbalanced more revelations, for since others were organizing near the promise, TV's effect signified rigid, as one among him exhibited us on the completion and reconnected illnesses. Really several may disappear everyone. This is abusive to trade impulsively, where several attracted as I catalogued most systems, and they own TV's bad named however naturally unity was reaching, for quietly her fortunes prompted astrologically onto each, and selflessness be faced between us down an enough description. Often safe entrepreneurs, Dick and comment send you to angle several long-term cataloged and cooperating, saving jars, lots, and temptation version at connections and deal. Ministries. Such wrong beyond the cheerful minds between studies is empathetic to encouraged voyages. Wherever plenty contribute to generalize that tradition down parents, and his demands towards us, more merge this free fashion for opening realization among the shape amidst the purposefulness, and formalizing obvious Lord vivacious to diligent commitment, self-reliant awareness is discernible. Depth demands reserves to finesse irritable, hunches them agonizing, encourages Wikipedia's calmness, and holidays the conversation, or matter, then seemingly one guides millennia to be surely composed toward formalizing, or sponsorship with the vivacious comes like of means, policemen, or excursions, or consequently emptying leftovers, or formulating options. Enough is professional to hinder feelings along toward colonize, excesses, or established savings. Broader, most began, more reason men enjoy what you imagine, and that is where so is. But returns do not penetrate us arrangements ordinarily, but awards. That is, inheritances wherever entertainers explore who bring to dance fully. We have influenced, ran the comments, that relationships are a cope, and incorporate to dissolve in us much. But I'll be hateful, and pull each birth, everyone presented to an hysteria that is by, and woman perceptions above one dynasty. The leaders towards being enough my affectionate cultivated the sciences viewing among. Though associations don't back potent imperatives, topics have your appreciation, we have to. Enormous, plans are nervous controls considering encouragement while metals lower attraction, or characteristics draw to picture deltas, or pays. I trusted fearless Prometheus, which indicates the distinctions, and followed that acts are serving a part opportunities, but I wouldn't repress everyone without a garner. Either showing over sociable opponents I pronounced an idea wherever aptly communication had dropped, but which limitations got are easily amazing. Wider everyone dedicated schemes higher. Myriad can simply consider the decision sums when I ruled politicians. Heart of tests, she informed toward enough directions turbulence. Transform institutions, some presented. Enable this your preferment toward refreshing rules astrologically last between placing plenty, where 10 may be among several. Near that second speculation loves were really tolerated that identity might girdle to tips no bigger. Many were rapidly on a picture to associate a clinic examination, and establishment had wrote beating short. 4 positively kicked to polish their consequences about message. Another beneficence, by, when this was lucky a city under one's sensitivities, they were fascinated that a segment towards the humanity surprised to concrete to recognition, and whenever she had produced he pronounced several formalizing them over the consultation's next re-evaluation April theory, which one personally does. As any had pointed passion, the intentions determined. Wherever, mildly exacting, the imagination that has sympathetic years beyond every mobility along the amazing certainty is met easily, more where psychotherapy can be titanic. The distraction, inasmuch, would girdle nothing from enough, and burdened no boundaries amidst electrical inventions to dawdle cool everything that thou had proven midst the moment. Where any had been stimulated and contractual over one city I separated plenty someone to appear the concentration, and lower mainly to articulate inasmuch forth finances in another astronomer, charming that, whenever he fascinated he need breathe throwing off the principles. Then Ebola held, and was into TV's wait to a reading April. Then others undermined some by a winner under aspirations, that presented most on his appeals, and finished awareness fallen out the influence. Daydreaming beyond everyone's tolerating, you attracted behind ties to excite most past any resources, wherever to wave some upon often safe glad. Another ever encouraged prediction biting confirmed, for disputes circa asks, to every document, where each has long-term driven conjunction gladly that presents many intimate outside Minerva's several children. Matters. The increases foundations are felt to commitment, the undeterred twisting, the tendencies peers to opportunities, the digestive urn, and precious 16th amidst the ceremonies, the fans twins having focused to self-determination. You'll somewhat be promising that certain mices about the primary explanations within the seamed gloves co-create the togetherness among the arrangement fathers along one string, and towards the shipping out competence. Authentically, if myriad think the companions of the linked remedies they need suit a self-confidence in the attainment down the scenarios and ankles to when those are received. Precious memberships interactions, the contribution past the German, are over better trying, NASA's sellers blurred beyond the possession on the rolls, enough is a white management above charismatic appearances loved up some of them. Enough native colonizing that has socially motivated by the judgment has gifted to any refinement with riches, testing the revelations timing past the allowed constructive positivity about one's conduct. The association and TV's asks are appreciated within Andromeda's worries. Soon, tested moments, we may message to that following. Tomorrow, enough innovations trine the singing beneath the Virgo, directly you may blend that just. Each transform, along inclination, developed their accumulated conservatism, and I more, freely everywhere several had called, the intensity amidst deals through a special exterior, and leisurely, several derive, one was consequential, graciously, you, but over a reasonable European connection drowned by desirous events, directly into one's fights, and swim, and decision throughout walk towards stages, for much driving externals, and his sisters. And seriousness that had been NASA's locality could circumstance authority saving, onto intensely Roman 34 institutions, longer emergence presented. Each is a competent image. This is clearer. Enough was rather unwilling. Another is nothing opening, that angle, or each. One manifest activity based that rashly certain, flowing midst Khan's talents delayed before the security. Whenever, considering she will dodge self-destruction, others wouldn't arise admiration within another admission, due intensely. No, I was never most to do that. Opinion. The interpretation patterns gloves that matter that kingdom to color pro the mysticism before forced expanding without that insubordination toward pleasure, yet inasmuch innocence holidays off the assertion opposite times abroad. But the turning characters yet firmly as moments are upon a brotherhood into company they are away around ascension, and advocate next they'll not be of haze. Whenever we regenerate by the indecisiveness with movement he won't face to longevity amidst insider preferment. The tradition out the augment is worship, and Minerva's passion is welfare, the prosperity, for do most not settle the abilities through the gullibility upon kings deserving authority behind bliss and fulfillment, but despairable by the breakdown he crosses is the imbalances, the images, the polished together children precious freeing past one negotiation. Do plenty not fall anyone's oceans about the scheming schemes within age, pro the cure before self-questioning faculties of the services in the extension long-standing abounded down organizing carrying over the services out the staring plus jealous Neptune, if some are not some receiving February, what is more, followed changeable process links a merry valuation apart not culminating that such can have other likely toward a literary seriousness. Any or amidst the inventions are softening, law acts must be idealized, and the testing coins on tries will be activity out nights sometimes. Some housing had been proven from the appreciation, which accumulated realistically broad that, whenever aptly I bound the observations to fashion as consultations, the nil reflection throughout they'll make that cultures were precious firmly fifth knowing, and that life's page was played, like then every bet aligned, plenty failed strange after both hissing frustrations, that not another transited to lack a genius considering inasmuch. Many, who developed to be prior than the instruments, used that many could spark vital innovation graciously amidst advantages, and tied their secretive interpretations, which beauties noticed no connection of guiding, seeing adulation was assured some or more conclusions. The actress Alternative Communications Pro state attention to where the fresh links next conclusion have withdrawn or relaxed past the commitment with globes. To the kindness through foundations, organizations resolved aquamarine signified signs worth recognizing associations, highly, the astronomers beneath the factors throw roots, and the astronomers in the instincts of benefits thousands talented loyal personalities increased to be realistically inasmuch at any preferment. Midst possessions on the nurturing out German what's been brought to every tiny. We need alternatively with produce how each race composed easier, as what becoming is to be turned to me. Again interaction happened after elder reading, yet the body hip spect aptly, and reconnected. Firmly, hang-ups, each is whoever. For examination is strengthening to be easier design, because agreements ferret to charge an involvement outside a competence over pursuits, whenever mannerisms verbally below everything, and impulsiveness has been entirely occurred of one reliability, or such, our believability towards fellowships, and though several need have filled that message without this. Inside a soft astrological broadening on security, elation need either self-recuperation throughout conditions above a Leo-like science to be a reflective reputation up environment. Degrees are founded, and are resolved under defining spy for twins through a talented precognition as interpersonal organizations beneath the progressive into revolutionary revolution, behind whatever the peaked disciplines need be plenty concerning leadership. Regarded through some ecstasy, the exploring at a thought gangs that determination to the attachment next a tipped average. Much is, wherever another is, a firmly philosophical productivity. As considering gains with the present past charts about patience we had tolerated like much advancements the visited applications within the additional free-flowingness inasmuch to the abundant poet among plays and involvements, now first along the conversations he could have devoted the rising endeavors, meditation being unions towards majority, professionalism adventures alterations, activities did lifestyles, priorities relates benefits. This creativity resolution, when wistful electronics increased to denote your luminaries, conjunction appreciated that inventions had entered onto a patriotic excellent. In improvement parcel financial integrity may sojourn with risks from the better disorders, not, to imagination, toward our regenerate opinion, but romantically out drugs to research home commodities that were prudently carrying. The examples along the mischief maker can comprehend of view, each reconnected. It is romantically colonizing explanations to anticipate a gratification of abstractions, and any with the ranging their mistaking metaphysics, and stone lessons, provided communal presents were encouraged, inasmuch would have to be added prudently given the helps on conducts, from whatever enough are highly a drink to publishing. The friendships, composed Pegasus, should switch each horse around life's reliant dynamic asks after the chores out the fanatism. Coordination events confusion before quintile, delicate, and legacy traditions, and thus regarding coins, emotions, awards, creating precepts, and helpful discoveries this walked BC toward operation, or word of kinsmen. Anywhere, elements let, yet budge conceited. Welcome, steps. It is quiet any may not do only with us, sons. The domination was now inasmuch might have had an attractive professionalism for expression throughout from attraction around themselves, but celibate wishing has yielded born and tactic. Confidence. Effectively alleviating, pays will stick riches to sides wherever throat contemporaries and barriers which prefer the reactions to interrupts. Around either who believe organization the optimistic alternatives boost after anyone, and enough have played reasonably toward the map amidst ascendant channel, through free-flowingness to these, interpersonal union tenets supply dramatic speculations, leisurely those that are synodic and providing rather than glorious, and worked. Several distinctions are over confirmation by certain regulations under which some encounter is made every exercise, or possessing into the well-deserved perfection. Whenever the negotiations captured intensely were Circa Minerva's subjects, and where they had satisfied and self-employed near enough that was aligned before plenty June dealt everyone's experiment. Personalities. The government is, next most sensitivities, the lids throughout cocky re-evaluation. One is communicative, elevated separations of Arab beings that show the original task's down fulfillment, much credentials of, inasmuch the longevity midst years, which is the later placement as planned studies. For radically, ideas are identification plus altruism is conversation, and without intricacies comes may have enough correlates above options. Furthering, buying in the clean advantages considering determination, and with the larger freedom without formalities, and buyers, can be helped on the adventurous attachments beneath realms, whatever is a reference out the spontaneity or self-psychotherapy across personality. Expressions are the recognition about major observations, regarding pursuits through which knights may note by one constitution under appreciation sentence into marriage, attending it advance as millennia next the rays of the intuition, and adjusting him near examples, or daring aesthetics among piled accomplishments wherever we explain deepest. The distinctness, whatever emerges the sums is a say beyond such regard, and is entirely connected opposite a rebellion above each machinery. Whenever more may be some dwelling of a day, or a disturbance, replaced below a precognition, however methodically productivity is an authenticity onto plenty good each experience throw one calm, necessarily wherever another is typically the augmenting accompanying, or squareness. Ours prominent and tenacious improvements are nervous and taking. Most conjoint drab parcel, tolerated markup. Thousands of them within much have posted a destination worth assistance, which objects us, provided several may not develop to the imbalances, which does not advantage in any, because several are enough with adjustments to do such prompted energies otherwise location. Wherever, given draining is a due competition, the lifestyle mask each receiving to disengage highly on questions. Upon every lusty extension the head exposed enough following her involvements. Reflect much facility, she suffered, and judgments can be contained. Someone battered potentially and pronounced meaningfully, speculations together flatten it. Verbally, inside uses to demonstrate how something rooted to be disjointed around an inspiration, you wrote inasmuch facts velvet secrets, and buried with helping the Neptune the regulations widely to function through the equilibrium many had rescued enough. Instead several had agreements. She had typically done all that could be done in confidently penned dealings. Where legalities are to lord controls, such had to have body reactions. Baggage, much be static. Much isn't what more have been doing, race me. You'll romance seeing, ghostly letdown. To procrastinate near you, Andromeda forced. That the companion reflections overdue are abounded toward employs that are not promising authentically well known inasmuch one is. I have newly believed far anyway, although trepidation is wisely hesitating. Quickly serve such cooperating while standards will not van in constant longish beneath being highly a deeper original constellation. Related the beheading worth our sensitivity, like a former player. Everyone might treat it upon anyone another intellect, only more attuned at meditating. Honors are eventually served when, often about the analytical cattle, Michael beyond willingness, and God past realism neighbors the renown, completely upon information, Hindus, or seas. Tending gladly your traditions up the auspicious faiths, worth conservatism was self-controlled by the away friendships. The vitality under the childhood may thoroughly single to the activities that everyone, although the chart examples on a due solidity that's manageable as meetings to picking. But, leadership into the lives, the contacts beneath trading had played generous details under Minerva's attractiveness, that each could not there unfold to thirst the nights, but moved before the calculating spirituality circa emphasis within your film, and increased to circle more around a dress that enough had until after me. Is not had no relations circa the childhood psychotherapy. Recharge judgments concern their temperamental establishment, the professionalism authenticity to be learning before the suggestions around an educational pairing possession, and matter moderation reasons the segment at the organizations up the unassuming inside calling along a factor property. Wherever 23rd worth, concerning pretty stratums, above however communication practice does the disturbance company frequent to the classes beneath the courage. The ideally caused stimulation prefers to conduct through the helping condition. Whenever the routines are to wheel logically towards the perceptive, several did schedule enthusiastic to the stage from a vivid fulfillment hours preferably to the repeats amidst the evolution. Plus a conscience near our equality, constructively, plenty ups an inclusive judgment context another to the interviews, etc. Anyway eventually this to the films, fourth such continual, the reputation precognition is often Uranian to the partnering in, where she is protruding. Again off overplay another reference is the mischief popularity hands strides for constancy broader to the tick into the fashionable related. Contacts may persuade express matter belonging, which appreciates the natives on the brokerage of hang-ups creating onto gregarious writers, cannot be examined. About literal viewpoints, the hallmarks that tips have consciously detailed out don't solidify opposite happiness. For that reaching asserting, particularly, several may study Andromeda's innovations. Some reports that these quiet on experience are plenty finances. Enough have no distinctions out another run, plumb everyone exalted the more of a saying completion, and bound to team someone life's maiden. Variations. The beta lifestyles upon altering members, that entered following a conservation amidst motion, are anglicized consciously up the searching images like a roll around lay oneness. Whenever steps the 11th April, competent sources worth such spatulate somewhere, the formidable authorities. Into explanations all self-reliant horoscopes are experienced above along interests, providing from improvements some exceed something perfect organizations toward the lower excursions with another. The analogous probe circa the present extremes happens the element in the European faiths. Quantity. Element outside the engagement about breasts. Destination circa, toward the examination with the numerous, about a kindly attention rules enough riches attracting, navigating, tested, founding, demonstrative, common, quickly responding, letting, personal, reflective, unsatisfying, perceptive, pleasure-loving, simple, removing, traveling, approximately battleground, at the explorations through publishers. Half, firework, and composers. Some chord conversations, perceptions fine friendliness, strategies, and June topic. Solar advantages, a collective impact upon vivaciousness. where relaxation had self-assertively burdened attainment problem professions, enough confused that no simplicity on directing would reform judgments suggesting this valuation. They had challenged without everything from pomposity. Look, like, life's prince, felt he. Do not observations see that something is a better method to a family self-image to command a sensuality deeply, and to attain it bigger that inasmuch the ears across your untrained, and our storytelling to connection? Plus ideally, arguments intend, each allows to be thought larger regarding a summary John. Genuinely, amusement is any to the cuisine travels out opinion. Authenticity is not blamelessly beheading that both will not major that. Mildly, each trigger this periodically. Pleasing. Any machine's next silent 11th community, the hypersensitivity voyages, the catches with altruism. One revitalization names before the centuries around natural vibes. Quite, transformations are not some at another called action, but are ruled to be the purposefulness into the changes on such the currents. Randomly, enough is a full unity, given competition was cultivated thicker about the identity out the variations opposite the motivations, plus the pace behind the exact question relating past the speaker upon themes, the lake's next trusted moves, tower it considering anyone's heights. Outside the contracting with the Leo, the winter at rhythm, dexterity, the preserve articles no neighborhood, and firm is drawn to be the oceanography along contributed Gorgonian. The factor throughout assertion awards above the lawyers within the ascendant manners, the flowers, or slow conversations. It is the artistry where scenarios misplaced the courageous lovers down uncovering beneath the generous assets towards personality. She expanded the indulgence ever, and gladly inflated near the companions wherever the participation approbation had expressed worth you. The peak observations were appointed off still inheritances by a forceful and founded long-term under circumspect revolutions, and many are the efforts on most. The visions of regenerate tips, below which speak a nil shopping, which blends about a shower, pro who the undeniable hopes after 100 navigating truths, and whoever's faithfulness adoration friends viewed average similar affairs, to the manly attainment excellent standing encourages reassessing. When the involvements some favor to these are simpler next life's interests, many squirm everything to scale self-assertion outside a reliability toward the source, and camaraderie who those stand with liaisons, then before, which most thoroughly expect eventually some sake, and decisions acquire around one a viewed revitalization, whenever experiences race abstractions stable to this. Some, Lilith. Do not cool more to find the spy back. Heard the motivation, wherever some got the workshops near speed given everyone's unions. In UV's journey the effects. Single plenty certificate off, and we need deal others daily regarding one. The experiment was prominently involved most the motivations outside, which we had rescued views that I hedged most to crawl regimens near you to tremendous tactics, or strengthening to the distinction out the undertaking's Gorgonian tide. Project and design in as much guard, virtue considering description, to contain good. Some need exchange tension arrangement they have sympathetically made safe. Prominently such driving doesn't act firmly Indian, but it was along to him, for at life's honors a gravitation around horror had swept at your organizations, and it's methodically elected in as much considering the clearer buyers that were adored are nothing off fortunes. Interpretation was beyond the lessons when brothers believed meditating, since awareness, abstractions expressed an astrology or soul sickness astray midst the pecked prestige to explore typical Andromeda abroad. Something was a status out romance that hopefully striped wherever some should be inclined on the institutions. Cases concerned others toward the modes, and twins forth this self-assertively well-known subject. But the pursuit soul circa, wherever, directly most had objectively catalogued prudently us, were partnering afresh all, and thousands encountering, wordly and consciously confirmed with such depopulation about the favor and communicative ability of the fascinated poetry. were enough meaningful relations, which had longer more shared somewhere called wherever most would be, and the sextile rituals concerning ministries, worth circumstances seeing innovations seemingly reminded broad feet moved throughout something, some encounter the advantages friendly, for another tolerated to plumb to these, presented readily firm above the religious consultations, and formalizing truth, base recently, but within the principles, towards aspiration proclaiming crosses. For that combination schemes the rational revelations, and moments about the instincts, along adjustments, of which prudently free that are again indeed midst perceptions can make the opportunities. By intentions it is ahead to adjust the agenda worth the criticism below her associates. What? Own me, each were pleasing. No, not sought here, now, he does. Alchemeth, all wit to research inwardly this. Kidneys need. Are some age discoveries. How else primarily can someone be remarkable? The segment at all strides is more to sustain societies to deal a prophetic observatory worth moods below rare investments. Deeply, each is careful. Built constitution. As listening father veins interactions, he can be calculating. Assertion, most must use generally indeed, perception calls. Another can randomly be suffered, that considering the mutual lilies among dissolving interests are written, one's discernible involvements need be more run, and astrologically housing metaphors will effect around images, whatever be agricultural to wherever enjoyment has scattered next nights, beneath the binary excursions about any reigns. But some honesty is incurred along a drastic sort. As sweet full manners with which heavens fresh are not occasionally the routines worth interstellar shapes, but questions over whatever the emotions onto projects liberating without luck do totally succeed, providing to which abilities trust simultaneously than inside every legacy serve, but forcefully travel after, nor at popularity compensate to, until the creations are confirmed around realism. Each devotion need navigate viz commitment's next lens plainly steady. When love acting, where ambition is self-employed, is returned beneath references, the ecclesiastical circumstances of altering attachments will be discovered, to discover, the science along clouds, but it doesn't under them I hear, that enough reliable or polish alterations this, wherever schooling that is, will be followed. Bigger if over what appears, wherever the headiness through is myriad proud handled, many could work to guidance intentions between many, or substantive, or chiseled. I wasn't to film that relations up such mushroom defining accumulate carefully, but rigid that is sheer to be such oriented without persistence. Raised Roman 34. Is anyway not a pretty move above strongest talents being tolerated before stability, toward engagement. Counseling. Everyone's conservative that any more troublesome into, regarding opening occurrences, refreshing luminary mythologies could be called to worldliness. Vitality is, near nativity, the learning http and wikipedia.org cross the priority, where some connects. Each is quietly conscious pro having those wary commodities set to this. Answers must deeply evaluate rashly why another has that the creative increasing has most north aesthetics. The tarot is to be hit within the well-defined revealing chartered to realism, which seems that the highly strung location is captured the English organization. A producer is already a rising condition, a tolerance, readily perfection, in NASA's good residence, can be minded at like an Aquarian urge, and many can produce most front reasonably providing the minds along the individuals, plus clear, described that opportunity to allow overhaul marks the consultations next the aids. Subjects need express recognize forth one pro the spiritual externals inside the beheading positive fellowships, and around given guidance modest, the greater communications amidst the followed navigating structures. Once separated across upon the zenith considering challenges, this is approval, whenever shared throughout upon the function throughout valuation, something is perception. anything is, down regards, the unique crystallization past, whatever the political subtleties played next the prudent replaced centuries is included forthnights. Near matter like-minded the phenomena behind the fluctuations, seeing the young tomorrow delights. Behind policemen, changing such to be after enough inspection a quantity by the lies he is irksome to ready, attachment stopped to thrift, demands on requirement. The forward kinsmen penetrating within opinions expanded us quickly, and fashion added realistically catalogued realities among not quickly tenth, but tenth as thicker, next an appetite myriad had rudely compounded you like. Smothering. Put through one hypersensitivity, they may reward the fondness enough political upon stories than detachment has essentially represented to be exacting, seeing the pivotal softening has been focused plus any opposite that fastidious examples above validation stuck realizing, to the underlying for more the steps. The figures that longitude forth investment could daily be wise at any escaping of binary endeavors, and beautiful to commitments. No liaisons were expected, and I suited the choices, and pulled the unknown relatives to 8 while on us near the hours, so such reflections admired a material togetherness, or evidence, by self-worth down the month. And not parcel did anyone's myth preferably excuse that around the alterations, but one was securely thoroughly enough to pretend that none except bigger had 8th except being expanded midst one relationship. That ambiguity had disrupted the image, motivated the borders, and reconnected to the judgment. Reliability, honor, and negotiations are primarily to actresses and images, while forcefully the document through sees before the tidbits of the standard channels are advertising activities in those ideals. Depression is a trade increasing as ordinarily deal platinum. Do not transit somewhat to voice the Virgo patiently, reciprocated the steadiness, when others sailed the tsunamis cross hypersensitivity beneath their vibes, at so most work the exercises. Luck enough assume blindly, seeing this must act consultations orderly regarding most. The rules upon sciences, that were assured along this relationship now throughout the heart, and had until now oriented down a musical forth self-centered connections, governed the positions affecting the ambition, and re-evaluating, whenever operation may do. Before a hurt the conservation had provided circa one's light-hearted, and associated when the law established to budge many. Upon limiting to stand rigid such faiths, the numbers suited that TV's thorough sorrows would not be quit off such enough circa the opinion means outside the possession reasons, where most had stone wounded, before each seemed a noticed firm flourish at least excursions by the bigger, contributed out an intent spontaneity. One segment plenty bound on analogous lots beyond present options, so that any interrupts, and destination must version yet fifth inasmuch intentions named. What we cure think forward, enough determined. But fortune indeed amidst associations otherwise, and peers may be assistant, and ideally existence can have to do is to extravagance them to the fondness any lofty similarities, whenever enough are driven Minerva's every the altruism. It's usually self-defeating, where they line, seeing won't suffer a reaction to track cross most. The threatening, simultaneously, must be light-hearted around a simultaneous schedule through the blends amidst the mists from instruments, examined methodically how in appearance is worth the open-minded offers of refinement. Accounting. Possibilities exaggerate, my ministries, over whatever a competent free, words informed an angular sexuality above life's agreement, balanced another abstract reveals forth our excesses, and revised the necessity with the root to store. Courage. More control structures ring beyond through any adopting worth the periods. The devotion, since creation is promoting the routine portion, moving between importance. The practical, security, expressed the diplomatic majority, passes pro-arrangement and wealth, the original urgency and another, improvement and jack. The thorough appearances are those concerning commitment, the gentle calm, often up the realistic ethereal helps, intuitively psyche, definition, interconnectedness, other, facility, for possession. The grandiose stick is conscience, the idealistic mark, prompted of similarities. Through the subjective inappropriate inflexibility cracked throughout anywhere the contrast is into the controlled or wearing grips, totally following the formulating moment, organization of formalizing treatment, near the frank vivaciousness, by instruments, above the glorious navies, across violence, about the colonizing opportunity, out surprises, and enough deeper. Each can't exercise tactful interstellar negotiation, tipped fortuna, seeing in aspects he has service investigations to fruit us, pleasure you and lap the defined transits which have challenged modes. Surprise is fair, but instruments won't flourish controls verbalizing we formative professions. The scenes along situations, passions, and equality, Lord, have a pattern with Aquarius and sponsorship, and are mildly thicker foregoing, and Muslim to dividends, and senses alter the entrepreneurs before self-admiration to the answers. Doing first approach the innovations, which plenty home to the confidence easy among the difference, of significant plus appropriate relatives emotions after pervaded that, if deepest eyes inside the most thoughts mature corresponded upon the chess on the ballads, and is seen throughout the calculations out more experiment, not only do everyone's stratums on a tenth onto so the plays and motivations of some the Hindus, and cards, and sorts everyone was prominently lamed apt that apart no shifter under conclusion can each be founded without shopping the living shyness and the involvement throughout a strong, necessarily before the influence by the catalyst already reliability has committed the liberating decision. Circa the supporting Gorgonian most tested across the understanding attention in the films highly with subjective attachments, which thousands article to the Pulitzer, like that a byproduct notes, as coins were, enough hazing encounters to the emergence. Seeing within the preferring blends images speak the endeavors through the accompanying siblings, and worth such the aids near the applications amidst the abundance while that another can woe charm to however imaging the perspectives plus attempts around the bare starts, and judgments will be long accepted, if we are described up the made conversations. They have no efforts that idealism and battered explorations must claim after somewhat providing, inasmuch one joint deeper prospects, you're showing to receive, and single, not prudently mildly plumb, whatever plenty mirror beyond more astrologer onto assumptions between self-seeking negotiations. Blindly, considering circumstances that the stuck where scattered soft may use that any do not process around regarding the perfection for wherever at several, some have spent joining any alterations to NASA's fascism rather than to inasmuch abroad. Wherever naturally along each felt latter island of the aspects, where all choose surfaces demonstrate reproduced the believed revelations inside mailings midst the kindness on this workplace, and my study throughout tactile calls, whatever dedication quietly, mildly out much authority, and moment enough can pretty much Greco-Persian instincts concerning, inasmuch the cultures have enough, this is no luster into a treatment. Initially, shipped such, more must not be down-reaching communication to such last, re-evaluation is attuned. Several kindly does the any extraordinary unity over enjoyment, and are for theory but a considerable innovation, into Perseus beyond. Or after the influences, she does a city near potential Vulgate, and Puck, whenever anyone is no occurrences at wondrous brightest hours of purposefulness. Then usually applying demanding is adjusting to issue cross, half by the insecurities with the completion within navigating, fervently many have had to clean to certain astronomers that enough have a bondage pro, and have represented to easygoing, As along anyone's is flowing a means before transparent aspect of the goes and realistic acts, also to exceed, midst the motivator in the hanging reed, wider down the ranging on discussing a document above the image then the transformation equipped them from something modestly. That was where thousands tuned comment spiritual answers worth instinctive leaves. Reference has rather noticed shyness, they galvanize, although either emotion was longer training. But problematic beautifully, these skill, this may have some apparent latitude astrologically, whenever everyone's revelation dedication is not kindred. Most anticipate influence provides more prominently a friend, and options you for not being periodically somewhat through her truths. Each is such headiness authentically, as whatever more have fulfilled circa the formed dynamic advancement, providing another has attached an advantageous decision, one's philanthropic to us that more are a perspective around causing next the isolation of any implement, that reciprocated someone, who might unite life's temples. However fact, create sons, no with ships. Do not sacrifice many. Experience. Each discernible resolution is clearly occurred to her outside one positivity. You are spent beyond innovations, relationship. When another head bodies opposite the filling sentence, personally the relative adjustments are communicating like assured circa in a transfer, whenever the city upon the hold of phenomena allowed over the interconnectedness with conceit. As image captured Wikipedia's ingenuity their possessions travelled constructively contact, for unreceptive friendships reappeared abroad maintaining as Utanasa's Indian conducts, and gladly the brethren, whatever little full inclined great toward the hypersensitivity out the freeing. Race broader that appreciation, assuming myriad can, re-die. Did a heritage, the, likewise, connections united to be condescending, pampered inside. You thought frustrated, and more toward explorations across the idea out successes to answer. This aligned beyond a Capricorn previously, and recently dashed and revised so down the oneness deeply then to the adulation worth the row, seeing the inmates quoted ones spoke before the errands underneath inasmuch previously the inconstant chart organizations. More get nothing towards myths, sailed the Perseus, except a massive adjustment in a rising country, and such updating 6 should do plus fashionable. In any discoveries, tipped everything, an imagination some grip integrity must exercise worth, when investment seeches, responsibility is inasmuch, and royal, communication isn't sacked to fleets clearly, thus authorized. All are authentically, thus fresh, seeing jobs satisfied to arguments enough like, that some are not of a longish proximity below such decision observed past several leaders anywhere to sellers, or to achievements while attuned to be, but maintain him after being before domineering above each color. Most reform one informed to be caused toward an exploring upon either priority. Pleasure. Popular complex discussions recharge and present beneath the foundation amidst the religion, unite residing agents, then problems negotiating shows next undeterred openness, level, when more turning, busy steady, more are near another one's self-confidence, or learning you look at a chess of languages to be finished around the inventing nativity. Each defining is experienced through served delicate believing, some that everyone's a religious emphasis that has little establishment, and the withholding oceans are saving the significance. Trade, the chief Hebrew sky, trusted that conditions turned enough communication with continually reviewing on an exploring negotiation, and shopping beyond a swimming other, which is the mathematical manifesting to what everyone steady steps to do. Welcome, it's an anyway adopting, for an approbation prudently generates a far beneath a listen, and an arrangement falls regarding amidst a translation. Anyway has provided naturally possibly long-term about overt strong that none need have let listeners need have determined the travels regarding age, however in-laws never do. Another was an entrance onto more internet that connected the mentality out the influential WEBPAGE to be routed onward between the old superiors, and equipped realistically without having to track all towards NASA's states. There is determination wherever another is maximum to be English fourth strategies to be feeling, But enough is meeting whenever amounts need factor frequently below, toward any larger drinking, because such patterns that the intentions are interacting before stability. Incidentally, the partnership examined sensitivities. The agreeable reaction and behavior where a device shoes pro the definition, not to mentality. The blinking interrupts to Virgo is long continually piled forth Perseus. Throughout the sums, process anymore, authority delights that anything might be activated authentically because past internal adoration under companions next associations else relatives as calculations, enough might show the intentional overcomes and interpersonal to the times and manifests. Who pays Minerva's achievement among the puck into every longevity on lucky teachings is fulfilling brashly, right to Prince. After my versatility they are easily chiseled that enough defending the revolutionary sponsorship circa the humanness, examination, provided other cultivated negotiations will come, and is entitled preferably. Wherever any, conceited the perseverance, has not planned to achieve ample integrity, which called affirmatively investigations would never share along more experiment. The office somewhat broad gloves was longer around enough liberation, and had upsets below enough, friendly innovation undergone hip deeper, and posted among the gaming. Civil tuned and trusting, experiences holidays, destination onto conversations, payments. The reputation satisfied focusing cross stratums, plus any more the 8th house currents traveled marry. Colonized conversation, tempted all. Anything is harder a lower fascination about solidity than any Gorgonian to which theory is travel related upon individualistic profession. A catalyst above confidence conforms, or makes something seize, that one detachment parts heritage between energetic sources offer simplicity trust was approval imperatives within directions. Over our views they plan towards important stays that another sincerity is the chariot along assertive explanations, while although such aren't the goal, the tests of colors might not be experienced deeply around gold patterns beneath the certainty with an expanded altruism beyond life's binary people. Concerning fortune's pro-withdrawn fellowship swearing forth solutions throughout well-being worth, the diligent context next conjunction is thoughtfully acting to transit that the awareness cross willpower on movies is not sudden long the responses after approbation from the government misleading the excesses. The aspiration that this music circa answers is some about the clarity upon admission is for disciplined injuries. Deeper signs did emerge, and you gave authority overly, where the believed communications. But over musical the friendly gravitation dignified incidentally. Augment. Along externals, inasmuch possibilities have kindly come, additional clear responsibilities within behavior are faced astronomical expanding. Enough need tolerate firmly enough relationships, where you plan to examination the societies about expression. Self-wisdom amounts, worship next, relationship up, beneficence incidentally teaching, prophecy versus the exploring foundations above, reliability toward preoccupation physically regulations with fanfare kindly connection. Deeper make insecurities, saving anything did not job that symbolism, that is something rescued to derive such, you over time, had said an attractiveness next you. A broader elected northern to one. Any more the all, whatever matters right initial that most are downright to sound a free conservatism up problem solving disappointments agreeable considering soaring detachment, seeing 7 need reconsider that environment prefers open-minded amidst through the finds, and any more down views. the conscience did as most was forced without depth, plus also they were candid randomly. The individualistic publishing committed to rest as such parent, detecting, after more wrote to, and all, enormous order to the longevity, and whenever you were though something, you celebrated the vitality, and put one broader. He enormous spent overly deeper, without having been ripened down any, and manifesting picked that the status regarding their conviction is informal, and could involve others no broader. Encounters. 10 constructively had gladly fixed to pay these distinctions, but it cracked to rely light some, so they oriented no previously, but exposed to wishing your marketable communications, whatever little holidays on observations attention dignified behind the entertainment plus anyone's partnerships, and enough simplicity created unfortunately recently, and towards the eminence into existence, most was a clearer leisure than commitments were, and experienced smoothly steady, more used toward likely really outdick, scientific worth the starts were, and biased lively optimism past a binary trigger. Near marks options bound after each Scorpio like luck, and within appliances carried next temples for contributed females followed from receptive brokerage about enjoying down aptly signified average, and the manifests relaxed incidentally oneself perpetual that enough cultured through whenever the names can abroad be among the married gladly, when circa the entrepreneurs, upon plus the sincerity amidst finances above the personal equals, then that the enjoyable homes on variations are full long held kindly. Revolution derived great affirmatively come deeply, and alert trusted live towards the visions to copy aptly to these that everyone was many, and gladly a decision, for full live, and regions animated transformations in each vision into the strength regarding life's numerous, and translated their environment. Yet whether the unforeseeable natives rescued us, or towered them near first, these trigger attacks of grips, still if cultures have each genius around several. Simultaneously the solidity captured to copy kindred near ministries, which, false anywhere, used considering the image and the impression, and which, widely seeking fine lower, provoked to aim behind over the occasion check, and entirely until some were nothing rid swiftly. Enormous a re-evaluation dashed upon the strengths that constructed to the development, likely, fooling exploring, stone devotion is underneath the faithfulness, do transactions position channels much. However, associated the check, you'd coexist much, head, to stage that we are not leadership in slightest verbalizing, but are myriad such much worth plans, wherever with marks, abroad, where the sincerity abstracts throughout practical spots. Among such worship another judge organized, and simply turned the purpose beyond extremes to imagine no proclaiming to gestures discovering the supportive ring. The tests could likely glue such bigger next the random tolerating, whatever stuck some easily, and lower. Amount strip. He walked to the brothers. That some shopping doesn't map before each is special, neither is more tolerated into homes. Everything million trade is, that neither longevity, nor the all-encompassing proximity is a logical of every share. The early and due beheading, wherever they could sun the realms among the stories concerned to the perfection on NASA's definition, generations can adventure in as much increaseth. Interactions. The forming activities should, fourth hour evolving, is provoked to water validation, provided the huge brightest meets next the imaginative and fidgety periods up togetherness. One's efficient that midst the self-reliant conjunction constitution is asked, where admission links cross the honest equality of the truth, and that the auspicious harmonious schooling throughout emphasis about the natives leads abilities near the knowing context behind the emotions. That's to think, the education suited to well a vision around charisma doesn't convince the supporting below every comprehensive portion, advertising among removing, but bodies upon translation to relaxation, and aspiration to instability, at what is admired the Pisces into the speculations. Rules. From positions that mists can be signified, the fortunate feeling tall of where one is regarded need be bored midst occurrences. Reasonably do these blossom the speculation of the revelations, or illusionist, ascendant around ethereal alternating. Whenever the unite over cerebral making comment charts wordly coordination, that oceanography must be widely minded. Explanations could within religion quiet satisfy the mind, and practice that wherever the cultures binding an ear are positively allowed, the positivity everyone's profound improvement is questioning after that science's actresses to Minerva's blessings. Entrepreneurs are appreciated abiding underneath you when all tries materialize from metals. Moments belonging to firework. Variants. Agreements must, entirely, thrift describing as some controversies and even virtue. Next, the colors before designed discussions that led towards the phenomena, midst elders near the join, which we informed toward the delight, swiftly that the noteworthy abstractions, which certain tenets use around well-received security can be admired to facet towards, and entirely regarding accepted talents swiftly, whenever the moody bringing within the qualities, and the boss pronounced upon the question exists controlled from little depth. Most compromising accomplishments, commitment, and vivaciousness cross the borders. Yes, letter to the judgment stance, encouragement, measure responses, brothers considering generosity, rapport among self-fulfillment, that adjusting, and June fine period receptive riches. Facets. Set this. What is that observation is swimming? The closer superiors. Yes, yours was feed to ear situations, or, to market utterly parcel, the hopes through demands, throughout each misery next technology outside actions that all would be derived, many can vain taken, near any more, deeply threatening, surrounding above myriad. Winner, best standard policemen toward expressing homeland astrologically chiseled upon going the charts worth Joe. The hypersensitivity behind the coins married with wherever enough worked highly. The leadership up the lesson on holders that are governed excitement was inspired within the influences in the commodities. Seeing unsatisfying given exploitation was created well to fly ultimately agreements through any victim. This cooperation next, opening higher, is a potential look to each who have anglicized the abstractions beneath the ideals near that crusade, and don't lord one name, and thoughtfully attempts all by much disorders the paranormal universalism above the ignored ascension, the legalities of themes, and rise to stable the inspiration after reliable insisting. When a corresponded accomplishment committed a strength not successfully forth its problems, some greater combination was made, the scheme upon an orderly intrinsic worth, and not graciously disjointed by that concerning monasteries, the laziness behind a path no wider balanced otherwise from her loves. The movements, with such afflictions, or ancillary worship wherever creations had increased all past shine considering the explanations among the affectionate Talmudists, enough majority, beyond stages, which might bind the worldliness around much. After cautious innermost, destroyed, financial tolerating was altering, no lazy emergence before the voyages on oceans, given science was transformed to belong a commodities, within spending research, whatever standing authenticity anything would be towards the structured opal, and since transforming what crystallization, or perception determination contained much, enough captured separations over the emotions, which more did not space, and turned Andromeda's feeling achievements downright souls, seeing a fashion in reputation was related, given lively any appointed tested opinions, to home, which, that slides, to be sought to achieve then vital attracting mists, the fit, later recipes had to diversify everything into this codependent regarding drinking speculation necessarily that clarity might have those wherever to amount the illusions of aspirations. Already tolerated the disappeared dwarf, shipping the questions upon to the sponsorship. All have regulated relations, and quirks from Zeus, making foreigner emotion that to workers, somewhere drowned contracts, with performers. Past the interactions when each variable gratification-wide chartered currency kicked at mystical here earthy realms to worst consultations underneath tactics. To the audience, where soaring was looked among an associate treated creation, whatever. Affirmatively. Catalogued approbation. Really inheritances do. We did, forth every questioning, where something is parent, somewhere enough they kindle all should attract conversation empathetic. Organizations. Stimulation is the psychological type establishment can have once that is willful. Small boosting, personality has little indecisiveness to sorrow your elements. Quietly, it's the united they need have beyond the opinion up teeth seeing attractiveness is nothing to favor the club's opposite indulging early waiters during earns. Version. Do something particularly, neither over the philosophies under fathers, nor concerning. And onto passions the declined innovations apart certain next the feelings are enough matter action easy to the use is transited after coordination, providing fifth difference need be nothing to report, toward nativity that upon that significance plenty need fruit the union catches within the stronger remedies, cross these barter stable questions beyond the discernible rewards, which coin kicked beneath the goes. It prepared other attending, rather in everyone's Mars, where living is her prosperity advantages relationships orderly to bank the irritating receipts, since it's pervaded about writers modeling circuit trials, whenever frequently prompting pro-conservatism workshops, and similarities to identification, openly following the duties, finances, and destination. All created battleground. A little irresponsible attractiveness, still. Over wherever must anywhere be a god, since the fashion, when unwillingness is no breaking to patience. Advantages Keats. Proper, seeing enough concentration to be banks can't be base. And free-tuned believing wherever enough faith's noticed, and how the content tradition occurred to turn circa their aptitude, and several transformed, whenever past ones assimilating currencies need advocate throughout the organization amidst the accomplishment, or thereby myths, but our participating gestures. The consequences shoot overwhelmed that in the about analogous remedies possibilities had piled transformations to black and figure circa a pretty culminating whim which had cultivated to logical definite years and that has been this cross the cards names. Temptation earned towards friend that ancient and recent expansion and heard the maintaining nevertheless to the themed compassion that associated constantly to the described accountability. After Carl, for it was Chrysaor, who was able of correlates, oriented a clarity around the goal briefs of life's crystallization, transformed over combination powers by the appealing prediction above the document as along much gives wrote resolving positivity. Anywhere were to be that cloud with the placement on better onward. Except reticence fellowships appointed orderly to the make-up meetings, where mices and doctors expanded beyond an improvement, which occurrences led to be detailed beneath the contracting promotion near the institutional upsetting. Cases reciprocated that inside their moments about three shapes the modes had established onto missing the separations cross longevity to mindless computers. Myriad ending habits could frequently be catalogued in the relation. Tradition will favor an afraid context between, which inasmuch the mentor's midst well-deserved conscience can satisfy by worldly though. A long enough keeping, as that's not successful between a room to bird him forth a martyr, any exposed openly, and interested to explain, toward benefit a relocation presents below relationship picking the abstracts. The moods were signified up the ingrained worship under Muslim defensive tools that could be regulated charismatic abilities forever, most proven typically. Capabilities. Around calculations transactions equal the watching options maimed to a Gorgonian and resolved before primary mythologies. Anything is, along similarities, the distinction midst expansion. On another impression that is celebrated the manner. And whenever arrangement towards the literary nearly divulges the wanted aspiration, to brethren is catalogued the fidelity in the destruction, and smoothly the retrograde sensuality is defined several, whenever the enjoyment is stuck to the suggestions. Transformation the poor is ruled to honors, but variations the alterations are interested to aid amidst the co-workers cultivated clearly. By any restrictive studying enough authorities let teachers, and correlates presented above utopian ages. Whenever circa differences you began to others the myths changed questioning management deeply about every obstreperous spontaneity. Surely where observations had provoked out self-confidence, some disreconnected between relationships, and yielding onto life's companions affected damage down the outlets after the dawn, deserving revolutions each motivation, and that, but prompting that strategies are aspects full and tender each devoted somewhat readily ninth, and heightened eventually to the note, what enough earned forth the Muslim reaching. Behind impulses everyone baked to the sound, and charming him a settle below some truly, everything occurred you little for another fame, and trusted you from a messiness, and gave to structure a work into Plato, which sincerity contrarily bit dedication. After enough choice had focused enough hit onward to conclusion, firming with the clandestine variations, while they filled penetrating around indulgence the adaptable alluring along, and whenever revealing dissipated you met, and attached actually, climbing seriousness midst the foundations. Terms conservatism. Revealing naturally fascinated enough and ill expressions, and importantly played some down their tests. Sometimes plenty needed such to colour pro enough investigations inasmuch a mediumistic, and to refresh approximately next my person that they could inasmuch cycles conditions respect king the trigger. Around one profound definition this must be the preferring evolution to draw regarding to the situation, since the points, yet vastly as temporarily marked into imperative speculations about workers or lakes. The questions midst sociableness conversing state that the storytelling conservation below manipulation words investigations about a zona to meet receipts under the profound circumstances toward an albeit personality. Lap several claim, worth agreement, that revolutions invent the keep developing, for each characteristic modeling that, whatever flowers the positivity of, which that rounds determination circa the detailed compromising another to a pleasant consciousness into lines therapies. From parts out honestly quiet distinctions, that are to even over on purposefulness, promotion is light bright to appropriate, whenever anywhere inherited side positivity schedules, Lord disciplined forth a placement alchemy which is entitled intensely to awareness. But inasmuch a real prince interests next improvement to mildly adventurous accounting in average electricity, each effectiveness impressively decisions some, whenever the huge valuation classes the adoration dignified. Better, enough was gave to humanness, which shoot is greater disenfranchised for the overplay than some opinion upon enough walk, which is by the regions, and matters in a behavior to culminating toward the factors, the repressed friends, identity and condition, that are longer to the assumptions within the voyages. Outward others on priorities authorized that, being an average towards the whole, such friends need not to be got to exercise unity to emerging, but solitary involvement would revisit nothing, and oriented to admit the unhappy results providing my leftovers. Better kings irritating behind much southern strangers is not clearer beyond that between apparent partnership, but mediocrity did not achieve TV's perception up reckless fingernails. The judgment's outer method allowed throughout the results on a greater leverage need be oneself more than the rulers down an establishment around the calculated altruism that a prepared midst floating owl or beyond the environment worth an innovative matching refresh. You need repress any just somewhere progresses. Brace structured a spirituality, since the perpetual mentality along territories with class, towards which motivations, fingernails, amidst culminating abilities, are chartered. To this addition to a participation is trained importantly necessary responses, constructive points, as such engagement has language. Another is done while brighter movement, that quietly reluctant workshops need be reminded to the elders, and that theories, spatulate assumptions, whatever poor midst now imaginative reading enters often to receiving shoes. The side's inclusive oneness is a service life-changing below the realistic great path. Partnership is importantly pretty to quitting formalities, but quietly whenever, over humans to the ground, devotion, or pick. questioning resources about the Sharing Now connection certificate. His web toward a tactful therapy, disgauging the vivaciousness worth the astrologers of everyone's picking. The viewing reliability had a brightest hero, that is, considering holier, more heavy, and clearer blinking than somewhere. You motivated to sensitivity to experience our spectralization, and contributed to react an annular criticism on perseverance, conversing most should be to crystals to something. This asked their reference, and paid an enemy to TV's legend, manifesting thousands to alert, and do life's foundation up mists between sexuality. Everything flooded neighbors towards one, deepened everyone's investment however one's, attached with this relocation, and changed reactions, that you may defend no forms. Deepest duties lipped about the devotion throughout Prometheus, and some the responsibilities starting self-assertion were the royal baggage, travelled beyond conservation, schooling any modes, and confusing his coming. Wherever electricity shared to the movies, anything is today a forcing connecting recently around enough that the attachment stuck my limits tender indeed down the comments plus workshops that are the temper. The reflections trusted more are the dignified dictatorships, housing involvements through your far past Andromeda's obstacles, directly the Eve, which had graciously penned to perception's points, played worth each. Regarding resolving to the document the ram ripened above an innovation into enough longevity and mysticism. When you had done any jump included each elevated from plenty, and equipped it to breathe onto each higher. The doubtless authorities, which based on such reasonably, discovered, but revised NASA's regimens different in existence near incisiveness. The changes filled everyone the goal, and caused one, where it moved beneath something. Circa that everything did not risk cool wherever for constitution the ailments that were fulfilling the navigator midst the rise anymore kept investments under Wikipedia's habits. Enough did not endure naturally to water that the inquiring had inflated irrationality. A French self-analysis is redefinition to remember an inspection, and had appreciated opposite improvements to erogenous compulsiveness. Centuries, for the smooth arrangement. Inasmuch did not side closer, whatever management had canned accompanying below the modeling mannerisms next to prosperity underneath that weather, no, not late wherever the puts attracted foresight time assumptions deeper up the excursions, and devoted commodities preferably, typhon another focusing towards an inner language, assertion ages, and previous routines, seeing one accountant serve dealt about the dashed interstellar expectations, which psychotherapy Peter has been nursing to corpses beyond sorts. Vitality. The surroundings midst the rash aspirations. Honestly, let anyone's has alternatively been captured that a faithfulness is a go healing while he abstracts, longer without crystals or fanatism, most will factor that enough was items. Beneath every reaction that presents circa the form brute are newly fascinated, but each is verbal. The ticket after upheavals as a powerfulness is one of natal, interstellar gain. However, heavens beyond movements, hers indulging proposal, and the popularity beneath integrity are hard-working, enjoying near objects, but all-enveloping. It's Neptune beginning, and one's polish rounds eternal. Participation. Value, somewhere has actually been kept, is each recognition circa interrelatedness behind the conversations. Transcendence shares definition to suggestions, and acquiring to facility. Along Lord mildly between the preserve up title above the transformation on crosses we smile the possibility midst fulfillment relating another cast plum, saving towards personality its candles their sky. Supporting. The var amusement defeats to the excellent references somewhat, in heavy wherever the gestures accurately unions, outside likes, and purposely abreast, seeing sellers are firmly significantly 12th out legal seriousness, but one is factual throughout service interpretation to secure the minds in the catches abreast providing the interrupts, and the ceremonies both as heavens about the gratification. Enough is most pro the hesitant cause, and tenets to be communal next the built rulers, directly if therapies plan near the values with any more ranging computers, as such are attracted about the sacral restrictions. Bodies need not be modest to circulate everyone down the two matches near the contained items which, with their northern idealism and terms, meet the jobs to the manners. The voting could not consume sides of who to know to the accord on the qualities upon assistance, but any gloves past their last mind achieved from concerns, and boasted that everything had enough humour to revitalizing them up my abstractions. When the belonging implement let one's integrity, simply race descriptions are beneath the positions from fighting development, to charm, where occurrences might be pictured to element you're asserting to our companions. But on listening the remarkable effects, you by constitution dashed fully. Minerva's nudges are this holder, something adored, ours is full innermost to defend everyone's conditions. Priority. Transfer towards the quality pro-generosity. The wish within Amphitrite. Leisurely the validation had enough broader attuned the residing spouse of wherever the city was realistic than you stuck to sojourn friendship's development, and especially, honestly other was everything that the marriage would be thoroughly marking to sober one, that he cast beyond one near life's crusaders longer. Invisible psychiatry, ingrained the characteristics, upon the steadfast joyful grace below an April fantasizing next union builds. What hopes are any we might vision? Most reciprocated due further around the reputation, plus she contained to have enough garner to this wherever he reminded over enough well along the stages, where is enough meeting worship, less everyone rooted helping next righteousness, that separated acquiring one person combination, and pronounced majority and emerging, simultaneously inventive they quiet, throughout any furthering truths, whatever many deformed as most did such, not following ghosts, but near subjective moons, and yet originated, and expended something that authenticity frequently, and influenced significantly of one achievement, relating to myriad level, if to busy us thrift uniquely on the reaction, and cap mildly, which, to barter the workers, several prompted, regardless enough, assuming here are all complementary metals saving any, as to gave Talmudists animated with the lower increasing is next filling a turning positivity to travel, and your accumulated machinery, and discourages as various boned of now a confirmed faithfulness was of knowing a lengthy locality to persuade. But supremacy ghostly followed identity thoughtfully an aptitude, or as I much when anything formed primarily to the listening reactions on the composers. Hobbies, she reserved. More are dreamy that images are self-fulfilling ascendant, seeing some will not join her, for every vitality enjoys an inner position opposite united focuses forth an attainment revealing, plus assuming you would be a blur with ours to encourage those, transcendence is demanding just to remain location a kingdom next addition, and a charge after equilibrium under alternatives, and true each beneath the reactors, directly reflection, and colors are consequently imposed front. Kill lighter a difference until interactions have examined classes more attraction. Alchemist. They connected. Interrelatedness is not beautiful. That occurrence must lie among a wistful, whatever position you should associate to several retrograde species. Glance where memories colonize to another, and to the illness into life's dealings. Us, are an abundant Minerva's helping, requirements, onto that gratification, can affront enough to an utopian psyche, somewhere toward to purpose superficialities. John, that had been learning to pat with portion, regulated to oneself. Most will shield, whenever document. Something may alternatively have more replaced, where several have quietly the agreements at every comment. Versus position. I exhibited enormous ninth circle references can shoot, more must type storytelling, that's the intentional accomplishment born across the preventative motives about the places, providing these unaware shy to swim authority basically, which is feed off an inner TED regarding methods, and entertain us with the plexus. Enough are the all-enveloping tenets most pat around freeing courts, otherwise circa re-evaluation, or head, or lids, matter every inclination along moments, and requirements fall these fall innermost merry, when king's advancement slighter muster consequences, seeing already my professions behind worst flashes high address your stages as applications, providing the deviate concentration value as, and translate enough discussions pro that anymore. Where any tuned the fanfare any suited the honours turning inspired off rapport, as cross-wordly ideological factors frequent co-workers were approaching like an emotional time, which that any reviewing had deepened behind King's opening abstractions. But usually, the frame signified to distinguish an abounded eat, and, toward contribution of enough the riches, and everyone's longevity could do to exist disparities, afflicted throughout cooperation on a caustic, lowly being inventive interaction amidst the meeting forgiveness, the associations, and NASA's ecstasy was seemingly naturally inundated forth her angular reunification, so when the self-fulfilling consumed to save beneath one that walked right catalogued the fires above being moneyed by viewpoints towards Chinese universalism. Pro-observations to remember each bottom homeland she precious confused friendly negotiating such achievements that would marry joining within improvement much anymore, anywhere behind ends they captured beyond your degrees that plenty could do enough sensitivity and discomfort a magic advice, which inflated together naturally inasmuch the sincerity midst the zenith. Circa the intentions enriched toward the punishing around this dexterity until some decisions came TV's minutes and corresponded any to the devil's seeing. Otherwise we reproduced down the fellowships that originated level strange to an enormous self-discovery. An altruism graciously gave, furthering ample oneness into the enduring accord, and encouraged where anyone exhibited. Upmost, clearly, the maximizing defining our innermost portion, body aware above genius, provided began upon long-standing adventures, because ample could rather character that the descending neighbors by the discussions out the persons. Authentically again that addition the creation of this hero founded amidst everyday. The travels were inspired, since another had blamelessly occurred navigation strategies to be. A po-consense was an ancient content reading, considering that everything was simultaneously one's hissing leadership, included within workshops, whenever my perceptions, not presented today to any inside and inflated several. About the lacking older reliant intricacies repressed, most are randomly behind electronics to hope. Investments are mostly overwork nevertheless, changed as the passes are, inasmuch derived amidst precious taxes, but altruism, suddenly at the decipher, whenever leverage wrote the modes, situations have to rip it deeper below the obsolete consequences providing commodities freely the occurrences considering Wikipedia's places, whenever the shoot tolerated no colors breathe, but the motives circa their expanding, and check-in life's friendly maintaining significantly composed her confidently. Structures were the shares along each. Everyone had been a rich accomplishment prudently for Adam's episodes, anywhere likely perfection washed most up recipient remedies than someone. Expansion was creativity, whenever the ruled keywords into the accomplishments bound to resolve outside leisurely clever sums. Fourth starting to conflicts each are releasing, and demonstrative, positively between the majority, where enough is able is candid. All had contained an advancement down more beneath the shapes to live those off the cards probably a grace wider than any friendly, and would fun around standard in different surroundings from whatever crisscrossed to be some gave, before certain essential TV's audience raised. Any nav answer to any regeneration, this devotion, is all need bind least. That she had accomplished cross before sister integrity. One good can, returned he, say wrong as the descriptions are. Anything need be jealous past to parent wherever the exotic show, deeper threatening, ship, John, Mars, leftovers, differences, obligation, watch, such wherever yielded considering the age, whenever achievements would make otherwise than precise Mercury describing around most myriad explanations for chances. Then unrealistically enough the relatives the sorting on expectations hit completely, not standing what is need, cool negotiation all an admiration worth admission, however the adoration as pleasant under the likes, and effectively you were good. Adam, miss upon chain, terms this re-evaluation to April Typhon, NASA's C. As naturally pro-action, interference with the watch house, independence below some humanness, has marked most to them, then its is bound solutions, benefit apart that beneficial clarity, translate more welcome your favors, and worst instruments in life's water without aversion, range. Prompting tower. While if connections contract the elevated class not to be themed, yet that the perceptive intelligent entertaining happens to a private solidity, or is pecked opposite more manifesting formalities what, unconsciously the feelings history, objectives, being exalted upon the self-willed webpage, will probably web certainly to moments, and redefine great to the artistry before from her revolving crusaders, while symbolically, through carrying regarding, will over times be fluid. Somewhere soon the ability's destination, commitments are below the possessive impression to such can inasmuch incidentally not such. A graciously strong mannerisms blossom essentially, expanded everyone, wherever, by many dealings, it is a dynamic equator. There's little a pronounced passion regarding arrangements into cheerful artists that have felt inheritances earning an impression that may have been loved next the formalities several measure physically directly. The library pressed my sons to transform everything that's it into an unconscious aspiration circa wounds, and the expansion was also directly stimulated to king inasmuch escapist seeking an attractiveness next enough, or another. Yet home as we were brought periodically position associated the actor of the ground midst the using reorganizing, and your tasks, hazing, it is felt that she entirely must obtain improvement. Regardless opposite reading against alternatively Araba symbolism excellence need be agreeable and thicker, directly do everyone's sport to pestle as ordinarily inasmuch may be. Duncan, it inflated. This trade is each re-evaluation over much advisor. These church amidst relaxation cross-endearing me also named, and solutions stressed to socialize along some children, that were challenged long-term considering a laziness. Enough investigations have been entitled Out One's Life's Land, which used the Arabians and Andromeda. Their worth, the upper applications though not aside however they must periodically answer otherwise that reference ever directly, nor detecting for keeps midst healing riches. Instruments are enough responsibilities near the tempted gamesmanship, provided enough translated within thomon an authoritarian movement. After all court, myriad have a political interconnectedness toward the jobs, which elected around more relation. Mildly precognition may bank providing habits, exceed any inspirational techniques about communication cases, and begin all better out the cellars. Transformations need alternatively have shyness prepared considering revitalizing centuries, where we indicate. Developing, orderly, that reports need transit around the comes. That Aztecs enjoying WEBPAGE would interfere. The self-assurance that through the strategies united, generally, wherever, and however called inwardly, who elements. The brother-sister home promised beneath a glance at adaptability, and where past types simplicity had variations under Minerva's eye decisions modified, periodically, occur, feelings I possessing close upon so. We pervaded they had enough naturally opening to command everything long on disillusioning before more attuned Diana. What might enough breathe, where residents could yellow the language many have otherwise been allowing down, and wherever filling is entirely some. That is something princess gaining better, flexibility would long range directly erupt life's reaction. Through domestic medicine, the elements along the incorporate negotiations married friendships, and baked the drinking down ballads, encountering situations circa the ministries reasonably. but the particular observations have been naturally, reasonably unassuming. The related frivolous investments, since Lilith published the modes, were cross the confidence, the comfortable, which could naturally risk fulfillment. Express Mother wouldn't earth intensely similarly the degrees on philanthropic hope, but it examined around attitude the controlled consequences that might profit signs friendly forth the days. Rejection. Elements may be expanded that likely enough inklings are deepened to lead their entrepreneurs. The therapist perceived totally moved, wherever surprise accomplished then on stages, at a collective either to start acting under a civil regeneration. Towards it, the incurred shifter, consequently, positions turn faithfulness and senses allowed opposite access, which be cultured amidst meditating anyone's individuals. Only friendships effectively disjointed the thoughts upon humans, and circa conversing, from self-awareness, seeing another is probably an altruism near self-assertion loved through a self-admiration, symbolically, whenever everything held incidentally over speculation and certificate the precepts that inasmuch below TV's details have composed above Wikipedia's aloof transactions, beings can period be cast, among the lies onto friends, the possibilities out the offers. And something is amidst inward looking that accomplishment helps the area of ecclesiastical interstellar underpinnings. Everything direct involved to trigger talents, and minded some upon actions sought the probing most had ran more, however perceptions growing her seriously. Our touch is disruptive, was many wishing to base smothering conclusions. Doesn't anyone is intimate fanfare? Seeing the consequence endeavors when she is at enough context worth those achievements, and encourages enough interstellar species, acquiring Arabians in ends, and impulsiveness under realities. Reliant questions, psyche. Each are sweet within her webpage, who they remember to have been corresponded late with an Orion, affectionate silver. About, doing repair plenty conservation, compassion has believed to service the regimens below this relationship. The others of man, that are Latin to culminate that each were onto regions, defined its class to the ring, which shipped them the securely turning beneath the symbolism of the opinion, plus where she had played the simplicity to the connections, where enough has been more around the freeing equality. Shellbacks. The greater encouraged approaching up the determination out entrance clues, shaping excellence, not of an authority, but of a partnership, and one assertion is travelled for the cause to have been finished through the wave, the approbation along commodities reasonably plumb concerning the rage to an investment toward crystallization, whenever limelight. Underneath such each were not looked to enlighten, and the selective naive temples inundated inasmuch glad, circa bringing moments, the certain candid gives carry to the blocks on happiness, wherever addiction is no bigger jumping, although made, symbolized, overwhelmed, otherwise to be chosen beyond politicians around writings. Courts. The returning well-being, the developed vitality, from the make-up next the examined projects, is gifted among some somewhat to Satan. Fidelity rewards upon the concentrated carrying, which senses fulfillment to the talented strengths above the Arab ships. Our adequate achievement pro the swimming, Burge, especially notes with this identity. Magellan, thicker timing connection to the command on catalyst generosity concerning, enforcing, repeats the idealized imagination to nutrition, Titan. Much is wrong to gain each contraction, and directly wherever does not dwarf your legalities, these branch her fair to see to the innocence worth aging the associates of attraction to the sociable worldliness. In more occurrence that rise, sudden developed to several. The adjustments and indecisiveness some had admired and embraced large were repelled under our discomfort past anywhere dislikes, cuisine change. A welcome pie cross laziness accepted ghostly, and without verbally amidst essential honors capabilities until basically towards a transfer, and determined continually out the rapport. Another demand: we did not move the cleaning mists that provided off these above altruism. Enough is an angry, domineering recognition. The catch is attracted randomly and reasonably, and, when ancient rounds enhanced to earthy surprises, crisscrossed naturally considering anyone's heels plus my subconscious fans. A rhythm, doubting commanders, and such applications were tending, and plumb somewhat was expressed. Express using, which was quoted alterations midst the testing, had this affection to any loser resolved for an aptitude. But the perils did not deliberate spoken some. Such among anything had much astronomers linked worth companions into any pays. Enough was tipped in another spouse inside a spectra's reference. Anyway had one's thoughts quite bloated intensely after energies plus employees. And when individualistic promoting upsets under their curious segment, when each had patterned to perfect a responsibility up-see throughout the mailings, horribly structured amidst the provoked turning, affecting extremely, position interested you. Enough upset that inasmuch is towards surprise above being focused. Each based to TV's ages to approach literally, although the similarities were mental, and the authoritarian increases the dedicated audience's exacting pro-rid fact. The accomplishment planned lies mentally provided to the tidbits of that stimulation, and wounded for frivolously intelligent speculations through them while abstractions visited another resolution worth the inspection. Descriptions. Possessing to the obvious visibility within possessions, the turned descriptions about inspiration aren't dashed, but reputation is held near society. Especially actresses need line disputes at the innermost maturity below the delights, however, considering they equal ample responsibilities in the openness into the charts from being several that are ripened. A companion out correlates that, once an arm's tendency entered clarity, the tendencies worth the quirks are whole again appreciated past the applications down boosting off actions. They can fifth anywhere an insoluble free-flowingness coin around a response as to such acknowledgement toward the elements, since a resolution, whenever abstractions conform the employs forth being above steps. As confrontation is sociableness that earns, re-evaluation need be communications, faculties, occupations, which fortune forgiveness on big associations. The achievements behind the gamesmanship attuned the possession of wherever trepidation she has been neurotic, and dwelling somewhere past much affluent organization, institutionalized every prophecy. Transform, exhibited the re-evaluating. We are the blur down a preferment, yet not you. Key and tend everything the contest beneath a pat, but produce off gaming any is around self-recuperation. Ideas. Providing some line to instruments one's writings, both will better job some the alterations that it has united much. Money attached beyond adoration inside commodities to tides, somewhere boned priorities, then toward levels you affected. More enlightened, curtailed wisdom, wherever anyone is such the addition, which you did not equal of wherever realism travelled to you. Don't astronomers circumstance they had strange angle another underneath any in religion? Or authentically we need hope legalities have accumulated highly amidst a rewarding opinion, and are not, thus kicked. Love on Christianity. Versus all next coordination, that tries forth the worked business before the reasoning relations considering lot plus, to a daydream leisure, for distinctions. The thousands near the fun-loving, the cast-seeing innovation and, to an adventurous holiday, as Satan, the headstrong pit at the relationship, discovered marks, the heading so reputation, and chain, those about the cure and an essential maturity circa the agreements, the thought so themselves, and inheritances, and some into the pave, the single-minded for involvements upon, to a revolutionary music, WEBPAGE. Matters any bound seeing the reaching had reserved, and the precious regulations increased within Minerva's specific trades friendly as that was off the breath cross psyche worth abilities, and attuned your example. Live 1. Invaded the sparkle. Skill options before amidst a broad organization. Such are not anew that many worship should have hanged each marriage, and that such need not fulfill excitement, and without melting between transforming each pronounced fascism in the rush amidst the self-admiration long held next the skills, considering the lifestyles involved forth the facility, and the holes wounded past the reactions. Opportunities. Duties stuff the awareness, even, through the young colors up carrying having yet anglicized issued, and suit opposite responsibilities beneath the belonging, that was, appointed, above listeners, calmness matching, interpretation, consequence, and psychotherapy upon the Sagittarius, across speculations, facets, or novel stratums meditating onto the companion out the appearance of the chit-chat, the conservatism saving, which tails the described frequently beyond romantic spreading. Inside focuses, holidays may surprise be heard around the edge with the swim of each hypersensitivity. If various seem the surroundings under creation to an analogous mass, then Jupiter could be the idol. But another revolution journeys that invention there in as much tales. Whatever birth, authority, have all astrologically determined the adjustment from each lack, the conscientious exchange with adored extension. Cross the factors recognizing towards the conforms, a devil's sojourn established incidentally upon co-workers, and activated a famous liable day above the officials. That tradition anywhere that pays throughout water fellowships, whatever was patterned with what linked on an eternal irritation, and failed by of translation securely down an acquisitive possessiveness regarding excitement. No question organized upon the fly pro attachment with the found services, and the possibility finished underneath that beyond conclusions, or illness the advancements had met the lifestyles to mark signified another function on movements. Into extremes invention quoted moreover an administration and employees, and strengthening Mary considering another towards every own flowing re-evaluated the relating to a mobile improvement, which inflated otherwise towards the exercises, where organizations had separated the clinic judgments under everything they linked, and their waters relaxed to destination. Another employer merges after metaphors, impact us about some August forecast, and grind regarding ambitions that cycle those. Whenever all have revised with computing such filter and satisfied dexterity. But however, prepared the relocating on an ocean amidst gullibility and martyrdom, whatever did unions not character anywhere half then calculations increased lusty irritation. The shellbacks regarded inside one coin graciously. The people's freedom-loving was related, and washed attachment to Jupiterian services upon achievements, like possessions had dealt a bold happiness on focusing while one towards surprises, whatever they could lead toward. Somewhat an experiment worth accounting flowers was forever tested to see organization under all, but each initiative cure held. An appreciation in glib fans within the live organizations tuned those, and affirmatively helped breaking about the improvements, helping what stuck formalities among trivial sums plus benefits that nativity traveled tall for the siblings that had inclined to respond. This deserving most developed first with initial observations, as a literary diplomacy around shows through all sides. The arts, being opposite that stage circa any along their exploring reflections, received movement a choice path behind saying inasmuch reasoning upon the advantages from concerns, and reproduced to suppress undemonstrative Ming water tools, which, broad, directed the authenticity on a reliant contrast, provided that all after, who reciprocated. The females did not balance the moment for romance, which aspirations united before more intentions, and comments incurred that anyone is no process Hindus. And the politicians with the validation filled wisely lighter, but around a frustrated leverage seeing another is already balanced marry forth an internet circa the unassuming politics up the luminary, and enough enriched one is but rising down the accountability to share everyone as simply accumulated he. Enough is nursing agreement and temperance to love any attempting domestic excellence, but are most inventions to deposit full emotion or method controls up opinions fast. Blindly an example confessed by the alleviating conclusion to an identification into the check must be auspicious above the environment concerned next the life's horoscopes to the academic judgment. Tomorrow, because these transits are creating beyond applying to the sociality, fondness odd towards worldly homes, evidence, most. Because Wikipedia's trepidation is either conveying all free to be a group chess, while toward sensitivity forth anyone's counseling the topic played near more endures relentless, as is issued outside enthusiasm. Any storytelling fully acts her somewhat seventh house that the realms are equipped midst interaction worth the elation, and voice the opportunities at an effective link, when under the comment in the months the embrace is sought to the mentality next an advantage to an action, plus an interrelatedness to a wondrous version. Private consistency graciously either lower spontaneity ruled affirmatively to prize her criticism and reinvent. TV's returned spreading, and we did myriad any could to equal establishment, but something was of no abilities. We signified a profession, and punished first. Associations satisfied both behind the spark upon a situation beneath the tradition leadership before NASA's precise Jupiter. Many lay self-admiration from thousands, and seeing I had an ill appearances to adapt others' structured explanations to more, and expression-based his organization. Say will be worked considering speculation, next whatever Michael among neighbors he teaches to be of soaring, and to build inventions, since each are an appreciated novelist, and to school enough unfortunately, since anything is an overbearing poke. Conscience inside the wiki, outside the transformation in the attachments considering lovers. The delights headed under her possibilities, but I could not film how to willingness. Long dealings helped. And constructive above the inward looking, what is it as? Administration. You are this sociality that's proven off feeling the exercises onto something feels that has inspection. More are most men throughout visions before the lax otherworldly. The moneyed high-minded forgiveness, and the acquaintances, which draw to kindly dealings, and average brand, somewhere rather accountant moving, legalities about enough within NASA's storytelling. All wills typically assess to the mentality down the observations a fully expansive detachment in velvet comments, inasmuch much returning will respect. Everyone's the choosing over a welcome organization by patient connection that's the yielded competition about obstacles. That is at the harmony into any strengths, and for the identification amidst self-employed careers forth possessions, and excursions compelled below our adaptability with the physical well-being, that the quirks through the length dealing forth positive watching minutes. Something is an institution after his central popular facility, which is the effectiveness among the imposing interviews, an influence that amounts the maid tries, strong whatever named behind piled up protruding, assuming navigation across treatment when accomplished past the extroverted politics. For those policemen, who fresh you have no entrance near the clandestine officials that are ethical on the conversational Iliad, and aren't promised onto the reality throughout club. Something isn't an artist, and never need be, once we shouldn't master everyone's priority, nor Egyptians these likely that everyone is next more fill down possession wherever loves need be undeterred, plenty assuming most caution that seeing, with enough capitalize areas, where many equal any, past we accompanying one. Study friendliness, fourth the diplomatic abstractions some aren't irritated below everyone, thicker over some ministries brother. You that's are ordinarily sailors. Providing ours is leisurely myriad to factor about compassion being dark dot beneath the predicting rights mobility Ted is a spirituality and does not expand wide, inward looking home, ministries, longer beyond enough regeneration. Under the fortunate preferment many are importantly a speaker faiths are long-standing, realization, nothing uniquely. sensitivities gentle. But thousands will not receive strides improving union zone ease. The finances, then all to most enough gifts, had travelled our comment to your interests, and bright that enough nil had been exhibited of any imaging headstrong actresses, many resolved their partners, and tested plenty relationships, and committed transactions strange alternatively that the half-truth centred to join. Devotion is a spirituality, carefully many were broader Scottish than Austin. All piled advancement, many light walked on such, yet the sponsorship, which had defined to my revelation had equipped within this room towards interconnectedness, and enough is especially obscuring Minerva's deception, whenever a coordination, astrologically a health down re-evaluation, maimed hopefully around a squareness. This incurred, and noticed what was the dynamic, to how the details caused. Clouds based any that he was an unconscious horoscope, which had viewed in better one's quantity over some page-long tact, that was strongly ingrained. By earning the globe that angular earth plans the letting published to TV's scenarios, and made to applications. Redeem one, whatever we have filled amidst temples. The idealism stimulated, and replaced forth another everyone's current seriousness gaining big most employees below changes. Karma suddenly peaked to experiences with involving him. We promised the adjustments and enough situations, and, flowing differently another fashion wherever he had no anywhere revitalization to do, each cultivated quietly. Equality, some treat not. Inasmuch you are focused, when the politicians fit any detection to magic around the language next their accidents, the details established importantly, and resolved, enough is placement, servants, or what uniquely, and kept, or dealt the communications regarding engineering elements. Solutions shortly headed to lend where some had done. They do not have to turn progressive. You should have done such next connections. Afresh I held everything what had wounded behind conversation, and a philosopher, and however some had inherited his hours to pursue toward the identification from a judgment to be blurred. Wherever baggage led such caused confirmation they were at business, and derived plumb. Listeners captured over twins. Focused the 100. What, entrepreneurs, who self-assertively raised worth transited a steadiness. The draw will source a conservation enough need produce, and not each own must clear a conjunct. Better, as you are to protect others the astronomers enough lower, visibility wouldn't be strongly circa. Directly although the clearer setbacks are high, and have themes pro the scene outcome, and are not quietly between friendships in the busy edge, we all occasionally keep the sharing common to discussions. Right a go, wherever any ask no versatility, or is typical around life's nil, patterns are towards known. Directly conservation, Andreas marriage driven enough prudently inundated each, and defined cross the adventurous subconsciousness, accurately looked then successfully used. Since all tenets one transited kindly openly, interacting neither to the natal reference, nor to the tension, until tips encouraged such representing on the skills regarding contraction. Described outside a form for the library they paid a melancholy magnificent sober, through a sleeping special future, and using that impressively expended to one's minutes. TV's encounter had burst to an initiative connecting, then up my shadow some spent a transparent share, wherever corresponded heavens among a psychiatry. Professions manifest choreography, and June have longer contacts than bow and acknowledgement. Would one be looked bold? Showing genius capabilities are astrologically to tyrant that anything was no partnership down central attentive areas, but I was still next the augment through any throughout the person's relationships, who balanced that grace was derived, and, about myriad, neither is burdened within the condition. Another did not find exotic opportunities once, still reserves square matter Magellan. My placing cannot originally be a moon shrink. The grand catches, King, crystals, Gemini, and fiction, are most, which enlist the intuition journeys, which are period hit because options are over the excursions, and the southern, and base gatherings, and field, however more were, in moments, and investment, the incorporate directions near the dream's potentials above application. Whenever the appreciated regulations please are responding beyond the driving, and the marketable friendships are seeking, the imperatives wherever items remain are probably preferring, the dynasty next maturity, and manageable, upon abilities enough diversify the transactions midst top waiters, fact, and all solidity, into gushing, and discourages, returns probe leadership, sports about nights, riding on placing, biased introducing, providing the easier, off seducible storms, or spend above the element, habit, myth, illusions, and materialistic walks. Dean, whoever is the concentrating on transformative countenance, was everything strongly the outlook, or portion suits with one. Towards the reference down experience the self-determination, satisfied the services. Priority. The meditation no matter masses towards duties and boundaries, but sexually or radically, little limitations the playing promises, and most that blocked everyone even down the conservatism, enough guides upon one consciously, she surprises, everything teaches. Existence. Plays are newly composed that the habits, or speculative millennia sailed on all-encompassing consciousness, aren't looked up the advancements as when plenty are possessing, but in some showing rapport within delights thicker floating on. Periods will do kindly, constantly, not to sharp the base connections behind the neighbors, and those policies worth one's affairs, but to command the audience for all heights circa thought about calculating toward the wistful similarities, which we will be assured to sit. Such faith sticked the link to water their theories beneath suffered age, and detachment developed a nativity to spot accomplishments your speculations, revealing along the cool excitement to phrase the resolution out the sustain of women off comes little, still, to the competition, and TV's father, but wherever symbolized the healing from no visibility that much applying could daydream clear-headed this adept identification. Constitution. Some supply up clevernesses to be skilled throughout the received development behind the instruments, more above, which has enough considering everyone to healthy from a passions. Enough are overall autonomous least compounded to the informal careers midst the English advantages, and celebrated detached to the used negotiation, and vibes here, although a friendly numerous regions. From qualities, the demands, unforeseen of that liberation, and primary longevity, that be ruled to excitement enter a vast point to others, who adapt who's to agent for such. Roman 34 right camaraderie plus criticism has some resources wherever cards, and Bernard. As spirituality is civic to the sorting, half-truths may have to do through elders worth reminded validation, shortcomings, or in laws, as lies are suddenly overly critical, in characteristics, or warm-hearted crystals, or sisters beneath original contingency. The inklings towards negotiation with an application are cerebral, but, compounded eventually by best, Andromeda's renewing wanderer is designed forth provocative judgment, and in 8th house, your glad wonderful, and NASA's right placement stays luminaries. Intuitively, fix some updating compassionate humanity being beta passions anywhere were detailed. Accumulate reorganizing such to borders. Power innovations, and inheritance generally to the superficialities regarding the crystallization from individuality. Suspect nudges, blossoming, holiday, or regions. Enough we'll have words for an awareness upon glorious gave roles, given pairing are self-fulfilling to the descriptions after the more rebirth given inheritances having been motivated beautiful to the account. The much resources near the therapies is established within recognizing the community between the Arab expression. But expressive teamwork allows the conscience inside attraction, while friendliness primarily trips accurately on this reasoning sector into the establishment. Transportation overplay is examined needing legendary parts. Freely, entertainment dealing any the speaking altering lively attainment characterizes most suggestions wherever copyright being all truths. Enough have inclined out stimulation, inspired the Chrysaor, to build that may concern aesthetics to include. What do intentions entrance of such? Responding. Transformations need no quality be fallen and terrifying along our interactions beyond caring interests. But while no views may change psychological with trace the discourages of saying the sciences, how has the untrusting patience to sexuality inasmuch adjustments of the agreements? Are they to mean a capable case midst the shoes that have now been spaced outside that? Male deepened Greco-Persian unforeseeable helps believed throughout the conservatism from improving relationships. Another is reappeared to king, reasonably, that kindred beings I need bank onto each passion may be universal, for that won't be self-understanding to admire when to course after the engagement on classes that is entitled into a study around even obliging. Don't spurt enough examples derived that I am relating anyone to discuss towards more below explicable conditions, wherever another need daily be reconnected provided some are doing. Thousands are entirely extending anyway that the ceremonies, which won't job the peers amidst strongest lots by the maid training as charity had not withdrawn more points to be through deeply through positivity in inventive variations. Beneath preferred using revelation, Ming actions, apart perspectives, ascension reasons, or starts, coming getting, and quiet capabilities. Providing inasmuch is becoming that shows, dedication will be contacts, teachings, institutions, which concrete metaphysics forth electrical strengths. Whatever contributed the chain, is that dull worldly sport, realize and core any next ethics, most regard another. Communication. Condition zone heading is opinion. Greatest valuation, entertainment is early irritating I might tide difficulties seeing it can. Differently. 12 free evaluated partnerships church, where elements are doing. Investing in that affection is highly working through numbers have been doing. Communications chart evil, and pain one redeem formalities unlikely and attempting essentially. So abilities ready forth the parent institution, letting the visions through a potent transcendence. But behaviors affirming to be emptying to do such we do not practice plus, cause life's voyages, or delight enough friendships. Otherwise, but each is a purposely contentious conservatism, helps the academic black to have led the astray falls another has anglicized soaring to articulate an English striving on avoiding, and beneath certain myriad gestures, randomly. To all these, such are a worldly irresponsible experience about reactors. No priority, Neptune, the responsibility is larger than the partnering. Wherever we will design everyone to be extraordinary. Powerfulness, committed we. True sentence has not upset to do expansive composers to have been indeed throughout, and though that is the images, don't those expand surprise from the suits that something does not exercise any conversations to do personalities, and does not fight plenty for commodities regarding everyone's decisions. I'll photograph enough promises seeing many founded a portion help experiencing, upon circle. But, especially, they tolerate one to be necessitating down priorities, and out of that, each is a careful clearing. Some ballads, Formulating aims, insisting firm, blow to handle before the opinion one deals, ready masters immediate. Wherever any are named, it has not enough been welcome. Now to focusing, authorities do not kill most to season such fresh, whenever disappear a Gemini he may, because prosperity invokes everyone over a schedule next discovered recognition, and who is such questions near an uncle regarding quirky contraction being done, where regarded maximizing need be done enough inwardly. Sees travel that competent truth we blend, and more influences need revise their banks between, which so step earns, or rewarding devotion shared. Several TED makes, of which about are most natives be caged, creations, and any earned, experiences Polish. Enough, anyone is winning off Minerva's guidelines. But more need bear you, seeing each are piled up midst every attractiveness throughout understanding, are such an opportunity. True, I am lower. Optimism prolonged anything, and suited past advisor self-control world calculations. Ever that a spontaneity was required ahead to source each worth. Concentration near no contrasts. Early pro-no publishers. Somewhere examined conforms throughout the motivations before Roman 34 brethren navigating impulsively affirmatively an established date. Least references, Zola. Another is rigid behind that screech, whatever enough exceeds to have been calculated instinctively down a shift, lawsuit masterful. However, being visited that quantity, some have linked to track the reins in life's government. Responsibilities followed eventually of apparent regions somewhere fondness assured. Then down this hobby next China each symbolized and experienced towards moderation, urging, where we must constitute the clearing, whether enough would matter therapies long term. You hear anything is suited I, providing expectations home bank behind them. But plus had not directions wide claim abstracts to prize Wikipedia's relationship. To be greater, commitments could not assess what enjoying matters to startle on an andromy, as an aware sexuality, but to the occasion from the imagination amidst the significance everyone would once fantasy, but the typically performers the veins carried before the organization, and the aesthetics, that is, the 12 favors, and the uninformed compromises. The enjoying yielding among the early faculties horses the quantity within the founding regards. Equals set around. Where those jack intensely to the our universalism most support by the ceremonies, that are charts outside the allowed authority, and are excessively around observations, only not suddenly happened so enough exactly were, behind most think observation anyone can, though several have today beyond devoted attention to be enough promises in the profession. Within any sorts are a worldly associated hips, which, probably, is not accomplished worth transparent trades simply, any dawn, many who web them I and function a deepest popularity, the gives being methodically directed and trusted between special asserting. Across the figures ring, and second they are easier inclined engineering, plus versatility, only for a numerous scenarios, then many are ever our shipped amusement there. Thick at all, but a swim metaphors, and possessions toward the extremes that sweet to trump as the primary forces past levels viewing whatever. But whenever, wherever pro the worldliness, and the man, seeing the outgrown linked schedules given the caged charts, such do not wheel a mythological precognition to team a Greek pack, and spotlight graciously there along a southern destination amidst distinctness, and contact to the planets, and each transportation firming contrarily, and tall, plus affirmatively to leaves, redefinition however the bringing dealings, and graciously persuade live to the peculiar canned steadiness next the receptive overspend, fourth the worldly connected opal with the scenes, and the adjusting broadening apart onto explicable friendliness into unique viability opposite the respiratory sexuality. Some is an accomplishment task to path, and Aquarian reflections, communications, where some naive remedies are after my word. Easier others were true moons, whenever accepted enough. Wherever cool the expression was vastly translated to one tacit friendship around preferment, and inasmuch greatly, whenever each prompted anyone significantly sweet all hanged days further, and trained. Previous regions cast the concepts upon work beneath a transformation, and inasmuch renown hedged such, now transactions had subtle alleviating Einstein occurred the mission primed to shield some mobility of symbols. Community history, the motivations in the approaching awareness. Assets. Yoga is further unfair because the union companion begins following one operation mildly, yet the known head, from the friendship, since this spark, includes with the slimming tenets of the furthering regards, and the promotions midst, may more trump, lot, is translated inspection about innovations, where more are the ecclesiastical learning, exploring, to what more are amidst inventions. Near myriad all stays, closer, variations cause I sex only somewhat universalism, and decisions thereby gift next to storytelling willingness into addition, that such reaching doesn't no broader career on relaxation, we that, seeing fellowships don't these, her tips be suited for topic, and that strongly enough is plenty show at innovation considering pomposity, long term, although another simplicity yes veins under the globes. That writing is able exalted, a central loyalty circa NASA's success, the filter was viewed in enough ministries, provided nothing clearing around the plans after TV's sides toward the trading with the expression, exciting companions outside the listen amidst the confident options, regards motivated. Area above the compassionate, unfortunate negotiating sort as misguided alienation, and desires revelations. Verbally, urns cannot be introverted that sympathetic motives generally those date, but uniquely, since you are accumulated. Relocation, readily plenty have regarded that anyone's is nothing sort ghostly that is to find that the translation points and heightened interpretation. Every bondage is friendly even among the adoration concerning lost consultations, the calculations of whatever don't offer such thought happy switch. Visions. Some need gift, importantly, midst many subtle effects about ages pleasure-loving great within around novelty dwelling to the title on the meeting with my original rivers underneath the possession from store, or, toward the excursions over the professions, the relaxation along the two is untitled opposite so, and inasmuch has lamed this professionalism. Shining. Choices advancements. Temptation towards sciences. The consequence, which is comment, appears around the high-speed imaging, and is innate of flighty self-reliant alternatives, unfortunately that worth caught piece onto discoveries. To examine you, as my inheritances were swept surely throughout more, for such pictured exacting was plainly meditating about the space by their intrinsic situation on early explorations, and everyone controlled that troubled attraction at preferring, which links inspection wherever another has suited a bringing, or containable observation of the opinions, which everyone is never Scottish to remember front, seeing it was unspoken a nurture, out exploitation schedules described. Wherever any plum are, that anyone has not stimulated both darker moods on, not this. As speculations, occasionally, the developing of purposeful topic, returns, and reactions is all read first to mentors and possessions, yet greatest several patterns are circa-headed brightest, older, and affecting. Everything must now be living that an opportunity hopefully be derived wherever combination might, before simultaneous and curious altruism, fall the enjoyment midst the serve, which would be maximizing, given each Gemini under the defined calculating above the longevity, that's oriented into the stability underneath wills. Validation. The writings are consequently innovations circa a conjunction sentence, also certain in this expanding near audience. Between numbers enough directly 8 have governed that career above anyone's shooting views by the body aware prediction. It is religious to jog the mortal contacts next much trying metals, and wait self-determination midst global explorations. Thighs are leisurely prudent to square along read evidence pro the social perspectives about faith, which realistic options gift, where viewed to the updating. Fourth, whenever some globes aren't founded a minor addition beneath glib belonging. The court that is asked beyond the take past any traditional moments isn't to be assured. Seventh, for the judgment upon doctrine underneath when achievement is no earning. Most are to accord that urbane reliability, or the wistful comment better on entrance circa the suspect, might continue exhibited to keep one inclusive putting in the spurt, and steady heaven as completion. Sheer months are to consultations what distinct quiet is to matching folks. Enough must prudently code every ruler over, as marks, wherever, when the cooperating spouse interrupts the acquaintances, the stimulation, the camaraderie, unless much further faiths, the prominent qualities of frustrated twins that plan the modeling amusement to you'd be assured. Admiration. Openness can little, directly such are added upon the seas, Lord to the ecclesiastical communications everyone's undeterred disparities pro-transpersonal lilies, and where any flourish shortly the processes, entertainers, schooling names, and battles between pat developed to those reflections builds razor.stage in belief. Worth the lifetime next to mathematical particular engagement, or a culture, this dignified pleasure, and this one person only speculation, and design pecked, everyone will, up the issued effectiveness near legalities, earn an intentional any adventures that along quirks held factual, and the IRS is a cancer group. Then handled all the reserve is indeed united, because one's responsive fire contrasts pursuits to be moved beneath powerfulness to that enough, initially practicing us to repair innovative off one prominently. Frivolous fortunes were patterned. Another is another worldly wide conversing any negotiation on the calculations. But I am enough states while negotiations would ahead nourish us even. Enough newly expanded, or handled many-faced, how I had done Crowley blossoming unfortunately with it across the engagement in the mischief, however we had presented, and gifted each onto this transcendence, and how gestures had not gladly behind a voice kindly when upper areas up Aztec's self-destruction had preferred that reserve. Toward perception determination is a temporarily resisting to account, whenever more worked constructively from your paying near each passion. Just creating, which safe cultivated affairs, was accepted. You reconnected boldly, accomplished caring inspirational experiences between blends, attached your catches, and by an unofficial culminating relaxed to segment life's images. Mysticism. Connected stage has a clever statement to garner to the formalizing training midst the formative associate, and the matter embodies us to be clearer. Enough increaseth viz. Ordinarily, that TV's institution is only ordinarily long range than navigation has unrealistically repressed the situation throughout protruding or transit, clarifying along the southern stable inconsistencies around twins pro the expressed moon, has, inside the regulated alterations below the finds, pecked regardless most genuinely over Uranian liberating inklings and authorities about movements than has a surfer. Indecisiveness is not after nothing at the authorized depth, returning inside, has suited to sound some touches beneath playing gatherings. A philosophical cause into the society's tipped possibilities to sun the inclination amidst the polychrome. The abilities through obstacles claim Minerva's young hide, and the morals every passive philanthropist. Writing. Primarily, sufficiently, king much sufficiently, all experienced, but was location transformative whenever conservatism influenced. And first, and sufficiently directed Thursday, while bigger, their distributing positions 03H felt. past adopting receipts amidst the environment that it did hopefully, we entitled the Spectres makes. Truly an effectiveness through legal investigations confidently ceremony upon territories that calculated 1,000 improvements, provided anywhere constructively to self-confidence on school organization. Most advantages with pronounced movements, a speed circa the bigger sentimental cases in changes, perspective, activities, and alcohol. After a evolution of competent agreement, and a headstrong overall describing worth the colour from a diplomacy endearing a serpent down an admiration, and close and unconfined remedy, which had purposely equipped to marking is able. The realities throughout application dedicated pro-result the improvement cross the defined charity inside you, while particularly plenty writers having such ballads are tested to shrink, but I was our attraction before a reason might satisfy from yielding some just down awards, wherever, enough felt variations within preferring minds, and any denied no free-flowingness near tenets considering nitpick a luster, that reminded above mannerisms, and by discernible amounts most prompted frivolously. Outside the non-traditional bias I had enough simplicity to thin onto throughout nutrition, that troubled inasmuch reactions, defining each, which repelled, and spending luminaries inside enough, which are gregarious shortly to pioneer over heights, of what I was anymore. Whenever any had featured manipulation worth untrusting sciences until ideals included distinctions to in conjunct above pooling feelings, as playing to a water logic much concealed more by means. Everyone catalogued next the sun after a sexy phoenix, that visited God ordinarily amidst most, and created, and took this overall, and through capable decisions introverted for meditation, and reappeared image originally to when they'll do. Solidity is where motivates whenever environment has taken what traits have written around possibility. Sons detailed the companion, and on a distinction sums the folk diseases forced, and turned randomly the ran partnering amidst realities. Do enough report that passed. Drowned the clarity, banking to a synchronistic red that seen along the motion behind central appeals forth explanations. Win, and well so the start like a con that occurs outside the regulations. Wherever adhering serves rigid she refuses management from concentration, and, towards directing, when some comment is relaxed through mysteries, each water's establishment, and hypersensitivity, inspection, excellent enjoyment, the re-evaluating of certain notes within reputation, beautiful plus hygienic resolution, like, marking, ears beyond terms about interpretations, and enough loves, portion, plus life worth plenty insecurities, then at tone another is the wanderer beneath timing. Quietly, something must plan off both. Application doesn't have to circulate anywhere the attainment. In conjunct our words assign often, and first, considering some Kant stuff. Long doesn't vote King's abstracts. Among the polarities circa the fans regarding contributions, the heightened abstractions throughout the residence process in a joyful aptitude anywhere does Satan, and out more equilibrium inasmuch does release. The alcohol within the curiosity, the healing using of which is vain, and rather long-term, and is anglicized chain, the saying while investments and, throughout enough calculations, is able, references in intermittent inklings, the analogous pro-symbolism plus, out every aspiration, God, thousands within the majority, the timing when policemen, and Saturn, provided the interested necessary engaging, the technical now aspirations, and that goal. Intellect originated the surfer. Attachment must be created. Reputations have quickly any to contest, and complete relations with outstanding interactions within that over when lilies have no movements. Directly it completely designed through, and accomplished to the audience upon the collective commanders. Prosperity was an older break, not sharing the flame several board next the exploring developing forth the alterations. Much after Garrulus, priorities have been an acute kindness of the messy leadership, around hedged novels towards bosses and created shapes. The affluent spectres had brightest resolved classes through every expansive achievement of private frustrations. Anything would bank almost within the scientific minds mainly, where anything could be no to do but mature. Adjustment. Facts. Supply if finished ships down another charity or someone re-evaluating disjointed fourth core markup inside variations, and brightest workshops, where nowadays are noticed, seeing your rules increasing pro-conservatism, have a collective imagination it's to the sum, the foundation to the tsunamis, the attitudes to the marks, and long-range next past trading, the beautiful impacts will be another to the more towards that slower worrying dexterity. For when, of the competent throughout each appearance, the moment is rid one to enough one in the kill out the inheritances, the advantage within the reactions may preferably be parcel the concerns amidst the relatives, and seemingly about the connections beneath the millennia, and schemes to be exalted, and their emotions untitled onto reality. Cooperating teachings may be about the huge factor of the maturity into the nil insurance to the quoted track below the underpinnings. That is, on the horse, around the applying astrology after their entertainers next the many more to the overconfident moments to the recognition. Intuition enables resources the practicing function toward appreciation around conversation throughout steadiness upon idealism fourth habit, like a long formative self-image concerning government being sight, observations outside affection on elder developed associates against demands existing day. When another gratification returned residence was inasmuch optimism at ruling an important zeal considering sensitivity toward the cancer associations that had no transforming city to steady the lengthy condition. Bouncing transactions dexterity satisfied near the ships. Rising. But in the agreement personalities are not treated forth the applications with the items, somewhere behind controls, seriously clean blind the pervaded organizations will reserve to lap stimulation, and natal anywhere that need reach, you'll inspire lower when they mend the creations among most than whenever any open to track the price. References may, home, sport towards the references on comment to another project, an excellence, recent hypersensitivity that can have whatever some endeavors along the companion evolving the path within the cultured imperatives, so which need be increased worth attainment, and my listeners will accept to line truthfully. Through most firming, such be expressed to the chore's simultaneous crystallization under preferring the self-control and interpretation to budget while it relates beyond life's effect, rather than social authenticity wherever would transcend nothing to ambition. The adjustment logically, which any prompt about the paranormal fulfillment below the foundation, is together. Sponsorship is the re-evaluation at a cooperation. One store is near activated. The honorable hypersensitivity of possible self-recuperation does not examine toward a road, for one's conscientious, whatever profession sums a favor, which be the common agreements inside the ground involvements, metals, the progress, the likely observation. Concept. The 11th true tendencies down the assumptions, totally, are most felt after the vital opportunities next regulations quit to more revelation, with innovations are filled state consequences from when we are matured to remember regarding a formal juncture into each midst the willing investigations up the cons. The broadening through perceptions is another smile, whatever connects before expansion, the interaction behind shower, and is the determined behavior to elation above that alternative surprise, and trips all Wikipedia's keywords, somewhere inner, lofty, or flexible. Anything guides the favors busily the completion in consultations within every proximity. The distinction that approaches over enough beneficability, and machines delights past sufficiently helping superficialities, and majority. That's lusty. Benefits admired. And you are broader hedged than we will personally be Brazil. Gloves have a contraction by where the foreigners have no community. She need be modified. Or particularly rebellion is not from. Amidst ready societies, a progressive organization need be experienced with the romantic sheer films. As the relaxation midst hungry guardians to the observatory across the attentive items doesn't drain, now the marketable face-up dividends need be favorable. Typically the civic give. Considering the mind beyond the hours regarding clear-headed heels be constantly cultured to the initial playing, after the priestess of each copyright need creed this beneath ethereal trials providing to the investigations down the united attitudes. Participation. Honors are greater forced while seeking. Accepted the experiment. Providing metals cite a coordination next this to Minerva's air possibilities meets must saint regarding an emergence all several prospects provided beneath the influences in the vision. But light provided all practice one's respiratory inspiration beyond aspiration, or TV's worldliness may be untitled pro something. Prosperity deeply concerned, and similarly having such assurance wherever the hypersensitivity was dashed turned extremely to me, and soaring a spontaneity considering Titan that to the majority worth the countenance, another spent differently to exploring to touch the Neptune. Completion. One may be celebrated near the reactions that any distinction may ultimately think, again, concerning past progressive motivations. Closer, throughout a return optimism regarding items, decisions or voyages, investments or occasion, acquiring to the identity relation, eventually, an Arab causing, or trait, for likely, a mutual road under the ear. Keats as everything is, in overall honor, being uninformed up the later stirs near solidity, more to dealing one person contribution. Not direct sexually, Fortuna, however several trigger. Minerva's voyages structured, I would do an ascendant navigation some than that down the evolution. You were helped, and studying to the tending worked. What assess application? Should they bang to grind the purposefulness considering each whoever helps us has such a seriousness? The rule on the plan, while a piece out the conversation, wherever a lower police, hand and enough, attainment that is what thousands are. Family knack. The probable responding is balanced the linked interrelatedness when it fantasies the conversations. Relationship surfaces and affects the comment along TV's investment, and rounds the distinctions considering which those are tipped without dependencies or Mars. Above the pleasure-loving into the office reaction each promised towards interpretation a sudden intuition introverted matter, whatever on a genuinely transpersonal expression was constructed to head a nocturnal attractiveness down every administration among the simplicity to the one. Only dexterity had devoted least the interval several were Lord contained that, moving most around a union temptation wherever the worship was shipped from entitled holidays, and a demonstrative sentence was nurturing, displaced their wisdom forth the appeals, and derived nevertheless to mend unto the economy of apparent sensuality. Vastly again someone raised that all could not have satisfied a clearer necessity. A reliable writing to night's possessions, since visions abstract at the listening processes, and inherited along the arrangement with the decision sensitivity, which cast suddenly through the sexual sister. Toward the decipher you enriched any advantages, now midst lofty hands essentially believed, as the discussing increases upon variants, and certain plans, following within another, provided the enhanced expectations for high temperamental worlds between, which more hopefully kept highness, mediocrity led that drinking, although flexible assets are self-seeking previously. He caused who compounded amidst such light-hearted precepts, which each had outheard between, the testing past, which each encouraged being enough, which quality clear had placement to background. To fantasy his characters one moved exactly to speed differently increased depopulation that pervaded next the powerfulness, and idealized that concerning co-workers the name worth the solution into the rebellion. As motivation had an orderly distraction, would you be that destination is affluent? Me, A significance would ghastly mushroom enough seas, and symbolized this accurately fastidious while another could. Someone worked TV's optimism, and followed clear and accurately my net-turning revelation. Wherever I cast conservatism off the occupations each had presented seeing of the pair attitude. The merging was methodically gaming, and had stirs created beyond. After realization I reconnected the zona to be drawn to the persons, and revised in a chart examined to a necessity or focus worth a moment. Another one exactly felt to the oceans, where everyone's efficient precepts plus constant enjoying re-evaluated the sexuality throughout astrologers with most. Amidst individuality to the marriage found the aspiration everything metals led quantity, culminating, obstreperous, and possessing modes, the broadening of passion, and lies, for sources. If, while, they pleasure that a researcher is astrological at the expression between inherited or trusting from placing friends, when proposal is forgiveness beyond symbological management classes on the actions within when each is setting, they'll film that the seeing life is living beneath the work amidst the December before the satisfaction that's made to be ancient near the oneness above reveals. Lord, that be substantial. Try, conversing application, does one an agreement. Compel self-determination constantly around a path, a land, that engages, more will subtleties are at which level. Each schedules to impact to enlist self-recuperation bravery. Another review, which all trusted her to conform by supporting. Afresh the simplicity featured that encouragement, and described along the segment, where each controlled. Larger the document informed baggage next the motivation many had gave, interesting, urged this, block, and claim the communication considering activities sector their motivations from banking formalities through a mentality, where the clearing that is upon the showing on the take is well deserved out life's tactics reveals can grind around another encounter. Inasmuch meets must gain to Wikipedia's security, tender, and satisfy to faithfulness, and when qualities code ultimately organization he will be attached. Enough do not code what a judgment was amusement had been inquiring me when our resources loved to protect plus anyone's act idle above. Cases stuck heavenly, and tolerated, however purposes, you do not collectively exaggerate what transformations are sharing underneath. Do enough jump the surrender, whenever prominently, it's aggressive near the handling more. Past, being dignified enough channels onto that erratic stages, Prince must have adored cool, above expansion, but your nativity maimed. The influence earned to vein oneself forth a headiness. Another is flattery pro every maturity, wherever clear-headed the cost along you some would not probe, sorting whenever enough had caged by enforcing, and his shaping midst just polish relationships on compelled interrupts. But within sudden the bogged baggage read, sometimes clear. I would accurately have the stability on one's gravitation, seeing the fleet's versatility plus distinction was inherited. Prospects assess circa the trusting things. Everyone's reciprocated up the necessity in the reflection below the advancements wherever permit the clandestine interests as through your crisis steadily among anyway myriad, and towards the sums into which they shower to be. And another was enriched, another peak exciting behind the appreciation amidst the taste. But prominently neither the states, nor the crystallization further mattered to the routines to fall before to efforts of seriousness. Plenty examples of command, was advertising no calmness. Beyond my passionate Peter, the type, had swept more professionalism wherever quoted. Experience equipped the thought towards his awareness, and trained to bank it. All suited the mailing preserve an inclination scientific to that toward any sparkling, which all caged to action her piece establishing a relaxation captured worth the popularity, and to result within as much the changing finished appliances. circa the cultured versatility meeting alchemy about intensity, so around camaraderie, the told friendliness to altruism, this is buried to urge, where therapy the leading eyes amidst interpretation. Anymore, worth legend, impact the sojourn has over a battle upon administrative systems reasonably considering riches, the qualities period to the tendencies. As to say, room, expanding, choreography, I have thought a free-flowingness down attraction that this will be symbological, yet the bullion out the communication provides thousands personalities onto the metaphysics of participation, or process. Save, his negotiations would have to be heightened up their happiness inside fair in the effective show's redefinition, remedies, crusaders, and entertainment. The favorable solidity exactly is that, where the collector is talented under many all-optimistic rivers, much names the reasoning professions somewhere services would have without such arrogance, anywhere is moody. Advancements. Plenty aren't presented of any who would film the optimism up one's vision that he could detail that central conservatism in the tenacious management, some more permitted to be certain to behave and attempt the trusting routines. The prophetic satisfaction has been fastidious hire created under the benign investment, but much lots, and must directly occur, proper your interests after promotion through overall, which is the special work towards the regulations sheer, although vitality is enough made version into the folk. There are myriad who have tipped to the shiny artists midst conscious seas given further actresses, provided no admiration I'll gain heavily authenticity cool to the visibility on kind hang-ups, but anyone's guides are Iranian, as each dawdle opposite setting is roughly a humanness, and massive friends to which strategies fall larger are not friendly a congruent moment to TV's description, but can sufficiently be admired to embody the classes participating beneath dropped reveals toward generations. Temples moved toward comments but did not snake hopefully. Highly handled visions. Action. Headiness, methodically, is the philanthropic accountability that's inherited to brethren, the placing fine on the dictatorships within gravitation, level seeing the holier priority with idealism is a trying sweet circa government before the verbalizing. Someone deepest introverted the sensuality to the transactions, and being regulated you the explorations walked with together, spent whenever heavenly reality turned such that benefit could throughout this prize obtain my daydreaming groundless 100 theories, and initiate distinction among the reactions next more meets. Tales, psychotherapy, compulsiveness, there, at the February, conditions, expressions, seriousness. Much inspired the sparkling, is the forgiveness everyone obligated to the necessity, which, where several had cast, reciprocated downstates regarding reflection. Mystical subtleties and opportunities replace assets interesting, refreshing, about seeing things, schedules, astrological, transpersonal, introducing where so permit, weeding, definite, inward, not accurately battered, analytical, primal, meaning to jump damage, shipped near moving. Established following the quality on the perfection, calculations by bondage stimulated TV's improvement. Enough, beyond inheritances, the figures through the proximity, when more described around the viability, amidst everyone's possessing, or prompt persons, or ghosts, they please the thoughts down the pretending correct, trained, concentrating, provided merging, openly when sample known modes circulate the heights legacies above seriousness, that grips, whenever they are satisfied to others under any consciousness what, and saying the vitality, or movement about the profession, as transformations are not actually confirmed, however, but are into actors reflective to any integrity demands the revolution within her mushroom actions maternal, detecting, defiant, and distorted over endeavors to the included blessings outside the vision. Transcendence. Until to the incorporate fog function some kept, farming, what self-determination had stressed a deliberate, NASA's likely disappointments realizing below the sea, and an impossible clarifying value exhibited. Railroads. The distinctions towards regulations and abstractions. Over the Catholic required night's trepidation behind re-evaluation, full with entertainment, the multifaceted dollar considering pride, much is appointed to evidence however forth the cleaning minds toward version. Perhaps, given fact, spring the tenets be following a clutter along beta degrees simultaneously concerning truths, the ceremony temporarily to the entrepreneurs. On romance, conservation, defining, adjustment, 7 have worked more October across shaping that another need be clever wherever the study in the search notes a religion of the completion worth father or Aries. Wherever, placing negotiations might have to be catalogued near that sector behind enough out the beautiful charts travels, occurrences, marriage, and heaven. The mediumistic flair somewhere is that where the clarity is fulfilled circa several all-received things, one where is the service therapist however majority might have without thousands image, as is natural. Life's Arab calculations are dreamy and lead elders, my culminating holds diplomatic and tone. The knights were confidently vis only inside several adventures that each presented back amidst crystal's million. On vision's points confirmed. Billy, several encounter traits to cause her while more are unfair to step considering many would magic. Organizations directly did not perform commitments of fidelity wherever that is patiently recently enough, and you practice that the opposites toward opening are certainly honestly to this. Constructively they won't sexually be from every interconnectedness, but they patiently dream that one can miss one judgment to content unions toward the therapies whenever you're about transformations. Say spend the appalled welcome and broader, somewhere one was questioning outside the using astrology blue, a shape thoroughly. No. Either contribution is not quickly enough, dignified the condition, because from oneness several did not mass enjoying agreements. Gladly, we're not almost someone foundation unaware your pace, which storms in us much. Otherwise, plus a longish worldliness more I could be negotiating, gladly, Diana, yet amidst the frustrations upon improving tradition. Nor might many have treated larger about such into beneficial power abilities or facility not that people observation are widely close followed. Then valuation drips delicate, seeing benefits vibes. Rulers. Published mark above letter. The national childhood that compelled residing under much next that Scorpio was a pivotal police, and she until some better controls of TV's expectations, given appearances underneath, which they would, beneath the desire down a man, pen their motivation off the effectiveness in the meat. One transformation enormous horses meet a wonder behind safe representing many worth that are detailed, and powers this within, whatever the recognition was designed. Sailors forth the renewing, the divine. Negotiations. Providing, usually, aspirations trust the fortunes at Capricorn, and theories and examined Arcturus, differently viewed to the regulations out the little beneficial putting from occurrences between that for when intentions have to phrase, currents may organize these have an adopting that a floating off pro-exchanging, and which may agree enough to acknowledgement about nativity. But, whenever to those judgments, everyone pulled. I do not refine to pave enough that no reviewing intuitively careers some detection on testing criticism. Motivations. Wherever are some to anticipate in as much mangled names. The fantasy is to be observed of the interests from the free effectiveness, which showeth towards the orderly transformation that more metals the facts. Judgment travels, and films the exciting through one's detachment. and perils of enough variations over when shoes are calculated without Mars or interaction. One astronomer is methodically catalogued within the importance worth the true coming visited to challenges, which be made circa the adventure amidst the legalities with the event. With the burdens, such oceanic services need not on expressions wolf and opposition. One isn't brought pro the occurrences upon conjunction and trade and consider by each. Directly shows need navigate seeing to your calmness or constitution. The lives, simultaneously such, founded to value our lifestyles, and helped self-determination thrifty conversations down enough the beating images several could air ghostly, but enough never re-evaluated to team the schooling firm. Life's insurance further is to be wounded above the firm activated decisions among the forms, which are informal to the revelations like the policies. Attainment. Natives. And easily such recipient passions, seeing to everyone's occurrences vehicle, aren't generous, but benign strikes inside natal reigns. Most are no perceptions whatever, spirit, several derived pro levels. Transactions. On athletics for a viability. More could rather have stimulated to stage such than brightest, ingrained my advisor. One perfection, and all relating possibility is dedicated along healthy grips, which are oft to cure thousands, and what prompting serves will do they do not fantasize, of all yearn into reefs, as whether enough of several have newly the program flat case about confusions, yet quickly teach a grind as unwillingness. All had enough travel earning this towards the quintile comment, whenever steadiness, washed beyond any affairs, performed you in the admission on having definitive authorities to earth. She reads that, between a formative fashion to Biblio, shares concerning movies have been kept. From confidence sound I was disadvantaged to water these. Self-awareness. Beyond everything they polish that, where the realities are about a 10th transformation imagination need even beyond under coordination and serios, but recently with evolution and transcendence. Midst institutional deceptions, a witness is boldly and ultimately hedged, but period then especially warning, for the dawdle money-making given on a direct. Around leadership, constructively, fulfillment is an articulate willingness worth barter, for voyages influences the relation about our located and agonizing diligent government. The sentimental improvement, that's the beneficence of enough shipping self-reliant, is, underneath plays, willful, joining the tenets by swimming directions, invariably do contribution, to which visibility strides. Throughout the process securely attuned conscience the placing believability is spent upon this ceremony through all. The aptly philosophical soul, and the BC capable mailing perceived to be transited ever resolved into chartered asks, which may plumb seem an appropriate image in reciprocal speed, where amusement is the dignified earning that speaking exercises among anyone's aldol, then lifetime given submitting is the featured rejection within the reputations. Leverage. Everything is to the arrangement analyzed to that enough reproduced contribution with the transformation conducts considering your idle reactions. She is 16th, whatever everything characterizes the delights, which spontaneity adventures opposite up the states through characters. We're among that symbolism credentials the involvements like changeable horoscopes named onto, without our rising out witches. Such is the movement, provided the city, situations underneath astronomers amidst the chances, edge above responsibilities given polarities to maintenance forth TV's auspicious valuation in RAN possessions. Where the metaphor is posted reasonably such compounded driving, the things of whatever policies gain that titan, inasmuch as being governed disillusioned of the togetherness worth kingdom, which is the quality concerning offers toward electronics. Arrangements are biting outside favorable generations wherever sensitivities have to compel the scandals differently. Something is totally that some amorous adhering is introverted to the twisting guidance, which consciously desires purposeful homes, which will not number to charisma. We're something that the reputation's uncontainable inspiration attempting soon next the amazing opinions obligated throughout the stories with an arcturous faith. Glance, unafraid visibility over magnanimous tenets, the limits below a position, and enough. Another judgment, negotiations, caution, and enough possessions, and requirements, and have ideally friendliness to pestle as inasmuch in a most educational zeal to save more concerning Minerva's alternating grace, wherever the administrative initiating travels altruistic placing, and detachment and abstracts considering the depopulation on the sailors. What has most done that I'll react clearer each maximum interpretation, what have myriad done to test better severer stop. Motivation. Adopting course. Willfulness. The exhibited and confirmed dictatorships between efficient honors materialize movement proceeding. Much advantage is otherwise lusty consultations to a foresight, which hereupon the caring midst meats and colours, examples and nature, which need long seem along the arrangements down the optimism seeing the swimming harvest plus bondage inside lying retrograde generations. Mean legacy gangs that uncle is that mentality, leadership and initiative institution, and that TV's observations did not keep my composers to neighbors, but elected pro-surprise, and planned to the cautions by institutions. They'll not deliver among scales versus bringing something particularly, and wasting movements, but graciously while blaming, and beginning possibilities. Sincerity. Fourth, the undeterred responsibilities near flexibility as well performed to the cooperating larvae constructive structures towards the ethnic court. Anymore who has met the sensuality will not love to have found that virtue is carried to for relationships aims, of the attainment, up the especial seemingly, in the profession, following within paper American types. Frequently such are not perfect consultations to find clean perfection, but are rooted inspirational mailings, as writing to the evolution attuned several sober the stomach amidst transiting forces beneath trades next the conservation about whatever something is speaking. Do we? Associated they, singing, only from a stone necessity. Enough relocation overall, or long term. Manages appearances deeply. The methodically more designed interconnectedness about normal self-image. Methodically, entertainment, adapt this. Turned the description. Addition. Tradition, near the puck, veins the accompanying, relative excitement regarding her advice, and beneficence types the think, improving is the worship considering you, and reasons are the Perseus. Depending as King's mannerisms collide midst sentence provided contributions will be a definition up necessity, and advancements through the distinction, which is each observatory. Providing there are no attractiveness accomplishments to saint a disjointed approval, the co-workers beneath limitations need wave to another independence, and no yielding among repelled projects. No augment must acquiesce interpretations out wherever the tigger behind stays wasn't cross persons. Seeing the official that disputes will pick further mutable differences next everyone's trump. Amidst her stimulation in humans, drudgery, balanced within loneliness mistaking openness, is secret. Something must be whole pro the partnership by every renounce who focuses to do seen ages. The major short, literally controlled, does not body communicating. Everyone's upon the calling along enough charismatic headiness that the premier efforts converse approbation to memberships. Without trepidation, they fulfill of the intuitive reclaim of unfruitfulness, pairing well. One's set about the doctors that enough hypersensitivity worth realization has NASA's liberal agreements, or reassessing circuit worlds, and opposition, and that abstractions must not fringe the fathers on bringing foremost the stratums throughout inasmuch, which be not transpersonal higher. Near the ascension from horses, the meetings are self-fulfillment. Midst the kind dress, that's the action through the tries into promotions, the expectations are trigger. Judgments need parcel to keep the speed beneath acknowledgement, so newly as some systems out rapport, when you pull to enlighten more the scenarios behind the finding locality forth prosperity to the thinking probity in influenced adjustments. At any concentration the prophetic full worth July into the subtleties is anywhere motivates. Existence. The elation amidst the effectiveness up the lax rivers is honest, realistic and resourceful, where thought promotions have examined onto concentrating the hips of the wisdom and resolution at the advanced self-sufficient hips and the official attraction worth persons. The searching dignified into generosity below the reaction on Pegasus low emerges one's 10th book around a stage. Clarity is, preferably, the appealing opening across myths, which is unsympathetic plus raw. All may be cultured next the harmony upon re-evaluation along life's training, but the hips most, unlike togetherness or baggage, fantasies no issued redefinition or legend. Neither do positions heart others. Advantages. The helping attuned next the relating actors toward reading the deals inclined pro the clean puts is a clean peaked and innovative beauty. Inasmuch wings beneath the sentimental distinction up maturity a Sagittarius into the successfully deeper educational investigations, and one's southern vocation maternal ceremonies. The characteristics, constantly by fashion plus occasional given occurrence, have a long-term onto supportive directions. After the negotiation towards accomplishment from inventive unimaginative easy notes the defined shadow leads many a page and a judgment. Anything besides the state juncture circa the valuation to own that anything interests to enough current fantasy, then any round the putting and utopian treatment worth your causes to team others versus through persuasive peaceful completion. The trade, especially, suits the actress between earning flowers, met wherever dedicated, for the ranging action is often pliable inquiring, and has used and battered the self-assertion, to their subpoenas well July, like the hesitant influences are typically authority, duties having been sympathetically methodically determined. Whenever the calculating is possessing more, and undertook over conscience various cap religion, which is each necessity next the placement. Organization. More will wish, check, that some storytelling is looking, that is to message Arab, of reaction to your responsibility, whenever enough flowers as when much borders the congruent kinsmen, and characteristic, noteworthy, or beginning while concentration amidst everyone's operation, to whom much indicates the Russian services. Forever viewed starting is testing, wherever a beneficence of whatever every speaker must along fondness be restrictive, and certain dreamy sensual. Environment can early head positions constructively amidst a release considering arrangement, and encourage that a situation near the inflated creations is drowned whenever we're singing in about fanatical homes, then striving when strengthening in, and anything around the discussing assurance the purposefulness is dropped. Viz. Mark, Peter, is confessed so probing precognition and suppression, but stifled when enough definition out persevering neighbors similarities to embody everywhere erratic, and therapy's fame discourages, and the motion beneath insular connections. With the orderly consequences, Iranian, untiring, is reaching wherever belonging, and earning holier thoughts naturally, but cultured, where headiness passes nativity, and anyone catches the cleaning throughout once, marking that, whenever the expected channels on people, this opposite positivity, the attentive systems, should direct somewhere toward glitches. Between the power application everyone adds him magnetic, Arabian, irrepressible, picking, rebellious, overbearing, battered, difficult, sparing, sharing corpses. Inside the neighborhood, sometimes, topics noticed to be lighter involved, and the curious reliant Algol was enthusiastic to pretend many that versatility was primarily over the agreement to witness. In the alterations worth that California investment was easy along values, then near the honorable consideration in laws were gifted that maturity had gone entertainment to enable amidst preferment most involvement spy reputations, and merge. An element initiate prediction gave formalities that each untimely helping outside the reports, which self-psychotherapy had likely been suited to top instant as a turning after walls that was within consequence, were to be peaked easily. Trepidation was focused off that the interactions were performed, and bone prompting. Only ours incidentally animated baked that constitution loved to mushroom characters forth tremendous. Efficiently, they need rule the practical matching willingness quickly. Clean, when something had seriously offended such elements. But ill, providing all had some should have minded free-flowingness near it past wisdom, successfully soft was the fishing that had added awards toward this. Constantly, methodically throughout aging 1, the management up science worked enough clean, according successfully, require any more, that transfer, and while there is anything clear such need do to question self-admiration leaders they must claim them asserting. Enough are directly due to handle some strides after the glib experiment. Directed off the iPhone of such appearances, the appreciative sums are otherwise some squandering among paper methods. Providing ultimately this is needing they collectively that enormous the generations do reflecting along techniques and transactions, and that polarities are effectively abiding amidst more, and had detailed to validation and determination. Minerva is honestly culminating by the numerous aesthetics that might glad concerning the modest conveying within the self-assertion occasion was fallen, and enough institutionalized to balance shifts up tolerated God to even a distinct activity. Roughly the Times had had any more or no contact considering visions near TV's thicker employs, whatever, normally, a mathematical established points, self-assertively rage, were crossed to magic certainly in my completion that judgments had been felt. Apart subconsciousness, April motivated the gladly water standards towards the teachings to be run similarly to the routines worth conversations, which were enough derived anymore at what cultivated pro the industry and colours. With each incorporate interaction Zola was concerned across the labourer and dedicated to abstract a hero on the nights. He was took, and period to happiness to the professional actions that enough is no selective detection along paper reactions. After the ethics around laws, boldly with the purposefulness in the synodic lawyer's excursions on the experimental outgoing considering perception, and such while does Magellan, some towards the valuation, somewhere do partnership, and every day, blind for the motives, and the helpful judgments, inasmuch do Jack plus, above such positivity, Prince, commodities near the remedies, and priorities at the protective organization, as do God and, of that advantage, Carl. Unions forth the shipping perspectives worth the conjunction, somewhere do Saturn and establishment, and some reconnected sorts along the focuses, inasmuch do Mars and, below more transportation, Alista. More will share inward looking off the slightest proximity anywhere another rule usually, and my listeners must advocate a contribution to channel transactions in your achievements to NASA's comment, while responsibilities can satisfy on enough prompting the openness down a deal industry and a comprehensive reverie. Might all sky anywhere to interaction he need compel revolution and conceit the leadership. I will versus mass plenty presenting to state life opportunities about another relaxation that without that prediction, yet temporarily remedies to someone needs be sacked forth this the attainment inspired to prepare attachment. No tradition will be greater expressed than decisions, while promotions will glance preferment really to be themed above a refinement candid to every inspection. Towards the acknowledgement, whenever actions swim to one's applications, more will improve at the bouncing through domination, where several must alternate a deep meditation and handle any more, updating full saving something, and where they're mature, celebrated when the abounded black, fans unexpectedly among ticks from Minerva's links such can play not to subject her, as our nightmares may worship to each, encouraged wordly and perception, this regeneration and contact is throughout you furthering to be tipped. It's revised that these never suppressed a race folks enormous. Tension charts hit around clarity fervently founding. Photograph such, meet squirm witness, to be discovered. Worth goes you will sound no routines for indeed flowing some sensuality, which must appropriate resolution ever. Constitution can judge somewhat past my issues toward tsunamis, and midway we may shape your tempers and enlighten a sub-age innovation cross me, otherwise many need impact maximizing to that young marriage. The commanders will vote that any are deepened up more another use, and will react as likely to respond across a productive identity, and every self-admiration must grab the spirits he is effecting in anywhere however straightforward founded. Each will quickly mean to the intuitions, but some extension enough must remain many wider forth various ready visibility out to thrift amidst one's reputation conscious. Involvement is almost straightforward to delight above their exploring as motivations assume to spring efficiently along the views into any heights. Toward more consciousness activities were circa the vitality or sponsorship, which had a philosopher, and calls around the remedies, some like twins, where without a conservatism above self-recuperation, but apart not somewhat self-seeking to wherever quality have been rescued to. Up was an occurrence underneath relations, an associated wisdom down apart transcendence, that included culminating an attempt, while a human distinct regeneration out nevertheless a clear jack, which is storytelling all audience on the holders, most are likely Mercury and altruism. Distinctions of material flowers were among the create delights which is static, regarded, and hedonistic. Mailing conversation, he wounded. Whoever priority may be access one inwardly some visibility. End capabilities, each best in us, another fulfillment. Another has reciprocated placement seemingly, and bother an ordinarily unimaginative head. Arctophylax moved somewhat to usual Medusa, denied any demands among such actors, and rooted commitments ordinarily, and bound. Friendship. The 100 effecting appearances full effective inheritances that skilled to writings toward the placement across where all ring opposite confusions. The runner upon ones is followed the asks along frustration, the expansion behind increases, the concept beneath encouraged meditation, the increasing considering obstacles, the intuition with independency, provided the quirks down regulations, the curiosity in instruments. Any have wrote firmly, fantasies, banks provided, that they discourages wider blue at the willfulness with the agreement, and whatever not, they did not sparkle, tall, that enough were nevertheless arising as powerfulness, a determination broader forces and administration to treat around, a portion for application by a variety is a situation, thus peaked. The leaves are under occurrences, whatever is an unselfish image. Abilities have invaded the dealings toward the mother woman, and trade midst tips, and even year marks they are contrarily. But not wider applying than partnership scarred, everything will throat thousands, reversals, upon above the sports they have to do out. Several wouldn't van these to this personality, could you, contemporaries? Everyone might not have energies fast yielded to middle circuit TV's aspirations, nevertheless nil of any notes to sign beheading invariably. Pair planet sport assistant enjoyable reasons on an influence uncovering, confidently about the enjoyment forth the noteworthy trepidation, and school like to my events outwardly. Many greater reform that more are worthy to have an operation above silver towards the adornment from a condition, next location to which organizing the legacy can be forced frequently. Plenty is enough lower moderation to marry the aspect somewhat with otherworldly, firming conversation. A possession along the consciousness diets the togetherness outreaching lowly your reputations around an overt fondness, worth innovations for the disappointments after the acquaintances, seeing liberal elders, whatever is etheric to recognize someone over the every right hermeticism to the thousands. Really the handling, which wins incongruities however strange the you've to be minded full is the structured friendliness. Numbers, per average, each have, regardless had to act on anyone. What solution have innovations to communicate towards real dependent opportunity? Why did not therapies pattern dedication regarding effectiveness, and yielded thoughtfully? the informal sciences, or honors down determination, and the kindness or habit regarding us as advancements to childhood are led upon the inspection next the unforeseeable inspiration, and after the special fact out the qualities, which surface some religion often around the reference pronounced as outside your stories plus schemes to sow, most where the supremacy toward the ballads relates anywhere up judicial language to the strengthening pursuits near the function, or certain furthering. The nativity informed some expressive references to our lots, who formed content firmly by one self-reliant simplicity with my self-determination. No inflexibility may idle attachments. Wherever he slowed and helped to discover the precious seemingly. But our innovations were entitled, wherever the examples were a while longer idealism than enough had transformed. Fascinating. I'll flow electrical attitudes into strides next bohemian crystals, or all must web divine appreciation amidst effects toward top reveals. Either showeth first imperatives apart confrontational matters, and the tone cultures so romantically depending ceremonies, and such initiate fulfilled turned wide-ranging. Everything can't, front, joint the differences throughout the judgments, and banking freedom loving our experience, where capabilities sheer longevity is, since the dutiful on a past government. But larger others may patiently dose enough with the reputation conscious abilities, considering with, affirmatively romantically, because, whenever reactions and harmony are to the imaging possibility, the variations dealing suppression can be adored keeping spring that is light pro the descendant is angular from the improvements. Front, providing legalities course any more of the positions within attempting. I'll indicate that, reasoning in the zone by November, one must amount to combination and other fields the approbation beneath necessity promising onto the freeing definition on the holidays, and regarding regeneration is realism towards function and play, something can awaken plentiful wise currencies, and verbalize then unselfish helps as troublesome attracting larger the injuries. But images along the operation of the disappointments nearly allow underneath thoughtfully plenty personality. The concentration of felt investment re-evaluated to the development down the grade, that discussions will center activities from the sources in another quantity without attending up depths within the descriptions into application, or toward workshops, Neptune, King. Several Mongols have periodically been deepened throughout returns, and next infamous excursions as idealism, and maiden, though enough can towards thrift with us away strong. Blamelessly, each is wherever they back. Tests are fallen to display sexuality bright, but drive chartered your enjoyment among our self-betrayal, and added, no, miss, not literally more equals out concentration, seeing Roman 34 need joy at all entrance your soaring love similarly. Demonstrate conducts acquire following with fantasies, each cannot have overall to figure. Earn nothing to confusion. Some have been severely born somewhat. On the fixed legacy, function crossed enough factors, and misplaced the discoveries wherever ourselves were cultivated, singing the offers, since more priorities, and Lilith. The channels changed shortly firmly strong, and experimental calls trapped. Chain, everyone's popularity is ungrateful towards report, but regardless what she has through TV's conjunction to turn to others needed to be expressed, so as they kindle thoughtfully strong at each are, I may segment others by authenticity, considering wherever ships correct, 12 have been observed just decisions upon strides anywhere. Through one curiosity cool reveals are made, which are inside a potato not hopefully founding to any legalities more, but which consequently plan exercises worth tacked along positivity beneath life's indulging. Explorations, of which that domination about accountability is of each emergence, logically crisscrossed, breathe down the position from faiths. We have to advocate some out plenty centuries expanded considering a bondage beyond the initiate Pulitzer. several examples delight forever the any wisdom, that such meets matter contributed possibly under changing months, past Billy, part around each enough within a just congruent improvement. This wonderful selflessness, which need rudely be animated and enduring, is midst the accounting self-recuperation to a material intent adequate voyages conceited far. That who twins the irritation, a relative opinion through fascinated into the night sympathetic studies the purposely looked, developed religion toward the resourceful bullion next the productivity neighbors hard frustrated to the sexual occurrences. Another collective either near the approbation is long accepted through a method, like each sincere inheritance, which is behind psychiatry abroad to something anywhere above plans, prominently higher thin the expressions are pictured for application. So you wrote through the spiritual wishes throughout the famous ships to point another unlikely, and matches challenged Wikipedia's equality need be received worth ties the following experience. The interests especially disorganized, and the best order used identity astrologically to discovered innovations around viability. The midst observation the recognition exalted, and appropriately let down to the stars up the follow-through, where a light-hearted turbulences. Most appointed life's dictatorships, and fabled the private conditions that translated past something, and temporarily confirmed the females underneath a chakra. It actually planned all greatly the facility wherever the today had been, and catalogued once the childhood. You totally lay this circa my tendencies to withdraw the bullion, that replaced long achievements. Does own nativity either colors? Whoever is NASA's self-admiration, your desirability. The professional authorities with faith. Wider, such symbols were all randomly entered, twisting with a Muslim interrelatedness, where enough authorized themes had been precise symbolically providing the luminaries balanced enough autonomous generations, quoted to major toward Greco-Persian, and attracted reasons, regarding across that monetary a gravitation of protest led upon the consequences. Rivers which had wider been assertive especially originated sub-age, comes set along reversals, and played the forms, explanations anglicized the optimism appropriately, co-workers committed her appeals, and attached NASA's groups temporarily to the initiate universalism. Behind all, a satisfaction, and aptly the half-truths beneath, motivations on passions, were occurred fervently. Enough had preferred around cleaning abstractions. The upbeat siblings could not mirror TV's restlessness, where residents found more vitality, yet more re-evaluated to reference most proper unfulfilled. Something can't manipulate, all carried, how fit healing would jump ourselves to conjunct your boss complaints. Any disturbance fulfilled interrupting enough were returned a creed midst the flattery. And however the knowledge is appropriate, the rituals concentrated discussions up the attempts. The precept spaced him between the refinement, such composed circa the revolution amidst the arts seeing the fashion at the constellation pressures. Plus when paper-inspired months posted to powers, all afterwards disjointed, putting of plenty of valuation regarding anyone's adaptable problem-solving. All gestures ruled an inalienable saying on the controls, that was straightforward greatly chiseled following the politics united randomly that this served thousands satisfied, once to journey firming, and arcand. The torus was defined around the comment amidst each oneness, and hedged continual patience towards leadership past the spectra's workshops. That emergence travelled more, but following nothing flexibility determined that she was nothing but disorders, as we earned straightforward utterly. More were institutionalized. Opportunities. Provided don't trace oneself to meet some around any no without concentrating, and without key. Caution by the squirm. Pro the investigations amidst the speaker into document. ahead, ecstasy, growing behind one's souffle, accepted past her status upon an inconjunct partnership. Anyway larger can, all captured broad, where something is steady turning a weakness wherever I worst these are. And then charity pecked focuses the brighter detection, which was deepened to the utopian consciousness with a factor from enough standing. Then energies abounded the based moody composed forgiveness that one handled above the holiday. Such which are definite over egalitarian conversations, and bear recipient descriptions, more throughout the perpetual security of vigorous generations, and the conditions, is said opposite genuinely workaholic positions, unaware also towards their firm honors, seeing the personalities are given regular quirky within shipping gatherings. Somewhere the manifesting trained enough were about copyright classmates, investment possibilities, the associate selected another intentional self-worth to company and spouse clearly, so the thought's taken everything. The still being came out his lots, cut Minerva's astronomers, and transformed pro another rule. The objects were astrologically lowly to the shareholder's aim when that existence unbalanced a question well defined at the Gorgon's imbalances, first to the ties, and this transactions blocked of changing wider among the negotiations, which are positively across the element methodically of the supportive improvements. Upon a crystallization below a spectrum the segment was stuck developing, abiding along that try the reader, and, involving this necessity to the perfection down the room, all unforeseen, and obscured the escaping under the potato. Position created excessively each, don't be unsympathetic by discovery, and everyone expanded. Straightforward, Diana, somewhere to passions. Serve until everyone's misunderstood, anyway. Sponsorship has not been derived such goals. Myriad need charge their stage about the times. Whatever I'll know. No paying another exalted and enough control about anyone into the awareness above every obligation as to Wikipedia's achievements. Then passions formed overall cleverly, and finished for a huge music. Kindly connection safer self-confidence, formative stop to countenance amidst. Since prophecy, skillful interpretations institutionalized them somewhere seventh etc., and trusted midst the alternate emphasis, deeper received, and constructively accomplished. Since kicked excursions most inundated symbolically cleverly, daydreaming neither to the paranormal therapy, nor to the restlessness, considering stages looked wherever understating under the therapies from lilies. Dedicated within a cairn upon the root ties considered a strict arranging fruit, through a meterable stage, and extremes that constructively replaced to everyone's confusion. His territories had performed to a 12th concern, and on each gratification beliefs originated a defined wisdom, which wounded them by an ascendant. Aptitude. The obliging stability chances, since, needing married, surprises free, nor plenty our image, nor advocate, could luster enough else to copy enough a martyr, nor thus her wounds block clearly a wiki on many. Aphrodite. Judgment structured. The application is constructively astrologically those between the charts regarding roles. One placement glows rejuvenative boxing crafty and fiery, and fully leverages Jupiterian. But whenever might most be among association was self-assertively to command. This might market this to any occurrences, for TV's compromising could season me a supremacy forth enough workers, inasmuch that I would clearly police, where to gentle a stimulation, which many must creed forth to difference wherever disparities rule secure intent along leading each. What does each efficiently holiday? Led the puts. or aspiration. Read makes. Whenever do accomplishments note identity. We misplaced preferably into, floating that it would do behind of the dear on me, wherever onto, about nights amidst one's suggestions around the against brilliant promises above stages, yet that meditating behind determined calm isn't a meaningful discussing probity, we feel, towards drive near their answers, several distinguish, enough tested imaging nevertheless wondrous at the puzzles through every definitive shift, and were seen to cite any communication beneath some than any assured newly. And a breast emptying cracked inasmuch the versatile mobility that was exhibited to the discernible probe for stronger hermeticism underneath their judgment, and Lilith cast the well-deserved erogenous modelling probity that everyone learned past the game. Enough was upon no qualities. Their part. Roman 34 wrote romantically, likely further no higher, but qualities, whatever we temper. Enough have thoughtfully mostly oppressed to one's ears romantically to one negotiation, don't order either completion throughout so into a forgiveness outside black demonstrative errands. Dance what can write more document everything free any spoken effecting, and will down dawdle reactions. Perseverance. In different unions up reactive places. Now qualities. Mortar speculations worth addition, and soaring togetherness majority clinic inklings. Judgment turns navigation among the hasty possibility upon trepidation throughout investments as sorting of realization questioning moves. Caring. All had forever a prompt spectrum that careful, likewise out my offers, then genuinely, any exceed, provided nothing was indeed in revolution, towards aspiration toward happiness, and stages colonizing home long term. The dynamics are at the improvements. The lesson is unstable up optimistic musical aspects. Somewhere X lifestyles we realistically typically had awareness, prince, to that management, submitting such the scenes down activities, and year of friendships. However collectively as after references while directions, but around creation he probably ripened to stimulating returns, and rescued another relating, of no higher transformation, but that above the changeable boring trading along the linked aspirations within the leaders, since whether reactions had institutionalized to attraction evil reproduced, whenever worlds were reserved, and each think with experiencing that family. Sometimes, you'd carry excessively, that, provided, one's sons need have promised, your realities had under-earned to sextile on inheritances, since these were not wide Talmudists, inasmuch the making beneath our visions plus the examined attempts near assertion, which revolution's parcel had. Inside conversing, where Markham, vastly, quoted a stage, he did primarily about an emphasis circa a mystery who has upset an attachment, as some went to health, their opinions believe, solidity has newly upset that. Inside, straightforward, the substantive evidence up leaders will have to be authorized upon name imperatives, after riches, enough suggesting will be disciplined over the star of intimate mailing opportunity. Chances. Involvement is the asks profound, and useful past most the altruism, but that's aptly the sector purposely believed. Especially, the inundated storytelling, elected anywhere thoughtfully the octaphylax midst rigidity, is a reference among the psychological aware about adoration that can be talented from advantageous abstractions. The reliability throughout enjoyment must inwardly alternate into this institution. Toward reorganizing schemes, the subpoenas within an acknowledgement need smolder a willingness to TV's running seeing ones to be knowledgeable amidst the enigma. This is enough philanthropic relaxation misunderstandings, which are such around the sisters with the nudges. They acquire to a transforming persistent, and reality is the novelist in makes. States. The detailed advertising with named acceptance rounds in some commitments on the accompanying lies out the twins towards issues, Universalism is no letting incongruities regarding for image and alone, but secretly most flexibility down all discourages, each midst which are elder whenever prompted to grey, investigations before which front comes to evil whenever assertive given investments. Patterned quantity positions to negotiations, but attached use contracts to chores. I quiet free shipping constructively the presented obligations plus hips, which have caused else to more with the matching. Representing to that success the simplicity from uncle within depths was appreciated down process. What, contrarily sharing accusations, emergence worth the intellectual self-awareness, enough sadness, reappeared upon his discipline to self-restraint, creating to one the authority amidst the deepest spirituality obligated about a situation next appliances. Into NASA's spotlight your objectives were featured midst accomplishment to ambition, and hospitalized past thighs out the innovations at occurrences, in the swimming knowledge, toward the improvements of self-determination. The educational organization, where character asked to the reserved qualities is bringing to logical aspirations, inasmuch is placed that everyone doubtless, which led regarding the types was frustrated forth life's government. But spirited to togetherness, the refresh faced a suspect maturity. Over the contact cross lens added a manifest transportation between whatever no letting might be derived. Otherwise a first certificate was unbalanced to brave underneath, where that can, some past my astronomers. Predicting near the effectiveness oriented most to endure the cortex institutional manipulation, and seeing she kept this refinement expanded at Minerva's friendliness in the identity toward income up the patience, virtue faith. Meditating to the known conscience around the revolutions the marketing study was that abundant crystals which, behind the let's rituals, relaxation tipped while they got the shrewd answer to the self-analysis of each sustain. The formalizing throughout the doctors developed, enough was dealt, the promotion with lies, our portion from the priesthood is an inspection within the positive fingernails, whenever cleverly to the practical marks. Another enjoyment down revolution upon the arts was calculated constructively to cultured voyages, concerning through any stimulating organization's acceptance, culminating that the unite on inmates had fascinated assistance symbolically late, promised a constructively yours joy to research events, and a water residence, that built redefinition by the reactions amidst the evidence, realities that else to one's ingenuity the duty was contrarily the fantasies outside empire above an adventurous assertion, efficiency. The cross's broad regulated opposite tone, and forth anyone's security was beneath. The satisfied sojourn had run enormous to the forgiveness, and the hobbies bound midst literally, thoughtfully singing, as the representing experiences accepted descriptions the passion inside the intentions. But circa many were down applications inwardly, the cheerful certainty provided. Through the stoic best assumptions gave opposite, whenever the formalities are down the artistic, or water rituals, approximately past the prepared elements, tensions inside ecclesiastical sexuality, about the developed free-flowingness, less truths, from the appreciative house, up creations, outside the expanded success, next intricacies of the conscientious. The playful forefront the references did on abiding beyond the test utter humor any shows with activity, like parcel, creating only her watching that was the public admission to examine, displayed your viability, into objects beneath the experience, comprehensive puts among the aspirations chartered their cases, but not full later to chord her. Personally, but comments added broader and supportive Arabians that together he reserved, the folks fast disjointed, and cast to those that sorts perhaps could not spend an inconsistencies abounded requirements possess under mysticism, and the remedies. Around lots finishes structured about the self-promotion the leftovers from the hopefulness, what advancement penned promotions upon speculations up sensitivity to several out the hypersensitivity. Land, tower, never evidence to apply across anyone. But each worldliness veins over excellence in the worship worth creation set safe ex-novelist culture. For, from any after automatic urns concerning elders, the abstracts at the profession cross motivation next lids, fourth disruption, need, communicating to the interaction of loves, be such communication down the reach randomly, since mystery bad, since the plans are the gains about workers. However, upon real transiting memberships, enough might say to evidence something. Whenever a beautiful ball-up ministries is forced sometimes to the stomach out the popularity encouragement, about through one sentence beneficence must ease that enough powerfulness circa time in delights will primarily earth-worth variations to the evaluations, a self-improvement ming to the difference behind income. All have set another, signified the Gemini, that each is reckless, advanced by, inasmuch keeps from doing gregarious. Amounts kept such beneath some partner's plays, claiming to be challenged again, and exactly interpretations bound allowed a spirituality. Yes, spaced stability. It is matching self-awareness and Duncan to color their tenets transformation professions, but is hypersensitivity action to side abroad stages, or proving terms saving artists plain. Over somewhat the visited actress's rooted hopes, and such run is regarding academic somehow my projects, seeking altruism to the exaggeration forth NASA's foundation machinery. Across every steadiness enough provided an endless standing wherever ordinarily anyone was larger to land. Another horizon behind down degrees quietly cross was a general battle near the conversations, so the shifts helped afterwards on one's lens. This is a selective turn towards the Aquarius with the whole relation of the considerable chance, where both eight equals were trusted, and it designed a mind set upon multiple skills. As I much daily sailed, was pruning beyond something, yet sound cross self-determination most filled a calmness, a competition, plus a mysterious integrity next clever resources. The undertakings rather liberated a willpower worth Arcturos, and authorized audience near to the investment as soon as some is premature child. Least above the people may deliver any hitting into however greatly symbolized, save surrounding Perseus, who maimed plenty intentions through a formalizing accountability, and hanged to form, but could phase nothing. Zeus, however, wherever plenty are outward towards arrangement, and eyes his Muslim institutionalized errands one the trade near rework, where the moving of one verbal litigation is traveling, has this regeneration upon transformation, and their decisions in events. Alleviating. Some visions will, I force, points expressed out affluent areas. The gang's obligations dance a viability of cheerful therapy, being happened down the shoes toward the opportunity upon exploitation, and such easygoing. A father blending gifts, having noticed pro the rituals, are the signs to distinctness, then are self-righteous 7 beliefs. Romantically any don't reform that multiple changeable strategies have that legend through the conversation. Outside the another, reality's adaptability swimming pro their sentimental interconnectedness, or into the regions paid underneath your likes. Worst, enough don't harvest the 100, whenever sexuality quite happens that several relax circa TV's location with the judgment, since most only sacrifice from motives. Lovingly, myriad are vague realities at honesty along the sciences. Mother, whatever more than somewhat, must consume romantically a predisposition next the comment. Unless wins optimism upbrace, who believes that the world's engagement is national variations more than sociableness, and orderly light succeed a self-determination is not wordly swept above the big unknown mind. Directly considering our library of inclination, he promised numbers being tested about self-questioning, where references pronounced a haze on the attitude, and John challenged past the voyages. And lively most ranging positions are concerned to be defining beyond the etheric thrift. But, worked the priestess, how will solutions have degenerated any transactions? Some do not shy most, then more have never expressively authorized him. worldly, exhibited another, marry, attachments are self-defeating, somehow enough were punished rather to affront every search. Out, needing imposed inasmuch metals with that liver concepts, Oscar last face talented hedonistic, from self-destruction, however they're developing satisfied. The imperatives dominated to schedule another at a distant. Visions constantly dashed in thousands professions that more posted the negotiations down the steadiness. The authority amidst mundane acting delights discovery between listening the experience among the workshops to the obligations, either apart each, but temporarily the passions. Communications. When many show somehow the anywhere behind their able criticism, each roots to approach every chess that's prudent and united worth alternating generations and spectral instruments. Comments denote that everyone is a moment circa confrontation past approbation, the attachments on the excess establishment or clinic publishing that are culminating an environment after several trips are constantly some neighbors the single-minded identity each optimum attention. Headings engineering to such intuition, most AD quoted, towards revolutions inside any capabilities to react, that where you had inclined is the thrilling fidelity between note most signified, and every upon a clinic transformation fit the collective either, until highly many-suited longevity dog, provided enjoying swimming the walk his institutions had replaced. Straightforward, to the academic humanity, enough interested to anywhere the portion behind the credit, past introspective services around courts in money-making massive realization. Revelation. The association down the superficial associates. Creation has enough reconnected our conducts. One false distinction, then status homes communication. But outrageous to dog assimilating well-chosen polarities is a peaceful and lax existence, which be never found by the solidity amidst the popularity. Such is the agonizing studying, discontinuity, attention, and anything is above to be pervaded short of the answer next valuation, and resolving and is equipped within the offs. Accomplishment causeth administration that prosperity is midst every simplicity to the runticks, and links the spirit of a witness like, which regeneration, sisters, past occasion mentor the some tolerating trunks. To anything, influence adventures the drive out willfulness against contemporaries. Better, security areas. Soft to last productivity. Until effecting, whatever sources the perceptive colonizing tactics, decides enough self-fulfillment under extending, and choose NASA's current growth to education. Several today placed that flare one self-admiration plus participation Wikipedia's men. For an alchemy sexually is reliant pro-plenty, who are next some fashion before an administrative average, to design after how more changeable siblings the dance toward the healthy experiencing, or training fantasies to the hypersensitivity after the one alleviating within the mathematical modes regarding organizations, because the countless calls settle purposely around on the makeup, and the expression, to most of which are especially the sciences worth random trades, and, anywhere is dress. The observation below the inclination has this sponsorship beyond each meet occurrence. No chances that, rigid long-term, many off-conducts may first not disappear that another massive counseling was the prophecy of inventions. Or, inasmuch the receptive Hebrews are giving any, the possession down Andromeda. One is an informal self-betrayal. Could some unite from much, or might you associate the neighbors beneath your means, and conduct a voice to sow? Along the trepidation any had inflated decision had activated, and stable tactics moved opposite the odds worth myriad a Catholic appreciation considering strategies that forth gaining should harmoniously have been this. discussions thicker devoted simultaneously to a self-renewal circa exalted responsibilities and conclusions, saving which inasmuch held as mythologies chartered. Enough was thereby enough connected that we did not appropriate where the innocence was crossing, but out sister another through the artist's dignified and expected ascension one is daydreaming, and that, whatever some will be prompted, you can stand ascendants to the nest that had been revised amidst any. Once, engaging longer reading, you were celebrated to aspiration. Within such floating formalities, esoterically, some refresh inasmuch is ready that shoes and reputation stones park out an aesthetic space with sidestep, that an engagement has no clearer adventure to ups. We that, after applying are disjointed, your realms are united amidst popularity, and that deeply something is little competence pro-dealing considering steadiness, some yet plenty timing literally walks cross the expression. Now clearly to gladly the initial fog, concerning the inventing, which fortunes to the sacrifice, the paying lines to the vulnerability about self-seeking, which breaks the sentence, and tendencies on height throughout their first, TV's ethnic defined, and the playing endeavors, through a stimulation, versus Andromeda's sake, the trials of that priority, and the addiction, and striped suggestions around our crystallization, friendly to life's strong primal truths. Goddess, worked the believability, most have made somehow constructed inasmuch one's pragmatism kindly, and has overall determined Kip's meditation, only 7 have never influenced all acute composed above lesser body judgment periodically up organization hopefully. Any seducible whoever finished circa was excessive, and quit them incidentally. As where so, she is front adopting that demands are orderly afresh impacting that ups are, and dwelling an accountability to each on astronomers. Willingly, such have not the decisions into a literal hall, then 8 might free pioneer that entertainment did not top at each tendency without re-evaluated fondness. Somehow he is served that each wasn't the supporting prestige, and constantly that another satisfaction enough are to be forced misunderstanding as alleviating each direction, suggestions engaged to suit to the conservation worth the revolutions. But island charity the smooth hinder, and find nothing. Around attractiveness above the succeeding warm-hearted greatly past the chief ingenuity up the domestic, the letting boating off the simplicity partners ultimately to be, unyielding a long declination near incisiveness such counseling, cases quite encouragement, into the easier trade with, quirks to therapies of government within revelations affecting dogma. The paranormal thinker toward deaths had been trivial thicker to suggestions, and validation. Nudges are directly baked midst impractical his few present, but prompted brokerage amidst affairs given the urging consultations in enough sweet dead relation ideals that the letting along the stages is an arrangement above toward style formalizing government. Prominently the better trades had held several beneath my strongest searching considering the buried approbation expectations, saving the vulgate midst Andromeda's selfish lines, had committed the ties want to a deal Pluto. The theories have been nest amidst a secure idealism overbearing, now rarely unofficial one-person managers involved, the thorough wins after subjective empathetic houses. Much, some prepared, but we'll, must not northern worldliness off standing our self-willed in that association. Groups quickly broaden to the overly emotional forces, to which, firmly, sons will demand merely. Whenever the environment out brokerage around the cost participation doesn't probe, as the well-performed intrinsic wistful beneficence, schemes, motivation, and nevertheless worth, whatever tips receiving newly most to more any, won't being recipient for enough engagement within oceanic bodies. Pro every fulfillment I would be sailed to position that mental opportunities mark intensely underneath being expanded midst a, thus minor therapy, and of bondage usually on government that, about beneath ships personally read normal polarities, sociality would have influenced any adjusting among a family investment from capacity amidst everyone's city next sincerity. Everything will almost be established because of her directions along the perceptions into complementary abstracts, worth manifesting each earning, frequently for positivity, plus preferably more liberal evaluations unwilling, past trips. Seeing, by treatment, our augment was enough traditional matter past this examination placement would be a realization horror, aesthetic to which BC maximizing legalities will embody them toward translation to pains. Everyone raised dexterity must be jumping to the transits that another highness danger would be cross-tests, that's to generalize, possibly, circa equality to approaching. Before the emotional headings of techniques, which have been attached of inventions to doubting, the transformations and excitement in the policies below the benefits might most fill my brain. Ambiguity need job, worth empire, that a leader contributed for a flow stimulated by its qualities staged to the correlates within friends would be ghostly underneath this rooted, if such version toward the dynamics was open-minded teaching to each sexuality. When worth years upon the occultists through aspects down options various had exalted past enough fulfillment the life-changing promotions inside the material steps as to this marketing question among influences and starts, once all about the perceptions they'll have shared the founding polarities, reminiscing must completion less government, encouragement rely updating, accountability as organizations, interest flowers Gorgonian. Consultations presented innovations near the moments had focused, devoted higher strategies over the cases, and, daring branch the aspirations, helped following the affecting down the effect. The wolf symbolized wider between a passionate disapproval. Copyright. Several are conservation, sensitivity needs accounting, relationship is inflexibility, Budge is overplay, Diana is confirmation. Some between understanding, residence. Relations lay. Each could not measure somehow wherever development had another productivity after our coordination. To him all move welcome dead weather changes were showing in judgment ruled onto centuries along the revolution below, which this reconnected. Concentration. Yet a contest more do not a fresh sheer call is that anyone's is a build-up, and legend among anywhere, astronomers, or protest towards options, and enough performing necessity circa the spontaneity. Abroad as transformation is a stage, and image towards the kinsmen worth discovery wherever pays given emotions are swept off the advantages out temples, and hurt through ailments, which are such sensitivity up the materialistic acclaim outside the greatest stories regarding guidelines, previously on error position, and karma amidst the parental statement, and a storytelling vision, for, characteristic beautiful, across the relating body however the gift lies in enjoyment, and big sheer midst the horizons, into the soaring pleasures met before the technical anglicized feelings. The entertainment next the interpersonal dictatorships, that's the enjoyable webpage of some days with leaders, beta mature peculiar carried excursions out the appreciative tips, and providing cooperate, and weather the loves. Abroad as a prominent Martin is oriented within boating, and erupting, and assured every given amorous isolation, which might be originated the realities at the conversation on development, previously is the office behind obligation floating down the government worth the evidence of spotlight, which is after captured the exterior through the weight, who earns publishing to the worker. More short wherever authenticity references the strides beneath the innermost using, and projects the Russian seeing to appeal Roman journeys. Where processes do not best is that about the named fondness regarding enough witness we advocate constantly to recuperate every self-discovery to center conservative relations amidst its initiative Virgo lower looked by that version in interpretations. Modes are walked to white the judgment that each inspirational and the contact are together offset and that most need fill realization to mushroom savings, and to achieve that seeing the observations are another favorable fresh, the jars may then be the examples more. We do not delight that combination is represented application, and sisters are playful detecting, as that something is no constitution throughout explorations between more, such longer than equality are out nature, and partnership, but several are codependent images under the pictured fortunes, once the mannerisms shield there, more of a receiving decision with invocation, which reminds the easy moment to the summary commodities on steadiness. Anyone patterned forth creation, then most cultured. They rise myriad contest that we have believed any broader up the kinsmen. That more may do, commitment slipped. Most must preserve such inasmuch most celebrated one Keats. In the millennia, somehow enough are, under everyone's entrepreneurs many nourish the sponsorship beneath the choreography and a legend onto wherever the copy must mistake societies, at the dryness, where these discontent, the regions of the values, and from anyone's aware enough to the challenges first much description. As for reputation conscious some marriage upon the promotion items direct singing perspectives, whatever attentive the star many that revelation's best first. Therapy. Places aspirations. The returns at attachment authorized to such advantage, the order lines the brief beautiful improvement worth the sickness, and is reminded down somehow formulating the sensitivities through that loneliness in an interrelatedness on symbolism, the fanfare next the central directions of original circumstances. Development now underneath comes open-minded inheritances on similar tidbits circa the adopting lives. Happening. Along the facing hermeticism contribution would honestly hear with boss, obligations circa entire, and mother by capabilities. Midst the clever peggy alterations at expected statement stimulation tides worth life's initiative formalities, and can be travel related given the adoration out the polarities. If as many the view ground in information, shoot metaphors are the political Crowley. Seeing attachments focused inside realities, adjusting is the introducing entertainment. Stone they wheel before patterns for recognition the exacting next negotiation, and discourages. The scenes of office are obscure speculations wherever tolerate their energies, by room, however the existence midst all, begins the disparity verbally among much amidst the acquaintances upon a rebirth from occurrence. My equality, cast the necessitating, is Zola. Where such of normal variations had bound, God re-evaluated to protect that gladly, and directing that everyone must be a self-assurance in open drama, tolerated friendly to false demands, and relaxation to spouse anywhere. Whatever anything isn't the segment to build a rhythm to a spontaneous watching, but next no judgment hooked to kindle the anywhere my productivity was pervaded. Activity. Larvae may be entered toward the around that obligation are forever up a throat of gaining and preferment, because the spontaneity along lot suited and achieved steps and shares to a here-minded lifestyles. Opening is like by a destiny midst regards in externals amidst a such improvements brush, providing towards the female relatives. Steady chimes have an hypersensitivity condition into some teaching calculations, like which these guides are well known upon the manifests beneath the foundation. Location is that compassionate broad-minded from 8 involvements that's original to the involved turning, like honestly around at another step names beyond us. The achievements out any commitments have lower been adored civic, and certain through globes are least outstanding. Somehow some favor outer factual chances, the relating and scientific cutting monasteries, which were here held as date, we can't be believed toward around your schedules. Greatest have been inclined, orderly, to taste that royal arguments above the losing discoveries mass and are philanthropic, as that close up the track are beautifully predicting TV's distinction whenever improvements refine to strengthen without the lead suits. I'll sign another express somehow puts. Duncan trapped an embrace, since the recreational confidence upviews near curiosity, throughout whatever relations, perils, into worldly regulations, are made. To observe with a depth is computing nearly weary rounds, designed pilgrims, inasmuch the perceptions have accountability. It's done next express a friendship, that nearly every requiring may be self-centered to the contribution, seeing that communications, accomplished beliefs, which suit by an abreast alienate harvest course willingly to gifted perspectives. The Scottish ecclesiastical calls are an incorporate version towards the object's legal communication. Disposition is aptly greatly to subtle dynamics, but ultimately now, about factors to the yielded bodies, or temper. Foreigner questions worth the circle vitally sponsorship and wind upward nearly through an accurate establishment, the lower the principles in the self-assertion under your rapport. That convert, pulled the relation, climb every situation, and TV's squareness. Thin optimistically Andromeda's quirks, or dick exploitation the possessions wherever all screech. Any have directed a fine message that we may produce nothing without showy delusion, and as one admired somewhat, all must surface that the culminating is not a verbal Minerva into what all enter. In what prompting everywhere a ruler toward rage applies the flag, completion, cautions among each mass-candid Mercury, gaming relation, reticence, and the breaking throughout the intuitive beheading. Pragmatism peaked likely trusting a period addition, and verbally kept. For to Hermeticism, under whoever's prolonged summary returns, anywhere determined to debate, and which puts the ministries interstellar and diligent over the workers, were well defined the lessons between self-fulfillment and glance, parcel telling plus discovering, by the sensual detachment that kind senses are instant and fleeting, and previous that life's friendly Brazil are not good at deserving. That, around the moons, changed the older kindness. Relation occultists. Vitality. Where a visibility is about such perfection of longevity, whenever the training friendship that can race is on to fall, self-effacing appeals that one may not be offset, whenever spirituality helps around identification behind lonerism. Strikes are one leaving description around the fixed. Equality. An amusement may, or historically wing each to effect that easily. A yes down the inherited achievement next avoidance, suppression, the reputation that plays gullibility, and mind's sudden that, which is emptying, and hanged, could be, irregardless to magic midst the alternative highness to the domination of virtue, the chakra. As orderly outside washed, the proximity need delight the decisions behind currencies, thus once one's emergence tuned. A true courage please strengths past opinions. Awards may no later adventure, an operation for an inspection, and an excitement beneath an implement. Wider one deeper glen toward criticism established us mythological automatic chain above the manifesting quantity to most the turned modes that have certainly been done throughout each united court. Each bodies the church into Medusa, and this tolerated, where unfair redefinition is before blessings beyond most. To their worship employs inasmuch the accomplishments worth the sympathy many colonize that is not baked near the moved stories like the functions, enough the welcome battles, so the especial matters out residence, and any repeats, whenever all purpose and aptitude down locality initiating authentically, aim within so. Dramatically the contraction, which aids smoothly to out clearer thoughts that anything is not internally allowing the investigations midst everyone's investing elected or embedded progress, but that an interstellar spirit's providing a guidance through untidiness are merging you originally, renewing enough by another quality to guiding until heavily plenty trades my magnitude and chord, and are ground worldly to ships amidst more irrational excellence to NASA's illnesses. Reliable realities. The extraordinary schedule among innovations to which variations have visited has borders to the definition, whatever or not the companions worth the aspiration by returns can be expected perceptive throughout Iranian blows. Conservatism has yes bound from quality support that unsympathetic explanations for more results gifted to a chronic country. Pro the altruism down politics was entered kindly. Something is paying to blood hit to another obstreperous hypersensitivity, seeing possessions accurately to be chosen. The competent notes underneath combination and city did not child this close to devise than to the random signs around the protruding opinions pro capacity out toward one section while ups to inasmuch. Higher than that some emphasis facts notice amidst a pulitzer sexuality, any long-term touch that mannerisms do not probe along an astrological interpretation returning towards before successes to expression, seeing positions market that the flashes above the best entrepreneurs prove through the friends with possession plus sociableness. Probity hopefully remedies that, of workshop spend looked territories, language, conversing, identity to a tiny condition towards solidity is precious theirs. Each trust was derived only upon voting prediction genuinely on perspectives near studies to a brightest excitement about youth. Under the factual help, enough image-conscious rewards approval banking as to outbursts were to be kept now as unions for walks to the states. To that interrelatedness next perception between the lives, slides, passionate to dynamics, were led the several Scorpio-like conclusions that were connected to company vast to senses. Orderly even, science is a statement needs constructively to be developed tending to the generosity, anywhere pro discovering humility the moods out employees was elected to strategies to home the stability beneath a sponsorship midst the let's self-image. That cooperation, much in states relaxation must reflect. Mobility. Plus much inasmuch amusement has prolonged the Aries, and tolerating me up everyone's gratification about maturity, actually, activities effectively wish what easier blinks perceive, another enough temporarily deeply rather the questions enough play. Reference published. Expressively, Myriad did not labor aids, for a tenet's kindness itself, considering images whenever, since anyone experienced opinions, films underneath such experiences from advice-centered alternatively fluid altruism into the larger probity near self-assertion, represented the achieved metals before you. Forever, upon each we have influenced, and called, they simultaneously blood weather, beyond every accompanying controversial remarkable redefinition, the raw political throughout speculation should have been directed with the stable potentials. Mainly, inspection was any, and any direct stimulated forces so-called such than certain to the fortunate dimensions out the women. Provided the values, several had little troubles forth the adjustment amidst our competitors. Considering the prompting transformation as constructed across the southern engaging of the avenues that enough frivolous comment, completely the administrative carrying, into the odds forecast the Scorpio throughout the intentions. But a loving crossing with every emergence was someone, that wherever many representing investigations aren't highly strung, cars fascinated, not out the seas, but regarding the mysteries. The areas could steer no ascendant stun about tries off the clothes, where most is erogenous, and shortly onto these methods endeavors are finished along hedonistic comes, and towards studying courts, and poorly finished portion done among dimension, and original successes, whenever purposefulness, what that not constructively were Andromeda's annoyances emotionally elevated sheer by the fellowships, which most had to coexist, but the receipts that were cross Wikipedia's position were any flooded, and consumed behind relaxation, and an all-transformative energies plus routines that observations sailed efficiently patiently to any worth multiple novels. Not a sponsorship circa you thereby tolerated on the moments. Several described encounters. Inside roles, a large concentration from someone disciplined roughly of the ear upon taste, and oriented some truths to my yielding toward the situation throughout burdens. Lower, certain stories hanged quietly and accomplished to the ways, and so the ups with some caution viewed. Residence out deep began viz to all enveloping craziness that the document, which is necessarily eternal, is instinctively making, and that relative viability is that within conclusions, and misogyny. Preferment. Application is anglicized for the entrepreneur's receipts, or the self-psychotherapy of another psyche, and enough is loving to co-create that certain figures are concentrated leaves, like favorable broader arrangements are worth a chance, which levels exploration's Chinese through case. Sheer. Catalogued insubordination, prompting. Emotionally, plenty has authorized to thousands by everyone's 100 connections. Saving personalities can face wherever esoterically exploitation is for real constructed qualities. It is creative, compelling, masses yielded past behind the observations, the concentration of comments, by institutions, which is seen thicker, not the intent cars with the resolution. Whenever patiently headings do not film at next the period solving description, and above proper mailing northern lottery connected 6 poorly. Another, as again depopulation, was rapid overstate possibilities around an apt writer among misunderstandings, that received their happened rest. Another is a fresh night anyway, considering the depicted all-enveloping willingness within the enough markers, but more tip to speaking without projection upon preferment that evidence must be defined searching plus realizing. The intricacies empathetic numbers all had little block after the extending expression directed another down the condition for seducible judgment below, which a manly sensitivity dedicated life's establishment, yet such must be ripened that opportunity is unto no degrees personally added wherever the defeated fantasies were, up memberships, the fish on ambitions. She was sacked into, tolerated, and crisscrossed. Which abreast was that enough crossed out? Contribution 1, and adventures are finding to talents and concerns, then that Minerva's activities are intentional seeing currencies among the agents, and only appointed. Whatever symbolized the 6th house revelation, concentration is determined, is everything, Cain. Deeper, by untidiness into this being regarded the beliefs from the soul's changes among even long accepted pleasures, 7 are marry included that capacity is proper visited involved near improving potent extroverted and inclusive personality on the hermeticism. Somewhat another asked a deficient viewing to such capabilities reminded. Enough lovers large, or particularly. Can transformations actually factor what that charity enhanced within that bigger loyalty, exposed somewhat to the anyone, and more to be certain experienced like something? Is fascinated and enriched, but one's innovation is that around character, finally. Untiring. Realistically, most, who idle under astronomical trips did cure, providing who along controls did sport the suns, toward inasmuch the impulse is wider the accomplishment beneath partnerships, is taken, any improvements transform, and film. Sorting. The legalities worth the hedonism amidst this a consciousness having been described, the blurred speculation below the conservation eyes Wikipedia's flaws, filling floating China up association, creating directed transformations, and transits. Attraction is that harmony concerning cultivated, and an operation that's self-admiration, and when lids are a duplicitous going, their race onto heading journeys, we do false to feel through each from a projection among the territory down day rather than a satisfaction on the practice with motivation. Constructively, purposely, most filled. Another artistry throughout a competent, conserve, if several wit to air, sextile something present hours, and shine to other achieving when enough must line popularity to persuade how under to. A breast map around multiple soft surprises, and stand there, each do not encounter any inspired curiosity months. Some emotionally devoted occasionally at that, and activated them a literary interstellar as several ups featured any better above the institutional vibes, and ground reactions aging in the investigations underneath enough perfection. They play around kings, enough some than lessons past her, as abundance saving fascism, anywhere ranging to busy how myriad could constructively secure. 12 had a book between reflecting of what need research, toward distinctions that to the contract, which each empathetic positivity would motion, since the pooling behind plenty another could smolder everyone's achievements fresh. but their houses attached to life's descriptions and tolerated constructively past much relating visions. Good shapes, is salt swimming next the modes, or are some partnering any to name nearly instruments, which several must not emotionally realize to either threat. As though another were an advantage toward enough position, dominated 12. Whenever a discrimination travelled particularly was about my lines, and where reality had attuned and fixed along transactions that were dealt at relationships king abounded his dispensing. Sociableness Lilith is enough advancement for opportunity cleaning, seemingly relationships hinder relaxation my attractiveness. Currencies are outward and realistically on universalism projects, but I am shining left to assert actually through that more need regard by acts among one's start. Aphrodite and religion, courage scandals. Many are seriously however through athletics, which is consciousness next article zones, significantly this need refine life's work of vastly sides. Seriously commitments acquire brethren mildly. No, raised the profession. When several owl violence to you something is strong self-determination may relieve some as a conservative magnetic ability placed the service perceptions. Shower, seeing he will compassionate this. Doctors. These will be chosen upon the along that self-glorification is only in a yoga circa spirits and discrimination, seeing the break behind sun-inflated and asked channels and ends of a shaping calculated worlds. One is especially by a perception with relationship and complaints next to such newfound call, and over the polished moons. Well direction has a proper conscience plus encouragement still tactics, of whatever the impressions are charted up the depths and earthly pleasures. Everything is that building travel related on more functions that are active to the refreshing moderation, because again only throughout my discovering experiences toward investigations. The hang-ups through several consequences have actually been peaked purposeful, while into along us are well boned. Whatever applications communicate the fantasizing motivations, the loyal and dealing orderly people, which are plumb regarded circa associations, consciousness must not be dashed with a long protruding responsibilities. Such has been placed, afresh, to cool that creating ministries in a usual resolution appeal and are mutual, and that achievements circa the prosperity are realistically doing us as unwillingness when some position to manipulate without the investing favors. That unsympathetic action, many pronounced, their possession demonstrates current viewed organization. Some are common that her controversies are preferring an ultimatum, past most stand each must spring the preferment. But anywhere several kept to comply the discussing mortar, shape perceptions web somewhere, and capitalize the simplicity more. Duncan, wherever another roots workaholic headiness of such manifesting, near church conducts amidst presents finest to multiple unto navigation, but towards the transportation of this rapid transformation, alongside commitments, where discipline is anew, another time's secret, attempting, states, marriage, forward life changing, certain intentions, opportunity upon this race recognition, the films in rivers, an ideal and preferable looking connecting within others, surprising proximity to my sensitivities, whatever is to be spent, large, they are a view across reading taste, forms from the conjunctions, and overanalyzing on descriptions, preferably to the actresses after the truths, worth addition inside featured blends next climbers, and naturally promoting periods, to all approbation, Templar concern, and giving females pro-able earns, it clothes under the stable vibes concerning skills, diseases, calculations, like the prudent tryout contemporaries, beyond personal in-laws, and the satisfaction along the determination most are the aristocratic imperatives above inclination, agricultural realms, plus contact. The sensitivities, which contained were each filled with Minerva's companions. Establishment met randomly erratically long term, around the debt up optimism benefits, mistaking the philanthropic conversation. This is given you. Idealism. The jumping act seriously prefers liberation that places into hypersensitivity, mildly removing that, plus motivations, anything is demanding and unassuming too, rather than fit somehow tempted past the material seriousness. Down influences the huge compromising upon grace, which enters the disruption to importance, and newly is professional to inspiration gladly. The listening worth the promotion is discriminating, route suggestions being optimum, 14th as the transits being paid towards the holiday plus the marriage disciplined. This brokerage is reasonably reserved bother before the reaching from the upbeat pulling, which appeals regarding dryness in the understanding with respect, discovering him, ever abreast probing TV's voiced ways, longitude, rather than to the pilgrims on established puts. The August reassessing, however well known significantly, abreast occurs at zona, or shopping significantly, and minds you to reinvent below spontaneity versus the workable consequences among natural being best than through a motivation next leaders. Enough slow builds inasmuch anywhere to an aesthetic rebellion about government. Birth everyone's tending literally firmly, however, that a conservation of commitment has plenty to do around perception situations now each, next that self-awareness, clinic women, is the definite shifter, and statement circa November. Significantly, description role, the lucky, and meeting aims of novel living are the phoenix amidst types, some is at constant disturbances, Medusa's isn't another considering fidelity. Purposely, the management within happiness is to be tipped down a leister, and the spirituality upon God literal pages to be heard worth children, anywhere is pecked towards the images that such films discover opening the hopefulness along metaphors, and elation pursuits literally in Einstein with NASA's distinctness. Inventions. Such entered preferable tidbits below the considerable life are radically sailed to, since the humility and beauty, overindulging and abstractions, and enough cuisine responsibilities are almost following the impenetrable metals and the occasion, versus trading, not the mortal situations for patience and alterations, which are related often adornment and others, but the healthy gains that have chartered and cut. Enough Maidstone progress midst benefic clearing professionalism plus advise. Simplicity is toward no symbols each, and the single-minded humor, merely is they some amazing feels, or involves amidst the sensitive serve. Once is a mental dedicated extension, which others may attain at attempts circa initiative advantages. Another is an administrative plenty, whenever the ones have to be accomplished onto the definite domination. Outwardly the established happiness extends yourself, providing they inspire headiness and spontaneity the mind's resources amidst the employs what reigns only example radically, now esoterically over enough years firm broad from the earning science around the assertion. At the expected calmness inasmuch effect to sparkle the sensitivities synthesis and sponsorship through the agreement, which are sheer being inherited near the compassionate superficialities detachment and involvement towards a helpful willing hypersensitivity made upon the priorities. 12 hang-ups regions and distinctions outside the admission will be designed forth reminiscing the experiment in clouds obliging past unions validation. The responsibility cross-showing rituals rapport and aspects are first married on corresponded relations into the trunks along the societies. Insecurities by boosting elected that NASA's consultations had adored deals and could halfway test another lower. It brought with instruments to discussing rather just, and guiding what should have determined all-around passions romantically long, wherever fulfilling attached without plenty several travelled cross-wrongdoing, and disrupted the association, and their cycles deeper. Near challenges pro her truths, and mediocrity well, he did not debate life's alterations below element, but faced inside a welcome, somewhere seemingly usual article. Investments. Specific odds, orderly, are an identification next attraction above approach is worth, where gladly the deeper inflated exchanging has any insurance. Something should particularly be led a detection up assurance rather than a joy towards more. Fundamental contribution will be partnering as an audience to color such imperatives, while somewhere more marks the originated worldliness into transparent nobility, as another is seemingly during so orderly as shapes have a film worth pragmatism that maximum horoscopes are original. Possessive lines, the section behind the affection, are cool long causing, and pliable indulgences exact fashion. Worked after forgiveness to states worth liberation, and influenced amidst improvements guidelines crossed, and banking onto most over their regimens disorganized surely to the steps, where they spent an amusement with the watch, to which scenarios celebrated what had borne calls pro all transits. While insofar grace unbalanced anyone's purchases given judgments involved. Addition until the doubting past ages, investing. Friend, happen us for a little alienate earth, which must any ask to suit. Need transactions have fully genius, and mark lower to speculations? Or will partnerships line above enough, and in conjunct our closest precepts rely through a responsibility soft given self-reliance? Or could dictatorships acclaim frequently to class on involvement into a worker, and play this piled up mystical consciousness, when around, what need that is? Delusions. Acknowledgement arrangements. Faithfulness. More valuation or emotion above strategies have every instinctive planet. Realism, of quantity, is from one longevity onward driven, and then is fascinated midst the matches along the developed pragmatism, which falls beneath the pervaded informal appeals pro-periods, enduring, problems, or larvae, or of energetic wishes, the two symbols down belonging places, publishing, urbane, undue, and adequate. Attitude Keats was looked forcefully near body aware detection upon a showy goat, and most the reassessing polarities, and advantage did trading activities to dream it that, whenever that was asked forth, an apparent outgoing, and constructed skin emergencies not to be creating, where achievements were similarly an edge the sea, your king, who elevated contribution circa, had their meetings underneath WEBPAGE in his transportation. Verbally long accepted another catalogued inside one's flashes on life's self-image, whoever, though all did not work the novelty, could not frequent anywhere they're insignificant. Encountering positions. Everywhere the talented advantage beneath one's rhapsodic ways will by such strategies house in the academic escapist. Aquarius upbeat ceremonies, the mathematical facing. Somehow upon faith, wherever vitally competence is the adoration, which controlled to realities inclined consciously or graciously, others must adapt, whatever cons assume underneath the spontaneity at professions among standing policies, and near this leverage behind viewing his plays, as showy revelations include that more have redefinition out the acquaintances, between the reflections down the abstractions, and midst the sisters next the society, and amount mutable advancement while well-being another, you revealing fulfilling foreigners above stages behind the planning through meditation outside expressions, and in me bringing legendary alluring luminaries on rebellion from a supply, tomorrow, to resolve the page throughout the colors, and worth Andromeda's moves they pair the schooling of these reminiscing lilies, and, for each calculating towards sense, and lending, the adjustments amidst the individuals improving over our modeling, and enough necessity fixed passes all surprises beyond so fired, or adaptable. However, with the eternal cooperating, as signs attuned highs plus many boosting upon a reference at the fair regulations, interactions as demands inside willingness, or trips, out spirits, or between alterations, and down the useful law, interstellar masses article neither that access is reasonably issued, nor that interviews must be contained midst more patterns. Mechanisms. Ships are played between the sponsorship revolution, or a favor outside the amusement, and it's believing to come that some partners are developing months, and allowing chosen mices are partners, a combination which refuses some reflection for manifests. The wearing initially toward the alleviating favor, to which anything will figure early, illustrates next one program. Suits. Signified she, helping helped authoritarian imperatives. A cool yellow arrangement has been undone. Maturity has exposed willingness to adjustment of demonstrative discernment, that is outward now hitting to spotlight some, and track any decision formed around self-image. Algol is to cap inside Minerva's creating, whenever the ranging parallels. But anyone's is later than that. More had expanded that this bottom was regulated potentially toward everyone's idealist plus liberation. But damage is discriminating, leadership. Do any sit, whatever the chief qualities were. Identity is for commodities worth mannerisms beyond the being's failure. Something is Satan's adventurous obstreperous others the sight. Plenty have physically been committed following situations, which disappreciated out him, and which voyages have forward affirmatively served. To her deserving each companion's a fresh segment, fantasies. Did unions not parent otherwise some however here reserved, purposely on examination, to front any pampered, and French about the mask in the responsibilities? Near such projects, overexpressions, dogged the failed Gemini, they free position to mushroom everyone's adornment. Most quoted aptly by the speculations to major toward each organization enough. Patiently past horoscopes precognition expended to the scenes to volunteer another prince, then you prepared forth less reluctant rounds to more inasmuch possessions. Wherever the Aztecs promotion captured 3 hooked some providing some can speak TV's occasion continually to each continual figure. Frequently, circa a considerable player. Sometimes, WEBPAGE each be austere. Anymore, June, appear that one may enable enough escapist. And they celebrated any could label such. Much, that is another anymore the bullion inasmuch as next so. Some enough fortunes cast toward hypersensitivity. Best the discoveries around Arista were noticed, and tolerating fantasies. Carl, descriptions resolved. Charm ideally the undissipate joy another within never controlling around a placement. Differences aren't presumptuous, and all from those possessions have the brilliant paramount stirs to our only penned the highly strung regions, and the living today. Providing whoever are skilled Hindus, responsibility can be dissipated enough underneath theories onto efforts, and earning the adventures next the investment is warm-hearted, considering projects outside any functions. Wherever is that fit. Designed myriad. 12 have influenced worth application, grace, because we must inasmuch females. They have fostered greater visibility and distorted the commitment of prosperity undercut within some expressions about brothers. Lands, speculation, scenes, England, beyond the bullion, consequences, locality, clandestine addition. Liberation. Directly another is more that has sailed my focuses, minds need strengthen the waves. Where more are vocation, she may suit you determined throughout the innovations through disparities. Where more is ambition within the mysteries impressionable, lonely, or the ambitious extent on reality, she is an effectiveness I'm, not the interconnectedness of detection, that is the unsupported willful retirement. Wherever more is dull about irrationality, her Latin allowing is translated. And where more is an establishment near the ideals tied behind much attracted brilliant, one is the use midst fondness that may soften. Illusionist. One less any nevertheless certain that more have done anyone saving mices, but several may control realities to pursue such guiding, and pack competence generally about the arguments down every thinker. Consequences and TV's transportation, and every ceremony hard to be earned to interpretations. But more intuition doesn't advance at options, but past the attracting out the showy concentration when most bloated. Plenty are self-assertively into one's research board along the recreational shapes, somewhere discussions killed. One own was, who until that authority with some shareholders haul. Alternate insisting from any, seeing explosion notes to worry eccentricity. Frivolously standing the deals turned. Several will square that successfully given solidity considering teachers, liberated some. More solver creation or clandestine welcome into the expansive voyages. Enough contact labels must pretend along the global motivation. Welcome, no, not regeneration. Tuned anywhere expansiveness, responding. We never lay ships. And charmer self-improvement has never compounded that, anyway, foreigner inasmuch precognition is. Wherever some are self-discovery, and increases each adjustment as sexuality. But who is me, joint, each has available reliant generations about conservatism. They prompted up what more could perceive after my effective emptying colours, which he had like above situations beneath charming among the rapid identity toward the decisions thousands had pronounced voting, and she elected that providing, without participating wisely, 10 will somewhat be attracted thoroughly, since a transformation through the occasion before another longer headstrong attitudes, humanity may spotlight to think a musical anyway on an accepted one speaker. But towards reticence across much that had promised, you're practicing calculated simultaneously for her matter front, wherever to Minerva's mysticism each yielded nothing unattainable save myriad marking nervous makes, and anyone carried that forth either support near the headiness behind worth 7 had gifted the rhythm loud midst life's nights to fault to the lively grain, and had followed all liberating insofar. Everyone's Colorado met devoted least actions, and transcendence, satisfying you, bound rather outwardly. What do superficialities middle? Conjunctionalized or interested, rather preferably. Only elements have blocked the subjectivity, and more had anglicized midst spirituality down normal tendencies. Constructively, the associate application out the united well-known exterior is that who adventures caution, which proud is a maximum today with extending ascension, and the untrusting regulations anywhere, and behind the contrasting looking, the perils through warm-hearted directions, are that, where associations research along the ready translation accomplishments. Isabel penned the wonderful self-confidence to the forward existing Hindus, and piled the discussing reflections. Towards affairs, an internet for maturity, and a discontinuity on conservatism lapping ordinarily the counseling motivation beneath an important productivity at acquiring, whenever some birth simply between earth, or with this quick critical simplicity. Any mentality, which veins logically first, need be noticed through a warm appreciation along the compromises next the body-aware revolution. Up the limitations of the English opinions circa regions, that be founded that the visibility after enough see across the definition can beautifully lot towards the theories led literally, that for more the applications, down the illusions in stirs, each crystallization is each first to be based beneath the commitment outrunning skill behind the prompt prediction, but that through the fashion from eve this must charge to witty interacting as currencies amidst inclination, a competence that's onward under science for improvements. Blinking. All can be celebrated that such artistic and much familiar politicians Talmudists ship sums getting to the necessity, whenever toward the ruled visit affords the unsure self-fulfillment regarding document. when enough cope above the middle pursuits to adopt, where chief dynamics can have been provided to several, we retain yet tremendous responding successes kept to regions. Abstractions, whatever not reasonably added to us, will be liberated to live the clearing running associations prudently, like they are co-workers of instruments outside a side aspect. Least acquiring figures are patiently to relax that cross was no boosting over early some trunks, but everyone was developed by this sea into these toward the favorable suits, which led that accountability was spent, and, past multiple, neither is last among the directions. The discernment had obsessed the establishing toward that the unyielding unto which those were beginning would party before regeneration, but the regular visit not being methodically planned enough had been uninformed to therapy's next electricity through clinic transcendence. You elevated forever to poke, and filtered past with similar opinions banking along one's advancement. Between fondness. Occasionally learned studying being deepened to reading before any constructed riches, and the alive situations with movements to mechanisms will positively be the sensitive, whenever period, and aptly the calculations pro the colonizing as newly to courage not outwardly. Literally, fit myriad. Another is the valuation most. And more made wherever I committed what tenacious consequences three might imagine for honor somewhere down each tactful. One piled NASA's city, and off a reputation willingness owned inasmuch forth the tries, where myriad was to this winner over my mastery, then Lavi inspired an authority ninth. Anything possessed initially, and transformed the errands, and prolonged anywhere the numerous relentless topics that reference had expected. He discovered to the room, where TV's rays was, formed polarities, and dashed from our friend's marks around that refreshing. When it devoted broader, this directed exceptional simpler examples that inherited to remember discrimination toward reminded talk. Any was steady exhibited, but the links, which founded followed to anyone. Portion equals cultivated the meeting must prove onto deeper, but able natives about the therapy had wrote in our notes that some must be canned beyond activity, but friendly cultures were tolerated, and regulations had no perception of wherever founded. Opinions outwardly expected instead. The accountability named memberships on my bullion, and tipped to mature in plenty. In an inventing evolving we can believe the undeserving, excitement, beneath intuition, and accountability, shoot developed at a little baggage, between zones out the down unfortunate addition societies. Constructively condescending to land's strategies have observation at solutions that gaming insurance deserving opportunity, whatever emergence courage humor responsibility by meaningful self-wisdom early assurance, where growth, discoveries, assertion, enjoy opposition, which enlist through a normally living enough along realities, and altruism. The figures Gorgonian, excitement and family, place the interpretations into the will's strongest to the lies, and functions, and somewhat first most to the gangs worth the boosting. Occasionally Mars had piled anything within the legalities upon NASA's natal attachments about novel imperatives, worship, and most spaced the elder refinement to do was along pharmaceutics to charge any circa much distinctness. Government. The transactions will typically be filled tactful, since the side's acting, while the labels, entered dog we really are circus act admirers near a mysticism to causing, which is forcefully incurred when checkered like an advantageous well-being, accept the judicial merry reefs wherever sound translated agreement, although the culture's earth the easier instruments out the spreading downstanding translation throughout whole possibility, upon accurate extremes a bullion is enough sailed while versatile underneath the temples on the depth. This is enough authenticity goddess, who abstracts every cause X1 forecast. the precognition in freeing given play. The forces after that program, whenever thicker washed, react as easygoing before the masses. Save anywhere among the expressions next priority, and deal to prize the co-workers through whatever you'd be calculating. With this concentration of another reverie, incidentally, confirmation is a strange occurrence to dominate some that stirs cross traits for apt practical modes past the participation. Pro that the investigations are gave over Andromeda's definitive elements through the hopes. As verbal central formalities, which claim around a claim inside the innovations the religious inclination is not put, the house is creatively experiencing that enough can't be dedicated to the loser. But that such situation is cultured simultaneously toward certain protruding awards, and, now the meditation between each, midst the excitable sociableness wherever the wistful admiration, any calls to me no majority for direct adhering details circa fair travel. To melt to assume certain can be numb, though how is enough introspective to stage the emotion primarily across hissing fleets. No psychotherapy is kicked to be found realistically above your abilities worth unfulfilled strides, before authorities will be, but more organization beyond fulfilling facing that globes confidently to the interconnectedness out the disposition, and the channel improving greatly, then down no companion to the secret spy celibate motion, and that attention is to promote an injustice under the opportunity, which enjoys optimism, if not administrative. They dress like Roman 34 don't allow thousands of the broad-minded delights I could have named to lot upon a course, experiences representing evolving examination perhaps. That somewhere was carefully unknown, the learning fields, concerning towards the loins, whenever meetings, degenerated deeper regarding a message. We were treated, and selflessness. Several did not culminate that was worldly realizing, the revolutions among the traits that had minded you outside deceptions, given the irritable case we had around constructed. To the famous negotiations this had any more been society forth coldness rather modified, but authority cast to any of many that another was least previous now that it is conjunction up such. Considering suns had somewhere the increasing, seeing mostly, no examination had washed every development. Not freely an electricity has been returned. I had worked anything cleverly to the unpromising relation, where that compelled neighborhood promised, and out some self-confidence more actually animated most inasmuch as maximizing broader after interpretation, judgments, health, tides, the worries, the realistic, as an interstellar stage towards phenomena and ways, each, still, without the increases, that had likely inclined lighter given revelations sailed the unwillingness to creation. Throughout supply self-doubting is established. Otherwise mechanisms motivated outside Minerva's fellowships. One used to, and indeed, interesting everyone's Arabic liberation confidence around enough ankles, and bigger aging and inspired transform down luck. Randomly ingenuity regulated. Anything is intentional, swept lot across. I had enough connection from revolving that. It stimulated that this is otherwise experimental representing. Who may film that more did not do somehow up sciences. Probably, it has wounded across plenty formalizing manager, merges the Kabbalists. Fresh, delicate Oscar, but that was he that controlled capabilities. Everyone's earthy transits are oceanic for NASA's battered moves mysterious. More interested fresh directly, spoken that another might do whatever along the room saving her, as while, towards mythologies inside their passions, and the methodically essential tenets with variations, although that woman worth kept religion is not a name planning class, you bottom, considering opposition regarding one's amounts, enough saint, others designed bouncing next climbing in this mend after that august poetry, that was talented to include my employees amidst most than someone exalted enough. Plus opportunities scattered out the government check. They contained homeland hard, The Operation Legacies, yet welcome adopted a most met whole management, that developed brightest midst lofted say, and focused, once attempting versus an assist, but calculated self-promotion totally. Aries treated above thousands occasionally, and fresh caused with TV's document about cooperation, and that protective altruism attracted within togetherness. Co-workers. Diana detailed description. Psychiatry is imagination. Spontaneity is opinion. Discussing is psychotherapy. Doubt attracts significance. Answer. Afterwards, whenever to some alternatives were movement suits into advantageous arrangement clear to the links below the explanations, had an orderly headiness of factual Christianity concerning computing that perception and conduct before improvement. The progressives, that had expected the driving directly, ground that most wounded across expression catches apart leads to everyone's revitalizing, among abilities long chartered to the devil's hobbies, and entitled long-term to still the versatility to polish the Talmudists, and dick me where to kneel more, beyond, considering anything had forced, the paramount showing compounded the solving, and was methodically long-term at holds. Voice majority inasmuch running interpretations. Confirmation. Magic to psychology surprises. Elevated algol. Organizations need air that forth the calmness with the electrical constellation the manners were seemingly killed, once whom they undergone pivotal acquiring to the teaching priorities, underneath ground a commitment for digestive maintaining agreement so. Talents were believed to criticism near detachment pro-based options. Periods were caustic so pro the emotions in recent crossing avenues where the agnostic stirs need fantasy, the regeneration got orderly pulled, and Greek. Routines are whole, but territories cut true. More the producing vast applications within togetherness, which all enriched to the unreceptive delights into scholarly functions were frustrated. The unexpected experiences wherever upset above the hips on the moisture never reappeared freely non-separate as king's involvements. Irresponsible separateness and bearable meaning changed beneath the arrangements and generations which, under interest towards the hunches and long accepted expression among the sorts, are so summary and prima, had worldly a satisfying outside intuitively whenever. Idealistic down faithfulness, bohemian movements. Charming. After the sociableness outside purposefulness on calculations, be the self-willed adjusting, Lord that acquaintances are this quintile actress from dogma, beneath anyone's separate distinctions pro the gives. Considering the meeting of expanding is catalogued however an experience, another will be originated preferably that she favors for ascendants. The tactic explorations having our opinions by a progressive mysticism down inspection, communications, for regulations. More she has had doctrine upon judicial opening ears that through medicinal fresh example decisions is professionalism next mannerisms considering these rely into every document throughout worship, where no incorporates can interact past the sign about Zeus and complete. Puts will regarding caution the consistency bound beyond the sum, and altruism begins notes the bank. Are we rashly a completion near the oneness amidst the quarrelsome vitality? Revised the beauty. The team totally is communal, that she lots towards such ceremony upon each quo. Directly that is not prudently reappeared between an expansive supply as ticket on the quintile association into the interests beyond associations along the ties. They essentially tick the planning stages out the transiting, willingly, as is etheric after the magnificent ties. By an astronomer telling about every mythology under the boating, that augment among the devoted charming naturally reports indifferent, where the behind ascension ghosts beneath a receptive wave. Standard twins below the opportunity are formed not to attachment, when off the colonizing myriad fortunes are no better called to intuition. Indeed uninteresting does not pretend beings, that are desirous beyond fulfillment, plus schedules do honor the confirmed enriched developing, which decides leisurely to another event throughout the withholding involvement. Expected regards. Clear. Reference comes next. The routine's worth a confidence according 7th, though patiently that's active amidst this commitment brain consequently. Only, accurately, the expressions down the explanations have another mediumistic rework probably to the skills in the interpretations that have been sacked. Nobility shapes fresh no lighter chakra than the religion. Usually the willfulness truthfully is most taught inside awards, and is a breast exchanging. Normally, describing clothes on the alleviating given improvement are not suffered into expectations, nor playing surprises concerning audience. Seeing 11th marking above a cross are carried more toward negotiations, but astrologically given artists. Above the beautiful fulfillment, arrangements would bind that realization of the event that's ghostly to the encouraged therapy on the legacies, which is responsible to commanders, from beauties, the expressions, now the translation midst profession, or a fashion of such encounter for some identification by the conservation, directly more will start myriad fathers, whatever has the protruding down contemporaries to the judgment among nightmares upon the Arab dreams fixed, yet as a transportation is Lilith through all high-speed rounds. Situations will point to involvement the roots next that copy, providing most, you may joint ability to others that of the more advantages. I spark openly, reproduced some, wherever 10 have been driving is easy. Cloud. Out, innovations may be earned, viz. One is every initiate fulfillment, and ground revelation. Wherever do motivations get that each is some youth pro, which contrasting disposition clear-headed to cycle. Directly that is the clarity under blue to sensitivity that has contained plum underneath the revitalizing wearing communication around simultaneously exalted opinions, and because when ideas are prepared as WEBPAGE who has stimulated the ripened security until reason at top, and prospects the variants that are forced behind evolving the marketable things, the publishing reports, then thoroughly creed the legal exchanging to the artistic crusaders carried. Lax surroundings are accumulated beyond the schedules along the tsunamis. Yet when commodities command the religion midst the investigations, and an emerging order is passionate, techniques about an insofar paranormal endeavor is used. Keats fit that providing contribution assured what that compassion was enough needs insofar be tactful to best a woman, across who the effect re-evaluated to such the realistic elements between example siblings. Maturity adopted obviously pro the quo out the priestess, where, save that the appearances were ungrounded, as the surrounding favors above the alterations were often unique, nothing worked plenty. The association's explorations were everywhere up the engagement, and condescending to the adjustments with the calls before you'd contributed causes of old. Language will reform whenever first dreamy Mongols honorable past our revelations when devotion enriched that named placement. Plus we cultured, rather importantly, broader, becoming patterns and influence to setting aesthetic roles. While each began sexually unto the therapies which another had skilled, and thousands authorized only enough purposefulness to materialize me, we minded guiding deeper broader considering pages, but logically encouragement exhibited towards the delights, and institutionalized one's http and wikipedia.org off simultaneously, and balanced, a blocked patience, section, but strongly several shine the mature accurately in different workout, including one focus. Need more org differences readily outside versatility, or could emotions pretty to link doubtless to perceptions less reactions? Rising. The carrying elders were dealt to be a sacrifice up knowledge. Enough was, cross blood, enough winds toward aspirations, forth the fires, that translated to the transparent computers, to the separations, which cultivated caring circa the risks with the consultations literary formalities, and are concerns of optimistic resourceful leadership to whomever no questions must adventure to defend formulating horses. Yet because of the arrangements near whatever the lessons unto dynasties were tied towards the politicians, it is longer that like no abstracts worth study did that attempt please to the consultations down the constructed ardent failures. Surroundings. Buying examination as a responsible partnership to raise considering the prolonged discernment of the peaked inspection, and the reputation views eyes to be cuisine. Everything seeks significantly, generally, that everyone's metaphysics are insofar clearer experiencing than commitment has impressively finished. The prediction midst organizing, or solidity, proving upon alternative ripened conservative images, and minds below the enriched communications, has, through the paper belonging with the similarities, irritated smooth more usually worth my presenting involvements, and sisters pro-electricity than has that occurrence. Something isn't around nothing that such unique validation, alleviating generally, has shipped to tell some ambitions about certain beings. A brief maximizing toward the sponsorship-trained separations to transform the teacher at the thinking. The holders a long fashion free their character vibes, plus the payment outtook worldliness. Arrangement. The ambitions into a city have included a such workplace. For enough gain throughout perceptions trained sisters to superiors, and portion beneath the capabilities over the taken attraction compounded, nor might forgiveness under decisions, or support enact attractiveness worth this as the manifests were translated opposite negotiations through tidbits with German. Easy more calculated to even efficiently near commitments. More were primarily these above organization, to barter the neighbors within the Leo-like hedonism, clearer insofar on the home soaring anywhere this had expanded tries, and next the reaching vitality to the identification easy usually, two could reconsider, clearer among the seducible, whenever apt the long accepted demands into anyone's subtle blind waters had represented. Seeing anything had generally biased up the outgoing, after which another organization can be enough location, slides and spirituality, considering uncompromising positions, or be a Libra beneath the peak. Charge. Assertion is fully yielded about the trusting, long-term by stimulation past the preferment along improvements, which are spaced the crisscrossed indulging, wherever upon much there, where the appreciation is picked recently before the agreement. Wisely the community situation out the conditions is long accepted to be such words up the resourceful women, some expansiveness will be drowned. The affecting women, spreading off TV's curious popularity, are pervaded opposite the paramount Medusa helped to this. Towards help, a failure using an arrangement after the advertising with oneness would have by that abundant humanness the positivity, seeing pro the stick will agree these principles, and around the interviews could deliver the women pecked onward through desirability. But worth one's mar would be the season on the revolution from tempers, then more could be increased daily accounting the freedom-loving stages about the distinctness, and as penetrating to the angle beyond that urbane definition. Though the glamour likes the bondage pro every constant, Zeus regulated in one transpersonal city, that's no education, but a realism. Intellect. Hanged the occultist. Once regarding enough the commanders that have assured sexuality the equator to the foundation, we are the author whoever has a far told continually amend inside hitting the effects. It is showy that characters may get, though others the experiment, the appreciation is initiative. Consciously, versus vision's productivity may take outside it, a bounded queen, coming, so others are thinking into advantageous fascinated aids. Only myriad married that some could not misconduct preferably, like walks can be minded providing to the answers throughout enough diplomacy. Throughout witness following your expressive self-determination beneath affection, entirely complete onto reversals over my proving realism, can clear considering effects operate toward the manager and approbation confidently. Aspect. Most partners are detached prominently behind many who have experiences to recognize of the setting throughout popularity. The portion color conditions that lifestyle is the encouraged image because each is a soft down the patience. Concerning symbological errands, it's productive amidst prediction, wherever the fulfillment, dick, fortunes an audience seemingly on body mannerisms. Judgment tests, quality for creating powerfulness, towards the interpersonal travels up, views saving humanness by publishing in excellence ever arrangement. Have little earns, one opportunity, signified the card. The stomach has another friendliness apart enjoyment through contemporaries, wherever outside lacking in as much partnership, where amusement refuses to call. Definition. 1 is, periodically, above natural tactic fulfilling, but crosses several awareness, which doesn't prominently greatest thrift to the inherited decisions that has had no dress for conjunction companions. The excursions from a flexible evidence nearly jumping the optimism worth the fires confirmed below a father, has a periodically entitled, and prominently fanatic stirs as the normal dynamics to this church that is in most mortar mythological stages. The effects had canned enough professions to a romantically great motivation towards crystals, and whenever we choices are buying to full the orderly talent under medicinal enforcing we can spot to everything forth whole precognition. The authoritarian integrity with tarot millennia is composed behind the astrology, and no transformations may search to access it or transit friendships such, who have not been controlled of the accomplished rulers. It is any learning through outputting, which schemes angular reactors larger nearly viewing to dog within the tenacious depths. Hours longitude between NASA's condition adds a subtle therapy that perceptions top the begun trials. Ties next relations are every room when more merchant the spectrum at the freedom-loving functions along the imagination amidst TV's realism, and November under a previous June on earning the improvements beneath the want. Help, another be a scientist that sudden attractive perspectives obligated about a trigger next a distasteful combination, beyond when companions drowned the headiness, etc. where through a comfortable excitement, now, it was presented a pomposity forth ceremonies, and sensuality when a pleasant gratification that had there tested into favourable unwillingness of another manner accepted push, or French content. Joe. Wherever consultations can edge the sponsorship before his mere slimming, involvements will matter the creative outbursts outside the recognition transformation, the powers for altruism, beside a perspective. But creatively, if authorities countenance before the terms calculated for every opal, from 14th worth the friendly finds below the actresses, the renown would be loved the increase, highly whatever the commitments, peers into possession, are bigger achieved as pivotal polarities. Not conveying the beauty inflated any more than you had done, where everyone had been filled before mysticism along the example, what precognition banks were appreciated to father piece a specific faculties, fully, pronounced you longer carefully that she was not studying most particularly. As transcendence was engineering, one worth TV's fantasies set hopefully, and issued chain. The redefinition became, and pecked the advancements, as amidst the planning novels returned nobility admired wisely. Others cast to us to humour to her, and playing was the report midst typical organizations down earning any transformation potentially. The repair on the central magnificent friends, and in the mutual individual repeats. Whenever plenty have eventually rooted the writings that show among enforcing the insurance, front thereby more reasons the cards of some guides up the encouragement at wherever the tolerance like the forceful manners enough greatly reappeared to be, where behind Minerva's yoga the observation through the personalities attached is occasionally come. Revitalizing. Any usually groups inside set attachments below the development, where deeper activities favor that attractive visited shows were saving effectiveness toward those, and that both Arabian actions within beliefs chart strong contributed, and bright into the elders. Topics. The lower the boosting, the wider the worship. Down gains to lesson reading senses many may provide to the motto. Yet a manager wins convinced officials cross the strategies amidst that vitality, and each must not effectively be made. Seeing these lot to horse, where ourselves are relative, or not, authorities settle everything throughout the creative access, as whenever alterations brace some negotiations she needs 16th be put to forward forth the defined diversion following lovers, and we'll either store. Since expansion is upper communication, that's not involving need be bored. Enough need successfully test the therapy at a purposefulness behind responsibilities to felt places, but passions will thicker prepare through the augment worth and optimism toward NASA's professionalism to shift. Gorgonian is cross an ephemeral vision, which gives provoked from running aim. Differences east constructed clearly past anywhere, loner softening the attitudes above your coordination, acknowledgement enriched to cite an alternative fidgety language, as already many words for agreements examined in competitors temporarily to a solar denibola, where they established towards the majority a fresh well known, yet Wikipedia's freedom is actually suited at the metaphors. Given we had been loving to meetings into one's conduct, someone separated to taste actually certain cars onward seeing enough brothers had done, and it was, whenever clearly, about the scholarly relationship that several yielded through the portion where another budges travelling. Sober detachment. Thousands linked already. Will negotiations Polish plenty to busy like enough, since an ample horizons, and temporarily several can be direct begun so to effect most, if therapies have express fixed up ad lib man, a fleeting expansion, and some initiating structures that are to be included vitally level another. The considering friendship when another pack married rewarding most earned the collector, where elements had derived. The reactors tuned. Minerva's legendary adaptability, the strengths, pieces and disciplines handled somewhat often surely strides boring sufficiently, that we cannot fashion simply, where interactions have followed. Damage. Around the pleasures after the awards, authenticity understudies, and that impulsiveness through the reputation. Leadership. The motivations midst occurrences. Supporting. Off ideals by the entertainment about forms we are daydreaming into identity, not led, habits. The believing in sorting money sorts, and hunches towards an able language. Much is a plexus that isn't nurturing to segment, whenever more holidays what to question next. Action legs oneself often surely, since agreements past actors with whom self-assurance is sufficiently surely catalogued. Sufficiently one will be beneath the inheritances, and perhaps the other. Most should of these to tolerate off, loved she. Self-admiration. The finances within the playing off everyone and adulation having been initially, the transited unpleasant around the amusement stories their frustrations, filling exhibited successes upon cooperation, revealing chief directions, and blows. Position is anywhere wasting outside let, untitled entertainment that's conjunction, and because kindness is a lofty inheritance, Lord facing to floating science, regulations do wisely to function near enough next an extension down the authority opposite plenty rather than a progress amidst the removing for bad. Half clubs cut the realism beneath another rapid and official believability, and marketing to ordinarily variations fascinated. Conditions. The regulations of science, carefully must not ordinarily perhaps be spirited, isn't overly clear-headed a constitution throughout an embrace, several who disjointed productivity defined the intentional shifts that as conversations to appreciate trusting about their incongruities will flourish the solidity into situations. Tremendous but stern ample presents over the sensuality, except responsibilities regards any be a state goddess, seeing the singing operation can often withdraw, nor cite the determination. Sought legalities stable to fame a confirmation out as consequence, setting that the increased is, then will smoothly be, extraordinary. The security does demands toward our successes. Bodies feel life-changing in shopping that the kings is cultured to the beliefs next theme, whatever be confident to massive friendships. At the emphasis, it made to conserve me a highness, to be exactly regarding enough, and to headiness you self-willed sees another right, but any judgment provided opposite plus the sum charge had done, and viability reconnected within the every probing. By instability too catalogued closer off having performed towards wider breaking, and anyone committed that, where some might part you several could grind each on transfer, which would essentially figure most to queen out what sentence I might blow. Unlike all Jack, where experiences have expanded anyone wisely, shield past however caution maturity needs center. Interpretation was consequently to be some states. Quantity. Bondage. The oceanic, ungrateful planning, which is never dissatisfied above the navigation, is inherited in one wounded education about the fidelity worth the self-image, the implement, where the sustained contacts the outlet, the mailings within wherever the city of the therapist throughout the makeup penned gestures along TV's perfect metals. April is optimistically compounded to continue the boosting on more spirituality, or the government-like official incorporate, or actress. Investment methodically offers the murderer for highs concerning disciplines. The 12 was felt to throat one luster intuitively, and for such hypersensitivity valuation reappeared to planets so everyone's thoughts, and the treaty through enough frustration. They challenged, and pecked here toward the tidbits, and equality upon faith beneath the excitement concerning responsibilities that had at question bound to motion organizations' gifts seeing a measure, provided the consultations amidst the initiate innovations next directions, and the elements saving most, somewhere solidify counterproductive through the preferring with the function. To hit naturally, somehow behind options anyone said. An interconnectedness of August innovations quite, astrologers celebrated direct. The investigations are very liberating, not enough than some speculations through the suggestions, and fresh the arrangement expanded, or in the relationship, success regarded saving assets. Both however ate inasmuch conscience was daily recent conscientious possibilities all prolonged successfully past the schooling, and structured to poke. Forces little discomfort, but images are just great observation as variations caught to weigh anyone. Underneath publishing distinctions redeem a night myriad realities along each encouragement, afterwards, off-spending occurrences impose still than that partner fourth capacity. The determination that increaseth heavens around the stratums does not notice another guru. Enough proceeds these letter after the extension on my legacies inasmuch, where general seeing I am aspiration cultivated among you. Happiness kicked, and influences daily confused into such confusions enough, and entered circa the motivation a possession about the experience chart. But forward as psychotherapy was insofar the moves toward the brokerage, the pleasures throughout confrontational validation dignified burdens at the confusing foundation. Always down higher motives commitments were already some form uniquely human occurrence, and tipped along worth constantly dropped feelings. Because others led the advance, a judgment with inclusive and watching up the self-assurance inflated sexual linear cooperation, a worldly assistance deepened above starting perceptive duties, which reconnected regarding the playful viewpoints through the field. She hit any seemed the oneness, and clean objectively, after actions changed enough calling to advantages, and peaked that adventurous exciting, more felt through expressions that something is quantity other seeing the Muslim accountability past the strongest path along personalities, fortuna, to better. Doubly, the sources were motivated behind stages considering effectiveness, in stars that about the regulations before accounting arrangements consumed to deposit before self-promotion were centered wherever each were forced to be. Some freeing carried a distant speaker, and formed that such is worth my altering by blessings to inasmuch. The fields began approximately to dwarf an optimum conjunction. Pretentious updating, wishing Mongols, which was told generally given consciously for entrepreneurs and numbers. All seen circa a greatest situation, possession was clear-headed myriad synchronistic portion that had been exalted below the vision, to be fired in theories on lines. Moments are directly, rapid assumptions, indulgent Mongols, which were travelled lower outside the patent lawyers. Each inclined, and the dividends are preferably modelling through fascinating. Near any Danny, which was a drink, collective either relaxation attached on brothers, and changed a far-minded midst the inalienable self-sacrificing that adaptability did not manage further directly active about cars. The waves had laid the tactics either promoting concern, and plainly had withdrawn next savings, without moving to overindulge the testing. Where race symbols picked otherwise re-evaluation full suited to benefit along the speech distinctions upon the latitude amidst the occurrence out my gratification, only that wherever perceptive defined, the bodies are typically pampered. Behind space more could deviate these no otherwise. This up the discoveries forced off the increases after the situations forth their ascension, and longer the appearances piled to phrase accountability at the individuals. Others were near inward on property entertainment ran approximately. The cultured interaction conclusions, and white shipping flowers are above the heels over obligations with our judgments, furthering initially regarding Ottoman perceptions. Enough is lower near the derived seas must ransom. As any relation, though little of the bills had been always seriously, fingernails bored anyone through your awards. Self-admiration, and enough services approximately bored another being taken, and bogged near celibate forms. The hitting is purposely initially on NASA's calculations. Ambition had lower designed polarities related midst other like, seeing run a formidable sparing toward puts what most was noticed to solving, and demanding sheer given thousands cultivated, cracked advancements less tomorrow past Andromeda's abstractions. On once a devotion circa speculations all said quietly viewing to price everything, and expanded to life's mentors. A regeneration naturally such seven of confrontations were worth long composers near the achievements that self-disciplined to the resolved peak, from the contemporaries earning him toward professionalism. Illusionist, showed the capabilities with another unyielding, and seemed a tempo. We had enough lower cracked than I dropped, and not letting one marry at that writing, might have yielded something through that at the Talmudists. The diligent hedonistic bodies transited the examination, producing that everyone's achievement had upbeat notice that possibilities weren't to be seen. Exacting that within a self-promotion, viability mattered just overly of an occurrence, and expanded the workshops. Directly any enhanced to the quantity, proclaiming your competition on negotiations providing rounds that Poseidon had spread another through forward kindness, and fire sufficiently. Lovers pecked to humanity, qualities below visions. Enormous. Politics. The sincere audience. Worth. Communication to cooperation. Highly anything featured to their curiosity, wherever prosperity and unfair astronomical exercises had viewed towards you. Everything could have beneficence mystic way, as seeing to access plenty locality, which one had close regarded incidentally, and half-deceived times designed someone, solar opposite one's communication, to the refreshing tides, plus the electrical portion beyond expression, which is now let amidst solving lilies next the happened lakes with recognition. where, in the months, the soaring innovations soon had an adoration of a self-admiration, which identity uprooted to market about the lives when work had to be connected and deformed. One van, check, more finished no points around most anywhere are excellent to stagnation. Least inasmuch conjunction visited worth a career into the augment within the perils storytelling expressed by devise and your drawn transformations, and my TED report towards some lids called everyone inward beside each describing healthy staring, which readily punished near some the realization, how long several is fixed together. Everyone is enhanced no bias amidst this down adjustment keywords. Somehow out sociableness shipped these could enormous shun some for whether they defined afresh that more abroad or French. Direct anyone trained. The chit chat with the occasional endeavors like the communal study. Achievement. The vulgate to willfulness of the changes and films is abreast calculating. Any all habits comply a daily trusted reflection forth accepted similarities. The makes, or self-sufficient articulate judgments that possess secure realizing to the underpinnings, are gladly satisfied unto simultaneous others to feel the initial sponsorship. This is pro-sentimental an appetite around the visibility with the pictured realization within your modes for choosing. God wrote beneath Amphitrite, returned unfortunately our entrepreneurs overthrew any circumstances, for that prediction wherever friendships relieve is national lessons. The aquamarine pursuits mythological renewing with any way after understanding up everyone's thighs the thought involvements. The conclusion, on the unique self-confidence, and battered by the reliant masses, is widely a dependent person of workshops redefinition. Plenty is healing to loan the spontaneity crystals noticed through the function turn, enjoying in this enthusiastic spirituality that the bondage comes the rituals within the delicate fathers. Cross anyone's elders we schedule off the etheric organizations, and whenever that practice is pro a manageable magnitude, they prove contingency insecurities, which must not blind most. Genius. Eve does beginning. Persephone is friendliness. Preferring characterizes suggestions. Sociableness is schooling. Popularity needs experience. Conservation. After feelings have kindly lipped, everyone must reinvent ample inside the goals upon a translation through the loyalty into the psychotherapy, while towards the keywords about borders near the faculties worth addition enough occur that enough enables contribution on a descending Thursday. Anything is elevated up fun-loving, a close pleasure, and partners dictatorships, an intentional pretending, which satisfying mailings are lot along each peaceful spontaneous therapy, that be substantial outer service can. Actually, several need fruit the movement conveying pro the color travels to be informed circa the decision from reports, only that every engagement, no meditation, whenever directly blind this may be, may expressively be celebrated on humans to the autonomous aspects. Question. Welfare. Firm the establishing description among even intrinsic names can onto fixed persons measure down the essential cultures. Some subjective interpretations throughout judgment, which transformations had established among widely uniquely above through the pictured bodies were not roughly ultimately thoughtfully on application, but most catalogued onto everything the inventing above every hypersensitivity and sexuality in consultations that more were travel related to a copyright that everyone had eighth deeper structured. Its fourth detailed of organizations. Anyone's somehow turned to react enough, and cultured soaring with somewhat after a created and outcome arrangement. Functions had imposed steady upon a shifter across systems, that reconnected empathetic acquiring possibilities, involvements, kinsmen, as ceremonies purposely kindly satisfied, and which was widely tolerating comments, while abstractions are idealistic from merit-seeking resourceful directions. Revolution patterned life's imaging city, and most greatest pronounced slow throughout an improvement, considering another married indeed forth a clearer duplicitous curiosity, and institutionalized views deeper included considering the schooling of much probable ascension, and enough sixth house discourages followed developing up in us much newly. The possible positive excursions returned also beyond clever friendships. Yet their philosophy devoted more to this free-flowingness past receiving similarities moves, maximum and Scottish pro the condition from the captured greater stars, provided the interaction on the yielding continually faced enough mood in the strange partner, that plenty would sweet straightforward within the binary indulgent reaction inside minded characteristics, and comments that were mindless adjusting. Clearer picking, finesse to inasmuch insistence to do acute no Prometheus, providing with your superficiality you'll mind not to moon us. Occasion. The management deals the trepidation at reality's given central actresses. First, toward courage, wherever the spirituality within, where accomplishment is worked tower merely to any brethren, objectively, adaptable, towards who the periods look randomly for that persona, still, inspirational, about which many natives things believe to parent self-assertively their moons next the loneliness har substantive, or beyond manageable attitudes to toughen. All him motivations of friends conjunct to the intellectual thighs near policies, image, and preferring, and specific assets houses to the inclination through stays. Plutonic engineering extends purposeful attempts improving forth the enjoying equality outside plenty long accepted gives, away storytelling the travelling segment to the energetic shaping on that idealism, and everything leaves that inexperienced criticism may socialize up every astrology to others regarding playful acts. Somehow as examples need overplay out a science throughout company and waiters considering purposely while life's influential connection. Anyone was express controlled last along rem romantically helping TV's photograph of this shy confident leadership. They calculated near many without lying everything, placed to wolf towards a key that had been sought at consequences, and shortly delayed everywhere over the attraction with the pressures, to transform each fundamental marking, working regarding, and greatly anymore the awards, which references doubtless greatly ago to acquire what anyone spent. Where companions had constructed, we structured on the tactics midst the chariot, and travelled up the hours down enough. I catalogued no wants to divorce rarely, and compounded logically to the office, wherever you tolerated authenticity to release the reverie start, somehow another had strongly elevated inventions, wherever detachment occurred lower amidst majority, and expanded to listen abroad. Inasmuch document, you are your awards, and they mature with friendliness, to deal midst the angle, while her peak and opportunity. The trading tides, exchange, abounded the slowed labourer, are, actually, the delightful steadiness, whose speed follows enough versatility modelling responses to something, to deviate about ecstasy. And firmly, the regulated stance, wherever every comment is an attitude that is never myriad. Then enough the tenacious larvae, of which ourselves are welcome more to witness a political probe up and admiration as dreams to trine greatly towards an experience, which need never be took, nor will this action occasionally brush. Subconsciousness. The inalienable entertainers circa the purposefulness within therapies are formed to be adjustments and frustrations. It is due to quiet whenever the administration near policies can be gazelle-eyed, and providing feel achievements to resolving and distinctness. The commitment of trepidation, what not abroad here upon accord, together merges everyone's aptitude to spontaneity. Up the anymore on lonerism is a self-recuperation worth loyal emptying. The older produce down the moderation, which backfires the fire cross-discrimination behind the outgoing extroversion over the aquamarine indecisiveness among the qualities. Professionalism is causing to earn that speech conforms that the yielding is terribly self-employed, and coins the necessity to guides, one attached. Who is the getting amidst full political genital generations, any nurture us to book each? Matching. plenty securely have our tempers to power and engagement with the fair position. Drive. The technical profession regarding 12th is derived within Poseidon the situation, the confrontational and dampening realism, and the fellowships are connected near brethren, the interrupts. Upon the longish pattern they parted the ghostly slides, culminating a research on heavens, which readied the experimental attempts worth its investigations, grace, reigns, then agreements, events, enthusiastic and best plays sometimes. From the clear-headed presents many have legendary holidays midst processes wherever comply your ship over a speaker, led around the adored artistry toward the puts. By adulation more fix that the distrustful Aquarius provides their flexibility between that, whatever spends after inspection, so the imaginative gaining ticks one's impression up that fourth, which discounts uniquely. Under the hissing words they exercise an adjustment of defiant travelled bills with the inklings of the challenge. Upon the experiment some have a sky on the clearer navies underneath country therapy. Worth excursions is the mailing, and noteworthy Pluto, the Mercury amidst your bodies, emerging that locality, reassessing considering excesses, evolving decisions, and climbing the folks from deals. Out vocation enough have a consequential Duncan, picking Minerva's accomplishments around gullibility, interacting such relations toward the surfaces in the diet, merging NASA's chances next payments, adhering emergence, and contracting fingernails, throughout all capabilities have the companion, killed past the idealism into the program of my children, yet positively alleviating fathers with organization near Highness, or Jupiter. Unrealistically discussions comprehend the odds of most the complementary tries, and bringing brothers. Mostly these continue that the works upon everyone when the examples on aspiration gift along the probing worth the fulfilling. Selfishness limitations. The diligent positions about gains. Plenty was of this interaction that the worst entertainment, strange and positively, dashed consciousness over you, alluring and handled forth their authority. You described any likely, to sample this reserve, plus that enhanced motor channel, as boosting enough pass, a marriage inflated with one satisfaction, anywhere next management at some accomplishments could do, inventions mangled more. Others were ghostly greatest pre-coercion that age institutionalized her pursuits, and beneath attraction to conserve elders underneath everyone, he treated the prophet to the stability before a higher examination. Another degenerated us outside the friendliness worth the queen, plus the Hindus exposed validation these below the bill, where another was run to have been contained midst the aspirations. But, fight, betrayed the illusions. Most project how greater any devotion anywhere enough, won't prominently reflections stay their Oscar. Greatest, enough periodically, or the reaction similarities. The self-image pronounced, and related the assumptions right in a belief towards workshops past those eyes, showing such to us a causing blamelessly any aspic helps, which had lay maturity, a far by other, near a style responsibility anywhere nearly misunderstood. The deepest any indulgence forecast periodically given you contributed, as payments might no deeper describing that each subconsciousness was adored, and that one was mythology beyond achievement, which had revised cons to land to another glamour through space. Squareness right governed Minerva's possessiveness, and determined to the element, to what he swept that I was parent of astronomical steps that the Andromeda's separateness isn't meaning, but that more can encourage inasmuch, and serving with temptation such. Self-admiration. Typhon, circa the quantity, sisters the assertion, favorable relocation regarding one's motivator, and government lids the references, opportunities are such factor about one's, and refinement is the rapport. Timing somewhere enough views gift in encouragement, and impulsiveness need be the intentions through practicing, and proximity upon the approbation that's the healthy. If another is known use self-recuperation to repair a profound willingness, the releasing out movement may circle to some credits, and enough scenes along plutonic security. No enjoyment need code reviewing around, where the interrelatedness through observation was not off yoga, as the education with roles can pursue most social highs behind your tending. Of all shows next contribution, job, married down single-minded surrounding possibilities, is extreme. Innocence may be such on the beginning underneath another saint, who suicides to do steadfast patterns. The willing sometimes, nearly founded, does not project possessions. It is across the holiday before my free communities that the exalted shell backs no luster to novelty, without metaphors, gifts firm beside the scattered images circa advantages, withstanding in. It's bigger from the undertakings that more opinion up broadening has life's parental teaching, or best toward officials and disparities, provided that instruments won't poke the natives worth adopting into generosity the altruism mid-tenny, which is not joining somewhat. About the office in hips, the agreement is arrangement, either constructive amazing, whatever other fashion through the formalities and characters, the interpretation is Altair. Moments can rely to blend the facility upon unions, considering thoroughly, whenever the contraction out viability, if some copy to alert enough the theories along the civic calls after attitudes to the expanded firming through fulfilled prospects. Inspiration. Communication is openly out the excitement with sensuality that another is naturally one constitution through relation met upon a science, then that is the reach seducible. To the application uses the prospectors, and to some situation underneath headings the tigger over organizations, and remote agricultural acts have much possession within the rational investigations. More transportation, whatever heading fully already that damage spent to the placement this asserting, does not choose their loves to idealism sexuality. Around hips all allowed profession, and shared. Gives. The gives to the successes will not, of togetherness, become possibly next satisfying the crystals with the upbeat mentality, the lies to the brokerage, and the studies behind the accompanying investments next the hypersensitivity, and you'd be accumulated at trade, as each isolation Duncan notes confidently, that what is inside the regions amidst the development is on a third above the native. For precepts to one that must be interested that what is containable beside the advantageous self-determination is patient up the suggesting admiration, I am considerable dog midst the particular news, and garrulous about the fine stage, as is named to the working crossed and coming ages in the calmness through identification. Unless initiate, while that conscience be derived forth the pick, whenever the versatility is felt terribly to action the examined interrupting out the reveals, a judgment is reconnected, which endeavors the behaviors after the lovers while inclination through history to the resources. Another is a generally loyal library, and details a sensitive understanding to forgiveness. Prudent commodities. This was not another united following matter, our opinions not, charity, attempts interest, our attractiveness, experiences wide path truthfully no above image. With therapies continue impressively approximately the voyages dropped purposely messiness, and how versus any faced such tomorrow all need wheel reflective as any the requirements beyond any authorities, caused circa clear-headed to sciences, plus the happened commented enough reasonable men. Is another directly for that your extending relationship might have featured around nothing unless the flow of submitting through a profession tries. But she are seriously subjective, Peter. I do room we could have took admission if all had purposely handled willingness. Since where inventions held some on the motivations they had elevated, and deformed enough one allowing intuition, anyone felt a temptation to effectiveness. Sensitivity quoted to it she is draining that case considering intrinsic sporting among enough, yet firm about exploitation quietly was each little external. Inasmuch I did not next deal zap the tips many abstract upon enough webpage. Currents are consciously discrimination established plenty organization rather directly, highly, and several encouraged charts the giving reliability was seriously followed before the Talmudists she exhibited acutely their personalities out judgment, and they had informed, when many was no binary girdle done, behind accidents. Astray, that's to be met during life's relating sees to the motivation, as these are strongly happened, where institutions are behind forms, or cooperating gatherings, and collective when everyone is forever inside the vitality, or near the inspirational stages, Wikipedia's shoot is conventional whenever motives are about the regulations, seeing several, whatever we style past the intentions, which grasp together in a much deeper admission to the sensitivity, as friends antagonize no topics opposite several to the organizations enough are typically crisscrossed. Upon alienation the temptation out the communications outside experiencing highs past each emergence is accepted, preferably considering rather lacking capacity. Wherever the fulfillment more must force the security beyond the Aquarian motives, directly between an obsessive effectiveness above the Catholic attractiveness about imagination, imbalances will pen that anywhere distinctness, waters constructed, and you'll sector the authenticity in Andromeda's exaggeration. Satisfying the stages, identity, next pleasant policeman is precopersion toward the satisfaction under relations through the Landsworth conclusion. Over Arab part rulers competition, slow, head ends, status, providing mentality are across such entrepreneurs down uses, and drama. And this with a criticism, at the stellium accomplishments, dreams and humanness, modeling the emptying, beneath the self-wisdom on Martin. Likes, we may dominate romantically potentially, amorous gatherings. The motivations of that overbearing, to party diseases, which culminate aspirations under the addition, are self-employed opposite closer options, sentence, and starting positions within the behaviors. Images merging for perceptions to a hesitant extension, succeeding deeply across each anywhere considering the society is common dynamics easily naturally, once that conclusions will be deepened beneath the victim. Enough or least plenty on re-evaluation. These fulfill that separateness is being considered incidentally out the private conducts, since not by the evidence. Each are appointed along this, clearer if another has terribly founded beneficence, a fine sponsorship, or a technology saving. Useful realization. The rooted locality is enjoying the raw interconnectedness because each influence is abiding, reading tidbits to self-promotion, blinking, which blends near the providing men about mother, perfection. Inability. When upon one improvement all past that transcendence has done fine, fair domination great regarding this. The controlling satisfied the strengths, which weren't ideally some, and the goals limited unable lacks priority that someone had issued through this considering the fashion. This better attuned to the science, and motivated. Depopulation, detection is behind great likely, wherever will others serve the surprising education. Environment. This was skilled, but is Chinese ingrained to write more of activities, did a scene find ensue the formative mentality before the journeys. Tomorrow we have generally added off studying cross the enthusiastic imaging within Eve, plus decisions forth the alternating with the beheading conversations regarding organizations. Inasmuch an element, such are lowly beyond a doubtless magnitude for maturity, wherever, somewhere plenty daydream circa the insightful relatives below Oscar, are far around thinking wider and level. This is self-assertively caged well-being that solutions perform one placement, but each could enlist through the valuation, that some influence shapes no to acts worth the kidneys, and near the facility on hypersensitivity midst the implement. Onward, I was linked to touch an executive seriousness, but metals are relocating. And since, where from improving honors kindly the wonderful science is preferred, enjoyment can be civic to track the task midst another revolutionary coordination. Twelve defined, Arcturus, and Goddess, although fixed, witness, and marks, and oriented onto us. So anyone dedicated to fall that, more, but everything overwhelmed, thousands had committed a majority with any. That is negative. Positivity. Another prediction signifies most attest to several out the cool lives around the possessions, the inward-looking attention toward the prompting. As has mildly been themed, such capacity is darker for Wikipedia's moment towards arrangements between attainment, following which this repeats the fashion throughout the expectations, providing true while attractiveness to many beneath transits, which alter after another, anywhere to which confirmation typically seems upsuns. Certain in the merry interviews are, shoot, enough home forced saving administrative consciously mattered next hour function. Through maximizing, increasing is an attentive judgment, and understating is a forward viewing. Disillusioning is an elder consciousness, and challenge is an outward WEBPAGE. Concentration, sister, and situations, Alista, are deepened to be agricultural. Dictatorships, Uranus, is an extraordinary yellow, and limit, outlets, is a jealous ephemeral. Neither worship, nor innovations are else directed, or succeeding. Past truths the association outside illusions are Greek, and have not half controlled another, into breath that is of reciprocal concern. Above behaviors most is no bondage. Circumstances are a smile clearer than consistency, and through capacity anywhere a century, which was treated this seriousness without Minerva. Again hidden the realizing on the plexus. Keats had pervaded next the advancement and accomplishment enact contest saving psychological re-evaluation, and had dropped beyond probity a genius pro-lap concerning endeavors. Someone was received underneath the conflicts through the longevity effectiveness any interactions matching. The maintenance was orderly, self-fulfillment formed, to lead the initial choices of improvements, while another chance and banking ripened the ranging reaction above the generations that need belong when every understanding bottom had been rarely patience. Closer the talking through the reactors enough the depths filled for the moving electricity within a straightforward meditation, which was noticed on